away from it because I've never had the confidence in actually making what I consider to be a really nice flower. After posting a couple of things on social media, I was literally blown away by the comments I got, but really it is this easy. Now you're going to get 3 different cutters, 3 different sizes. So I'm just going to show you what sort of size rose you're going to expect. This is the largest cutter, and this is the particular rose you're going to get with that one. You've then got the medium-sized cutter, which is this one here. I'll place all the roses side by side so you can see in a moment as well. And then you've got the smallest cutter of them all. Okay, so just pop those side by side and you can see they just come up in size really beautifully, so they're going to work really nicely together. Now to make an actual rose is only going to literally take you about 5 minutes. So we've got our clay rolled out, so I'm just going to make sure that that hasn't stuck, and then I'm just going to place the cutter over there and then just firmly just press down all of the way around. Now you can go for 1 mil clay, and I tend to do that, 1 mil thickness of clay. I tend to do it on the smallest rose, but for the largest and the medium, this one is good enough. So just peel back and just going to roll that up. I'm just going to put that inside an airtight container so we can use that on a demonstration a little bit later on. And then we're just going to pick this one up. Okay, so just using some of the tools that are going to come to you in this particular pack. So with this pack you're going to get the foam mat here, and you're going to get 5 different tools. The 2 I'm going to be using are the large ball tool here and this one with a slight blade and the pointy end. So they're the ones I'm going to be using. So when I actually use this mat, I always work sort of diagonally because that's going to give you the largest possible working area. So just place that on the mat, and then using your ball tool, you're wanting to roll out from like the center of this circle right the way out to the edge. Okay, so when you need to do it, just roll all the way and beyond. Now I'm not dragging the tool, I'm actually rolling it. Okay, so just keep on going all the way, and you can see now you're starting to shape the petals. After every one, if you're worried that it's going to stick, just lift it up. Okay, and then just keep on going all the way around. Now if you want a little bit more detail, maybe you want to use the smaller ball tool just to give you a little bit more texture. Entirely up to you. Now to make a rose you can just use one of these, but I tend to go for a 2 or 3. So I'm going to go for 3 of these, so you're going to be making 3 of this particular shape. Okay, and then we're going to place them all together, and I'll show you how that works. So just go all the way round and then just turn it, and again just push out from the center and then just go all the way, making sure that the ball tool actually goes beyond the clay, so it's really thinning out that clay, and it's going to give the realism of a rose. Like I say, when I first started to use this, I was sort of like a little bit scared. I thought, you know, there's no way I'm going to be able to achieve a really nice rose. But before you know it, it's like riding a bike. Yes, you're going to have probably a couple of little mistakes, but believe me, it really is nice and easy to get the hang of this. And before you know it, you will be making loads of roses, and they can be in any colour. They don't have to be botanically correct, and I think that's the most important thing where it comes to craft. So you can do whatever colour you want. Now once we've got to this here, you can see it's almost starting to look like an actual rose. So what I'm going to do, just going to flip this over, and then you want to fold this piece of clay in half. So just go to about there, and then just press on this area here where you've folded it. So make sure you don't apply any pressure to where the petals are, but just to this part just here. Then using this tool here, I'm just going to lift this one up, this end, and then I'm just going to start to roll. So just place this tool just in there and then start to roll that. Once you've got about 1 rotation, so which is basically that, then just lift that up, okay, and then place that onto your mat, and then just start to curl that around. Okay, So just keep on going, just apply a little bit of pressure, but only to the base, not to the top part, because you don't want those petals to actually stick together. So when you've done one rotation, that could be your rose, and you can see all of a sudden you are actually getting that really, really beautiful look already. Obviously we haven't fanned the petals out, but we're going to do that a little bit later. So I'm just going to place that one aside. I have already made some other elements this morning just before we come on to air, just to make the whole process a little bit quicker to explain. So again, we're just going to fold this one in half, okay, like so, and then we're going to actually add it. So again, just press down where you fold it, not on the petals, and then we're just going to take the one we've just curled up, and then this is the important part. It's actually where to join them together. So you can see just here, you've got the two petals. You can just about see those just there. Okay, so you've got the one petal there and another. So just basically line them up. So this petal down here, okay, will actually join this one just there. So just place that over there like so, and then pop back down your mat, and again, just gently just twist that around. And again, just taking a look at the top there, you can see that rose is now really, really taking shape. So I'm just going to grab the third one, and then we're going to do exactly the same. Then we're actually going to start to create that rose. Okay, so let's just take this one out, and again, just flip that over. Let me just go that way, flip that one over like so, and again, where the fold is there, just make sure that you press that clay down nice and firmly, and then just bring this back in. Like I say, if you wanted, you could leave this one as is, but we're going to make a real statement piece. So again, just make sure you join them just at the right place. So it's this petal here, which is underneath, just goes to this one here, and it gives that nice little overlap, and then just start to twist like so. Now, when you get to that stage, the rose is going to look like that at the bottom, so it's going to look nothing like a rose at all. So to actually start shaping that rose, all you need to do is just to start manipulating it. Now, don't press, like I say, this is really important, don't press on the top part, so only go along the bottom and just start very, very slowly. And I'm just turning that rose around, and I'm just gently, gently squeezing, okay, and then just keep on going around. If you squeeze too much too soon, then the centre part will just pop out, okay. So just keep on going round, and then all of a sudden you start to get like, it's like the neck of a glass, okay. So if I pop that way, then you can actually see, just by going around there, that is the shape we're wanting to achieve, okay. And then once you're starting to get into there, okay, you can see there you've got this sort of like neck here, and that's what you're actually going to be wanting. Once you get to about that stage, then just pop it between your fingers, and then just start to roll like so. And then before you know it, okay, you can apply a little bit more pressure now. Before you know it, you're going to have a beautiful rose starting to form. So once it gets like that, just twist that off. You can always sand this down once it's done. Now you will notice you've got all of this clay actually left over, so that can just be mushed back up and popped inside your airtight bag, and that can be used obviously for another rose. Right, so you have your actual rose, and it's really, really now taking shape. So what I tend to do, I get one of these, and it's just a little washi tape roller or anything this size, and I just can place the rose actually in there when I've actually finished manipulating it. So to actually manipulate, it's entirely up to you here, so you can now start to really pose that and just start to look at the shape of it. So if the centre isn't quite in the centre and you want it in the centre, pop this tool into there and just drag it just very, very gently over to there. Now you can start by just very, very gently just starting to manipulate all of those petals, and you'll see what I'm doing. I'm putting this tool in there, and then I'm just gently just pulling out all of those petals, okay, and then before you know it, you're going to start to see that rose forming. Now obviously with the outer ones, you can really, really, really pull those back like that and have a nice little curl to them, and then when you start to come into the centre, the actual petals are going to be tighter together. So this is probably going to take just a couple of minutes just until you're happy with what you're doing. So like I say, just keep on going in there. Now something like this is going to take, I would say, probably about 24 hours to dry inside, but yesterday when it was really, really nice, I just put the yellow roses, the 3 different sizes, out to dry, and they would dry within about 2 hours in the sun. So it just does depend. Don't force dry them using a heat gun, not always a good idea. And there we go. And then I'm just going to leave that to dry in there, and that is one of our roses. So you can see all of the beautiful petals really, really do come in to their own. Once that's actually dry, what you can actually do using the same colour, so in this case it was pickled raspberry. Let me just grab another rose I've previously made. I'm just trying to see if I've got a pink one. I probably haven't actually. I'll tell you what, we'll go for a completely different colour rose. And what I'm going to do, this one is completely dry, okay? Now at this point, if you're into your card making, this is really important, you can actually just cut that in half. So let me just bring in a card that I have actually made, which is this one just here. And what I've actually done to some of these roses, I have actually cut them in half. So you see, if I tip it that way, half of the rose is on here, and then I've popped the other half there. So you're actually getting 2 roses, but you're only actually making 1. So that's a way that you can actually pop it onto cards, and you know, the dimension of it then isn't as extreme as if you were just to stick a rose on like so. Now if you want to make them freestanding as such, like I have this one here, then all you need to do is possibly add the calyx, which is the little green bud at the bottom there, and then you can just wire this using florist wire and florist tape, and then again just leave that one to dry overnight and you're going to be good to go. So when it's at the wet stage, that's when you can actually put a florist wire actually into it. So let's see if I have a florist wire somewhere. I did earlier, maybe it has gone. Maybe I'll show you that one later, but basically you just put the florist wire into the bottom of here and make sure it then comes all the way through, then just put a little hook in it and then just pull that back down. But I'll show that as soon as I find myself one of those. So just pop that aside and let's just get back to the colouring technique. So I'm just going to use this one. I'm just going to brush a little bit of the colour actually onto there, and then just very, very lightly, there we go, just touch onto the side of the petals. Obviously you don't want to go all the way in, and it's just going to add a little bit more detail, a little bit more realism. But like I say, where it comes to crafting, you know, you don't have to be botanically correct. You can make the roses to suit your particular project. So you can see just by adding a little bit of colour there, it just really, really does make the dimension of that stand out that little bit more. Okay, so once you've got all your roses dry, then you can actually start to create a project. So I'm just going to grab this one here, and this is one that's in the process of being made. Now you will notice that on the top of this particular box we have got some casts, and these have been made by the Prima Moulds that are also on the show. Now these are, dare I say, these are an absolutely fantastic price for a Prima Mould. Okay, so how do we use this, the Prima Moulds? Really, really nice and easy. We're going to be using the soft then strong clay. Now as we were saying earlier, and as Jan has said, when it's actually set, which these ones have, okay, and this is a really large piece, you can still flex them. Okay, so that's really, really good. So if you want to pop that maybe around a bottle, then it's quite easy to actually do that. Just stick a glue on the back there, pop that onto your bottle, and then using some cling film, just hold that in place. But that is how the soft and strong works. Really, really beautiful product. It's an air dry polymer clay. It's going to take possibly 48 hours to dry, I'll be honest with you. Now the reason I say that, let me just pop that aside just for the moment, and let's just bring in one of those moulds. Okay, so this is one of the moulds that we're going to be working with. I'm just looking for the clay, which I popped down here earlier. Now this clay is a little bit different to the the light and bright. Okay, in the fact that it's actually going to come in a foil wrapper, then it's going to come in this cling film. Now, unlike the other clay, this is, and as you can see, this is really, really sticky. Okay, now you can let this air dry a little bit, probably about 20 to even 30 minutes before you can then actually pop that into your mould. But I'll be honest with you, what I tend to do is, I know that there's lots of detail in that mould. I actually just pop the clay in straight away, okay, like so. And then I'm just going to leave this one to dry, like I say, possibly overnight, possibly 2 days, because I know that I want it for a project. And to be quite honest with you, because of the clay and how it is and how flexible it is, you know, you could be just making these, maybe even when you haven't got a project in mind, but you know that you'll be able to manipulate this, you'll be able to put it around a bottle or a jar or something, or a vase. So we're just going to pop that into there. Now, the really great thing I love about this soft and strong clay is that normally I would get my Dresden tool and I would go all the way around the edge there, and I would make it really, really neat before I could then actually take the cast out. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take a plastic palette knife. Okay, so just make sure that clay is pushed all the way in, like so, and then we're just going to get a palette knife. And this is a real time saver, and then just go all the way around, just keep on turning the mould as you go. Obviously you don't really want to be using a metal palette knife, just in case you do actually cut into the surface of the mould, so you don't want to do that. So just go all the way around. Okay, and let's just pop that all there, and then just take that off. And you can see that has cleaned up the majority of that, so maybe there's just a little couple of pieces there, like so. When you're happy, just pop your clay that's left over back inside the cling film, all the way back, like so, and tuck that in like that. Like I say, that is going to take between 24, 48 hours, but like I say, to get the maximum detail, then, you know, just leave it and then come back to that in a couple of days. When you do, then it's entirely up to you. You can colour it with whatever mediums you have. So things like acrylic paints are going to work, metallic paints. Obviously, you don't have to worry too much about the back, painting that, but you can make it then look really, really metallic by just adding a couple of your colours of your gilding wax. That's going to work really, really well. So just pop that aside, like so, and then let's bring our box back in. Okay, so this is the box that we have already made. You can see lots of little decorations going on the top there. So we've also got the little flourishes that are also in this particular mould. And then we're just going to glue that one in place. We're just going to use some glue gel, some 3D glue gel. So again, just go round with that. And I'm just going to pop that back in place. And then, did you want a quick recap, Yanis, on some of the products, or did you want me to carry on?
No, it's fine. Tell you what we do. We will have a quick recap, Anthony, if that's okay.
Yeah.
And then continue, because I'm enjoying this. It's funny, because I was going to interrupt when you were doing that to ask if we could see the moulds, and you read my mind, because you went straight to it.
All right.
So, yeah. No. So that's why the viewers at home might have heard me go, oh, I was listening. Anthony, watching you make the flower is incredible.
And it is, and as I said,
achievable.
you know, I keep on saying to people on social media, it really is that easy. It is a bit like riding a bike, you know, possibly a couple of times you might go wrong, but it's clay. Just mash it back up, have another go. And seriously, you will be creating the most amazing, professional-looking roses in no time at all. And
that's it. Anthony genuinely means that. Anyone's going to be doing it. By the way, Anthony, I was stretching. If you saw me doing that, I wasn't. I was just stretching. Well, Anthony was like thinking, why is he doing this for? Okay, so just going to have a quick recap down the counter, and then we'll promise we'll get back to Anthony, because that's what I think everyone wants to continue that demonstration. We've got these moulds. genuinely the way anybody, whether you're just starting crafting, this could be your first time making the flowers or you're an experienced crafter, the name is on the packaging. The fact is these will be the easiest roses you ever make. So you've got the smaller and the original easy rose ever. Sorry, the easiest rose, yeah, the easiest rose ever. $15.99 your price. This is an occasion where you're looking at the cutters, and if you have just tuned in, you're like, really? But when you see the flowers, and Auntie, do you mind if I just jump back to you for a second? Could you just lift up the flower that you made? And please follow Anthony on social media, because I just say everything for it. Would you have a look at that? And while we're looking at that, tell us, how do we follow you on social media, Anthony, if we do want to follow you?
It's just my personal Facebook page.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
Anthony, Antony.
Yeah.
And James Minnis. There are two of us because my nephew's actually named after me. But just look for my face, and I'm sitting on one of the Hochanda thrones.
Oh,
It's
nice.
okay.
And are you okay if we follow you? Is that all right?
Yeah, no worries at all.
Oh, fantastic. So there's a flower. And I just wanted to show, I mean, it looks absolutely beautiful. You could be making roses like that, and I really mean that, whether it's sugarcraft or with your clay, and we have got the great clay on the show as well. $15.99 your price. I know you already know this, but please don't cross-contaminate. So if you're using it for your sugarcraft, the cutters, keep them for your sugarcraft and get a separate set for your crafting, for your clay, or vice versa. Okay, so now we're going to continue. We've got the peonies. So again, sticking in the vein of making the easiest peony ever, and this is where FMM are so good, because they bring you cutters that anyone can use, and you get such beautiful results for $11.99. If you look at the quality of the flowers, now have a good look at these. You're going to be making these for an investment of $11.99, and I know that sounds very silly-telly, but genuinely, for $11.99, having the tools to make it consistently, and that is the thing, because I know my mum is a very talented lady, and she makes beautiful cakes, and she can actually make roses and peonies by hand without using cutters. But the thing is, it took years, and I mean years and years and years to learn to do it, and not everyone turns out the same. Here you're getting the consistency and the quickness too, because using the cutters, you're doing it in, what, 5 minutes, Anthony was saying? If you're doing it by hand, it takes a lot longer. I've seen it. $11.99 your price, 561413 your item number. Right, we're going to move on. We have got more for you. Now, Anthony was showing you, if you do want to take the flowers a step further, thinking of the roses, if you want to add the leaves to your flowers, and also your calyx as well, calyx I should say. So what that does, it gives you that realism as the finishing touches. $9.99 your price. I'm just going to show you here, we've got the different size cutters, so let me just show you 3. There we go. So those are the leaves. Different size cutter leaves, and then pop those down. And then we've also got the calyx as well with that graduation. So it doesn't matter what size you're making, you've got yourself covered. $9.99 your price, and you are getting all 6 of the cutters. 580333 your item number. Anthony, I'm so sorry, I know I keep jumping to you. Could you just show us, you know, where you use the calyx, you put it on the stem. Could we see the flower with that? Okay?
Yes, I've actually, that's what I'm going to show in my next demonstration as well.
Okay, fantastic.
Okay, so we can actually see that
Yeah.
in place. I've got one here ready just to show you how that works.
Okay, fantastic.
Okay.
So we will see that in next demonstration, so do stay tuned. Thank you, Anthony, I appreciate that. Okay, now the tools that you saw Anthony using, you know, this is important because you might have some flower shaping tools, ball tools in your arsenal, but here these take it a step further. So what you're getting is a set of 5 tools, but you're actually getting 10 in total because they are double-ended, and these are your specialized tools. I've never seen, so okay, I've seen ball tools before, flower shaping tools, which you see here. You might have one of these at home. Do you have anything like that at home? Or anything like this? Or here, that pointer that we used to roll. Anthony was using these to great effect. So these are the tools that you use to shape, model and mold all your beautiful flowers. And within the set, you've pretty much got everything you need. And Anthony will be demonstrating these this hour. So there we go. You're getting all 5 of those. I keep saying 5. They're 10 tools in total, or 10 ends. There you go. And you're also getting the foam as well. And there's a hole in the foam And I would imagine that serves a purpose. So maybe Anthony might, yes, Anthony's nodding. I'm going to stay quiet. You're going to have to stay tuned for the next demonstration. It'll literally a couple of minutes, and then Anthony will show you. Now, we have got the impression mats for you. Two different options. You've got your brickwork and your bark. That's your first option. Or you've got your cobblestone and your, oh, it's actually cobbles and stones. I merged them both. So cobbles and stones here. Brickwork and bark. I love them both. $9.99 for two impression mats. Bark and brick, most popular at the moment. Saying that, now I have seen demonstrations thinking of the cobbles and the stones. So if you have got some MDF, if you wanted to create that beautiful cobbled effect around, say, a mushroom house or something like that, the cobblestones I think is well worth your consideration too. $9.99 your price, 087018 your item number. The molds. Now, as a presenter, I've got like, I keep my ear out, my antenna out. When I hear a guest say something, in my head it's like, alarm. So Anthony said the price on the molds, $15.99. It is a very good price considering the quality of the molds that you are getting. Can I just, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm just going to reveal. Now this happens to be the most popular. Sorry, I've got to apologise to our director, Chris. So now that's the most popular option at the moment. This is your Warrington framework. Beautiful. I mean, look at these wonderful flourishes, corners. Okay, so that's one Anthony was using. I have to admit, the one that I really like, I like them both. I'm going to show you all. This one's beautiful. Look at the depth of the molds. The quality, these are a food grade mold. They are incredibly good. I really mean that. Okay, so this one's, let me have a look. I'll say, oh, it's a Hollybrook. Okay, there we go. Now my favourite, look at this one, the Bridgeport. Anthony, I think, had the Bridgeport. Could we just see that again, Anthony? Sorry.
Main elements from each of the molds. So
okay.
This is the one from the first mold that you actually showed.
Yeah, that's a Warrington.
Sorry,
yeah.
that one there. You've then got this one. I love this. That is just nice. So delicate, so beautiful, but using
that's a Hollybrook.
That soft and strong clay, that is really, really good.
Nice.
And then you've got that one, which is a very
at
large piece yet again. A beautiful, beautiful mould. Lots of exquisite detail in there.
Where would you put that, Anthony? Where would you put something like that on the project?
Let me just grab it. Here we go.
Oh, nice.
There we go. So that is actually on the top, just there. And you can see that fits in really, really beautifully. And just a couple of little smaller ones from one of the other moulds
stunning
as well.
Thank you, Anthony. So $15.99, you choose whichever option tickles your fancy, but they are all stunning. I really do mean that. Now we're going to need the right mould, the right clay rather, for your moulds, and we have got two options for you. We've got your bright and light, and then we've got our soft and strong. Is there a time when we should be using our bright and light, Anthony? A time when you'd be using your soft and strong? Yeah,
so the bright and light is definitely one for the flowers. But in saying that, okay, and this is the difference. Okay, so I have, this is the one that we actually coloured earlier. This was actually made from the light and bright. Yeah. And if I just tap that on the glass, okay. Now this is the soft then strong. So this is the polymer air dry clay. Yes, you can still make beautiful roses, but that's the difference. This can be used for jewellery. It is waterproof, so you could actually like decorate something that's going to go outside with this. So that is really the difference between the two.
So soft and strong, we can go outside with it?
Indeed.
Okay,
yeah.
All right. $10.99 your price. We'll start with our bright and light. So you're getting 200 grams of your bright and light. It's got less water content, so you are getting more clay for your money as well. 602-254 your item number. We also have the soft and strong. The real key to the soft and strong is the fact that once you have molded it, once it's dried, and they are both air dry polymer clay, but once it has dried, you can still mold it. It's still got that flexibility. We did have a question actually from Jean. Hello, Jean. Just asking about putting items outside. So as Anthony just said, if you are going to be putting something outside, it's better to go for your soft and strong. £10.98 your price there, 623-804 your item number. Very quickly, I'm just going to share with you our 7-day savers, and then we'll head back to Anthony. So 7-day savers launch every Sunday at 8 a.m. They're around for 7 days, as the name suggests. We have some scissors for you, Fiskar scissors. They're universal scissors. So Fiskar, it's a small little it was a small little town in Iceland. That's where the company came about, and that's where the name came about. But really good knowledge, and we checked it yesterday. But look, really good quality scissors. I mean, they've been around for years and years and years. £11.99 your price there, 766-547 your item number. We've also got grey board for you. Okay, so grey board, if you're looking to make some home decor with your moulds, your clays, your cutters on the show today, this is a great starting point. It's a blank canvas, £9.99 your price there, 227-501 your item number. We've got one more thing to show you. This is stamping card. So smooth and white stamping card, great saving on there. £12.99 your price, 580149 your item number. 125 sheets in total, 250 GSM. I'm going to hand you back to Anthony.
Okay, so just continuing on from the demonstration earlier and throwing in something else before we get back to that. So I've found now a piece of florist wire that I'm actually going to show you how to then wire up the roses, so you're going to be able to achieve this type of a look. Okay, so as I was saying, you need the calyx that is at the bottom there, and that's where this hole actually comes into play. So Yanis was sort of saying, what is this hole for? It's obviously got a purpose. When I first saw it, I was like, oh, it's to hang it up. But it's actually not. So I've already coloured some clay, and I'm just going to pop a little bit of this actually just over the hole. Okay, and I'm just going to press that in. Okay, you'll notice then on the back here, the clay's actually starting to come through. So it's going to start to help you actually shape that calyx. So I'm just going to use my rolling pin just on the top. Okay, like so. I'm just going to go all the way out, and then I'm just going to flip that over. I'm just going to use one of the small ball tools just to pop that out, and you can see then it gives you this little shape. Okay, so then you can start to manipulate it a little bit more, maybe just give it a little bit more shape, like so. Okay, then when you're happy with that, just place that onto your mat, and again, like the roses, the calyxes actually come in 3 different size cutters, so just place that over there. Obviously, depending on what size rose you've made, just pop that on there, and then just press down, and then just give it a little bit of a wiggle, like so. Just pull that out, take off the excess clay, and then let's just see if I can drag this up. Probably need to put a little bit more corn flour. There we go, and that is your calyx. Now once you've actually got to that point, just using your fingers, a little bit of water if you've got some. I've just got some over here. Let me just drag that in, and I'm just going to just pull those out and just like extend them a little bit. Okay, now it's entirely up to you. You can stick this on the bottom of your rose when it is wet. The only problem I find is that if you do that, you've got a tendency to actually squash the rose. So what I tend to do is just lift up the ends of that just very, very slightly, and then I'm just going to pop that somewhere to dry, and that's going to be dry within a couple of hours. Okay, so that's how quick and easy it is to make those. The leaf is exactly the same, so I'm just going to bring in my 2 pieces of cardboard yet again, just to roll this out so it's nice and thin. So like I say, 2mm bits of card there, and this is just to support the rolling pin. Just lift that up, and again we're just going to place that in like so. Just give that a little cut, just bring that out, and then place that on your mat. And then using some of the other tools that we've got on the show, you can just add a little bit of detail in there. So maybe just the center point like so, and then just a couple of the little pieces just coming from the centre. So it's entirely up to you, or if you have actually got one of a veining mat or something like that, you can be using that as well. So that is the rose there, rose leaf. So once you've got to this stage, that's when you actually want to wire up the actual leaf. So basically, when the clay is still wet, just pop that inside there, and then just very, very carefully, you can feel that actually going up the leaf. Just keep on going, and when it's just about at the top there, just make sure the actual wire itself doesn't show through, which it doesn't, okay, and that is then good to go. So then just leave that to dry. So coming to the other end of this wire, I've actually got the calyx already stuck onto the bottom of this rose. So what you need to do is basically just pop that through, and the rose and the calyx is dry, and then just pop it all the way through, okay, until it comes out to the other end of the rose. So we can just see that just there, and then I'm just going to just curl that round just a little bit. If you've got some pliers, even better. Okay, so just make a little hook in it like so, and then what I tend to do is just pull that just back inside, okay, making sure that it's not damaging any of the petals that are actually in there, and then just pull that down so it's out of sight. And that is how my particular way of actually wiring up a rose. Then with the leaves, then you can add those. Normally they branch off, and then you've got like 3. But do you know what I did? I just looked online, just searched what a rose looks like, and then you're going to get the realism a little bit more. So that's how to actually wire the rose. And what I've actually done with this one, this is a completely non-botanically correct colour. So this is like a purple and a really sort of like dark blue. Right, so that's how you do that. Getting back to our project that we did earlier. So we've got our rose leaves, and they're all cut. And then I've actually just coloured these. Now, the tip, what I normally do is once you've actually got your leaf, okay, then just use some white acrylic paint just in the centre, and then just brush down. And then I just put a little bit of varnish, because if you actually look at rose leaves in nature, they have just got that nice shine to them. So let me just pop those there. I've got 3 large white roses that we've got there.
Just to let you know, Anthony, you've got 6 minutes.
6 minutes, right, that's what you're sorry. Yep, that's fine. Yeah, we're going to get that. I'm dreadful at listening to people whisper. Right, so when the roses are actually dry, okay, this is the great bit, because if you were to stick those down, it's going to have very little to actually stick to. So just use a large knife, okay, and then just cut the very ends, and this is the bottom half, okay, of the clay, like so, and then you've got maximum sticking surface, okay. So rather than being rolling around like that, they're now really, really nice and firm. So you can cut them at angles as well. So just have a think about what sort of project you're going to be doing, which way you want the flowers to face. So now that one's pointing in that direction. So again, let me just pop those aside. Just go here for a trim, like so. Okay. And now, let's just pop those aside. We're going to bring in our top part to the box. Then we're just going to start to glue everything together really, really quickly. So we're going to go for 1 rose here. So like I say, with those large flat surfaces, it just does make it a lot easier to position your roses, so you know that they're not going to fall off. Okay, so there's 1. Just going to pop that one down there. So just like so, and then just make sure we've got room for that one. That one just tucks nicely inside there. Let's just stick that in place, like so, and then just a couple of those green leaves there, just to add a little bit of colour. And again, it's just that little bit of realism to your project, and just tuck those underneath the petals, like so. And then we're going to go for 3 on this side, and I think we're then going to be done. So just pop that one on there, and then I think just one just there. And again, just leave that glue to dry, and then your project is done. Now, the reason I've actually used the soft then strong on the top, and this is another really great use for it. If you're going to be upcycling furniture, and I know that Catherine does a lot of that, so follow her on her social media, her special page she's got there. But unlike the other clay, which is the bright and light, if you were to then rub that, it's like if it's on a drawer front, it will actually come off in time. This one, because it is a really strong polymer clay, you can keep on rubbing into that, nothing's going to happen. So it's really robust, and that's the difference between the two. That one's going to last a long time. Like I said, this one is more for decoration. Okay.
No, the soft and strong proving very popular. So just to let you know, the soft and strong proving very popular. Half the stock has gone there.
Cool.
The demos were incredible. Thank you so much, Anthony.
Pleasure, thank you.
Absolutely amazing. So we've got another show later on?
Indeed, and we're going to be going for the peony on that one.
11 o'clock.
11 o'clock.
I think with myself as well.
Indeed.
Winning at life, love it. Look, what I would say, the effects you're able to achieve, and we saw that in that beautiful box that Anthony's just made. The flowers, the rose flowers are incredible. Can we just have a very quick look at those flowers? I'll tell you why. And this is, if you see them there, they look incredible. But what I do want to point out, and I'm just conscious of the fact, I know a lot of viewers might have just tuned in, you might have had a lie-in, so you might have missed the first half of the show. Anthony demonstrated that anybody can make it. It's called the easiest ever rose. You've got the small, or the easiest rose ever, rather. What you're able to do with the cutters, and it is so simple. You cut out, you fold over, you just taper the petals and roll up. It's that simple. And what I would suggest is this is one show. If you are going to invest in anything, please recap. Go onto our website, use the Hochanda app, and revisit the show. It's worth watching the demonstrations, but they are incredibly easy to do. The effects are phenomenal. And that is the real key with this. Anybody can make the most beautiful, realistic roses. We're 20% of the stock gone here. If you haven't got anything like this currently in your stash, if you love your mixed media, if you want to just have a go with clay or sugar craft, and we talk about clay, I know a lot of people making their own cakes. Imagine you could make a very simple cake, but adding a beautiful rose or a flurry of roses on top totally transforms it. Actually, my wedding cake, I remember our wedding cake, we had roses sort of cascading down the side of it, but we paid a fortune for that. Listen, you don't have to, because you can make them yourselves. $15.99 your price if you want to get a hold of these. We've also got the peony as well. We've got lots on the show. It's well worth revisiting. Anthony will return at 11 o'clock. I really hope you can join us. What are we going to be doing at 11, Anthony?
It's going to be the peony we're going to be concentrating on, so I'll show you how easy that one is as well.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Anthony. I really did enjoy this hour, and I hope you enjoyed the hour as well. Please make sure to check out your baskets, and I only say that because I know how busy we are. With the soft and strong, we're over 50% of the stock, so it'll be interesting to see how much stock we have left at 11 o'clock. Thank you so much for getting up this morning and spending the hour with us. Got another fantastic hour with the lovely Hayley coming up just around the corner. So, Hayley's here with our one-day special, our stackable solutions from Deflecto, some amazing deals. After that, we got quilting antics, and then we are going to add some sparkle into your life. Hopefully, see you then.
Welcome to Club G45 from Graphic 45, the monthly tutorial kit that allows you to create some of the most beautiful projects by accessing a step-by-step video viewable online. This month's tutorial is the Club G45 Ocean Blue Collector's Box and Mini Album and Matchbook Box Kit. You will get almost everything you need to create both of these projects from scratch, including access to this month's step-by-step video tutorial and accompanying project sheet. Simply order yours by purchasing item number 467894 for £49.99, plus your postage from hochanda.com, or give us a call on 01733 60 2000 for instant access to this month's Club G45 from Graphic 45.
Hi, I'm Hayley. Join me for some amazing fabric freedom shows. Fabric Freedom design all their fabrics here in the UK, and they design them with quilters in mind, so they're really good at picking out those unidirectional prints, really nice and small prints so you can work on smaller patchwork projects, and paste prints as well, which is one of their signature fabrics. They do lots more fabrics besides quilt and cottons, so tune in to the Fabric Freedom shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Bev. Hi, I'm Sam, and we're from Be Crafty. Be Crafty is a family-run company. Sam is my sister, and we love bringing brand new products to Hochanda. We manufacture and design all our own ranges of stamps, inkables, MDF, lots and lots of inspiration that we love to bring and share with you. If you tune in to Hochanda to join us, you'll see that mine and Bev's style are totally different. But what that does is it brings you lots of styles and techniques that you can include in your crafting too. Our ranges are increasing all the time with the lovely hand-drawn images that Sam and myself are trying to bring to you, plus the fantastic new designs that we like to bring in the inkables, in the dinkables and the MDF as well, so you can use them across all different sorts of crafts and bring the best we can to Hochanda too. So make sure you don't miss the Be Crafty shows on Hochanda.
Hello everyone, I've got a minute or two to tell you why you should all be members of Hochanda Freedom. Did you know that with Hochanda Freedom you could be saving on your deliveries every single month? For just a £6.97 monthly fee, you'll benefit from unlimited standard delivery, which means the more you spend with us, the more you save. And do you know the best bit? You can cancel at any time. Becoming a member of Hochanda Freedom, you'll also be able to take advantage of our exclusive Freedom members discounts, where you can save anything up to 20% on an already fantastic Hochanda price. Freedom members will also receive our exclusive members badge and Freedom newsletter, which will keep you updated with all the goings on behind the scenes. Look at all these benefits for £6.97 per month. Over 12,000 of you are already members, and we thank you so much for being part of our family and sharing your crafting passion with us. In fact, I'm going to hand over to you to tell everyone else about your experience with Hochanda Freedom.
I'm a Freedom member, which means I can shop a lot.
It's the discounts and all the special offers you get.
I get special offers, I get special discounts. They tell me when everything's happening. So if there's a special show I want to watch, then it's there. I'm able to just shop when I'd like.
It's just good to have. Yes, you do save. If you buy like I do, you save.
You see, you could be a member instantly for £6.97 per month with no monthly obligation. So when you want to cancel, you can. Just give us a call or go to our website quoting the item number 888 So, don't forget you get your unlimited standard delivery, exclusive Freedom discounts, members badge and members newsletter. What are you waiting for? Join Hochanda Freedom today and become a member of the growing Hochanda family.
Hello there and welcome back. Well, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, so of course we're going to have a fresh look at our one-day special, and it's an amazing deal. Did you catch it last night, 6 o'clock? That was when we launched this amazing deal. Got the details up on the screen already, and of course it's a brand that we know and love here at Hochanda. We're all big fans of Deflecto, and the deal that we've got on your screen there, I will just let you know that, what was that, 30% of the stock has gone. Wow. We've had huge quantities of these as well, because many of you have invested in Deflecto over the years, and this is a brilliant way for you to get involved, whether it's the first time that you've bought any of your storage caddies or whether you are indeed adding to them, as tends to be the case. And I'll speak of personal experience with that one because I have this item number jotted down ready for me to place an order later on. Now, what are we getting? Well, we're getting the first kind of set perhaps to get you going with regards to Deflecto storage. So what you've got here is you've got a series of 4 caddies. As you can see here, they're a stackable caddy system, so they will actually sit one on top of the other like so. Now the key thing with this is they have an amazing locking mechanism by the weight of these little levers that you've got at the side. So to basically get to any of those caddies, all you need to do is click those open like so, one on each side, and it actually detaches each of those caddies in place. Now I've just generally placed one of those caddies on top, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to lock them all in place while I think of it, because I do easily get distracted. You can turn that around because it's easier to do it from this angle here. So down at the bottom there you can see you've got these little levers. Now these open up, as you can see, at any point within your tower when you're putting those together. Beauty is, on the base of these you have got little kind of well, they are bases. The pods have got these little kind of squares, and what happens is the squares on those lock into each other. So for instance, one layer will lock in like so when you're placing one on top of the other. So that means that they're not going to bounce around, they're not going to move, and they are kept within this kind of framework, which obviously you're getting with each one of those little caddies. Open up those arms like so, and what that means is you can come along with the next caddy, place that on top, and of course those little squares will lock in place. Just give them a little bit of a jiggle. We've actually got the card wrapper on this one, so it makes it a little bit trickier to actually slot in place. Then all you do is click those down. I'm not going to force them in place because obviously the cardboard carrier, I don't want to break anything by pulling those up. That would lock in place. And off you go with a whole lot. Now the beauty is you can put all sorts of things in here, and many of us here at Hochanda, and our guests as well, have invested in the Deflecto system as well, because it makes life so much easier. Shall I show you Leonie's? Shall I? I've got one down here of Leonie's. Now it's a similar situation in my home where I've got all sorts. Now they do hold a good waist, but obviously you've got to bear in mind if you are going to be picking them up, then it doesn't matter how tall that tower is, it doesn't matter how much stuff in there, you still need to be able to physically pick it up. So that is the key thing with this. There are wheels which we don't have available at the moment, but I know many of you have got those already, and you're potentially looking to go even taller with your tower. Now, say I wanted to get hold of, well, to be honest, I can't tell what's in here, there's all sorts. So you can see at the top they've got pens and all sorts with big, huge areas, so everything can fit in there nice and easily. But what about if I want to get down to something that's down here? Does that mean that I have to kind of dismantle everything? Well, no. All I need to do is click open those little levers either side, like so, and then what it means is I can lift off the rest of those and even get right to the very bottom one there with those distress oxides. Might be that I've got a project I'm working on, so I'm going to pop that back. Just want to sit those on the top. Well, I can do. I can interchange these at whatever point I'm wanting to. All I need to do is open up those levers every single time, lock those in place like so, and then you're good to go. That's what Deflecto is all about, and that's why it's such a popular storage system. Now, £49.96 is your one-day special price. What you're going to do get is 2 sets of those caddies, so they're kind of coming in pairs. So this is what you will receive. Obviously, there's no goodies in there, but it won't take you long to fill them up. And what you've got within here is you've got 2 different size pods. So you've kind of got your medium pod here. And the way that it works is you can see the number of squares. It's kind of the number of sections that it takes up within your caddy. So this is a double-sided one, as you can see. Alongside that, in the top caddy that we've got here, you're going to get one of those, and you're actually going to get 4 of these. And each one of them has got that little flip-top lid that you literally just take hold of like so, and you can open it up. Nice deep containers, so of course you can put all sorts of goodies in there, as we saw from Leonie's. Even ink pads will go into there, and you can, if you want to, leave them open on the top. I know Paola was talking last night about having one of these open on the top with pens and things in, which you can do, but obviously if you've got anything protruding from the top, you can't put one of the layers on top of it. There's loads of accessories that you'll be able to get over time that will work with these, the beauty is they literally just clip in place. So you've got a little kind of clip on the back here. It's almost like a little hook system. You can see there those little kind of prongs, and those prongs sit neatly within the caddy case. So you've almost got like a little, it's like a mini shelf unit there. And basically they just click in like so, and that means they're not going to move around. That's what keeps them safe and secure within the system. Brilliant idea. You can see every single layer, what you've got in here. I know many of you will have these at home as well. And of course the beauty is it's just adaptable to whatever you need it to be. And that is the key thing. So if you're wanting to get hold of yours, the details are on your screen there, 903010. Now Paola's caddy, can I show you this? I've got a feeling she might need a little bit of a step ladder to get on this, because it's looking very tall, isn't it? And of course you can go as tall as you want with regards to these. Most people logically wouldn't go above their height, their own height, because obviously how are you going to get to the top one? So do be sensible with regards to these. But the actual weight of these, the contents, yeah, it's amazing the quantity that you can get in here. So yeah, if you're wanting yours, 903010. Now, we've got some new items for you from Deflecto, and the first time I saw this was when we were getting set up last night, and I must admit, I don't think that's a good idea. Very affordable as well, because you are getting two elements within here. You're going to get the wonderful little kind of companion element here. So you've got your painter companion. You've also got your paint tray. Now, your paint tray has got all your different sections, as you can see in there. And then you've also got your lid that works with that, which is brilliant, because if you've got anything in there and you need to transport it, then you can do. You can just literally take that with you, click it in place, and off you go. Now, of course, you don't have to use it for your paints, because I'm thinking if you're a jewellery maker, then it might be that you're keeping all your little elements within there, things like your jewellery findings quite easily. I mean, if you've got the lid on there, you might find that if you tipped it upside down, then those elements would move around. But it's certainly, if you were working with them, you can sit it quite neatly on your tray there. Beautifully, I like that one. Little clip-on lid as well. Gorgeous kind of grey tone there, so it's going to fit in with anybody's home decor. And then we've got the paint bucket as well, which has got all the different segments in there. So yeah, these details are up on your screen, as you can see. Now, usually we have the fabulous Sam with us. We have got Sam by the powers of Skype, I believe. So are you there, Sam? Good morning.
How are you, Hayley?
There he is. Now, of course, Deflecto. I mean, we know and love Deflecto. So many fans of it here at Hochanda, and our guests and our viewers watching as well. But tell us a little bit about the brand and about everything that you kind of aspire to bring to us.
Okay, well, sorry I'm a little bit late. I had a few IT problems with my computer this morning, so sorry I wasn't with you at 8. But the Deflecto have been trading for over 50 years now. We manufacture products globally, from kind of home storage products that you're seeing today through to safety hazard warning triangles for vehicles, to office equipment, for signage. And storage is a relatively new area for Deflecto. It's now a few years old, and as we've been working with Hochanda for the past 2 years, you've seen kind of our range grow. And the products that you just mentioned, latest edition, they're a fine arts range. So I think, kind of in summary, with Deflecto, you get good innovation with storage. We listen to the market, and we see where we can improve on products that may already be out there, or we come up with some new innovations. You get good, we offer good value, and the quality is really good on our products as well.
Well, this is the key thing, and I watched what Deflecto are up to via a kind of a social media, a kind of professional social, not like your Facebook and things like that. It's one of the LinkedIn ones. I've seen there's a lot that you do. We obviously have only been introduced to Deflecto really through the caddy system and the arts and crafts sector, but there's a lot that the company does. So do check it out, have a little look, because you'd be surprised at what they do get up to. But what you do get up to, you do brilliantly well. I think that's the key thing, and it's the quality and the durability of everything that you bring to us as well. So I've just spoken obviously about the one-day special. Just been talking about the little paint caddy. This is new.
Yes, I'll be honest, I'm struggling to see what you're showing. So I'm assuming, are you with the paint bucket?
That's right. Yes. Can you not see us on screen then?
So that product itself is the Painter's Companion, and one of the great things with that product is it is very new. We took delivery of that product last week. So this is the first time that it would have been seen. The capacity for liquid is 2.3 litres. And
wow.
One of the really smart little kind of features that we've added to this, the Painter's Companion bucket, is the handle. So if you look at the handle, there's ridges in there. Now, that has been designed specifically for an area to dry your brushes. So if you have some brushes with you, you can lay them across there, and it helps you dry the brush after you've cleaned it or used it in the paint pot.
That's a clever idea. Like that idea.
Glad you like it.
And of course, because the thing is, when you're using paintbrushes, the last thing that you want to be doing is storing them face down, like so, because of course all the water goes into the bristles and can cause issues. And of course, if you do it the other way around, then it's kind of going into the metal area and cause rusting there as well. Love the fact that you've got your different containers within there. So you've got your clean water, you've got obviously your dirty water as time goes on, and you've got your little section to the side here. Now, Sam, are you still there? It's the little side section that we've got. It's kind of like almost like a half moon area that we've got with a little gap in there. Tell me what that's for.
So the reason for that is you could actually place, a finer paintbrush in there. Say you were using it and you wanted to just put it down for a few minutes. That's just another area that you can rest the brush across as well.
Oh, I see. Okay, so I suppose if you wanted to stand it that way, or alternatively, you can have it kind of brush side down. So, that makes sense. Yep. That's pretty obvious, really, when I think about it. But yeah, I just thought I'd double check, just to be on the safe side. Now, over half the stock has gone. Don't forget, you're not just getting your paint bucket, you are also getting your palette as well, your paint tray. And it's brilliant. You've got lots of deep containers within there, and also you've got the lid there as well. So, of course, if you wanted those, pop those into your basket, 128689 if you fancy those. More new items for you with regards to storage, because we've got your mini storage boxes. Now, these are lovely because you kind of got a series of these. So you've got the smallest one, which we've got, and I'll take you through that one in just a few moments, and then you've got some additional ones. By all means, jump ahead and have a little look on the website, because we have got loads of different caddy systems for you and kind of storage systems. So Sam, tell me about the little box that we've got here. So we've got working now with the mini storage, which, to be honest, it's not that mini.
No, it is a good size. I mean, the actual width for the product is roughly 30 centimetres, so it is a good size storage unit. And this product, I believe you're getting 2 of them as well,
That's
which
right.
is what we were doing on yesterday's shows. The great thing with this product, there's some really neat little features on there. So you can see embossed in the top, there's like a ruler that we've added to the very top of the product for, if you wanted to measure something out to cut, there's that little feature on the top.
Yes, got that there.
The fact that there's the kind of clip down lid as well at the very top, you can open the 2 little levers on the front, and then that enables more storage in the actual top of the storage box.
Good size again with there.
Yeah, and as you then lift the complete lid off, you'll notice there's a storage tray inside the larger section of the storage as well. So that's great for your smaller items or items that you don't, say you were storing some paintbrushes, that would be a great area for them, and you still have the capacity beneath that for your larger items as well.
Well, I'm just thinking kind of bottles of paint and things like that would stand up quite easy, and it's always a good idea to keep them upright, because if you put them on the side, sometimes the paint can topple out of those with the flip top lids. So yeah, this one, a brilliant price again, £16.98, and you can see the lovely locking mechanism that you've got with the handles there, kind of up and over and then click them in place. So very much secure with regards to those, as is the case with the handlers, where you know that whatever's in there is going to be safe and secure, and the handle's not going to be coming away from it. So if you fancy your £16.98, don't forget you're going to get 2 of those. We're just showing you one there for £16.98, but imagine 2. That's what you're going to be getting. 571422 if you fancy getting hold of those. Now, we're going to go a little larger with regards to these ones. And I say, look at the size of these. These are brilliant. Now, we've got these 2 coming together. So, again, you've got your larger one here. You've got your slightly smaller one there, which is still kind of a considerable size. As I say, mini we were speaking of a few moments ago. Similar sort of system with this one, Sam, on a larger scale.
Yeah, so this one is 40 centimetres in width, so it's another 10 centimetres larger than the one we've just shown you. It still carries some of the neat little features that the small one has, so you've still got the kind of the ruler embossment on the very top of the container. You've got the same lid storage, so you can unclip the top of the lid, and you've still got those little areas on the top that then, once the top of that is re-clipped down, those items are nice and secure. And then once you lifted off the entire lid, you've got the single tray in there as well. And as you said, and as you can clearly see, this product is substantially bigger than the one that we just shown you a few moments ago. And as well as that, you're also getting the multi-compartment storage box as well, which is the single unit. So this one again is a good all-round storage. This one is around about 35 centimeters in length. So again, it's a really good size product. It has the lift out tray feature as well. This one has more of a kind of a lift up and over lid. You can't physically take the lid off on this one.
And again, it's just really good. I love the fact that you've got that 35 centimetres there, because if you've got anything like large dressmaking scissors or rotary cutters or quilting rulers, then some of the smaller ones would actually fit in there. So yeah, nice set there. So you're getting both of these. Again, £30.98. Really good price with those. So if you fancy adding these in perhaps alongside your one day special, then please do so. And I love the depth there, because if you've got paper and card and things like that, they're absolutely perfect to sit in there. So yeah, if you're wanting yours, do pop those in. 741754. Now we've got some fabulous little drawers and trays that we're going to share with you next, and these are brilliant as well. 12 by 12 in size, so perfect for your larger cardstock or grey board, and of course clear, so even from the size you're able to see with these. And again, good sturdy plastic with regards to them. Again, 12 by 12, very useful size. Now we're getting everything that we're looking at here.
Yeah,
right.
So I believe you're getting the 3 single trays. So the trays actually can be used individual, which is the items on the top, and then you have the 3 drawer units as well on the bottom. So one of the great things with this product is the fact you can use the trays individually should you want to. You know, we've seen them being used for projects. So you know, people would put the items that they need for whether it's card making, then they take that one tray with them. But I think, you know, kind of as I mentioned earlier, we listen to you know, what you know, kind of people want, what crafters want, and 12 by 12 storage, there wasn't much of it available. And given how much is spent on buying the materials, it made sense for us to bring this product to market to keep those items secure and safe. Because obviously, if you're card making, you don't want to use materials that are damaged before you even start making your project.
Exactly. And I have to say, one thing that I'm noticing, we've got a lot of paper and cardstock in here. I've bought stacking units before where they bow in the centre there because of the sheer weight. Paper and card is very, very heavy, but you still got the stability there of those shelves there. There's no bowing at all with that. And of course, they are safe and secure, and they are independent shelves. So obviously, you can swap those out, have them horizontal if you're wanting to. You are going to get 3 of your stacking trays. You're also going to get your drawers as well, which are all on 12 by 12 size. And you can see they're flexi buy on these ones, £22.99, being your first flexi buy along with your post and packing, and then you'll get your system coming to you, which of course you can use independently or use together if you're wanting to. At 367901, if you're wanting to take advantage, please do so. So yes, it is a brilliant set to go with. So with regards to these, oh, I'm going to catch up with you. I'm going to move along gracefully. Here we go. How about there? Is that about right? Shall I stand about here? There we go. Oh, actually, I'm going to be back in a moment because we've got a system here. Oh, no, we have. We've got it here. I had to make a mental note to bring this with me, but Ben has sorted that out for me. Now here you have got, obviously you recognise this, it's one of those caddy systems that you've got within your one day special. Not only getting that in this particular item, you are getting 2 of these. Now these are brilliant because these are designed for, again, storage, deflecto, but they're designed that you can see that the length of these will actually sit within your caddy system. Let me just move that to the side so as you can see. So again, taking those pods out, this sits in here. I love the kind of the way that you can work these, and the system is kind of swapping in and out, Sam. I mean, it really is a clever idea.
Yeah, so I mean, you know, as you mentioned, this, if you have bought the one day special, you could purchase this as well, and that caddy would lock on top of the one day special. But the fact that you get the project tray, you're getting 2 of them, and the large canisters, it's a really good addition. The size of that canister is 30 centimeters in length, so again, you're going to get much larger items in there. And with the addition of the 2 trays that fit in the top of the canisters, you know, you've got storage within storage, and then you can add those largest canisters to the white frame of the caddy. If you take out the 3 singles or the double and the single, that will fit the same way in the caddy frame as what the others do.
Perfect, I love it. And again, brilliant value for money. £20 saving on this one. So you are getting, just to reiterate, you're going to get 2 of these caddies with your internal storage, as you saw there, and you are going to get an additional caddy. So this is something that's perfect to go alongside your one day special. If you're thinking to yourself, well, hang on a minute, I'm going to have a couple of extra caddies, do bear with me because we do have a wall bar, which I'll be telling you about a little bit later on, which are very useful for those. Details on your screen there, 203736 if you're wanting those. Now, this is a brilliant idea. This was originally designed for washi tape and storage. I've actually got one of these in my kind of on my dressing table with all sorts of different bits and pieces in there. Very useful item. And again, you've got the clean clarity of this one. We can see inside it. Again, Sam, I mean, this is a brilliant idea from Deflecto.
So as you mentioned earlier, this product was designed with washi tape kind of in mind. It can hold over 100 rolls of washi tape within that unit. The dividers in the drawer keep the items nice and tidy within there. The drawers do come out as well, so if you did want to take, if you have got if you're using it for washi tape, you can take the one drawer out. If there was a certain colour or certain style that you were using, you can remove the drawers. The fact that they are clear enables you to quickly see the whatever it is that you're storing in there. But as you mentioned, we do see this being used for jewellery storage in the home, and kind of pen storage, and just general storage on a desk as well. So it is a good all-round product from us.
It is very stylish as well with those silver little drawer handles, as you can see there. We'll just mention, when you do get yours home, don't try to move these elements that you've got, the segments there. They are fixed in place, which is very useful. I find things like hairbrushes and bobbles and all sorts. I've got everything in there, contact lenses, loads you can put in there. So, yeah, nice little storage system. $13.99. You're going to get two of those. Is it two? No, it's one of those, sorry. Just one of those. Keeps confusing me when we've got a full one and an empty one. So you're just going to get one of those. But 789099 if you're wanting yours. Now, your marker pots. Now, these are a clever idea. I'm going to bring in one of the caddies that we've just looked at, because the idea of these is, if you want him to, they will actually sit within your system quite easy. You can take one of those pods out and pop them in place if you want him to. Obviously, you can't put anything on top, because if you've got pencils and things in there, then that is going to be an issue. I've actually got, I don't know if I've got one or two of these. I think it's just one of these out on my sewing area, and I've got things like my unpick tool and the screwdriver from a sewing machine and all sorts. So it's not just about pens, but again, very clever system. Sam, tell us about this one.
Yeah, so this product, when we designed the product, we had markers kind of in mind. So each unit will hold up to 20 markers. They have an interlocking sliding mechanism that you can see on the sides of the product. So if you did, if you had quite a few of these, you can all lock them together to secure them as one unit. The fact that they do work with the one-day special or with the caddies, so if you were to remove a single canister and place the single marker pot in there, that you can do that as well. But as you did mention, it does have, you wouldn't be able to stack another one on top. But again, it's another product that we see being used for storage of, say, makeup brushes, pen storage on a desk. It's just a handy little pod that you can use around the house for a few different things.
Now, you've got obviously the kind of the rubber insert with these, which is very flexible. I'm guessing that's so if you've got something that's slightly oversized, it will still fit in there.
Yeah, and also just helps secure the item a little bit, because as we've discussed before, some markers do need to be stored on their side. So with that rubber insert, it just helps secure the product a little more.
Wonderful. Freedom members discount price on this one, so definitely one to consider. And again, you've got 40 pens that you can be able to hold in there, or markers, tools, whatever you want to pop in there. And 867361 is the all-important item number. And again, pop any of these items into your flexi order, spreading the cost of these as well. So it's a good opportunity for you to get everything that you need within your basket and check it all out in one go. Now, talking about pen storage, you might be thinking, 40 pens? Wow, I've got loads more than that. Well, this is the perfect opportunity for you to keep those in place. It's your accordion marker pen your marker holder. Clever idea with this. Now, you're going to get two of these, so you're actually going to be able to house 160 pens in total. And this is a really clever system. Again, Sam, talk us around this one.
So with this product, as you said, you can hold up to 80 markers within each unit. The reason it's called the accordion is because of the motion of the product. So once you've lifted off the clear lid, now the clear lid is an important part of the product. It enables you to see the markers that you've got stored in there. The fact there's a really neat little carry handle as well means for kind of crafting on the go, this is a really good product to kind of take out, or if you need to move it somewhere else in the house, it's easy to do that. And this product, you could lay it flat, so if you were working in front of a window. The fact that you can fold the product out and change the overall shape of it means you can manipulate it to fit certain spaces. As you mentioned, you are getting 2 of them. So, if you have purchased 160 markers or you've grown to that size in collection, you would have spent a fair amount of money getting to that point, which is why we feel the marker accordion is a good addition to storing products safely, and it will prolong the life of your markers, so not going to get damaged if they are in a bag or kind of loose in a drawer.
Really good point, and like you say there, that lid is kind of incredible because it's going to secure everything, keep everything protected. Paintbrushes, whatever you want to pop in there. Again, £31.98, 088 849 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Now, the mounting bars that I was telling you about, we have got those next. Let me bring one of these caddies in because I can explain to you exactly how this works. Very clever way of kind of finding somewhere where you can store your pods when you're not actually got them in your caddies. And of course, as time goes on, you will find that you will have more pods than you do have holes, so to speak, within your caddy. Now, the idea behind this is you can get 2 of these for £9.99. They do come with little wall fixings. The only thing you need to be aware of is that just check your wall, because obviously Deflecto don't know where you're going to be putting these. So things like the raw plugs, the screws, you may need to swap those out if they are going into a different kind of wall configuration. But the idea is you've got your little holes there, and a really clever idea. Now, usually I'd be here pretending to be Sam's wall when we're demonstrating, but you can see that you've got that lip, and the idea is that they click on like that. I mean, again, Sam, this is just a brilliant way of kind of storing those pods when you're not actually putting them in your caddy.
Yeah, exactly. So these obviously designed to go on the wall. We see them on the back of doors as well, being used. If you want to use them in, say, like a pantry style cupboard. The reason that we designed this product was it's all about, we feel that you need to keep your workspace nice and clear when you are, kind of working. So the idea was you would have these, to the side of you or above you, you keep your workspace nice and clear. The fact that the caddy canisters clip on and off really easily, so you can bring out different canisters that you need. I mean, if you've previously purchased the ribbon dispenser, which we haven't got with us today, this is it's a great product to be able to use on the wall for the different size canisters that we offer. And all the canisters that you've seen, so the largest one, the small and the medium, they all lock on the same way, so you don't need different mounting bars for different canisters.
That's it. Now, I just tried to actually lock them on the wrong way round, which is why I couldn't get them to sit properly. But yeah, do make sure that you are locking them on with those lips, the lips that do actually catch in the caddy system when you're working with the caddy. So they just literally they'll clip over there and they're set in place. So £9.99, very affordable. You're going to get 2 of those with the screw fixings. But as I say, just check out where you are going to be popping those when you do put them up at home. So what else can I tell you about? Again, we've got so many Deflecto things in our house. We've got these as well. In fact, we were using this last night because we were taking part in an online quiz, and it was one of those ones where you need the tablet and then you kind of do your answers on your phone. So this was absolutely incredible to have. The beauty is it's perfect for your tablet, folds flat, and will actually go on your travel. I mean, Sam, these were brilliant. I've bought so many of these for gifts for people.
Yeah, just a really handy product to have around, around the house, keep it stored in the drawer. I mean, the fact they lock down flats means that if you did take them, kind of out with you when we're allowed to go back out into kind of restaurants and busy places again, these have always proved popular in my family. For that reason, you can just put a tablet on there or a smartphone. Great if you're reading or trying to follow a recipe online. The fact that they are made from plastic means you can wipe them clean if you have got them next to the cooker and you're following something. With the silicone backing that you can see on them both, that just helps secure the tablet or smartphone. Most tablets or smartphones these days have quite a polished surface, which is why we've added the silicone backing on there just to help secure the item.
And it's nice as well because whether you're using it and you're watching portrait or landscape, there's plenty of room there for it to sit on. And you can still charge it because that little dip in there, simple design feature, but it means that you can still have your charging cable going into your tablet at the same time. You've got a mini version, which obviously you can use for your phone. It's got many of the same features on there. And again, it's nothing but much bigger than a credit card, really. So perfect to go into your pocket or maybe into your purse. And brilliant. And as I said, as Sam says there, if you've got younger members of the family, definitely worth taking with you to the restaurant. Now, 70% of the stock has gone of these. So yeah, if you're wanting these, think about things like Father's Day coming up next month, tomorrow and onwards. It's about 16th of June, something like that. This is a fabulous gift to give if you're not too sure what to get, and perfect to post as well. So 309092 if you're wanting them. Another regular item that we see from Deflecto are the fabulous rotating carousels. Now, Sam, again, these are brilliant, especially if you've got larger things that are a little bit too tall to go into your caddy.
Yeah, so we see kind of upright, you know, like the glues, the taller glues and glitters, products that you wouldn't want to be kind of lay on their side in case they do leak. The 6-tub version in height-wise is around about 6.5 to 7 inches in height. So, you know, you are going to be able to store the larger items in there. The fact that it's on the rotating base is a great feature as well. So if you did have this stored on a shelf or in a cupboard, you can turn it round to get to the item that you need to, and the canisters do come off. So it isn't a fixed unit. You can take the different canisters that you need away with you. We do see them being used in the kitchen. I just want to add, they aren't food safe. So if someone's thinking, I'm going to buy that to store food products in, it does have to be in its own wrapper or skin. We see them really popular for cake making, for the different piping nozzles, the cutters, the cupcake cases. You know, we've seen a lot of pictures of people using them for that.
And this is the key thing. I'm glad that you did cover the food safe thing there, because it's not something I thought to mention. Freedom members discounted price on these ones as well, folks. So 128, 125. You are going to get your 6 caddy system. These are kind of double the height of the one that I'll be showing you in a few moments, but they do work well together, as I can show you with some of Paola's crafty stash. So if you're wanting those details are on your screen, as you can see there. I'm going to move that one slightly out of the way just for a few moments, because we're going on to the smaller caddy system. But again, the two work well together, so we're going to pop that one there for the few moments. Now, the 9-tub is where you've got kind of your double height with regards to these, with the smaller ones anyway, as you can see. But you've got a mixture of the kind of half height as well as the full height. This one's always been a popular one, Sam.
Yeah, so yeah, again, we see this one being used for some children's storage as well. So the little, you know, the modelling clays that you can get and all the cutters in different shapes. Same features with the rotating base. The fact that you can take the canisters off again just proved really popular. And I think it's one of those products, once you've got it, you will just find a different, you know, lots of different usages for it in regards to what you will store in there. This one doesn't have a specific use as such. You know, you will store lots of different items in there.
Well, that's certainly what Paola's done, and what she's done is she's mixed it up. So she's got some of those taller pods, as you can see there, with her glitters on this occasion stacked, or maybe they are embossing powders. But then, of course, you've got your smaller ones as well, which are going to sit there. And, of course, the key thing is if you are going to be stacking them higher, then do be careful, because you've got the centrifugal action that if you do spin it round, then the items are going to go flying off. So just take a little bit of time and rotate it. Don't forget, it's the base that rotates. It's not the actual tubs themselves. So good idea to rotate it from the base there rather than actually touching the tubs and knocking them out of their little holding places. But you can see there you can get loads within them. Now, if you're wanting yours, 207 206. Of course, we are looking at that 9 caddy system where you're getting 3 of the larger ones and 6 of the smaller as well. So, Sam, thank you so much for joining us and going through all those different items there. I think we pretty much covered everything. Anything else that we need to add?
No, as always, Hayley, you do a fantastic job explaining our products. So it's, yeah, we're in good hands with you.
Well, it's because I love them. Literally, I've got them everywhere, in the garage, in the house, everywhere. So thank you very much. And we'll probably catch up with you a bit later on, if that's okay, 12 o'clock?
See you later.
See you later. So there you go, there's Sam. Now, Sam regularly is a guest here, and of course he works with Deflecto and makes sure that they get all those fabulous products out to everybody. Now, the products that we've got from Deflecto are all on the website. There's loads there, absolutely loads for you to choose from. They've got their own brand section, in fact. So, of course, we don't always get Sam here as often as we'd like to, or Deflecto, but we do have a brand section which you can revisit at any single time. Some new additions there, as you can see, because we haven't always had these. 5-star reviews, check those out if you're wanting to, but there's lots and lots that you could be adding into your basket alongside the one-day special or any of the other goodies that we've been sharing with you, because the key thing is it's all there. And look at that, all those 5-star reviews. I know I rave on about it, and I do genuinely love the system that Deflecto bring us, but as you can see there, I'm not on my own. There's lots of you out there that have taken the time and trouble to actually put your reviews in place there, so thank you. Do check out some of those, but Don't leave it too long before you come back and order. Because, of course, we've been talking about a one-day special, and a one-day special is a deal that we launch at 6 o'clock every single evening, and it's good for that price for a 24-hour period, and that's if stock kind of allows us to do so. On this occasion, what we've got is 2 of the classic storage caddies from Deflecto, and these are kind of something that you add to. Now, you can get involved at any point. It could be that you're just going to go for one of your one-day specials, but I know what Sam does say is that when we have got a deal like the deal on the screen, they regularly see 2 or 3 of these boxes going out to people, and it is a case of that you are going to be able to use them in so many different ways. I need an extra couple, which is why I'm going to be going for these a little bit later on. Now, if you've not seen the system before, very, very clever system. You've got the strong kind of units here. The white area is where you're going to house all your little caddies, and I say little caddies, there's nothing really very small about these, but these are the smallest ones that are going to sit in. Now, you've got these individual pods. Each of the pods that we've got within the caddy have got this click system with regards to your lids, so you're literally just clicking that, opening them up, and of course you've got that huge area within there that you can be popping all sorts of different bits and pieces. They then sit within the white kind of framework that you've got, and the beauty is that little square at the bottom there is going to nestle neatly into the lid of the one that's kind of sitting down below. You can see it will click in place and it stays put, and that's the idea. They're also secure because they've got this little kind of lip system on the back there, which hooks in to your little kind of shelf unit that you've got here. Now, within each of these caddies, you can see that you've almost got like a 3-pod section. So you could have 3 singles, which you do actually get within your one-day special on one side, and on the other side you can see you've got kind of like a double, and then you've also got your single. There are some larger pods that we have been speaking of within the show, which are the full width of those. So if you're thinking of things like dressmaking, scissors, longer projects, then of course the idea is that you can fit those in as well. Now, what happens is each of those little shelving, those little units sit neatly on top of each other, but they lock in place, and they lock in place with this fabulous mechanism where you've got these little arms, these literally just open up. That means that you can take these caddies out, you can swap them around if you're wanting to. If you've got a whole stack of these and you're wanting to get the bottom one, then you can quite easily just open up those and you just literally lock that back in place. Again, this has got the cardboard seal on it, so it's not locking into those ones underneath. Then you literally just clock those back in place, and away you go. And of course, many of us here at Hochanda, guests, presenters, we're all using the Deflecto system, and the key thing is you can fit so much in there. Now, this is the beauty of it. It's personal to you. You can put whatever you like in there, and you can use it in whatever way you choose to. Now, the details are up on your screen, 903010. 2 flexi buys are £24.98. Again, I've mentioned previously that it does come with wheels if you're wanting to get hold of wheels. I don't know if we've got them in stock at the moment, but as time goes on, you will be able to get hold of those. I think they're only about a tenner, so it's worth getting hold of your one-day special ahead of those wheels. Then you can do this. So now you can see why you need that system. And as I say, best in your one-day special, and then when we do have those wheels back in stock, you can add those in. As I say, they're only about £9.99, so very affordable. Now, something that's brand new to us from Deflecto, they're regularly bringing new items, listening to you crafters out there as well. And this is a new item. I think it's a brilliant idea. You've got a kind of little paint set here. So you've got your painter companion and you've got your paint tray. Now, you've got huge sizes within here. I'm sure, did Sam say 3 litres worth of fluid you can actually pop in here? here. That seems a huge amount, but I think that's what he said. And the beauty is you've got the depth of this. So the idea being is perhaps you have your clean water, you have your dirty water, obviously as you're cleaning your paintbrushes, but it means that you are keeping those separate. You've got obviously your large caddy over to the side here, and you've also got your little kind of resting station for your paintbrushes at the side. As Sam pointed out as well, you've got these little ridges within the handle, which of course do make it nice and easy for you to transport it around, but they have a purpose. When you are drying your paintbrushes, they can sit quite neatly within there, as you can see, ready for you to use next time. Now, it's been a popular set because not only are you getting that, you're also getting your paint tray. What was the update then, Emily? 60% of the stock has gone. My goodness, I need to be placing my order straight away then. So you've got your tray, your paint tray that comes with it. It's 2-part paint tray, 1 part being kind of like a palette system. So the palette system is brilliant because there you can decant all your different paints if you're wanting to. You've got good mixing areas as well. Love the fact that it's a white base because you're going to be able to see the true mix and blend of those colours within this. Large areas there, so of course you can just wipe these out if you needed to, rinse it out under the tap. But if you are putting things like your watercolour paints in there, then of course they will dry. You just reactivate them with a little bit of water. I'm thinking about using it for things like jewellery making as well. I think you could put your little findings in there, maybe put a couple of little kind of foam mats in there, so as your items aren't moving around, perhaps if you're working on bracelets and things. But of course the beauty is when you've finished your session over at Crafting, then you can put the lid back on and then take it on your travel. So it just clips in action, and of course you've got the Deflecto branding on there showing you the sheer quality that you've got with regard to this one. I'm going to pop it down because it's easier to actually put it in place. And then of course what you could do is fill it with snacks, take them with you. We all like something that will put your snacks in it. There you go, details on your screen. If you're wanting both of those, just £13.98, but 60% of the stock has gone. So please bear in mind, we've got another 2 live shows, so don't leave it to the last show at 4 o'clock. Now, something else new that Deflecto brought to us are these storage systems. Now, you're going to get 2 of these, and these are brilliant. They're incredibly sturdy, as you can see there. I mean, they really are sturdy boxes. Several different elements within these which are brilliant. The handle, obviously you can take that. It's a strong, solid handle. You'll have confidence carrying that with your goodies in there. You know the handle's not going to come away. And it's also comfortable on your hands, which is a bit of a daft thing to say, but yeah, it's something that needs to be said. The lid itself does open up with a couple of little kind of clips, as you can see there, and it just gives you access to these little storage units here. So there's all sorts you could be popping in there. You've got your pens, it could be little sections here. Maybe it's just one of those kind of first aid boxes, or maybe it's kind of in the office with paper clips and elastic bands. It doesn't have to be for crafting. You do get a little kind of ruler system on the top there as well, so that's always close to hand. And then you kind of got these little lever action handles here that kind of lift up and then they kind of flip open as well. Good solid and secure elements there. Lift that off. And then you've got inside, you've got your tray, which again is perfect if you are wanting to put things like your paintbrushes in there quite easily. If you've got shorter knitting needles, then potentially I'll fit in this on, but I've got another one that will be perfect for that in just a few moments. Then the base, good solid base, as you can see. It's good kind of storage capacity here. I've got some of the 7-day saver walls that we've got, and I'm just going to pop those in there. These are the Debbie Bliss yarns, beautiful yarns. You can get, look at that. Fit 8 in there quite easily, but in fact you're actually getting more than 8 with these because you are getting 10. But you can see there plenty of room. You're getting 6. Oh, with 2 options. Do apologise. Well, you know me, Emily. I'm greedy. I'll be buying both of them, so I'll get 12. The beauty is your project could quite easily sit in there as well. You've got plenty of room. And then, of course, if you're crocheting, you can actually have your hook sitting in the top there as well. Like that idea, if I put that lid on properly. Now, if you're wanting to get hold of the box, then the details are popping up on your screen there. What am I doing? There we go. Do one at a time. That's probably the simplest way of doing it. And there you go. You can see the perfect opportunity for you to keep your wool intact. Like that. 2 of those you're getting. £16.98. Not bad at all. But of course I mentioned about going larger, and with this one you have got a larger capacity to store. Similar sort of idea, so I'm going to move this one because you're getting both of these. This one larger, as you can see, it's taller with regards to the base, larger overall area, and again the same idea, that lid is going to open there, as you can see, and of course you've got the larger unit there. With regards, that's where I'd be putting my knitting needles if I was working with a knitting project. You've got little elements here, maybe if you're putting things like your thread counter, it may be that your row count, all those different things are included in that little section there. Again, open it up with those little handles, take the top unit off. You've got your storage there. Again, you could be putting loads of different things in there, knitting needles. Incidentally as well, I mean, you've got plenty of room for things like, well, anything, to be honest. Zips, they could go in there as well. These again are part of your 7-day savers, so these are a brilliant value bundle. I think, is it just $9.99? Oh, $11.99. You're getting 50 zips, and you're getting so many different fabulous colours featuring in there. But again, storage for all those kind of things. You can see plenty of room in there. And again, the lid's going to sit intact, like so, and then the top element goes on top, and then lock it all up, and away you go. That's one half of it. The other half is this fabulous box here, and this one again, clever idea, lovely comfortable handle on it, again good solid clasp. Open that up and you have got another of those little kind of units sitting in the top there. The lid doesn't come off completely on this one, but of course you've got plenty of room there, maybe brushes, things like that, and then of course you've got your little segments at the bottom there to put even more goodies in there. £30.98 for both of these. You're saving a tenner. 741-754. And how are you going to use yours? Perhaps this will give you some ideas. Me even more ideas of what I can use, because I've got boxes that I need to free up to put other things in, so some of those smaller elements perfect to go in my 1-day special. And of course those caddies we just looked at. So what else can I help you with? Well, what about your paper and your cardstock? Some quite rightly said we spend a lot of money. Think about things like your Graphics 45 papers and all those gorgeous heartfelt creation pads that we've got within our stash. Well, we don't want anything happening to those pages, do we? We want to keep them nice and crisp and clean, and that's what you've got here. You've got a lovely stacking system where you are getting 2 units. You can get your open units, which do come apart, so you can put your 12 by 12 papers in there, and obviously you can take them off, take them to a project, come back. Perfect as a little drying rack as well, so if you've got something that you're wanting to dry but you don't want anything to be put on top of it, then you can do. You can keep an eye on it, because of course everything being clear means you can see right the way through it. Second part of this bundle is the base unit that we've got here. I say base unit, they are separate entities, but they do work really well together actually. Yeah, the base unit is a set of drawers, again 12 by 12. They've got fabulously designed silver kind of handles on here, which are going to sit beautifully in any decor, any home decor, and they are perfect for your crafting area as well. To the side here you can see where we've got some here that I think these are Paola's. They might be I don't know if they're Paola's, they could be Leone's, not too sure. But you've got some, it's very tidy if it's Leone's. You've got papers in here. Another thing to mention, 12 by 12 papers, or papers in general, very, very heavy. You've got a big stack of papers there, but no bowing with regards to that little shelf unit there. So you know you've got confidence of putting those papers in place, and they sit neatly on top. It's not a case of you've got little feet that are going to fit on each of the corners. You've literally got a rail there that they're going to sit together. And then of course you've got the fabulous drawers at the base there. £22.99 going to get you all of those. Brilliant value at 367902. Now, getting in a bit messy. Let me tidy up a bit so we can see what we're actually looking at. So with this you are going to get combinations. So obviously we've been looking at the 1-day special. You are going to get an additional caddy with this particular set that we're talking about on the screen. You're also going to get 2 additional pods. Now the beauty of these pods, you can see that they sit neatly, because again they've got those little kind of squares on the base there. So if you wanted to take out 3 of those caddies, or the 3 of your singles or your double and your single from your 1-day special, that will sit sit in there beautifully as well. And then of course you can pop those perhaps on the wall bar, which we'll chat about in a few moments. Now with these, you've got your little clasp on the front there, so you literally unclip those, take the lid up again. Again, you've got the storage because you've got the little pod system working with this. Inside, you've got a little tray, clear tray again, so of course you can see whatever you've got in there. Perfect for little elements, jewellery findings, buttons, whatever you're wanting to pop in there, you can do. And of course that comes out to reveal that larger area, which is perfect for larger items, like your 12-inch scissors, your rotary cutters, all those kind of things would sit in there beautifully. Paintbrushes, knitting needles, all of them. You're going to get both of those and brilliant value for money at £29.95. So I'd certainly consider adding that in alongside my one-day special. Now your desk storage, this is something else. It's another way of getting yourself organised, and I've got one of these, as I say, with my makeup and all sorts of things in. But they were originally designed for washi tape, so the little segments that you've got within here are perfectly sized for your washi tape. Ribbons, embossing powders, whatever you choose to put in here, you've got plenty of room. And you've got the divider, so nothing is going to get jumbled up or damaged. Bring the tray out, so if you're working on one particular project and you've got certain elements, then you can literally just take that drawer with you. You're going to get one of these. We've got one of them down at the bottom, which you're going to get with you, obviously your paper band around there, your cardboard band. But then of course when you start adding your goodies in there, you can see it doesn't take long to get it full. £13.99. If you want to go for a couple, then you can do. By all means, don't worry about that. You can go for as many as you like. Details on your screen there. Now your interlocking pods. Now these are brilliant for your markers. You've got large areas within there, so you can see you've got your rubber kind of separator, which is brilliant if you're working with larger pens, but it also means that they are secured within there, so there's a little bit of movement if you are taking them from room to room. You have also got this kind of dovetail effect here where you are able to lock them together like so. Move those out, and then literally you pull them apart. So yeah, pull them apart or take them longer, taller, whichever way you want to work with them. And of course you can have them upright or lying on the side as well. So they're £11.98 if you're wanting to get hold of those. The details are there on your screen. But if you laugh at the thought of having 40 pens, then this will give you the ability to store 160, because you're actually getting two of these containers. Two of these wonderful containers with plenty of height in there with that protective cover, which will mean that your pens in there are safe and secure. Lift that off and you've got the ability for you to store 80 pens in each one of these containers. And the beauty is it's all accordion fold, which means you can move it around into whichever way you want it to. So you can have them all together as a four, like so. You can open them up like so, or you could indeed actually have them sitting on a windowsill, maybe not looking at the backs, but ooh, they're very durable as well. They're Haley proof. I better show you the video of these, hadn't I? Check this out. Very clever design, love that one. Now of course when you are moving around your different pods within your caddy, you may find that you have some that aren't sitting in the caddy. Well, what do you do with them? The wall bar is a perfect way for you to store them until you need to swap them back in again. And the idea with this is it can attach to any wall. It does come with fixings, but you just need to make sure that the fixings are suitable for the wall that you're using. And then you've got that little kind of lip system there. That is designed to work with that little lip system that you've got on the back of your caddies that would normally sit within your or back of your pod, should I say, that would normally sit within your caddy system. And the idea is that they clip in place. If you put them on the right bit, there you go, I was putting them on the hinge. And they will sit on there. You can fit plenty of those on there, as you can see. And of course, it's a perfect way for you to actually store those when you're not using them with your one-day special. 245678 if you are wanting those. Pop them into your basket, two of those for £9.99, brilliant value. Now, I've got two items here, both identical with regards to the way that they're designed, but two different sizes, one for your phone and one for your tablet. They are now limited in stock though. £10 saving, bring them down to £12.98. So if you're wanting these, then you do have to be quick. Literally, they will fold to flat, and they come in individual boxes as well. So perfect if you are thinking of a gift for somebody. And I do urge you to consider things like Father's Day, because they're going to be a dream to post and are very welcome when they get received. And lots of design features that Sam was talking about earlier with those as well. So 309092. Last item to share with you, the caddy system as well. We have got a couple of different options with regards to these, because you've got your 9 option, which is your taller caddies, but do have a little look online, because we've got the smaller system where you have got some of the smaller ones as well. So sorry, that's the 9 one there, so the 9, yeah, because you're getting 3 of the larger and then 6 of the smaller. But we have got a caddy system dedicated to the taller ones if you do want those at the bottom of your screen. So there you go, a bit of a whistle-stop tour of Deflecto during this. Thank you to Sam if you were still watching. Thank you for joining us. And yeah, check out your one-day special and any of those additional goodies while you got the chance. So what have we got next? Ooh, Mixed Media Friday with Clarity. That's going to be a fun show. Then I'll be teaming up with the lovely John Lockwood. Oh, you've got some bargains in that hour, Crfts too. And then we're going to be back with the lovely Anthony at 11.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you. So please join Elizabeth Craft Designs here at Hochanda.
Did you know you can continue watching Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for free, using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If you're not already connected, use your remote control and select Network Settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember to have your router's password to hand, whether you're using a wired or wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type hochanda.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcast and access to previous shows. So now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV, whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Jenny Mays from Hobby Art. Hobby Art's a family-run company, and we've been designing and manufacturing stamps for over 28 years now. We have an extensive range of clear and rubber stamps, and we're proud that they're all manufactured in Britain. Whatever your style, there's always something that will interest you with Hobby Art stamps. Crafting is my passion, and I love teaching. I love sharing my ideas with other people. This is why I enjoy being part of the Hochanda family, because I have the time to share my ideas, maybe open a door for somebody and give them the confidence to start stamping. So make sure you join me, Jenny Mays, on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. We have a wonderful in-house designer called Sue, who hand draws all the images, which we then transfer into rubber stamps. We have very, very elaborate designs. We have everything from steampunk right through to beautiful florals, and then we have scenic and we have words. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Whether it's stamping, mixed media or art journaling, join us at Hochanda for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Good morning, everybody. Have we got a show for you? We are talking Clarity Fresh Cuts, the most beautiful dies. Now, traditionally with Clarity Fresh Cut, the whole concept, and I know how they originated from, Barbara's passion for paper cutting. So she loved the feel and the finish that you get and look that you get to a paper cut detail. What you get with Fresh Cut, we've brought you some beautiful images before. Now, what I love about these dies, and you might have seen a few of the designs in the past, you get something that it's modern, it's contemporary, it's fresh, it's a little bit different, it can be grungy, it can still be very, very pretty. This is our first trio, saving £15, and there is a flexi payment of £22.49. Now, I've got to tell you, you're already getting busy, but what I would suggest, just hold back for a moment, because I'm going to show you another collection and then we're going to show you a complete, and in the complete you'll still get both savings that you get here and then some more. So if you do want to go for this first set, $44.97, there is flexi payment option, $175,253. You're getting your Harlequin in there. Well, that's the title of it, but you're also getting the other two dies. I will go through everything in more detail. I'm going to show some examples, but I just want to get to giving you the option for the complete collection as well, because a lot of you have got that in your basket right now. This is your next trio. We have got, come on, how cool is this? So this collection is your particles. You've got your chain link in there, the particles, namesake, and then you've got your rings. Going through, £15 saving, two flexi payments of $22.49. But here's the thing. Actually, do you know what? I'm just going to whip this around just to show you the quality that you get with Clarity. So, I mean, here's the thing with Clarity. Barbara, when creating Clarity as a company, had a statement of intent to produce the best quality she could. So Clarity stamps are exceptional. If you ever bought Clarity stamps, you will know they're the thickest stamps you'll ever work with, and they are beautifully detailed. But she wanted to keep that production value with the dies. It's the only thing in the Clarity range that is made outside a house, but she went to the best die manufacturer there is to produce these dies. You can see that in the quality. Now, if you do want to go for the complete collection, I'm going to show you here. We have got the complete collection. You're getting all 6 of these dies. You says £7 saving, but we've already factored in the £15 you would have had here, the £15 you would have had here. We put that together, so you're saving £37 in total, and you've got the flexi payment, and wow, I didn't realise we had a Freedom on here. That did take me by surprise. So £80.93 as a Freedom member. So now, as a Freedom member, you're actually saving £45.99. £45.99 saving is ridiculous, and you will have access to the flexi payments as well, so I'd imagine it would be £40.50. Let me just show you some examples, because this is the thing. This is why you're going to get passionate about this range, because what you're getting is something that can be, this is from Wendy, it can be very contemporary and cool. Kind of got that like shattered effect with the particles, or if you want to go pretty, you can absolutely go pretty. How about this from D? Isn't that nice? I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to pop that down for a moment. We've got Paul on the phone line. Paul, how you doing, buddy? Hello? Paul, when live TV goes wrong. We'll try and give Paul a call back. Oh, Barry, is he there? Paul, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I didn't think you wanted to talk to me. I thought I'd offended you in some way. How are you doing, Paul?
No, I'm very well. Yourself?
Good. Paul, I mean, I'm a massive fan of Clarity. I have to say, the designs here, now, I have seen these before. Now, traditionally, when we offer our fresh cuts, or you've offered fresh cuts in the past, beautiful scenes, and we have wonderful, we've offered birds or lovely flowers. This is, I mean, I'm seeing this as backgrounds.
That's right. I mean, when we put this collection together, we called it sort of like the mixed media collection.
Yeah.
Because they're very, very arty. They've been designed by both Barbara and Mel. But what I love about them, again, with the versatility of our dyes, is that depending on how you use it, you can go all mixed media and chop them all up and use them on your canvas boards and everything else. But you've got that beautiful, crisp line art where they make beautiful, stunning, elegant cards as well.
Well, I'm just showing a few examples, and apologies, because you were talking, I didn't read out names. But you're absolutely right, and it is having that versatility, whether you want to use the image as your main artwork, your main statement piece, or if you want to pull it into the background, you can do that. You touched on something, the snippability. Of all the dies, and how we can snip into them and use them in different ways.
That's right. I mean, when you look at all the 6 different designs there, I mean, these are big dies. I mean, these are 5x5 aperture dies. And what we mean by the aperture is it keeps it within the card blank. So if you cut it out of a 6x6 or a 7x7, it will stay within that.
Yeah.
But you also have the option where you can remove the frame just with a pair of scissors and craft knife, and you can cut them up into sections. So if you're doing like tags and bits and pieces like that, then they're great to add as embellishments.
Well, I have to say, and I know I mention this every time I work with you, but your design team is incredible, and just showing all the different expressions and how each one has its own personality. There's a marked difference in all the looks of all the inspirations. That, to me, is the biggest compliment I think you can give to any release of dies.
That's
that
right.
They have such versatility.
And again, when you look at these dies as well, don't look at them as just as the image. Use a technique that Barbara uses that came up with Trap the Scrap, because all the bits that fall out are fantastic for using as embellishments, or that technique where Barbara uses the Trap the Scrap.
Yeah, just going through, and I know that Trap the Scrap's something that Barbara has been enjoying. She kind of coined the term, and she's been showing her demonstrations. Look, price-wise, that did surprise. I knew we had the big collection and we were saving money there, but for a Freedom price, so in effect with the Freedom, and just for the benefit of anyone who might have tuned in, so the two £15 savings you would have got on the collection as a trio each, so £15 here, £15 here, is factored in, and then as a Freedom member you're getting another £15 and 99 pence.
That's
so
right.
£45.99 for all 6 is, I mean, blooming good value.
Yeah, I mean, these dies are $19.99 each. So when you think, if you're a Freedom Club member and it's £80, that's the price of 4, isn't it? So technically you're getting 2 plus the folder extra.
We've got to say, thank you for pointing that out, Paul, because I didn't get to that. There's so much to show, but you are actually getting the folder as well. So you've got your folder to store your dies in the mix too, so this beautiful Clarity folder. So folder, all 6 dies. A lot of people are going for the complete collection, and I do not blame you. If you maybe missed out on these in the past, we brought them as... Is this a new bundle, Paul? Because I don't remember them being in this permutation, or have they been?
When we brought them for the first time onto Hochanda, we did the first 3 where we did the Harlequin, the Unravelled,
yeah, I remember the Harlequin,
and the Rocket Blocks. That was one collection.
Yeah.
And then we came on later with the second collection, which was the chain link, the rings, and the particles.
Yeah.
So what we thought, we'd give them another airing, because they are beautiful, beautiful designs, and they cross over with that mixed media and the pure classic cleanliness of them.
They really do. And it's nice to see the collection together now, so that complete collection. If you do want to go for the complete collection, and we are busy for that complete collection, Freedom price, £80 and 93 pence. Saving, I know it says £15.99, but remember you're saving £45 and 99 pence. We have got some great demonstrations coming up. Paul, do you mind hanging on the line? Because we're going to go have a look at the stamps and the stencils as well.
Yeah, no, definitely.
So this is something Clarity do so well, is giving us that consistency, because you do it all, and this is where it really comes into its own. So you've brought us beautiful dies. What's the virtue of then having the stencils and stamps to coordinate in your mind, Paul?
Well, for me, because you've got the same 6 different designs, and again, we've put them into the same sets, the Harlequin set and the Particle set,
yeah.
But we've also we've done a big bundle as well, where you get all of them with an additional saving on top.
Yeah.
But what's great about this is that the dies are a 5x5, the stencils are a 7x7,
yeah.
And the stamps, I reckon they're probably about 3.5, 4 inches. So you've got 3 different sizes. So they're going to work and complement one another. So you could use the stencils in the background to put a nice soft tone down. You can use the die cut and cut the frame away for your texture. And then you could just stamp the same design randomly round or as a panel and then put a sticker word on it.
I have to say, it's very exciting having the prospect of having it all to work with, the dies, the stamps and the stencils. Now I'm going to jump ahead just a little bit and tell you we have got the other set of 3 individually too. So if you go for the sets of 3 designs, I should say, you're getting the stamp and stencil in the mix. So if you go for the sets individually, you're saving £5. The only reason there's the Harlequin, I will show you the other collection as well, and the only reason I'm rushing to jump ahead is because a lot of you are going for the complete collection. I just want to share that, just so you're armed with the information. I'm not pushing you to go for the complete collection. If you just want to go for the set of 3 there, it's absolutely fine. This is the Particle, so we're getting the stencils, you're getting the stamps, but ultimately it is that possibility, working with everything together. If you do want to go for the complete collection, here's the thing. Just like the dies, you will still get the savings that we've shown, but they've been factored into the price. So the £5 here, the £5 here, we put it in the price. So you're already saving £10, and then you're saving a further £10 on top of that. So in total, you're actually saving £20, and you've got access to the flexi payments as well. $34.99, you're getting everything. So you imagine taking advantage of your flexi payments, getting the fresh cut dies and the stencils and the stamps, getting the complete collection today, and this is the kind of thing that you could be making. I mean, the samples are showstoppers.
They're absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? And when we look at the first collection, or the complete collection, the unravelled twine and the rocky block, they were designed by Barbara, and they overlay one another. So Barbara will show that in her stamp demo, how they work. And then in the die demo, at 1 o'clock, I've used those same designs to show how you can use them separately or combined. They're absolutely fantastic. The thought behind the process was brilliant.
Do you know what's really standing out to me, though, Paul, is how well everything works with other elements we already have in our stash.
Yeah.
So they're very universal in designs. There's nothing that's really going to jar whether you wanted to put... I've just got a lovely little card here by Mrs. Pankey, and got a cockerel on there. So we can go and you can put an image you already have, whether it's modern, classic look, and it still works with the backgrounds, with the designs. They're very universal. That's right, yeah. I mean, they're so... the versatility with them. I mean, again, great for men's cards, some are quite masculine, and again, depending on what you use whether you use dark colours, bright colours, when you're die cutting, it can all change depending on your colour palette. Speaking of men's cards, I've got a great one here. By the way, I want to just stipulate that golf is definitely not just for the guys, but I know guys' cards sometimes something that we struggle with. Have a look at that, using the particles. I think that is inspired. Because it looks like all the golf balls, he's just fired off a load of golf balls.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Isn't that clever? I think that is genius. Who did this one? It was Deb. Deb, I really like that. That's very, very clever. I tell you what we'll do, Paul. I know we got the demonstrations, and that's pretty much what everyone wants to see. So we're going to get to demonstrations. Can I say a big thank you, though, for taking the time to call in? And I think we're going to be speaking to you a bit later as well.
Yes, at 1 o'clock, yeah. All right. First demo is Barb, sort of getting all inky, and then I keep it nice and clean with the dies afterwards. Great.
Paul, you're an absolute star. Send my regards to the whole team and to Barbara, and we're looking forward to seeing your demonstration later.
Yeah, take care.
Cheers, buddy. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so I'll tell you what we'll do. We're going to get to Barbara. Barbara and Paul, the whole Clarity team, are so good when it comes to demonstrations. This is where their passion really lies, and Barbara's going to demonstrate that right now.
Hi there. Well, let's have a, since it's mixed media day, let's have a play with some stamps and stencils. I just want to show you some tricks and tips, how they work, how they overlap, how they play together. For example, if we take a look at this particular card here, what you'll see is that it's a combination of these two designs overlaid. And when I drew them to sit on top of one another. So let me just show you very, very simply as a warm-up how that's going to work. I'm just going to take a piece of stencil card. I've cut it back a little bit, and then I should take my twisted citron. Use any ink pad. I just happen to want to use a nice bright colour. You could make a beautiful set of notelets using this idea, couldn't you? Just one. But let's say, for example, now I'm just going to pop this one into the centre like that. And I'm just going to press on there like so. Let's see, get a good impression. These distress oxides are fabulous for this. Right, see, so we've got a really nice crisp image there, haven't we? And then what we'll do is we'll take this one, which is its counterpart, and this one is going to sit over the top. Now, top tip, I've already mounted it on the handles for hovering, you see. I've mounted it so that I drew it so that it fits, but I've mounted it so that it fits too, so that I haven't got to ink up with black and then start looking the handles at the same place. So that always helps. I'm going to take a black archival. This will work well. You can use a black archival, or you could use a VersaFine, which is a slightly slower drying ink pad. Excuse me, just come and join me while I do this. I stand up for this. It's quite a big stamp as well, so it's worth giving it a little bit of extra ink. There you go. So we just lean over like that. Let's have a look. And then when I hover over with the handle, you see, I can see exactly, excuse my head for a minute, and I'm just going to pop that down. I just need a couple of reference points, and the reference points are going to be what goes in that circle there and what goes in that circle there. And then I'll press down like so, and you'll see what's interesting is that the stamp works like this, the die works like this, and the stencil also works like this. So when you look from above, you can see that they absolutely belong together, don't they? How did I find a matching paper in the background? Well, actually, I didn't. What I did was I took the ink pad, and you can just take the ink pad. If you use your blending mat underneath, that works really well. You can use a blending tool if you like, or a spot-on sponge, and then all you need to do is just run round the edge like so, look, and you'll see as soon as you do this, see the colour coming through. There you go. Do that all the way around the outside, and then when you mount that on there, Bob's your uncle. And that's where I found that nice green colour. And of course, all I've done to separate out is just run round with a Sharpie pen, which is quite straightforward. So I just wanted to highlight how the stamps and stencils, especially this pair of stamps, how they overlap together. Right, that's the first demo done. Good. Let's keep going, because I also want to show you something else. If we look at these two now, let's go more into the we're going into the stencil realm now, because I'm combining the stamp now with the stencil in the background. But when you look at the stencil in the background, what you'll see is you've got a positive, haven't you, here, and you've got a negative. So you've got a positive and negative. See, here it's white, here it's coloured. So how do we do that? I think this is worth investigating too. Let's have a look. What we need to do this job is, first of all, let's get the stencil. So this is the stencil that I've used, and then I've used the stamp over the top. same as I did here just now, stamp over the top, except I'm using it on its same stencil. Right, now if we take this, let's just move this out the way, and this time let's take a gel press. I find the gel press does the job for me here. And maybe just so that you can actually see what I'm doing, let me put a piece of white copy paper underneath. Forgive my gel press, it's the 8x10 and it is a little bit messy, but it's okay, it does the job. Now, let me take another, take any one of these, whatever you fancy. I'm going to go with Right Persimmon, let's say, and we're just going to add some Right Persimmon to a clean, believe it or not, gel press. And then I'm going to take my speedball brayer and gently I'm going to just spread that ink out over the entire plate. You can see there's a lot of ink on there. Just put that to one side. Right, but now what I want to do is I've taken the stencil and I've added it to a 7x7, so it's a 7x7 stencil. I've made a hinge at the top to hold it in place, and I've added it to a piece of white Clarity stencil card. That's it. And then what I'm going to do is just drop this down into the ink like so. Now the best thing now to do is take a piece of copy paper so I can rub the back, I can burnish the back without getting ink all over my hands. But this is just a very simple way of transferring ink through a stencil, but really getting into the detail. Because we added the stencil, this is very mixed media really, because we added the stencil to the card, you'll see when we lift this off, look, check it out. That's how you get that background. Isn't that fabulous? So you can really give yourself a... And what's lovely is you've still got plenty of ink on here. Now that's how we end up getting ink on the negative, you see. So for example, if I just take that off there, you've also, let me just put that down there for a minute. Interestingly, I bet if I did let me just show you. I mean, this is just a piece of scrap, but I just want to show you that you're bound to have something going on here. Let's have a look. There you go. See, so you've got another print there too that was just on the gel press. So that again is giving you the positive and the negative, isn't it? Interesting. So you've got that option. Right, we've got that option. I've still got ink on here. Remember that. I've still got ink on here. So I'm going to show you a trick now. Let me just lift this one off. I'm going to show you a variation though. So let's say that we've got all these pieces, different colours, look, different depths, less ink, more ink, different colour. And then just to get an idea of where we're headed with that, if you look at these two now, you'll see that this is the background, isn't it? So all you do then is take your stamp, as we did before, and you stamp straight over the top. So one piece of 7x7 with a 7x7 stencil would actually probably yield 4 pieces of artwork just by stamping straight over the top with the black. So that's, you know now how we've got that piece. You also know how we got that piece was by pulling the ghost print. But let's show you a different way to pull the positive, to turn the stencil, if you like, into a stamp. Let's have a look at how to do that. Let's take the other stencil, for example, and when I take this away, you'll see how it's beautiful, isn't it? And what we've done here is we've put the ink on here, then we've put it on there like so, we've spritzed it lightly with water if it's dried, and then we run it. This is the one that you can run through a die cutting machine. And if you look at the back, you'll see, I don't know if you can see it, let's see if I can get in on this camera, you'll be able to possibly see the indent on the back. Do you see? So on the front you've got your stencil, and on that side you've actually got an indent. If I was to just take a brush, just humour me for a minute, if I just a dry brush, look, and if I run over the back, you'll see that our stencils also are brilliant when embossed. They're that thick, the mylar is that thick, so you can use them as a stamp, and you can also use them through a die cutting machine. Right, one last variation. I want to use this particular stencil for this one, and what I did here, I took my 6x6, because I only got one of each at the moment here, and so what I did was I took a selection of inks. Let's have a look. I took a selection of different inks, and I took my spot-on sponges, because I found this was the easiest way to go, and then I just added my ink like so. So I laid the stencil on the gel press, and then I added my ink with a spot-on sponge. I mean, I've already done it, but I just wanted to show you. I don't want to contaminate all the different colours, but of course you can get some fantastic blends if you put a bit of yellow in there or a bit of twisted citron. And by using a sponge like this, you tend to not contaminate the ink pad so much. But even if you do get colour on there, do you know, it's ever so easy. Just at the end of the session, just take a paper towel or a tissue, just rub the back, and it will get rid of any colour. So you're not really ruining your ink pad at all. Now, let's pretend that we've done all of the colour on here. Then when I lift this off here, even though my gel press is bright yellow, because it is, right, for whatever reason, I've got ink on there and I've got ink on here, haven't I? Now, let me show you. I can take a piece of chromo card. This is ultra glossy chromo card. Look, you see? And I can spritz the stencil lightly with water, because it's a water-based ink pad, and it will transfer brilliantly to chromo card. This is really fabulous. It looks like a print. But by way of contrast, I could also just take a piece of stencil card. So we can see what it looks like with chromo card. I mean, this is just play. What we're doing here is play, isn't it? And this one, let's get all our bits and pieces ready so you can see what I'm doing here. What I need to do this job is I need a die machine. So let me just pop that on there. Let me put a bit of copy paper on there. You'll have to work out which way round it goes, whether you want to emboss it or not. But for now, what I'm going to do is just take a piece of stencil card, pop that on there like so, and then this I'm going to pop on here like that, but I'm going to spritz it with a little bit of water, just because this was about an hour ago and it's like an oven in here at the moment. So that's all right, sun's shining outside, happy days, okay? So we're just going to, if I did it immediately, I probably wouldn't have to spritz it because it would be wet, the ink would be wet enough. But just, I need to rejuvenate, okay? Don't want to overcook it. Maybe I did, who knows? And then we're going to drop this down on my stencil card. Try not to smear it like I just did. Never mind. That's what happens. Right, and then make a sandwich, like so. And then we'll just run it through a mangle. Any mangle will do. Just needs enough pressure to transfer the ink. So any of your die cutting machines is going to do this job. We haven't got to cut anything, have we? We've just got to put a bit of pressure on it. That's all. Good. Be lovely. Forgive me for smearing. I caught it with my finger. It's all right, though. It's all about tricks and tips. See? Ha-ha! So, when you have a look, you see? Look, so that then transferred, and that is actually the transfer. Look, isn't that smashing? I mean, that makes a fabulous background, you know. That will make a lovely, lovely background. And so then the only other thing that we want to investigate, since this is an investigative demo, and then I'm done for this demo, my friends. Cool, it looks like a bomb's hit in here now. Right, I'm going to flip this over. Let's see, just to see if there's anything or whether this is dried. This was the one where we did the, but I haven't wet it, see. I just want to see if there's anything on here that's useful, because it'd be a shame to waste it if it was. So let's just see if we can pull a print off there. Can we pull a print? Check that out. So there you go, you see, your positives and your negatives. Run it through a machine. Look at this. What glorious, glorious set of stencils. I tell you what. And then the stamps on top of it, and you've got yourself hours and hours of delightful play. Thank you.
I absolutely love Barbara's enthusiasm. What great techniques. Got to point out now, we have got details for the gel press printing plate, I should say. I did a show, presented a show, it was a while ago actually, it was just before lockdown, and I know we sold out of the presses. They're really, really popular. So back in stock, $24.99, techniques. Saving £5 there, $24.99 your price, $376,797 your item number. Also have the brayer too, and it is just so valuable. If you don't have a brayer and you do have that gel press, well, go for it. It is worth adding into your basket. $13.99 your price, $596,002. So we were just exploring the stamps and the stencils. Remember, we do have the dies, and I'm going to be showing you the designs reflected in the dies, the fresh cut dies, in just a moment. What you're getting here, we want to point out there's different ways to shop. We've got the complete bundle, which has been extremely popular this morning. You also get the sets of 3, so we have got that first set on your screen. If you go onto our website, and we'll have a look a little bit later, you'll be able to get individual options too. But if you do go for the set of 3, you have got the Harlequin, and you've got the additional designs in the mix as well. I have to tell you, you're saving £5. You've also got access to the flexi payments as well. Going through that. Squiggle design is stunning. Let me just show you some examples. Oh, I apologise. Oh, now I think we'll just check Flexi, because I think we have Flexi on the other one, so we should... I'll sort that out in a second. Have a look. This is just stamped out. And this is where it gets interesting, because you've got the stamp, but you also have the stencil as well, so that allows you, so this is larger size, and Paul was talking about the virtues of having the different sizes, so that could be your topper. Then you've got the design with the stencil in the background. It plays with anything else you have in your stash as well. I can see, if I pop those down, I can see that floor manager Chloe is getting stressed. Is this stressing you out, Chloe? I'll straighten it up, don't worry, I'll straighten it up for you. It's me being messy, Chloe, I apologise. So while I'm doing this, we'll just look at the next set as well. We have got another trio, do you know what, forget trio, a triumvirate of designs here. Take a little look at what you are getting. So in the mix, we have got some beautiful designs. You've got your particle in there, and that's the namesake for the collection, but you're also getting all the other designs as well. Going through. So, and there you can see the flexi payment, £19.97. So I wasn't just making that up in my mind. Okay, so let's just see. If you wanted to go a little bit grungy, how about that? So here, showing you, and this is what we talk about time and time again at Hochanda, if you're going to invest in something, invest in a product that you're going to get maximum use out of. You're going to be able to explore your creativity in different ways. So we've gone from something very, very grungy, and that's by Sam Crow, to Deb showing, I mean, that is such a beautiful piece. I mean, they're both stunning. I love that. But isn't this nice? So think about what else you have in your stash. You've got a beautiful background, lovely image, a stamp you might already have. Or if you wanted to go, and I'm just showing you just one set, and this is a real compliment to the versatility. This is by Anne. So now what Anne's done, explored colour throughout that design. Beautiful. Or how about this? This is by Carol. I love that, Carol. I remember when Barbara brought us these characters. And then Final one, Jane. 3 unique pieces, all using the same design, and that is why I think we're so popular this morning. Got to tell you, we are busy. If you do want to go for the complete collection, you are getting everything. So you're getting all the stencils, you're getting all the stamps. I've got to point out, the £5 saving here is already factored into the price, and the £5 saving here is factored in. So in actuality, you're saving £20 because you get a further £10 saving on top, and you get the flexi payments too. So $34.99, you get absolutely everything. The stencils, the stamps, and I keep on saying it, but it is all about the possibilities. I cannot wait to see what you will create with these. What I will say is if you do anything you're proud of, please follow 2 groups, Clarity Worldwide, Groovy Worldwide, because I know the team would love to see your makes as well. Those can be found on Facebook. Speaking of the internet, let's jump online and have a look at all the goodies. So we did mention you have got options. If you do want to go for the stencils and stamps as a pair, you can, and you can see that they're $14.98. If you do want to go for the complete collection, it's there as well, so you can have a further look. We've also got the mounts, which are popular. We've got the words, great words. Have a look at the words. They're always a bestseller here at Hochanda. I mean, 5-star reviews, 5-star reviews, 5-star reviews, 5-star reviews, 5-star reviews, 5-star reviews, and a few more 5-star reviews. And just to mix it up, a 4-star. Well, there we go. That's all right. I'll take that. We've also got the stencil brushes are fantastic. Now, can we just pause there for a moment? The Mega Mount and the 6x6 inch gel press printing plate, busy, that is incredible. If you don't have, if you're a papercraft or you want to try papercraft and you don't have one of these, it is seriously worth consideration. I really mean that. Think about the kind of techniques that you've seen Leonie do in the past, or Lou, or Barbara, or the Clarity team. Barbara did actually show in the last demonstration just a few quick inspirations with it. It is, I hate to say this, but it is a must, really. And once you start doing it, you'll never look back. The more seasoned your plate gets, the better it gets as well. So don't be afraid for it to get a bit gritty. Okay, so you can find everything online. We are very busy for that gel press, and I remember we sold out, say just before lockdown, we sold out of all our stock there, so we have got it back in stock. If you want to go for the fresh cut dies, same designs that we saw with the stencils and stamps, reflected in the dies. Now look at the size, and something Paul touched on. I mean, that is a great size. I'm just putting my hand in shot to give you an indication. That is a good size aperture die. But then the point is it allows you the flexibility. You can snip in, we can start adjusting it, we can draw it into the background or pull it into the foreground. So you're getting all 3 of these lovely designs. Just going to, the title of this one eludes me. Yeah, this one's called, it's Unravel Twine. Thank you, Charlotte. There we go. So you've got Unravel Twine, and then over here we've got our Rocky Blocks. Oh, they are at the top. I did see it. Okay, so those are the titles. Should we have a look at some inspirations? Let's have a look. So with regard to, now this is actually a great inspiration showcasing, when we say about breaking up the work, so snipping in, deconstructing it effectively. I mean, look at that for a piece of artwork. Isn't that nice? That is from D. I absolutely love that. I'm going to show you actually some quick examples, because I know we've got to get our next demonstration in. So, okay, I'll tell you what, let's jump here, because you don't want to see me talking. We want to get the next demonstration in. So you are getting another set of 3 here. Beautiful dies once again, saving £15, $44.97 your price. You've got your particles and you've got the companions in there as well. But ultimately, the effects you'll achieve with those particles is stunning. Let me just show you. I'll show one. Wait for this. This is beautiful. Who did this one? Another D. I'm not deliberately just trying to pick up D's work here. It's just the first one that came to my hand. But look at that. Very clever use of the gems there, D. Lovely. Have fun. Okay, so it gives you an idea of what you can achieve. But here's the thing. If you went for this set individually, £15 saving. If you went for this trio individually, £15 saving. If you go for the complete bundle, £7 saving, which is fantastic. On top, now I've got to point out, that's on top of the £30 you would have had if you got both of these sets individually. £37 sounds great. How does £45 and 99 pence sound? That is such a good price. We were all talking about it, and not only that, it gets even better because the cherry on the cake is you will be getting your storage folder as well. So this will come with the complete collection. You are getting the storage folder, you're getting £47.99 saving, but ultimately you are getting the complete, apologies, I've got to say £45. I was confusing the non-freedom price, so £45.99. You are getting the complete collection, and you've got access to the flexi payments as well of £40.47. We're going to jump to our next demonstration now, so let's kick back, relax.
Hi, for this demo I'm going to be using the rings designed from our aperture collection, but what you'll see is that I've actually taken the element out of the frame to create what Barbara calls like a flimsy piece. So again, it shows the versatility of the various designs. And what I've done is, for those of you that know me, I don't really like getting all messy and inky and painty and stuff like that. So to get the beautiful colour contrast, what I've done is I've taken a piece of our Waimea Falls designer paper. Now, I've done this in paper, I could do it in card, I could do it in parchment to get more of a translucent look. But this is just to show you how simple and elegant the designs can look. And I've chosen a sentiment from one of the sticker books as well. So it's really simple to do, and it just shows you a different way of doing it. Now, when I talk about our aperture dies, what I mean by that is that when you die cut them out of a card blank, it leaves it within the card. So I've die cut the same design in black card, and I've also die cut it in the white card. And you can see that it stays within the actual card. So it's great because you can use it this way, how they've been designed, and you've then got the aperture so that you can see through it with a piece of paper behind it, or you have the flexibility of being able to chop it up and use elements of it. So these are great for your mixed media, for building up your layers on your canvas boards. Really, really versatile. And I love the 6 different designs that we've got in the collection, because what I'm about to do on this one, you can do with all of the others as well. So where do we start? Okay, really simple and straightforward. I'm going to look at my Waimea Falls, which I've got in my storage folder. We've also got this available on the show. And what it means is that I can flick through and have a look at the various designs. So I can decide where I want to go. What I love about the Waimea Falls is that you've got a completely different design, but in the same colourway on the back. Look at this, I mean, the beautiful scene within these papers are absolutely gorgeous. Look at that one, that gorgeous waterfall. So I'm going to go with, I've already decided, I'm going to change the colour. This was the one that I used in my finished sample. It's got the beautiful pinks and greens and blues, a real sort of rainbow of colour. But I'm going to go with, where is it? This one here. I love these oranges and greens. So to start off with, I'm going to take a piece of our 8x8, pop that to one side, and then I've got all my dies in one of our lovely fresh cut storage folders, which we've also got on the show. We've got the unravelled twine, we've got the rocky block. Those two are going to be used in a different demo. The lovely Harlequin, I love this because you get all these little bits that fall out and that you can use. We've got the chain link, we've got the rings, and then we've got the particle. I love this one, really, really funky. So this is the one that I'm going to go for. So we're going to go with the rings, pop that to one side, and now I can decide where I want to position to see what sort of colourways I want to get. So I want to get more orange, so I want to get more of a paler colour over here. So I reckon I'm going to go probably, let's have a look. I'm going to go in that corner, I reckon, or that corner, or that corner. Decisions. Ooh, come on, make up your mind. Right, I'm going to go for that one. No, I'm not, I'm going up there. Right, okay, so I'm going to use a little bit of low-tack tape just to hold it in place. And by going in the corner, it means I've got all this area here that I can use for another project. So I'm going to pop this on my plates, and we're just going to run that through the die cutting machine. So all of our dies, these are really, these dies are, they're a 5x5 aperture die. So what I've done is I've cut some card down to different sizes to do my matting and layering. Really simple. If you've got nested squares, you can use those. But I just use my paper trimmer just to cut that down to get a nice layer. So we're going to bring that in now. I've got my little waste bin here. Carefully remove your tape. Pop that somewhere safe. And look, you'll see that it just falls out of the actual die, and that is now all clean and perfect. Now there's a technique called trap the scrap, which Barbara often does, so you can check that out on our YouTube pages at claritystamp.com. And we're going to clean that up there. So now what I want to do is take it out of the frame. So I'm going to get rid of the excess bits first. So I'm just going to trim that down. I mean, I could have cut my piece of paper smaller, but I just find it's easier. And I've got that large piece there that I can use for another project. Then what I tend to do is just get rid of the excess. Now this one's going to come away there. That one's going to come, whoops, nearly cut through the circle. That one's going to cut away there. Cut that away. This one here is going to disappear, so I can get rid of that. For me, it just takes the confusion out of what you're going to sort of do your cutting. So we're going to pop that into my little bin. And now all I'm going to do, I'm just going to let my scissors just follow the design. And you know what, if you don't get a perfect circle, who's really going to notice? So you're just going to follow that round and carry on over here. As long as you don't go straight, I mean you could go straight if you wanted to, but I just think you just use the scissors just to follow the design round. And we're going to do that one just there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the bits out from the middle on this one. So we'll just go around. I mean, you could leave them in if you wanted to. It's entirely up to you. See, again, it's the sniffability. I could cut in further on these designs if I wanted to, and I could use elements of them. I could cut them up individually, and then all I'm going to do is just snip inside those circles, get rid of those bits, and then I've just got this one here. So now this gives me what Barbara calls is a floppy bit. I'll just tidy that up a little bit. There we go. Just so that we've got no bits sticking out. You can use a craft knife if you want to. Let's just get rid of these bits here. So now, as I say, we've now got our floppy bit. But again, you've got the beautiful colorways on this because I've used the designer paper. Now, if you make your own backing papers, if you're using a jelly plate or a brayer, then you could use these from your scraps, which Barbara often does. So this is our piece that we're going to work with. And then what I've done, I've taken one of our white car blanks and I've just cut that down so that our design fits on there. And it's just got a bit of an outside edge to it. So I'm going to use my, you can use a Cricut glue pen, or you can use a Zig glue pen. You just want a little bit of glue just to hold it down. And all I'm doing is just dotting so that it holds it in place when we stick it down. So you're going to go all the way around, and I'm using this piece of scrap paper underneath so I don't get any glue on my mat if I go off the edges, which sometimes happen. There we go, as if by magic. And then all you're going to do, you don't have to cover it in glue, but you just need it so that it's going to stick to the card basically. So you're just going to go around and put some dots of glue on. Really, and what I'm doing with this particular design, you can use with any of the other designs in the collection. So we've got our glue all in place now. Put that to one side. I'm going to pick that up there. Bring our piece of card into place, and then we're going to pop that down. Okay. Now I'm just going to gently press that down. So whoops. See, because I was going too heavy-handed, see how that sort of jumped around. So what I'm going to do, my usual trick, is turn it over, and then I can apply more pressure on the back to make sure it's all stuck down. Okay, so that's now stuck in place. I've taken another piece of the paper that I can mat and layer onto, so I've got a nice frame around the outside. And then one of our other card blanks to finish off the card. So we'll just stick all this together. Again, double-sided tape, tape runners, whatever you prefer to use. So I'm going to stick that down. Okay, there we go. Stick that down in place. I've got a nice contrast. Now, I've got orange here and I've got orange here, so maybe I want to put the orange in the reverse corners, or the opposite corners. Then we're going to put some more tape just on the back. So I could have used the more softer side of the colour on this one, but I wanted it to really ping out. And then we're going to stick that onto a pre-scored card blank. Press that down. So that's now given us our design. So for me, one of the great things that I love is the finishing off parts of it. So for me, the sticker book collections are really great. So we've got one from Barbara, we've got the Clarity Christmas and Celebration. This is great for all different occasions. And then if you want to go more funky, you've got the lovely Leonie's designs as well. So I'm going to go with one from Barbara's sticker collection, and I've already decided which one I'm going to go for. So you've got two different designs. You've got the glass half full set, you've got one day at a time, and then they're repeated in black as well. So you've got 8 sheets in there, so they'll last you a long time. So I'm going to go with the Circle of Life, because I thought that was really great for this particular design. And then, you know, we had those scraps. I've taken a piece of one of those. I'm going to use my tweezers to stick this on, and I've just, so that it doesn't disappear into the background, I'm just going to stick that onto a piece of the scrap paper. I'm going to turn that over, take my tape runner, and then I can decide where I want it. Now this one here on this particular design is quite pale in that area, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to highlight that area by putting my greeting just there. So there we go, quick and simple. I did my matting and layering, but that doesn't take long. And then I'll bring in my second card so you can see the difference. On this one, I've given the backing paper a bit more of a wider border, but you can see how quick and easy it is to make those. So I hope you've enjoyed that, and I'll see you again soon.
Paul, absolutely enjoyed that. A big thank you to Barbara and Paul for the fantastic demonstrations. One thing I just want to remind everyone, if you are on Facebook, you can follow 2 groups, and I thoroughly advise you doing so. It's Clarity Worldwide and also Groovy Worldwide. So really nice, fun groups. Post your makes. You can also chat to all the design team as well. So if you do see an inspiration and you wanted to ask about that, the groups are a great place to do it. But if you do make something and post in the groups, can you please tag Hochanda in as well, because we would love to see it also. So we're talking about the dies. You are getting the complete collection here for 89 rather, 92. But here's the thing, if you're a Freedom member, the price comes down, the saving goes up. So as a Freedom member, have a look at that price. £80.93. You are saving £15.99. That is on top of the £30 saving that you would already have had if you'd gone for these sets individually, because you had two £15 savings there. So as a Freedom member, you're actually saving £45.99, and this is the kind of inspiration you could be making. Having a look. So this one's by Sheila. Beautiful. Or how about this one? Look at that. It's a very pretty from D. Another inspiration. I love that. From D. Or how about here? Maria. Beautiful, modern. I mean, that is very cool, and showing how well all the designs play together. Or what about this one from Maria? Isn't that nice? Or maybe you want to create something like this from Sheila. Love that, Sheila. Oh, come on. That is nice. Is that using the mirror mist maybe, or just mirror card? So we will be back at 1 o'clock with another fabulous hour from Clarity. I think we've got different products to be featuring at 1, so it's going to be demonstrations, different demonstrations at 1 o'clock. So same dies and stamps. Please tune in because we've got more demonstrations to share with you. He's here, everybody, the legend that is John. We've got Crfts 2 coming up next. I know John has got lots to share with you. If you love a bargain, don't miss it. After that, we've got clay crafting with FMM, and then Stackable Solutions, one day special.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and we've been established for 7 years, and together with my husband Alfie we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. What I really love about Hochanda is I get to demonstrate lots of different techniques for you to understand how to use our products and hopefully inspire you. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan and I bring Spellbinders products here to Hochanda. Spellbinders are an American-based company and they have been in the industry for well over 15 years. Spellbinders have always brought us dies with stunning detail, but today you will find tools, dies and stamps within the Spellbinder range. What I love about Spellbinders is their partnership with licensed designers. This always keeps my creativity flowing. I hope to inspire you with lots of hints and tips on how to use your Spellbinder products. So join us for the Spellbinder shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specialising in traditional crafts for the modern maker. Most of our products involve textiles and age-old techniques, from button making, lace making, weaving, and other forms of passementerie. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. We have a wonderful in-house designer called Sue, who hand draws all the images, which we then transfer into rubber stamps. We have very, very elaborate designs. We have everything from steampunk right through to beautiful florals, and then we have scenic and we have words. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Whether it's stamping, mixed media, or art journaling, join us at Hochanda for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Hello, I'm Hayley, and you might have seen me presenting here at Hochanda. Well, I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. I'll be covering lots of areas of soft crafts like quilting, dressmaking, sewing, knitting, even printing your own fabrics. I'll even be bringing some items from my own Handmade by Hayley range. So I hope you'll join me, let me inspire you, and maybe you will discover a new craft in the process. Hello there, how are you doing? Well, brace yourselves. I'm going to tell you we are going to be having a busy, busy hour, because everything that I am bringing to you during this hour from Crafts 2 and beyond is less than a tenner. Less than a tenner. So do jump ahead. Have a little look on the website, because some of the products that we've seen before flew out, and that was when we were bringing them at much higher prices. Now, I'm not on my own. I've got my little buddy here. John Lockwood is here with us. Hiya,
Hello.
John. Now, you've got some demos for us during this hour as well.
I have. This is really strange, because I'm talking to you there, but you're actually there.
Yeah.
She's actually 5 metres that way, and I'm talking there. I have, yeah, I've prepped loads of demos. I really want to have a go with the bracelet and stuff, but I have loved playing with this stuff. I've spent like 3 days in absolute heaven going, oh, that works with that, and that works with that, and isn't that pretty? And I've just loved it, because it's stuff that I've not seen before. It's just been so much fun.
And I think this is the thing, it's nice to be able to play with those things, but even better when you know that you paid less than a tenner. The bracelet, I'm wearing the bracelet as well, just to show you that one. So this is a die set that's coming up in a few moments to allow you to create these fabulous ones. Jump ahead, details are at the bottom of the screen, but enough about that for the time being. Let me tell you about these paper pads. We are so busy, folks. Right, okay. With these, any of these items, we're talking about clearance with regards to these, so get them while you can. We're not going to see them again in these configurations at these prices. We might not see them ever again at all. That is the key thing. So when you've got 3 paper pads giving you 100 sheets in each, yeah, not overall, in each, 300 sheets for $9.99, and these are so incredibly useful. You can see they've got Christmas. I know some of you are already thinking about Christmas. It'll be about the middle of November for me personally, but there we go. Then you've got the lovely harlequins, you've got your stripes, you've got your polka dots, little tiny daisies featuring with these. Oh, actually, it's gingham and little daisies, I think. Should we have a flick? I like the look of this particular one. Nice happy colours, these. These are brilliant. Now you are getting, now this is one that's going to play havoc with your eyes, because you've got all sorts of kind of ditzy designs within here. You have got the most incredible quality papers within here. Really good size, and because of that tenner price for all 3 of those 300 sheets, quarter of the stock has gone already. I'm not even going to get the chance to show you the others. I'm so keen to tell you everything else that we've got on the hour as well. So yeah, if you're wanting these, you've got your Christmas in there as well. Quick flick, because you want to see what's in the covers, don't you? Quick flick. Ooh, these are nice. Like these, John. Good quality.
Yeah, there's some lovely things, and there's some really nice motifs in there, background papers, and they're all colour matched as well. So
That's
you've got 3 or 4 different patterns with the same colours and things. It's been so fabulous. There's inserts in there like that. So insert for the card, or the front of your card, just stamp on the middle of it. really well thought of. I think Jane designed this a few years ago.
Very
and as
nice.
a crafter, she really designed what she wanted.
Yeah, love that idea. They are flying out very, very quickly. Again, the Harlequins, I mean, this is a nice one here. You've got all sorts. The bracelet die, incidentally, let me just show you that one. That one is coming with findings, the die instructions. Was going to be John's first demonstration, but whether we'll get to it or not, I'm not too sure. But he'll briefly talk about it, I'm sure. Now, this one, definitely those stripes and play. Oh, I like the Harlequin.
I love this. I love a Harlequin. It is one of my all-time favourite patterns, which you might actually find out on the 8th of June.
Ooh.
As a little sneak peek there. But
was that a cheeky?
It was a cheeky
plug?
one, yes. I love
my
that.
goodness.
But I love that pattern, and the colours in this are sophisticated and adult.
Yes,
They're not kiddie colours. So you've got one pad with your sort of more pastels and your yellows and oranges. This has got things like that green and that craft card work together. Beautiful, rich purples and lavenders and lilacs. It's really adult, if that makes sense. There's no other way, I think, to describe it.
It is. Now, it's flying out. Half the stock has gone now, folks. So, yeah. By the time I come back to those, potentially they could have gone. So 060, if you're wanting this one, 416 being the rest of that item number. Bracelet kit very, very quickly. Now, this one is a series of dies. The dies are going to cut the elements. You've got even your first project here. You've got your faux leather featuring with this one. 70% of the stock has gone already. John, you've got a booklet with this one. This is going to explain what you need to do.
This is a full instruction booklet by Nellie Snellen, who designed it. So this takes you step by step through how to put it together, which is how I learned for the bracelet you're wearing. Shows you different styles of bracelets you can make with it, but it also goes on to show you how you can use it in your cards.
Okay.
So there are some brilliant in here.
Oh,
there's sort of
like
some
having a look
really
over your
nice
shoulder.
sections where it shows you how you can use them in your paper crafting as well. So they work really, really well. But again, you can make bracelets, key rings. It goes on in the instruction booklet. And it is in English, German, Dutch as well. I think there's a section in here.
John,
Even
it's
shows you
limited
how
stock.
to mount them up into little embellishments, how to make key rings. Brilliant. And they've added the faux leather and they've added the rings in for you. It's brilliant.
Wow, it's gone. It's gone.
Oh.
Yeah. Thank you to everybody. Yeah. I was kind of looking forward to
Gonna
getting that
demo
one
that
myself.
one.
So, yeah.
I've cut lots of bits as well.
I'll take those off your hands, don't worry.
I thought you might. I think you might offer that.
So, yeah, thank you to everybody that took advantage of those disappearing, but you are in for a treat when you get that one home. I'm going to have to derobe myself, take the bracelets off. So, yes, there's lots of other things that we can be looking at, and I know you already are as well. Lots of dies, lovely little kind of favour box sets as well, so do have a little look at those. This one is a beautiful die set. Again, less than a tenner for both of these. Now, you're getting both of them, but you're actually getting a large die, as you can see. That's a good die. I mean, you'd be more than happy to be paying, well, in excess of a tenner for that one. And then these beautiful, almost like little rose hips featuring this one, little berries. This is a pretty one, John.
It is absolutely beautiful. The butterfly cuts perfectly. I thought at first, all that intricacy, it's not going to cut. But it cuts so well. For that card, I actually cut it 6 times, twice each in 2 different colours. So it's just rotated round. But I think it's just so beautiful. It's really free. It's not blocky.
Yeah.
A lot of butterflies can be very sort of blocky and chock-a-block. These are very sort of exotic. I mean, when I think there it is. See it on my board. You've got really not, you know, it's got swirl to it and movement.
Yes, yeah.
But the great thing with the rose hip that's with it, and I think it's on one of the samples there, when you cut it, you've got these little stitch lines all here that actually will emboss into your card. But the actual rose hips themselves, the little berries, are open. And the idea is so you can colour through that.
Ah, clever.
So you can colour through those in red. So for the sample you're looking at now, I cut it in a sort of a creamy card, coloured through with red, and then added glossy accents on top to make them berry, but then shaded each leaf in green. So I'm getting so much more out of a really simple die. I thought, what a brilliant idea.
That is clever. It's a nice alternative to those fillers, you know, when we sometimes put a little bit of foliage in there, but you want something a bit different maybe. That's a nice one to go for. Flying out, we are so busy. £9.99 if you want in that particular one. It's Joy Crafts die, 515048 if you want in that one. Next one is a set again, frames. I mean, you can't go far wrong with frames. Beautiful set. Now, you've got multiples within here, meaning that you're getting 10 dies in total. Again, less than a tenner. Wow. Less than £1 a die. Less than £1 for each one of these elements that you've got here. And you've got your mats, your layers, your intricate detail with these. What I'm going to do is quickly show you some finished samples because I do want to get through everything that we've got on the counter. And I know John has got some demos. He's come all the way down, bless him. It's only right that we do see something from him during this hour. So this is showing you the different collection of frames that you've got, whether you're using the circular one, whether you're taking the square one, putting it on its axis. These are just classic styles, classic designs that you'll use over and over and again. And of course, you've got the mat and layer, so you've got the main focal point, and of course the mat that it's going to sit on. At 479004 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Next one, favour boxes. Now this is a little bit of a pick and mix, well not pick and mix, sorry, a lucky dip. Because you are going to get what's coming up on the screen, but they may be a variation of what we're looking at here. But you are going to get 40 boxes over 4 different designs, 10 repeats of each of them. Some of them are two-parters, so some of them are going to be a base and a lid, like these little ones here, really, really cute little boxes. Some of them are going to be the taller ones, some of them are going to be almost like little handbags, as you can see here. But of course, these are brilliant for you to use for things like weddings and birthdays and different occasions. And yeah, nice little set, this one, John.
It really is. I mean, they come, I've got my pack here, but they're just so really well made. I don't know the weight on these, but they're at least a 300, if not a 350 GSM. So they're really, really sturdy.
Okay.
So they're great for favours, but they're literally, every fold line is there.
Wow.
Every single fold line's already there, already embossed. You don't need a bone folder or anything. And they even, like this one, you could and should glue it, but you don't have to because you can fold those two in and fold that over to lock it.
That's clever. Like
fold
that.
those two in. Can you imagine for parties and weddings when we can eventually have them again?
Yes, yeah.
You know, or little gifts and presents, and it just goes in like that. And the same with the lid. Or there's things like this one. Just, I think most people get one of these. We're not sure on what you're going to get.
Yeah.
But again, if you can see, really well engineered and thought out. But again, this doesn't need any glue, so you don't need anything. I mean, kids could spend hours colouring these.
Oh yeah, that's a nice idea.
And really playing with it.
Could we be cheeky and trace round these for a template?
Yes.
Oh, I thought it and said it out loud. I do apologise.
I think the thing is, there's no point in saying no because people will.
Well, this is true.
And you know, there are Crfts 2 designs.
Mind
so
you, at a tenner, I probably wouldn't waste the time tracing round. I'd just buy 2 or 3 packs.
I would.
to be honest.
There's not one in there, and I say this with all genuine name. There's not one in here that's ugly.
Yeah, that's true.
There's not one that you would go, oh well, I don't want to get that one. But little ring box, little cake box.
Beautiful.
You know, this reminds me of, would you give someone your last chocolate with caramel in it?
No.
But that's the sort of box you put
one in. I
in.
thought you were asking me the question.
No, I knew the answer to that one, Hayley, before I even asked it.
Now, 204691, you're going to get 40 of these fabulous boxes, some really pretty little designs. And, of course, if you do want to go for multiples, then you can do. No additional post and packing. Talking of which, this hour is a brilliant hour to be a Freedom member because you're going to find that your post and packing is going to start creeping up. So do add that into your basket at the same time. Stamps and dies. Well, we've got those kind of sets with these ones, but they're usable sets. This is the key thing. Birthdays, of course, we send so many cards for birthdays. Can't go far wrong with those. This one here, I love this because you've got a little scallop with this one, but then you've got the ability to add a stamped sentiment on the inside, which is lovely. I mean, this could be the centre of a rosette. It's almost like a little kind of Frankie machine label with that one as well. You can see that one says sweet. Done slightly differently on this occasion with your lighter embossing powder. The birthday die, that is a brilliant size. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? And it's going to work because of the style of the actual font that you've got here. It's going to work with many other things that you may already have in your stash. And of course, what you can do with the stamp is pattern build it and give you some ideas, as you can see there. £9.99 again, brilliant value for money. 841306. Pop those into your basket. But before you check your basket out, have a look at these because we've got more stamps and die sets. Got lots of these, so do jump ahead and have a little look. This one's a pretty set here. Gorgeous. Now, if you did go for the set with the kind of little rose hip element in there, have a look at the detail that you've got on this because this works really well and it's a popular one. You've been jumping ahead and looking at this one. Marianne Designs, so need I say any more? Of course it's going to be popular. £9.99 is getting you both of these sets. You've got stamps and dies. You've got 5 dies in total and 5 stamps. I'm guessing with these, John, it's kind of like a stamp and die cut duo. They're going to work exactly the same size.
It is, yeah. They're designed exactly and they're designed precisely on the line. If I pull one in here that I've actually prepped, Got to open my I've been organised for once.
Hey!
All this time at home has let me sort of get things all properly prepped. But if you can see, I'll put them on the map so you can see how close to the edge the stamping actually is on these. And even the inside of the leaves is die cut out.
That's nice,
so, but they work in any configuration. It's just a beautiful, to me it's almost like a Jacobean floral pattern.
Yeah,
but with that
easily.
funky flower, and again this is it cut, and again you'll notice it cuts out all the leaves in the hole.
Oh wow.
But it just works so beautifully together.
On vellum?
And that's on vellum.
That's so pretty.
Yeah, that's just been stamped in ice ink embossing powder in white, and then I've coloured from behind.
Yeah, nice.
Just to give the colouring, and then all the work's done with the dye. It's just so easy.
Yeah, and yeah, it's really pretty effect with that particular one. So yeah, now if I've got the right one here, I think this may have jumped across from the other die set. It's a different flower, that one, isn't it? Yeah, but yeah, I'm not sure. I think I've jumped across because of it having that little sentiment on. I think that's from the last set. So oh no, it isn't. No, the flower is. The flower's at the bottom. You're getting a lot in there. I didn't spy it. Didn't spy it there. So good size dies with this as well, considering you're getting multiples in there. £9.99, a quarter of the stock has gone. We had good stock quantities of these. As we say, Crfts 2 are clearing out some space. Keep your eye open as well, because we're hoping to be able to bring you a monthly kind of clear out show with Crfts 2. It's always a good idea to keep an eye open for when there's a one-day special. End of the month close, have a little look, and maybe just a one-off hour, just a random one, say like 10 o'clock in the morning. Now, the next set that we're sharing with you, this is a brilliant deal. Of course, personalisation, special birthdays, this is the kind of thing that you need in this set for. If you've recently invested in a die cutting machine and you're thinking perhaps of getting a die cutting machine maybe, then this is one that I would certainly get, even if you've not got your die cutting machine yet, because the dies are going to be some of the most useful ones that you've got. You've got your numbers in there, and of course you've got your positive and your negative, depending on how you work with them, but it doesn't stop there. You are getting 5 sheets of your glitter foam included with this, which is what's been used on that card. Glitter foam, this isn't cheap in its own right.
No, it's not. It's actually, I remember when we had this on last Christmas, and it was really, really expensive. It's actually like the EVA foam, you know, that sort of funky foam we buy.
Yeah.
But it's got glitter all the way on it. I mean, it is so coated.
Could I use these with that die that sold out for the bracelets?
You can use this for the bracelets. You can use this for any die. Because it's EVA foam, this will cut beautifully. So, as you saw in those samples, I cut the numbers with it. Because we just thought, how nice is it to make any card you want to, but be able to put the birthday numbers on sparkly?
Yes.
Because we can buy peel-offs and stickers that do, you know, nice gold letter numbers and things. But Jane just thought the idea of having the glitter foam with it. Yeah. And of course, what I've done at home, I've borrowed this piece here is a half scrap.
Okay.
Because I've used half of it to cut something new for Christmas in.
Ooh.
So it's worth stocking these up for Christmas. But yeah, these were like £120, £150 a sheet when I was buying them.
And also, it saves you having to add the foam to the back of your cardstock.
Yes.
You know, if you're wanting to raise something up, this has already got it on the back. You just need a bit of adhesive and stick it in place.
Well, it's 2mm thick, so it's the same width as most of the foam tape that we use at home. So it'll give you that same sort of raised dimension. Brilliant stuff.
Now, with regards to the colours, is it contents will vary, or are they going to be exactly as we're looking at here?
Contents will vary. You will get a nice mix. Because I know Jane and Penny, who sort of do all the packing and put everything together, bless them, are both crafters themselves. So they would.
Yeah, it's almost like they're picking and packing for themselves, isn't it?
Every time, every show, they pick and pack for what they want.
Yes.
And they go a lot. They row it all out.
Yeah.
And they'll go yes, yes, oh no, yes, yes, yes. Then they'll find one to go with that. They do that so well,
I love
and that's
that
why
idea.
we get it right.
It's like personal shoppers. Might be worth going for a couple of sets of these as well, especially if you're wanting to do something with 2 numbers the same. Perhaps it's a year. Saves you having to die cut it and pass it through twice. So £9.99, a very affordable way of doing that as well. So 983-116 if you're wanting those. Next die set that we've got for you is a set of 4. Now these look interesting, John. What are these all about?
These are from a Joy Crafts range.
Okay.
Is it Joy? It is Joy Craft, isn't it? Yeah. I always get mixed. These are from a Joy Craft range, and they're actually called Flowers and Feathers.
Oh, so they're making the flowers. I thought it was a border strip.
No, so they're making the flowers. So and to me they look like little primroses.
Yes.
So you get 2 sizes of flower. So you get, and all I've done is, so I've cut these in the Crfts 2 linen card, and you get a larger and a smaller. So you cut the strip, and you get a smaller flower in one strip and a larger flower in the next strip. Mm-hmm. But with the other 2 dies included in there, I mean, normally your flowers would be more than that.
Oh, yeah, easily.
You get a large leaf and a small leaf.
Oh, pretty, yes.
So it all goes, and to me it really has that look of a beautiful little primrose. But what they've done is they called these leaves stroke feathers, because if you use them that way, and if you look on the packaging, you'll see a little picture of an owl.
Oh,
They've
right.
used these as feathers as well. So you stack them together to give you the look of feathers.
Oh, I've just seen a little owl in the top corner.
So you could actually do, you know, if you like doing, you sort of, you know, where you get your polystyrene balls and you put pins in, cut these leaves in felt and pin them into the ball, and you can make robins and owls and all sorts of things with them. You imagine making a little robin redbreast.
Really
using
cute.
perhaps the little feather one for red felt.
Yeah, definitely.
But that's the idea, so they're leaves or feathers.
Yeah. Really good idea. Now, I'm going to be your personal shopper, because if you have recently invested in a die cutting machine, you've got everything you need die cutting wise. I would be adding in those frames that we looked at earlier on, where you've got the multiple frames. I'd be adding in the numbers, and I'd be adding in the flowers. You've basically got 3 of those ingredients that we use over and over again. They're all on the website as well, so do check those out. And something else that's on the website is this particular die set, and it's a pinwheel. Really nice effect, this one. You've got loads of elements in here. You've even got your little brads and your glitter buttons to go in the centre of them. £9.99 if you wanted them. 105792 is the all-important item number. And as is the case with anything, add them into your basket, but check your baskets out quickly. Shows like this, the stock doesn't hang around. So I know we've got some demonstrations from John, but yeah, things like the paper pads, let me tell you about these. Before John gets to use them, they potentially could sell out. We're looking at a limited stock with these ones. So 060416, you are getting all 3 of those pads. That's the key thing with that one. £9.99, brilliant value for money, and if you want to go for multiples, you can do. John, what are you up to?
Right, I thought I would show the stamp and dies and how they go together, because people are very used to me doing my style of stamp and die, and what I do is it's all in a plate. So a lot of people won't be, you know, you'd look at something that detailed, and I think a lot of people will be quite daunted. How do we line that up? How would I cut that out with a die? So there's loads of different ways to do it, but the way I'm simply going to do it, I find it easier in a stamp press. I'm using my press to impress, and let them relax. This is quite important. When you're actually using a stamp and die combination, if you stretch it onto your lid or put it onto your block, we do stretch them. We don't realise, but we do. So what we do is we pull them, yeah? What you actually want to do is let it down and let it relax to its natural shape, then pick it up, because we don't want to be stretching that out. So all I'm then going to do is I'm going to grab, and so it can be seen, I'm going to use a VersaFine in Onyx Black. Good ink, flat down, you know, none of this Argentinian tango. It's the cha-cha-cha when you're actually inking the stamp. The number of times I watch people and I'm going, will you stop tangoing?
Like?
Sorry?
Show me a tango.
Tango is when, you know, when they're scrubbing the ink in.
Oh, I see, right, okay.
You're going to misplace the stamp, you're going to move it, and you can get the little fibres from your pad onto it. So whenever you're inking a stamp, think cha-cha-cha.
Cha-cha-cha. I might have to say it out loud as well.
I do, at home, genuinely. But that way, we don't stretch or move the stamp. Light little pressure. But I just think that is just so beautiful. It's so intricate and obviously hand-drawn.
Yeah.
You know, that's been done really well. So we need to tie up the dies with it, and it's quite clear as to which one's which from size point of view. So the first thing to do, if you're doing it in stamp press, move your magnets away.
Oh, okay.
Because your magnets will affect your die.
Good point, yes.
And the number of times I've done that.
Yes.
So make a conscious decision to do it. It makes sense. So all I'm doing is laying it over, and I'm making sure that I can't see any black through this.
Okay.
Yeah. So I can't see any of that black line. I can't see anything anywhere. And if you look, can you see you've got these 3 designs here?
Okay, yeah.
If they are central, it's right. So if those 3 are central, you've got it 100% right. And all you would do is tape it down, and I would give it a good tape down. Same with the other one. If you look on this one, you'll see, avoid the black on the outside, and then look through, and you'll see when it's right, because the pattern fits. So you'll see where it actually fits in, and all we do is tape that down and just run it through our machine. So I'll run that through my die cutting machine. And one thing I wanted to mention while that's running through, if you were lucky enough to be able to get the bracelet kit with the faux leather,
yes,
When you're cutting faux leather,
Okay.
it is a little bit, sometimes it is, if you look, it's got this weave on the back.
Right.
And it's quite fibrous, it's quite thick. So when you're cutting something like this with the bracelet dies, cut it into a piece of card first.
Okay.
So what you do is put your card down on
Yeah.
your plates, put your leather on top, put your die on, and cut.
Oh, okay.
If you cut that onto your plate, you'll find your pieces won't come out.
Right.
If you cut that down onto the card,
Yep.
it cuts through the leather into the card and the pieces come out cleanly.
Okay.
I really wanted to sort of let everybody know that
No,
we've
no,
got
thank
it.
you for that.
And I'd love to say that it's me being nice, but it's me trying not to get loads of people on Facebook in the next couple of weeks.
Asking a
So,
question.
John, why won't this leather cut? So we just pull those out and you can see just how simply that comes out. So there's my stamped image. Very little there wrong. Give it a flick. But you can see that way I've got exactly to the edge.
Beautiful. That's a really professional finish.
And that's the idea. So they've actually thought about this. So when Marianne was designing this, she's thought about it and made sure that it actually works and there are keys for you to see exactly how to do it.
Gorgeous.
So just going to do that. So all I'm going to do, I think I'm just going to colour these a little bit. And the easiest way I find is a water brush. I'm using my Eyes Ink dye ink.
Okay.
And I'm just going to pick a little bit up and just sort of watercolour over the top.
And I guess this is where it's key that you use the right ink pad at the first stage.
Yes, this is where you want to be making sure you're using that VersaFine, because obviously that's water resistant. So I'm just going over the top with a little bit of that. I'm not following any of the lines. I find that all far too complicated. But I want to give these, because they're hand-drawn, I want to give them a really natural, sort of almost hand-done look.
Okay, yeah.
So now I'm taking the verbena, which is a yellowy-green colour.
Oh yeah, of course, because yeah, when the leaves are newer, then quite often they've got a different colour to them.
Yeah, so I'm just picking up that, and I'm kind of just sweeping it over anywhere I've missed.
They've got a very doodle look to these as well, so very in keeping with lots of other stamps that I've seen
They have,
around.
they've got that sort of, sort of, is it, I don't know, are we allowed to say Zentangle? If not, there are other ones available.
I always say Zen Doodle, just to be on the safe
Zendoodle.
side.
Yeah, but they've got a sort of Zen Doodle look to them, so you can see how Marianne's done it. But it
Beautiful.
just gives you, let's put a little bit more on there. Got a little bit watery just at the end. But then we've got that mix of watercolour, so it looks like they've been kind of watercoloured cleverly.
Like those.
And they haven't, they've taken about 30 seconds.
Very
So I
clever.
thought, I'm just going to pull a card together using them, because this is the best thing, is how quick these things are. So I've taken a piece of the paper from the paper pad,
Yeah.
and...
Sore subject, those.
Right, okay.
They've sold out. I did try to warn everybody, but
Sorry.
yeah.
But I've got it, so I'm going to use it.
Well, you need
So if
some
you've got
backing
it, what you
paper.
will find with these is, for every single colour, there is a pattern and a matching plane.
That's nice.
So
Yeah.
really, really simple. It's like I'm putting like a little picket fence on there. I'd love to say I'd invented that myself, but it was one of the voices in my head. It's the one I call Emily. It's the cute sort of 12-year-old blonde. Sorry, Emily's just had her birthday, so everyone's making a laugh. So we've got that, and then we've got Molly, who's the 19-year-old. She's not up yet. She's out partying still. She's still in a club somewhere or a coma. Bless her. So, I should probably explain. I've been here too many years.
For the
I know
purposes of the
everyone too
tape,
well.
she's not. She's sat in the director's
She
chair.
is, bless her.
She's here.
But you see, but they just, again, that's got a real sort of handmade look to it already. And I've just cut a couple of the flowers, and what I've done is, I cut here, so this is one of the, turn this over to white, you'll see it better. So I stamped with clear embossing powder onto vellum.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I then heat set it with the white. Yeah, okay, I did that a second time.
Right.
I lined them both up and cut them together.
Oh, I see, right, clever.
And that means that the first one cut all the little holes out.
Clever.
And the second one didn't.
Ah.
So it's a way to get two things from the same die.
Nice idea.
All I've done, turned it over. This is the verbena in the middle, again in the dye inks, with rose on the back. But again, it gives you that watercoloured look.
Very effective.
So we just simply bring in... Now, where have I put that? Honestly, I'm the only person I know who
What
can
have you
lose
lost?
the card I was making.
I'm not a lot of help because I'm too far away to see.
I turned it over. I an idiot. I know my own failures.
Welcome to the Senior Moment Club.
Yeah, I think that's definitely happening. Yeah, it's one of the samples you held up earlier, we've got a year on it. And I did that, and Sam went, what's that? What have you done that year for? I went, that's the year I was born. He was like, ooh. Do you want to tell people that? So I'm just going to put these in.
I think I was at
just
school that
works.
year.
So I hold this one up. Really simple, but really, really easy, but it's pretty.
That's beautiful, and it's achievable. That's the key thing, because of course we get paper crafters join us from all levels, and I know it's a nice confidence builder, that one, because the die does the job for you. That is the key thing. So thank you very much for that,
That's
John.
all right.
And of course, if you are wanting that particular die, then it is part of a set. You are going to get your stamps and your dies with those ones. Details on your screen, 423569. But we're going to go back to the beginning and give you a little bit of a review, maybe some updates to give you as we go along as well. Certainly sellouts, because of course first thing that I was talking about originally were the paper pads, but they have gone. We've had to shift everything along. The bracelet, that was there, that has gone as well. But we still have some of these. Now, some of these we had more stock of than some of the elements that have sold out, so just to reiterate that. But this is a really useful set. You've got two dies within this set. You've got your beautiful butterfly border, and if I just rotate that onto its side, you'll see exactly where those butterflies are sitting. Now, with this one, John, the bottom edge, is that a cut edge as well?
It is, yes.
Okay.
It is a cut edge.
So it's going to cut out a bit like the packaging. It shows it at the top there.
Yeah, it is a cut edge. I will cut it in the next demo. But in actual fact, at first, when I see a cut edge like that, it does disappoint me.
Okay.
I like to see it open.
Right.
But then when I was actually making the card that you've got over there with the 3 different layers of the butterflies, the cut edge made it so much easier. Because instead of having to waste loads of card and get my sizing
exactly,
right,
you've just got that little tiny bit,
between, all I've done is, so that card looks as if it uses like 5 sheets of A4 paper.
Yeah.
It actually uses less than 2.
Wow.
Because that edge can then be easily licked over and you can see what you're doing and get it right when you're actually
Good
mounting
point.
3 together.
Yeah.
So that I thought was not good has actually worked out a massive bonus for it.
Love it. You can see that on that card as well. I mean, it's a really strong border there. I mean, it's a beautiful effect. Also, in the background here, you can see those fabulous little, almost like rose hip berries that you've got on your screen there. Because, of course, it is a 2-die set. So you're going to get the original butterflies, the little rose hip elements, as you can see there, being used with some little glossy accents there, giving them that kind of juicy appeal, as you can see. And again, similarly with this particular one there as well. So quick and easy cards created when you've got the quality of dies that you're getting within this particular set. £9.99, both of those coming to you, and they are a popular set. So 515048. Now, when I was personal shopping for you earlier on, I was recommending these ones. Half the stock has gone. This is a really useful set. As I say, we all build up our die cutting collection as time goes on. It doesn't happen overnight. And prices like these are ones that are definitely worth taking advantage of, because for less than a tenner, you are getting 10 dies. It's not just because you're getting 10 dies, you're getting 10 very usable dies. That is the key thing. Wise pennies spent on these. You've got your rectangle and your frame. And what you've got within these is you've got your mats and layers, which means you are going to be able to cut your outer parameter because you've got that die. Then you're able to cut the detail die, as you can see there. Similarly, working your way through, you've got those nested elements with these, which mean that you are going to get some wonderful results. Now, I've picked that up, rotated it. I'll have to pop it back in a minute. I'll pop it down the front for now. But what you can do is actually take the layers and build them up. So here you can see we've kind of got a sepia tone going on. The mat at the back there is that kind of almost like craft card tone that you've got there, lovely kind of mocha colour. Then the gold sitting on the top, but then you've got a little bit of embossed detail because, of course, the die's naturally going to give you that as they're working. This one's a lovely one because you can see here the die cut element has been kind of twisted on its axis here, creating a gorgeous frame there. I mean, you look at that and you would think that's a new release die, wouldn't you? Because it's a classic style. Just because you're paying £9.99, don't think that this is something that's going to be kind of like an old design that you're never going to be using again because it's gone out of fashion. It might be an older design, but it could be a new design to you. These are certainly new to me because I've not seen them before. And then again, the mats there giving you the ability to get your contrast card dock in place as well. So 479004 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Now boxes, we had an email in about the boxes. One of our viewers saying that she's, it's Debbie, lovely Debbie's emailed in. Thank you, Debbie, it's nice of you to email in. And she was saying that she's used these as little favour boxes. So for her students or her kids, they put little sweeties in there. I think it's a nice idea. You're getting a series of, well, all sorts, to be honest. You're going to get 4 different designs and 10 repeats of each of those. Some of them will be boxes with lids, as you can see, like so. Some of them will be ones where you literally just need a little bit of ribbon, or, well, this one here, you don't actually need any glue at all because it all comes together. One of the fabulous flowers that we've got coming up in a moment on die featuring there. You're going to get a selection, so 4 different designs, but all on that white cardstock, ready for you to apply your ink and to create your gorgeous designs. And of course, if you want numbers and that fabulous foam, we've got that coming up as well in a little while. Pop these into your basket in multiples, because at prices like this, it's worth taking advantage of just in case you have a pair of earrings that you want to give as a gift, just in case you want to do just like a little, I don't know, it could be an after dinner mint or something like that. Just a nice cutesy little way of packaging things up. 204 691 999. Now, stamps and die sets are always popular, even more so when you're paying less than a tenner for them. And getting 2 sets. This is brilliant. You are going to get the fabulous set here, which has got that wonderful happy birthday in the scripted font, and then you're going to get the little elements that you can stamp alongside it. So it could be happy, as the word happy there, birthday followed by to you, birthday wishes, it's your birthday, birthday boy, birthday girl. They kind of work together in loads of different configurations. So it's also all sorts of ways you could use these as well. It'd be you girl, you girl. You go. There you go, you can see there. So happy birthday to you. On this one, happy birthday boy. Not happy birthday, birthday boy. Could be happy birthday though, because we've got that in there as well. And then of course you've got those fabulous little discs in there with all the stamp detail. On that one you can see the flower and kind of the idea that John was showing us a few moments ago with the papers featuring there. And again here, the detail that you've got with those stamps, please don't think because you're paying $9.99 for all these that you've got any kind of quality issues with these. You haven't. They're still going to have that crisp quality effect that you would have seen with these if you were paying that original price for them. The little flowers as well, I'm going to show you that one in a few moments, but so a really nice little die set, that one, at $9.99, a very affordable price as well. So the little flowers, this is the one that we were just talking about, and it's been a popular die set, I'm not surprised. This one, half the stock has gone. Yeah. Amazing deal. You are going to get the fabulous flowers that we just saw a few moments ago. John was taking us through these. You've got different sizes, good sizes with these, and of course you've got the stamp and the die kind of pairing. Might be that you've never invested in that. Maybe you've just gone for stamps previously and you've just got a die cutting machine, or it might be that you're a die cutter and never really tried stamping. Well, with this, $9.99 just for the dies would be a brilliant price, but the bonus is you're going to get those stamps that gives you the ability to try a different area of crafting that perhaps you haven't tried before. And again, the fabulous flowers featuring, as you can see here, with those gorgeous kind of little funky flowers and the leaf element coming from behind there. Everything works so well together. $9.99, 423 569. If you're wanting the pairing of those, please do so. Now, this is another one that I was suggesting you pop into your basket alongside those frames. This has been a popular one. You've got your numbers. I'd be going for these in my multiples. And as I mentioned before, the reason being is if you're doing a birthday and you're using the same number twice, or it's a year, you might not want to actually be passing it through 2 or 3 times. I know it's only seconds, but when you are crafting, then it is one of those things that you will find that you might want multiple of. So if you're doing, I don't know, invitations for a 40th or something like that, 40th birthday, 40th anniversary, just means that you've got that extra set and you've only paid a tenner for them. Now, $9.99 will get you the dies, also the stamps that I've not touched on either, but you're also going to get your fabulous foam within here. 5 sheets of your glitter foam, and they are personally picked to ensure that you have got a fabulous selection. So they might not be exactly as we're showing you here. We will try and keep it to this configuration, but it doesn't matter. You are going to be getting the most incredible colours, the fabulous glitter that you're getting on there that doesn't shed, and the 2mm foam that is fused to the back there already. It means that you can use it for your sentiments. This card here has been put together using one of those dies that we saw just a few moments ago, and that foam featuring there for the birthday or anniversary, probably silver anniversary actually when I think about it. And then of course the beauty is that you can actually make those dates if you wanted to. 1972, what a good year that was. Good year that was.
It was a vintage year.
It was vintage.
It was definitely a
Fabulous
vintage year.
Wonderful vintage
Back in the
year.
day.
And you've also got a couple of little background stamps which are perfectly sized for you to actually get that stamp detail on those. So instantly there you can change the way that those numbers look. So yeah, £9.99, 983116. Final one that I would suggest you add into your basket alongside your numbers and frames is this one with these little flowers. Now when I looked at these I thought they were just a strip, but what they're cleverly doing is cutting multiple petals, multiple leaves in one pass. So this one is going to cut you out 3 of those petal formations, which of course you can multi-layer. Leaves, you're going to get 3 on this particular one, and then similarly as you work your way along. And you've got different sizes with these, so it means that you can layer them up to perfection. And they're just beautiful little flowers. The flowers that you'll be able to use for any occasion. And again, these have been created, all the finished samples we're looking at, I think, have been used using what we've got on the counter. Obviously, your base cardstock as well. But it just shows you that just because you're paying less than a tenner doesn't mean that you can't make fabulous cards. So 465767, brilliant value for money, £9.99 for that one. I'm going to throw it back over to John because he looks like he's ready for another demo. What are you up to, John?
Right, I thought I would actually do the butterfly. I'm going to mix a few together, I'm really sorry. But that's what I was doing when I was playing with them. So I thought I'd actually use some of the glitter foam that you get with the numbers. I thought we'd do the butterfly edger. So I'm just going to put that on because I wanted to show you, normally if you see something that's 2mm thick, it doesn't cut. So I could throw this through with the numbers, and we know they're quite simplistic and they'll cut, that's fine. But I think it's worth showing what we can get quite intricately with it. So I'm going to go through with the butterfly. If I get it in the right place, that would actually help, wouldn't it? It would make it a lot easier. So, there we go, get that right. But I thought I'd also have a go. I haven't tried this. I love this birthday. I absolutely love this birthday die. The script is beautiful. And having the idea of every sentiment I put on a card is small. I'm always putting little tiny sentiments on. And I thought having this big sentiment with the bits that go with it to stamp it was a fantastic idea. But I mean, we can always rely on Marianne to come up with some brilliant ideas. I mean, a lot of the products, as you were saying earlier, most of this is we have a delivery in, and we have a lot of deliveries in. When we get delivery in the warehouse, they need to find space. And basically they go through and go, oh, we've forgotten we'd got that. And then they basically send it to me and say, what do you think, John? And I get a big box of what's been cleared this month. So literally what we're doing is with these shows is we're clearing out the warehouse to give us the space for the new stuff that's coming in.
So I was chatting before the show, so we're probably looking at, well, hopefully we're able to bring them in on a monthly basis.
Hopefully we want to try and do that because that makes it easier for us. We can just clear things out for people for new. So you can see here, that's just cut absolutely beautifully.
Oh, wow. Now, if you've cut that out of foam, I mean, obviously you've cut it out the sparkle foam, but say it was just out of your regular foam, could that actually be a stamp now?
It could.
Okay.
It could, if you cut it from standard EVA foam, spray glue it, put it onto an acrylic block. I would use an acrylic block.
Yeah.
Because again, it's about stretching. You don't want to be taking it off and on.
Good point.
You could stamp that straight away, and you would put it on that way up.
And of course
really
you can snip into that, whether it's a die cut or if you stamped it as you've got birth, and obviously you've got day there as well, so and birthday together, obviously as it comes, but you can kind of snip into it.
You could snip into it and mess about, but I just think it's really, really pretty. So, just to be boring, I'm going to put a little bit of glue. I'm using, you could use spray glue, but I find that a lot of them do start to sort of come off after a while.
Well, foam you've got to be careful of as well, haven't you? Because it's a different material that you're working with.
Yeah, so what I'm using here is, this is the Craft Artist Glue Glaze. So that just, there we go, which will stick it. It's a nice dry glue and it won't eat into the foam, it's not solvent based. So it gives me time, puts that on. So what I can do then, pop that into my stamp press and choose the words that I want to go with it.
Okay.
So, should we go with, what do you fancy, Hayley?
Ooh, birthday girl. That sounds like a nice one.
There we go. Really simple. So just take off the girl. Would be where I put my magnet.
But the thing is, that font that you've got from that birthday, if you've got other stamps that you wanted to bring in to do this, then you could do that as well.
You could do that. What they've done is, what Marianne's done on this is, every stamp she's put on it is a different font. So any font mixes with this
Clever idea.
So there we go. We've got birthday girl.
Cute.
Really simple. So, let's take that out of the way. Now we'll go for my butterfly. And this is what I was saying earlier about this one. Absolutely love how fluid it is.
Oh, wow.
If you look,
That's
I mean,
like
you
a
could
little
almost
princess crown.
If you've got, again, if you've got kids and you're crafting with them or you're trying to entertain them at the minute, this would be perfect. Cut these out of the foam, get them to make tiaras and
I was
hats
just
and
about to say, I
hairpieces
could
with
just
it.
see our Chloe rocking one of those little tiaras. That is definitely a Chloe tiara.
It is actually. I could see Princess Bernard in this without a shadow of a doubt. So
I still haven't got to the end of why do we call her Bernard?
Because Chloe has the most brilliant laugh in the world.
Oh, I see.
If you ever get
right.
a chance to listen to it, get her to laugh on air, honestly. And it's literally like Uncle Bernard in the corner at the Christmas party with this deep, booming chuckle. And it's coming out this a really sort of pretty blonde Chloe. It's not what you'd expect in the slightest. But you can see there, I've not lost any of the integrity by cutting it out of that. And of course it's already 3D mounted.
Beautiful.
And what I've done is I've cut it again out of white card so that I could offset it, or so that I can do what I'm going to do now. So I'm going to just add, and again I'm using the glue glaze.
Okay.
But you can use your standard PVA glues.
So is that going on to the glitter side?
This is going on to the glitter side because it's sealed. If you notice, there's no glitter on here.
There's no drop at all.
There's none on my hands. But what I would say is, I've not tested it with it, but I would be wary of using it with some of the solvent-based glues.
Yes.
You know, the sort of the sticky...
They can separate things off, can't they?
Can.
Yeah, you can break
and the
away.
great thing is, the size of this die is 5.5 inches.
That's a perfect size for
Which
cards.
is a perfect standard size. So I've got that on the top. So we'll make this for Bernard's birthday. When is it? When is it Bernard's birthday?
March.
Well, we'll
I
have to
missed
save
it.
it till March for it.
Make a nice frame as well, this, because the size of it there, it could go around all four sides of that square with a photo in or something.
Oh, actually, it could. It would look lovely, wouldn't it? But you see, I'm struggling to offset it.
Yeah.
I don't bother. I use the back, and I use the fact that it's a separate strip. So as long as I have the same width strip showing of grey there, it's offset perfectly at the top.
Oh, that's lovely.
So it mirrors. So there's always method in the madness. This is what I love about these.
Now, we've got about 10 minutes left, so I'm going to let you continue for a few moments. Don't forget that glitter cardstock does come alongside the die set that we've been talking about. And not cardstock, should I say, the foam, glitter foam. I'm going to pop the details up on the screen just in case you're wanting to pop that into your basket. And you are getting the numbers alongside it. So very useful numbers, good sizes with those numbers. I'd say they're probably about an inch high. I've not measured them particularly, but they are roughly that sort of size. And then you have got the little stamps there that are perfect for an overlay. 2/3 of the stock has gone of that set though, so if you are wanting to get hold of those, 983116. Okay.
Right, so how old is our birthday girl going to be?
Oh, should we ask her? Should we ask her? Is this the next one or
I'm going to go with 21.
Ah.
I think,
she's
I think
looking ahead.
21 is about right, yeah.
She's 23, oh my
So
goodness.
I'm going to go, well, I can do it. We'll do a 21 for Princess Molly.
They're all
then.
shouting out now for birthdays.
So-
I'm the only one that's keeping quiet about birthday ages. Have you noticed that?
Yeah. But what I like about these is these are a little bit funky.
Yes.
But they're not too funky. I know
They're
that
not
doesn't
too,
make a lot of
too
sense.
young. They're not kiddie-like.
They're not kiddie-like, but they're not too adult. So you
Yes.
could use these for any age.
Yeah.
And that's what actually, like I said, the card I did with the age in it, I absolutely loved doing that.
Yeah.
But I'll show you, as I run this through, I'm going to show you how we'd actually put together.
Well, they're nice, clean numbers as well. I mean, I'm thinking randomly, I'm looking at the clock behind John and thinking they'd look fabulous if you were making like an MDF clock and you needed the numbers to work the way around. Nice, clear numbers, that's the key thing.
Yeah, they are. So it's the idea is you could make a card like we've got with that, but then number it afterwards.
Yeah.
Because I never make cards for specific people or specific events.
Well,
I make the cards that I want to make, and then when I need one, I go through the box and go, oh, that'll do for Hayley. For Hayley's 31st.
Well, I hope you put more thought into it than that.
Yeah.
Oh, that'll do.
Yeah, and I would do it for everybody, literally everybody, because I think there's nothing worse than when you get that dreaded phone call as a craft and someone says, it's Jean's birthday tomorrow. She's going to be 60 and she likes peonies and cycling.
Yes.
And, you know, and you're expected to come up with a card for Jean's 60th tomorrow with peonies and cycling on it. What I do is literally I make the cards I want, I'll make more in that time by doing that, and then I go through the box and I always find a card that's appropriate.
Yeah.
I might not find one with peonies and cycling on, but at least with this I'll be able to put Gene 60 on it.
Exactly.
And, you know,
and
that
also,
sort of
I'm
thing.
thinking, if you're making your cards to sell as well, quite often my mum always loves to put a number of the birthday on, so she's got kind of the peel off, because it's nice
Yes.
that she can just put those on easily. But with these, you could be making your cards to sell and actually putting a series of numbers in there,
Yeah.
so as people can personalise them themselves.
That's actually a really, really good idea.
Occasionally I have them.
So put 2 and 1 on. I know my nan always, every year, would get me a card with a beautiful verse. Then she would get a grandson peel off, and if it was a special, really special, she'd get the big gold numbers as well.
Oh, yes,
And
I
always in the
remember
top right
those,
corner
yeah.
there'd be a wonky grandson. And then an 8 or a 13 or something, because she felt it was more important to have the actual nice sentiment in there.
Well, this is
than
it. My
getting a card
mum's the same. She
specifically
loves
for
a
it.
card with a verse, but that's not always possible. So if a verse isn't possible, then the personalisation another way is the key thing, and I
Yeah.
think that's a perfect one there. Beautiful.
So I was going to show you very, very quickly how we'd get a year together and how we get it straight.
Oh, yeah, please do.
So this is the one thing that, you know, a lot of people struggle with numbers and letters and things like that. So what year am I doing?
Oh, I don't know. You can choose. You can choose any.
So I'll do 1972 again.
Okay, that's fine.
So what you do is line them up on your mat. I've got a Crfts 2 A3 mat, which is mathematically correct. But line them up on your mat first.
Okay.
The way that you would cut them against one of the base lines.
Right.
So just line them up like that.
Mhm.
Yeah, make sure they're straight. Look back, stand back, make sure you're happy with the spacing.
Yep.
Yeah. Then take a long piece of low-tack tape and pick them up.
Oh, right, clever. Yeah.
Then take them to your card.
Mm-hmm.
Take them to your card, and then you can move that around as a finished piece.
That's a good point, yeah.
To get it where you want. If you want to make sure it's straight on your card,
Mhm.
yeah, put it again against the straight lines.
Right.
Yeah, and use one of the straight lines on there and continue it on.
Yes.
Yeah. So we can continue that on. We can just run that one through really, really simply. And whilst that's going through, do you want me to have I got time to quickly show you the flowers in strips?
Yeah, let's go for it. Incidentally, folks, when you're watching this, and obviously John's doing his fabulous demonstration, do check out John Next Door on Facebook. He does a weekly little kind of broadcast with things just like he's doing here that you can tune in, and I'm going to get him to give you all the details when we go back to him. Details of the dies that he's about to use are up on the screen, though, so if you do want these, pop these ones into your basket. There you go, all 4 of them.
So I'm just going to pop these on. I'm just going to do the flowers, but I wanted to show you they're exactly the same flower.
Okay.
But it's, I don't know why, as soon as I cut it, I thought primrose. I
yeah.
really did. So this is now cut. We just peel it off. But there is
Oh, that's fine.
1972, completely straight.
That is brilliant. And then you've got the numbers for another project.
Yeah, and you've got the numbers. Well, what you actually do with the numbers, take another piece of low-tack tape on the other side.
Okay.
Yeah. Peel the first piece off. And
Right.
basically then the numbers are stuck right on the other side.
Clever.
In the right position. I won't spend hours doing it. But I was just going to show you very quickly. So that's these cut. Flowers cut really easy. You've got embossed lines if you need them that you can colour through to add more detail on. But these have got to be the easiest flowers I've ever had to shape.
Beautiful.
Because all I do, onto a piece of these, this is the Crfts 2 foam, because it's really firm. That's why I always use that particular one. Push in the middle. That's it.
Perfect.
Just literally push in the middle, 2 together, there's your little primrose done.
Beautiful. And they come together so beautifully. You can see the finished card that we've got here has got those little primrose flowers. Say primrose, but of course they could be any colour that you like. Nice if you do them in white, nice and crisp with the little centres in there maybe, but there you go. You can see, and of course the beauty is that die is allowing you to cut more than one petal in one pass. That is the key thing. If you're wanting this particular die set, you're getting 4 die sets in there. You're going to be cutting out multiples, maybe 3 or 4 flowers at the same time, plus the leaves. And of course the size of them mean that they can go into some of those small smaller die cutting machines as well. And at £9.99, a very affordable way for you to get hold of these. Now, John, you're going to be back later on. You're back at 6 o'clock. Now, 6 o'clock, let me think, what happens at 6 o'clock? We launched a brand new one-day special
that happens only once a day?
I think there is. So we're going to see you back a little bit later on for that one. Now, tell the folks at home how they can watch your fabulous and little kind of tutorials that you do online.
Yeah, all you need to do, we call it Craft Cave Live because it comes live from my craft cave every week, Wednesday night at 7 o'clock. And all you do is, if you ask to join the Crafting with John Next Door and Crafts 2 group on Facebook, agree to the rules, otherwise Sam won't let you in because he is very, very strict. We want, you know, it's about niceness, it's about community in there, and then we do live videos, but you'll be able to watch everyone I've done for the last, it's got to be 10, 11 months now, isn't it, Hayley?
It's got to be something like that. I'm usually
so
there.
There's one a week, every week, and we've done it since well before what's happening now, and we'll carry it on well afterwards. And it's just giving you exactly what we're doing now, and you ask questions and I answer them and tell you how to do stuff.
Love it. So definitely do make sure that you tune in. And incidentally, if you want those numbers that John's been working with, don't forget they're all coming together as a bundle. So the dies that he's just shown you going through the die cutting machine, the little stamps that accompany them, and of course that fabulous glitter foam. The glitter foam may vary, but what you are going to get is a fabulous selection of 5 A4 sheets. It's got that 2mm foam on the back of it, which means you can die cut it and pop it onto your card straight away. But just to let you know that 80% of the stock has gone. So please don't leave it too long before you pop this into your basket. And as I say, if you're wanting to do kind of key numbers where you've got multiples of them, at less than a tenner, I would be going for a couple of those sets. Saves you the time of passing those through. 983116 is that all-important number. Do pop those into your basket. John, thank you so much for your inspiration yet again during this hour.
Thank you, it's been brilliant. I've loved being back.
Yeah, it's good fun. And we will see you at 6 o'clock. Looking forward to that one. So, yeah, just for me to say goodbye. Got a fabulous hour coming up, though, so do not go anywhere. You are allowed to go and get yourself a cup of tea, though, maybe a chocolate hobnob if you're wanting to. But we've got Yanis and Anthony back with some fabulous kind of moulds and all sorts of wonderful things going on. So I shall certainly be settling down and watch. Anything in your basket show from this hour, though, you need to be checking those baskets out. Had a very busy hour. It's been good to have your company. And don't forget, come back and join John at 6 o'clock. But I will see you at 12 with the one-day special for today. So yes, we are clay crafting with FMM. Make sure you stay tuned for that. Back with a one-day special with the Deflecto and the stackable solutions. And then we've got another mixed media Friday with Clarity.
Hi, I'm Jean, and together with my partner Malcolm, we run a small business in the northeast of England called Crafty Individuals. At Crafty Individuals, we're mostly involved in the design and manufacture of a very wide range of red rubber art stamps, but we also have a range of background papers and mini images that are also brilliant to create with. Personally, my background is in art and design and crafting, and most of the designs have been created by myself. We also have a great little team of other artist friends who've helped us along the way and have come up with other designs that completely work alongside our own. So do pull up a pew and join us on the Hochanda shows. We can't wait to see you there.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specializing in traditional crafts for the modern maker. Most of our products involve textiles and age-old techniques, from button making, lace making, weaving, and other forms of passementerie. Mark and I work hard designing the kits and developing innovative tools to make all of these traditional crafts more accessible to the modern user. We're really pleased to be part of the Hochanda family, and I'm looking forward to being able to take time and demonstrate some of these techniques and share new ideas. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door. I'm lucky enough to have been a guest on Hochanda since day one. The John Next Door brand is designed to bring high quality, innovative products to the crafting market. The range includes stamps, dies and new products such as the media plates. I'm also looking to expand the brand and bring you lots of new techniques, new ideas and new products into the next few years. So don't forget to tune in and watch the John Next Door shows on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Barbara.
And I'm Julie.
And together we're Scarlet Rose Crafts. We're a family-run business, been in business for 2 years, and our aim is to bring new and innovative new products to the crafting industry.
We've both been involved in crafting industry for many years, and we're continuing to move forward with our new company now.
The Easy Mat Plate is our flagship product, followed by our innovative Easy Shim product.
Our range includes diamond trail plates, ultra-sized dies, cards and sticky sheets.
We're constantly developing new and unusual products, so watch this space.
On our shows, we hope to inspire you with our products so that you can carry on crafting, because our motto is, because we can.
So don't miss the Scarlet Rose Craft shows on Hochanda.
Welcome to Club G45 from Graphic 45, the monthly tutorial kit that allows you to create some of the most beautiful projects by accessing a step-by-step video viewable online. This month's tutorial is the Club G45 Ocean Blue Collector's Box and Mini Album and Matchbook Box Kit. You will get almost everything you need to create both of these projects from scratch, including access to this month's step-by-step video tutorial and accompanying project sheet. Simply order yours by purchasing item number 467894 for £49.99, plus your postage from hochanda.com, or give us a call on 01733 60 2000 for instant access to this month's Club G45 from Graphic 45.
Would a rose with any other name smell but as sweet? Ah, take a look at this, a thing of beauty. Hello everybody and good morning. This is the kind of rose that anybody is going to be able to make, and I really do mean anybody. It is absolutely beautiful, and as the name suggests, it is the easiest rose ever. Before we get into everything, I've got to introduce you to the very talented Anthony. Anthony, how you doing, buddy?
I'm very good, thanks, Yanis. Yourself?
I'm great. This is, I know we showed it earlier on, but I'm absolutely blown away by the beauty. I mean, that to me, you'd be forgiven for thinking was a real rose.
It is indeed, and you know, I was just saying before the show started, if you actually wanted to make it smell like a rose, then just add some rose essence to the clay when you actually mix it, and then when you smell it, it's even going to smell like a real rose as well.
You are a talented guy. I haven't said that, but Anthony, whenever I work with Anthony, I learn something. That is such a good tip. So we've got some beautiful flowers here. If you were to add some essence into the clay, then they would actually smell of the flower that you're making. So the easiest ever rose, we are going to be featuring that. We have got a fantastic bundle for you. You have got the easiest ever rose. You've also got the easiest ever rose small as well, or the smallest easier ever. Let me try it again. The smallest, easiest ever rose. It's not easy for a bad presenter like me to say. So just have a look at everything around here. And this is the thing. You've seen the cutters, and I understand if you're just looking at the cutters, you'd be like, well, okay. But then when you take a look at all the inspirations, for instance, this was a demonstration that Anthony did at 7 o'clock. Look, I'm so glad that Charlotte producer said that, because I was thinking exactly the same thing. And she was just speaking to me. She wasn't telling me to relay this, but I totally agree. She was like, look, that is a show to catch up on. And it really is. But look, they, by all intents and purposes, if you were to see that, I would say that was a real rose. But they're simple to do, and that is, and we've also got some prima molds on the show as well that are exquisite. We're already very busy for you. And you have to see the inspirations. And I'm going to go back to one thing, and that is the fact that all of these roses, the way you're making these, you're going to get consistent results quickly and easily. But that is the ultimate thing, because you might be looking at this, and I'll be honest with you, if I pop that down, I'm going to show you another inspiration. Now, if you were to tell me, can you make some flowers for a mixed media piece, and showed me these, and just said to me, okay, can you whip me up a few of these? I really would feel daunted by that. I wouldn't know where to start. With the cutters, and Anthony was saying, like, one of these flowers, about 5 minutes to make. And we've got some exceptional clay on the show as well. What I would suggest is stay with us, because I've got a lot of time for Anthony. I think he's a great crafter and he's so passionate about sharing those techniques. So if you just stick with us, he's got some great techniques. We're going to be featuring the peony, which I'm going to get to in a moment. Going to give you the details here, but this is a show where you need to see the demonstrations. No good just me waffling on about it. You need to see it in action. $15.99 your price, 009682 your item number. A third of the stock has already gone. One thing I can absolutely guarantee, and I will never lie to you, it is the easiest rose you will ever make. I mean that. All you did, and we saw it in the previous hour at 7, you cut it, you folded it over, you just teased out the petals and rolled it up. That is it. Okay, we're going to move on. We have got the peony. So, I mean, two iconic flowers. When you think about the rose, the peony, you can put them together and create your own bouquet. We can use them for our mixed media. We can use them for our home decor. You can put them onto your cards. There is so much you can do here. The cuts, now you're also getting the leaf cutter in the mix as well, which that is very useful to also bring more life to your pieces. For instance, look at that. Now, how can you not want to do that? If you've never tried clay before, look, I mean, it's just exceptional. One thing I will say, we're going to be featuring clay, but let's just take a moment to think, well, maybe you like your sugar craft. If you do like your sugar craft, that could be on top of a cake. Or you could just put a smaller one on top of a cupcake. There is a golden rule, though, that we say that if you are going to be using these for sugarcraft, you keep the cutter as just for sugarcraft. You never cross-contaminate, and if you use them for your crafting, then you just keep them for your crafting. So you never mix and match, okay? If you do want to do both, then get 2 sets. That's for your own safety. That's not me trying to upsell. Okay, have a look here. So changing the colour. Look at that. Changing the colour does have such an impact, but now you've got, I love that blue. It's dramatic, atmospheric, the detail, the layers upon layers upon layers of detail. And the beauty is here, you're only restricted by your own imagination. If there's a colour, I mean, it doesn't have to be a specific colour that you would find in a peony. These are your flowers. You decide the colour tones. You can have a rainbow peony if you wanted. $11.99 your price. For $11.99 to be able to make a flower of this calibre is incredible. 561-413 item number. This is going to be our first demonstration, so do stick with us. 561-413 item number there. Now we've got some other elements. We've got 2 cutters here, or sets of cutters I should say. These allow you to bring further dimension to your flowers, especially thinking about our easiest rose ever, because you've got the leaves and you've also got the calyx. So the calyx, let me show you. Having a look here, this is the flower. So our easiest rose ever. But then if I turn around, so now you've got the leaves and that is the calyx. So the calyx is, it's kind of like the bridge from the stem to the flower going through. The biggest compliment for this show is Charlotte, our producer, and if you do if you follow any of the team on Hochanda, we've got our own pages, we did a little mention, a birthday shout to Charlotte's nan. And Charlotte does a lot of shopping for her nan here. And in my ear, she said, I'm going to have to buy these for my nan. So there we go. Charlotte's nan, you've got something to look forward to, Jackie. Okay, so just having a look, you're getting a trio. So you've got the largest leaf. There, then you've got your medium. Actually, I'll tell you, I'll put them on my hand. That's probably easier. I did that last time. So you've got the 3 cutters there. There you go. Well, that's... I saw something there. I thought I could position it differently next time. That was very unfortunate. No, that was not planned. $9.99. You're getting all 6. I mean, you could have made that up. Okay, so $9.99 your price. 580-333 your item number. And we got some tools for you. These are really important. Now you're getting a set of 10 tools. They're double-ended, so you're getting 5 obviously double-ended tools. You've got everything you need here. So we've got a Dresden tool. It's probably easier if I just show you there. So you've got the double-ended Dresden tool, allowing you to drag out and get your finishing effects. So there's your Dresden. You've got your ball tools coming through. So you might already have maybe some ball tools in the mix, but do you have anything like this in your stash? So this is where it becomes a more specialized tool set. This is very important, by the way, this sort of like knife shape to tease out the petals. Or do you have anything like that in your stash? I don't even know what this is for, but I'm sure Anthony will tell us. Actually, Anthony, do you mind if I ask you, what is this tool for? Because I've never seen anything like that. Do you know?
I'll be honest with you, I don't, but okay. I think it's probably for the actual very centre of small flowers, because it's going to give you that like cross effect.
It looks like that. I'm sorry, I didn't want to put you on the spot there. Sorry,
fine.
But look, hey, it's worth having the tools there to hand. £17.99 your price, 246-298 your item number. Presenter throwing the guest under the bus there. Tell me what this is for. I don't know. Okay, so. We have got some impression mats for you. Taking a look here, these are come as duos. They're options here. You've got 2 different options. We have our bark and our brick. So a bit of bark, bit of brick, very popular at 7 o'clock. I love bark. And what I would say, Anthony has worked hard to bring some clay, and it's very special clay, and we're going to see it in a moment. Just imagine with your clay that bark or brickwork, and then wrapping it around. It could be MDF, it could be as a base. Busy for those, but also another favourite, and I absolutely cannot choose between the two, because there is something about cobbles. So it's cobbles and stones. For that price, £9.99, why would you not consider getting both? I mean, it's up to you. 087018 your item number. They share the same item number. You're picking the options that you want there, but really nice texture plates there. We are so busy for our Prima molds. They are exceptional. I cannot stress enough how good these molds are. The quality of the molds is absolutely first rate. When you get these home and just feeling them, I'm just taking it out, the weight, and I mean that as a reassuring weight to it, the depth that you're getting within the molds. These are a food grade mold. Super, super deep. Etching in there. I know this design was very popular. This is the it's the Warrington framework. So let me just pop that back in. What I will do, if we just take a look at a couple of the others, I'm going to bring over some inspirations, just see it. So we just show you there for a second, just bear with, and I will pick up, he says, yeah, I'll grab that one, and I'll grab that one. Just show you really quickly, and I know Anthony is going to be demonstrating these as well. So this is the Bridgeport Iron Gate. Have a look at that. But this is what we talk about when you say Prima mold. So you put your beautiful flowers with your Prima molds, and my goodness, that is something to behold. Or how about this one here? I mean, that... You would be forgiven for thinking that was a metal embellishment going through. The intricacy, the designs that you're getting, and I think I'm right in saying that is the Hollybrook ironwork going through. So those are your Prima molds. They are options, so you're just picking whichever option you like. They are extremely good and value for money, and that's something, the first thing actually when I met Anthony this morning for a meeting, he said, Yanis, you've got to see the price on these Prima molds. $15.99, 570-624 your item number. We've got clay for you. These are a little bit different. They're air dry clay, but they are a polymer air dry clay. We've got our bright and our light here. When you get to spend time, look, anyone who knows Anthony will already know that he's a treasure trove of knowledge, and he's already said that here with the tip of adding some sense to the clay. He was telling me with the bright and the light, you actually are getting, there's less water content in this, so you're actually getting more clay for your money. 200 grams of clay, So you're getting 2 packs, 100 grams each, $10.98, sorry, your price. Half the stock has gone there. 602-254, your item number. What I'm going to do, when we do throw over to Anthony, I'm going to ask Anthony to actually just talk us very quickly through the difference between the two clays when we'd use the clay, so I think that's important. We've also got here the soft and the strong. Now, with the soft and strong, what makes it so special, and I personally have never seen the soft and strong before. I think we have featured it on Hochanda in the past, but I've never done a show with it. And I was absolutely blown away by the fact. So I've seen moulds, say with a clay, and you put it in the mould, you let it dry, and it is absolutely rock hard. So we've seen that. But with the soft and strong, once you put it in the mould, once it's dried, you can still mould it. You can still bend it around a project. So those are the clays. 60% of the stock has gone with the soft and strong. $10.98 your price. Both have been extremely popular, and we had a lot of stock. 623-804 your item number. Anthony, would you mind if I did ask you that question? So anyone at home who's not seen these clays before, what's the difference? Which one should we go for?
Okay, the difference is one is just like your normal, shall we say, clay, which is paper air dry. So that is your bright and light clay. So that is a paper air drying clay. So this is going to work particularly well if you're going to be doing your flowers, but it will also work really nicely in your moulds. Now the other one, which is the soft then strong, this is a polymer air drying clay. Now what's really great about this, as Yanis said, once it's actually been cast and it's dried, you can still actually flex it. So this is one that I've done earlier, and I've painted up using some black acrylic paint over the top, and then just some gilding paints. But you can see I can still then actually bend it. So if you actually want to put that onto a bottle or onto a vase, that's going to be the one to work. If you're also upcycling furniture, then maybe you want to put some details, some decor onto your furniture, this will be the one to use. So if, for instance, you put like a wooden doorknob, actually through this part here, your hand's probably going to brush against this quite a lot. Now, if you were using the bright and light clay, you'd brush that away after time because it's basically just paper. Okay, with this one, because it's got that polymer in there, it's far more resistant, so it's going to take the knocks a lot better than the bright and light. So this one is the soft and strong. Like I say, this is the air drying polymer clay.
Thank you, Anthony. We're going to get to our first demonstration. Thanks for that, Anthony. It was just good to explain it, especially for any of the viewers who might have seen it before. I cannot wait. I'm right in saying we're going to be having a look at the peony?
We're going to be having a look at the peony, indeed.
Okay, let's go for it.
Right, so this morning I did the rose, and just quickly to recap on the rose, because just in case people didn't catch it, there's 3 different size roses to actually go with, and these are those in question. So you're going to get 3 different cutters, and they are the size roses that you'll make. So you see that they go up in size, but they also work beautifully together. They're not there's not a big jump between the sizes. Now, making a rose, as we showed this morning, it only really takes about 5 minutes. It's up to you how many cuts you actually do. I normally do about 2 or 3 for the larger ones to make a really nice rose. This one we actually made this morning on this morning's show. This one was actually 5 cuts of the mould, of the cutter, and you can see it's a real full, beautiful rose. This is the same size, okay, but we've only cut 2 of the shapes out to make that. So even in itself, we're saying this is the large one. You can make larger depending how many cuts you actually make of the material. So the actual peony, again, a beautiful, easy peony to make. Here's 2 I've done. Now, as you can see, again, these, you will only get, there's 2 cutters in here, but they will all make the same size flower. So again, it's entirely up to you how many cuts you actually make. This one is actually 1 of the smaller and then 2 of the larger, and this one is actually 2 of the larger and 2 of the smaller, and then you've got a little bud in the middle. But I'll show you how to put all of that together. So I'm just going to place those aside at the moment. Now with a peony...
Anthony, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I've just got to let everyone know, I'm sorry buddy, just very, very quickly, the soft and strong we've had a real spike, and I only want to let you know because there could be a point where we might go limited, and I didn't want it to happen without letting you know. At the moment, we're in 2/3. A lot of you, though, putting it into your baskets. After seeing that as well, we're having even more. So just to let you know. Sorry, Anthony.
Okay. No, that's no worries. Right, so when you actually look at a peony, and peonies are just in the process of either coming out or they're dying. I know I've got one in my garden that my dad gave us many years ago, and if you actually look at it, what you'll actually see is in the centre of the flower, the actual colour is slightly darker. So like I say, although it's not essential that you get it botanically correct, it just does give to the effect of making more dimension actually in your flower. So you'll see what I've got here is 3 different colours, okay? So this is going to be the bud in the middle. This is then the next 2 rows, and then this is the 3rd row here. So to make the actual bud, okay, and we are using the bright and light clay, and the colour that I've actually mixed with that is this one, which is the picked raspberry, and which is a distress ink, but any type of ink or dye or acrylic paint you can use to actually colour that, and basically just mix it in and you'll get the colour that you want to achieve. Now what you're going to get with the peony is you're going to get 2 of the large cutters there, and they're just very slightly different in size. The smaller one is the one we use first, and then the larger one to actually make the flower, and then you also have the leaf as well in that. So obviously, because this is a cutter, there's no right or wrong. So once it's been cut, you can then have it that way, or indeed you can flip the clay over and have it that way. So there's like a left and a right version. But let's just concentrate on these ones first. So we're going to take the smallest of the 2 cutters, and I'm just going to place it on the mat just so you can see what's going on. Then we're going to take our darkest colour, and then what I'm going to do is just roll a ball using the clay. Okay. And by the way, you can be using this for your cake decorating, as Jan has said, but we always recommend that you just get yourself a second set of the cutters. So what you want to do is create a ball with the clay so it just fits within just one little scallop there. And then just take that out, and then with your fingers, okay, just start to gently roll so it just slightly elongates it. So basically it's going to be like that. So from a circle to that. So let me just pop that there. Okay, so that's the sort of shape you're going to want. Then actually taking the cutter, okay, where it's got the frilly sort of like edge on it, then just very carefully just go in there and then just do that. So it's just indenting the actual clay, because when you look at a peony, you'll see in the centre the buds are very, very tight. So just about 3 of those, and that will sort of like fool the eye into thinking that there's leaves that are yet to sort of like open up. So just place that aside one moment. Now, because obviously this is a slightly longer process than the rose, but the same sort of thing. So what I've done, I've already made some elements. So I'm just going to make the largest of the 2 cutters now. So as I said, to make a peony, you'll need the bud that we've just made. You'll need 2 of the smaller size and then 2 of the larger size. Okay, but obviously if you want to go beyond that, then just use more of the larger ones to keep on making your flower bigger. Right, so we've just dusted the surface here with a little bit of corn flour. We've got the clay. Now my top tip is to use a nylon roller. The best reason I use a nylon roller is I find the wooden ones, sometimes they get a little bit caught up with the clay and it's just a little bit of a mess. These ones obviously have no porous surfaces, nylon cutters, so it's really, really nice and easy. Now, when you normally get them, you get the spaces at the end. I just find they always fall off when I roll it. So what I've got here is 2 pieces of cardboard. Now, the thickness of the clay that you're going to want to actually produce the flowers is between 1 and 2 mil. I'm actually using a 1 mil card here. So at home, if you haven't got any card, I bet you've got a cornflake box or something very similar in your cupboard where you can actually just grab that and cut that. Normally that's about 1 millimetre thick, that card, so that'd be perfect. Just cut yourself 2 strips, and as you can see, that is just bridging the gap between the 2 and giving that perfect 1 millimetre spacing for your clay. So this is, like I say, the larger one we're going to go for. This is the lightest colour clay that we've actually mixed. So just press that one into the clay, just go all the way around. Okay, then just lift that up and then just remove the waste. but obviously it's not waste because you can pop that back inside your bag. Okay, so let's just pop that back in there along with the smaller piece, and then just lift this one up. And then the mat that is available on the show, this is really important. When I first did this, I didn't have the mat and I used the back of a mouse mat. Now, a mouse mat is actually too soft. So when you actually start to sculpt the clay, what I found was the tool actually went through and it made a complete mess of it. So this is a really high density mat. It's soft enough, but sort of like hard enough, if that makes sense. So it's just the right mat for this particular job. Now, using the end of the nylon roller, I'm just going to flatten out just very slightly, so it's just thinning the edge, okay, like so. So that's one side done, and then let's just go with that. You can see it's just retaining some of the shape, so just go all on all of those like so. Okay, then when you get to that stage, what you need to do is use the ball tool. Now you're going to get 5 tools. As Janice said, these are food grade as well, so you can be using for cake decorating, but obviously if you're into your polymer clays or your air dry clays, then they're going to work really well for that, for just adding a little bit more detail. Now, as I said earlier, I'm totally honest, I don't really know what this one is actually used for, but I've got a feeling it's probably the centre of a small flower. These ones are just sort of like other ball tools, but you can see you can just drag those through your clay, and obviously that's going to make marks. As with the Dresden tool, that's going to be perfectly handy when you're going to be pulling back the air drying clay in your moulds. And then you've got the cutter tool here that's really important when it comes to actually going in between all of those petals and just really defining them and just posing the peony exactly how you want. This morning we used the end of this to actually roll the easy rose, and then obviously you've got your ball tool there, and that's just going to work in exactly the same way you'd be using a ball tool, and that's just a shape. Now this morning when we did the roses, we didn't need to shape those, but we do need to with these. So just very carefully just start to go in and just start to shape. Now if you find that the ball tool is actually sticking to the clay, then just get a little bit of sunflower oil and just pop that over there, and you'll find that that really does help. But just keep on going around until you can see just the edge of each of the petals actually just does start to lift off. So when you're happy, just keep on lifting it and moving it. Now what I normally do, I work diagonally on my little mat here because that is the largest amount of space available. So once you've done one side, rather than just turn it over and do the other side, you actually want to flip it over like so, and then do the opposite ones, okay? And just go in there with the ball tool, just very gently, like I say. If it does drag, then just a little bit of sunflower oil, and then just go on there. Okay, so just keep on going like so until you've got all 5 there. So a little bit more pressure there. Okay, like so. Quick circular motion and the leaves will curl up brilliantly. Okay, so once you've got to that, then in total, like I say, you're going to need 2 of each size. So I've already made those a little bit earlier. Okay, so I'm just going to place this one aside for the moment. Hopefully the clay hasn't got too dry. But now we're going to bring in the centre bud, so that's the bit that we just put those indentations using the cutter. And then we're just going to basically flip this over. Now what you actually want is, where I'm looking here, the top part, the indentation is going downwards, okay? So when we flip it over, those indentations in the clay will also be going downwards, and they will help actually give you that shape, that circular or ball-like shape. Now, as with the rose, just go along the one edge that you actually folded and just press that down. Make sure you don't apply any pressure to that top part. So now we bring in our centre bud there, and exactly as we did this morning with the rose, and this is why it is so easy. Just start to wrap that round. Now just apply a little bit of pressure at the bottom but not the top, like so, so we can unpeel that. So just like so, just pop that one aside. So then we've got our second piece. So again, as I said, the indentations are pointing downwards. So we're just going to fold that again. Okay, like so. Okay, and just press down. And then we're going to bring our bud back in there, and then we're just going to line up those petals. It's not crucial, this part, but just to get a nice consistency. Where you see the lower one here, you want the lower part of that petal to join up, and the upper one to that. So basically, it's like that. Okay, see if we can see that. So it's basically like that. It's just gonna cover, and the layering is going to be good. So when you roll this, you don't want to actually be rolling it that tightly. So already you can see it's looking completely different from the rose. So where this one is like fanned out, this one is very, very, very much like a ball. So now we've got the two larger ones, and this is now the lighter colour. So I'll just show you the difference in colours of clay. So you can see that one's slightly lighter, so it's going to give you the impression of more depth. So again, where we've indented the clay there, keep that there, and then fold this one over, like so. Squish that down just on the edge that you folded, then bring back in this. This one hasn't got to line up with anything, and then just roll that one around like so, and just press that one in, pop that aside, bring in the last piece, and again indentations pointing down on the top, and then let's just fold that one over like so. Just press that down, and then finally we bring in that bud, and then we're just going to line them up in exactly the same way. So find that point there where that one is, just place that over, and then roll that one round. And you can see where we've actually sculpted the clay to start with, we have got that perfect like ball shape. Now just very, very carefully, as we did with the rose, at the moment if we flip that over, you're just going to get that roll effect. You can clearly, distinctively see the two different colour clays there. So we can just tidy that up a little bit. Now obviously if you're going to be sticking that onto a real large canvas, then maybe you don't really need to do this next step. But just to clean it up a bit, and as I said with the rose this morning, you don't want to press too much too quickly. So just start to go around with the clay like so. Okay, just keep on going. And then after a time, and these are quite large compared to the roses, so just keep on going around, just gently squeezing as you go, and then it will start to take shape. So at the moment, that's what we've actually got now. So we're elongating this part here, and then just keep on going basically until you come almost to a point. So just keep on going, like I say, gently does it all the way around. And then just using your fingers, once it gets to about that, then you can start using your fingers, just pop that in between your fingers, just keep on twisting that round, like so. And then you can see that's really, really elongating now, just keep on going all the way, and then we're nearly done for the peony. So once we've actually done that, there we go, we've got some clay. Again, obviously we can reuse, so we can pop that back inside our airtight bag there. Okay, so as with this morning, I just got myself a little washi tape, purely because the rose, or the peony in this case, sitting there really, really nicely to dry. And at this point, then you can start to just ease out each one of those petals, okay? So again, maybe just look online, or if you have a peony in your garden, then you can see how the sort of leaves go. But to be honest, you know, it's all down to your imagination really, how you want to sculpt the flower. You know, it hasn't got to be dead perfect, botanically perfect. It's just the overall look that you know you consider to be pleasing. So we're just going to gently ease those ones out, and you will see they do tend to come back in on themselves, just exactly like a real peony does. And just go in there and just separate out those petals. Unlike a rose, the petals of a peony are quite tight anyway, so you don't want to sort of like stretch them beyond what is not going to look right. And then before you know it, that is your peony there. So you can see the darker part in the centre, followed by the lighter clay on the outside. Right, so once we actually get to that point, we then need a couple of leaves. So you're going to get a leaf cutter in the peony one as well. So again, I just coloured this. This time I've actually used acrylic paint. Okay, so that is the actual colour that I've used. Okay, and just mix that in with the clay. Obviously that's going to add quite a lot more moisture into the clay. The most important thing is you don't want it too wet. So I'm just going to pop some corn flour on there, and like I say, again, food safe cutters, so you can be using them for your cake decorating or your mixed media and your card making. Just make sure you get yourself a second set.
Anthony,
so, yes,
sorry to interrupt, buddy.
That's right.
I think we are just going to have a very quick recap.
Yeah,
if that's okay.
Sure.
And then continue. Would that be all right?
Indeed. Yeah.
Yeah, all right, we'll do it. And we are busy, and we just got to let you know a few updates. That's the only reason why. So sorry, Anthony, to interrupt. Got to give you an update on the Soft and Strong. Having a look here. 3/4 of the stock has gone with the Soft and Strong. Very, very, very busy for our Soft and Strong. You are getting here 2 bags of the Soft and Strong, £10.98 your price, 623804 your item number there. And we've also got the Bright and the Light as well, just showing you here, Bright and Light. 200 grams of your Bright and Light, so 2 packs, £10.98 your price, 602254 your item number, and 60% of the stock has gone there. Right, so the clay. Now, I know we're focusing on the clay, but if you do love your sugar craft as well, all the flowers we're showing here, you can equally incorporate onto your cakes using your sugar craft. So let's have a look at a rose, but this isn't an ordinary rose. This is the easiest rose ever, and it really is. Exactly the same principle as making the peony. So you cut it out, you tease out, so you roll out the petals, you fold it over, you roll it up. That is it. It really is that simple, and then this is the effect. And you have to see, really see it to believe how good the roses are. They are exquisite. So you imagine, and let's just pause for a minute. Anthony did mention that Catherine has a group, and if you do watch, follow presenter Catherine on social media, she started a group on Facebook, Bleak to Unique. So if you are looking to upcycle a piece of furniture, a box, a chest, or if you wanted to create some artwork for the home, mixed media project, adding flowers, I mean, you can add some flowers, but the most beautiful flowers you've made yourselves, you've colour coordinated too. You can change the colours. Well, how about this? I mean, if you had a vase, I'll just pop this here. Just imagine this was a vase. You could make your own flowers that will never wilt. They don't need water. My goodness, they are stunning. If you do want to add, I thought this was such a good tip from Anthony. If you do want to give them a slight scent, just add a little bit of essence to the clay as you're working with it at the beginning, and then they will even smell of the rose. But look at this. We said in the first hour at 7 o'clock, Anthony and I were discussing it, and it's a kind of making it here 3D. And remember, we have got the option for the leaves and the calyx as well. That to me looks like, if you just made a single stem rose, it looks like a well-known flower featured in a popular fairy tale. You know, when all the petals drop? Isn't that nice? Or how about this? So now we go on to our sort of construction. You know, I said if you had a box and you wanted to embellish. And I know sometimes we like to add paper flowers, no problem at all. But the realism, and everybody at Hochanda, and I really do mean this, everybody who's come into the studio has gravitated towards a set to have a look at the flowers. You can make large, you can make small, but the ultimate thing here is you can make it, and I really mean that. I'm going to have to ask Anthony when we go to that demonstration how he achieved the sort of the little dewdrops on there. Actually, Anthony, could I ask you, how do you achieve that?
Yeah, indeed. A company, Viva Decor, who sell lots of lovely products on here. They actually do a little pearl-like pen that is, it dries transparent, and that's all that is. But there's lots of other things that you can be doing that are going to give that same sort of thing.
Oh, okay. That's very cool. And I like the fact that we can also go a bit vintage as well, just showing you the last one, and now we've got to move on. You're only limited by your own creativity. So use your inks, and Anthony did show you can use your inks on the clays as well to really get that colour. I've got to tell you, over half the stock has gone for the easiest rose ever. So you're getting your easiest rose ever. You're also getting the smallest easier rose ever as well. $15.99 your price. You're getting all three of those cutters. To look at the cutters, really ultimately to appreciate how good they are, it's all in the inspirations, and those are the kind of flowers that you will be making. 009682, your item number. We've also got the peony. We saw it in action. So Anthony was playing with these. Over half the stock of the peony. I have to jump straight to here, because when you look at the finished results, you're getting both cutters and you're also getting the leaf in the mix as well. If I just show you that, you will be getting the leaf too. But again, the quality and calibre of the flower that you're going to be making, and Anthony showed you, we saw it in demonstration, these flowers, there isn't a steep learning curve. It's not the kind of flower, if you were to make these by hand from clay or sugarcraft without any tools, it would be a hard ask, and it would take a lot of skill, something that you'd have to master for years and years and years. And I know that because my mum actually, I said it in the previous hour, very, very experienced cake maker, been making cakes for years. She likes to make flowers, but it does take a long time to do. So two things to point out. The fact that anybody can make these flowers, you can make it quickly as well, and you get that consistency there too. So all of your flowers will come out looking beautiful. How about this one? Just showing, when you see the flowers, the depth, the detail that you get with these, and using the leaves as well. I mean, you haven't had to work very hard to create something that is breathtaking, and that's the only way I can describe it. For $11.99, even if you are a paper crafter, if you love your paper flowers and you just wanted to give it a go, $11.99 is a give it a go price. Give it a go. You'll never look back, I promise. 561413, your item number. Right, we're going to move on. We've got, now this is further embellishments to bring life to your rose. So we've got your rose leaves. Oh, I've got to be careful here. Not going to make the same mistake. There you go. So there are your leaves. And if I pop that down, we've also got the calyx in there as well. There you go. So I will show you those. You're getting all three of those. But the thing is, you have to see the finished result. And this is where you're able to take your rose to the next level. So we've made our beautiful rose, which is stunning. But now it's being able to adorn your rose with the most realistic leaves. And there's the calyx at the back as well. Stunning. And just use a little bit of wire, florist wire, to bring that to life. $9.99 your price, 580333 your item number. I'm going to throw back to Anthony to continue our demonstration.
Thanks, Yanis. I'd just like to say the actual rose that you just held up, that was actually the very first freestanding rose that I've ever done. So even for me, I think there's still room for improvement, okay? But that is my first ever one that I've done. No lies. That's the first one. And I was pretty pleased with the result, I've got to admit.
You should be. It looks amazing.
But, you know, it is very, very achievable. You know, there are other rose systems out there that have got a lot of tutorials to actually make a rose. You saw how quick and easy it was to make a rose. You've now seen how quick and easy it is to make a peony. And that's what it's all about. If it's quick and it's easy, you're more likely to use that system. So getting onto this one, we've now rolled out our green clay. We've used our pieces of cardboard to actually give us the right depth of clay, and then I'm just going to pick that up from here, because this is what loads of us have probably got. It's the waste of a peel-off sheet, okay, but it's non-stick. So if you'll find that your clay is actually sticking to your glass, just pop it onto there, and then you can use your cutter, okay, and just give that a little bit of a circular motion there, and then just pop that out, and then just take your leaf out. Now obviously, because you now have it like that, it could be used that way, or indeed you can flip it over that way as well. Now just very quickly, I'm just going to show you also the brick work, okay? So we're just going to go into the bottom part of this clay, because we're going to use this as well. This is great. It's transparent, so you can, if you want, actually continue the pattern as you go, because you can see through it. But literally all you need to do, just a little dusting of corn flour actually on there, okay, just tap that out, and then you can just press that into the clay, and that is going to give you brickwork straight away. So you can be doing that. So we're going to be using the brickwork in our next part of the project, but let's just go back to this one here, the leaf. I'm just going to add a little bit more detail just into this. So we're just going to add a little line that goes off there, it just peters out, and then one up there. And again, you know, maybe you want to have a look and see online what a peony leaf sort of like looks like. But I'm just going to leave it at that, just using our Dresden tool there to do that. If you should want to actually shape it, then what I tend to do, I just lay it over something that is round. So I've got a brush there. I'm just going to pop that like that, and it's going to dry exactly as I've posed it there. So give that about 2 hours, and that should actually be dry because it's only about 1 millimetre thick. So I'm just going to place that aside, and we're going to go on to the next part of our project, and that is using some of the moulds. Now the Prima moulds are phenomenal, and when I saw the price of these this morning, I thought it was a mistake, because these are fantastic value for money, without a doubt. So we're going to be using the soft then strong. The reason I'm doing that is because for this mould in particular, there's a lot of fine work, and if you were to try to use the bright then light in there, I'll be totally honest with you, you'd find it a little bit difficult to actually get out. Now these are food grade silicone, so they can obviously be used for cake decorating. As we always say, you know, if you do 2 types of craft, your cake decorating and your mixed media, then just make sure that you get yourself a second set. Now just push this into here. Now as I said earlier, because this is a very sticky clay, if you should so wish, you can leave this to air dry out of the pack for about 20, possibly 30 minutes to make it so it won't stick in the mould. But I know that with this sort of like detail of mould, I want to make sure that all the detail is there, so I'm going to leave this one overnight, possibly for 48 hours, actually in the mould. Now because this one is really detailed, you'd lose the will to go back in there and with your Dresden tool, as you've seen me do on numerous occasions, I'm sure, I go back in and I make sure that all the clay is tucked off the top side of this wall. Well, to do this, seriously, I've done it and it takes an age. And I was getting a little bit frustrated, so I had a spatula on my desk, and I thought, well, I wonder if I just take that over the top, whether it would clean it up. And lo and behold, it does. So if you've got anything like this, it's just a plastic spatula. Normally kids use them. So just go in there and just very carefully, and this is why it's got to be a plastic one as opposed to metal. It just takes the top layer of that clay off, okay, like so, and you can see it just cleans up that mould almost instantly. So just go in there, and now you've got hardly any actual extra cleaning up. So just make sure the clay is pushed into the mould, and with this it's going to take, like I say, between 24-48 hours. What I did do as an experiment, because crafters are normally in a rush, I actually put this in the freezer for about 2 hours, and then you can actually pop that out as well, because the clay will actually freeze and you can actually pop it out. But I do tend to leave it, like I say, 24 to 48 hours, and then you can pop that one out. With the clay, make sure that you pop it back inside the cling film, and then pop that back inside the little bag it came in, and then also into an airtight bag as well, a lock bag. Now when you actually then finally get to take that out, this is the amazing detail with this particular mould, and you can see it is so intricate, but all of the detail is actually there. If I just hold that up that way, there we go, you can see all the beautiful, amazing detail, and you know, that is the quality that you're going to get with the Prima moulds from FMM. So once you've got to that, as I said, it is still flexible, so if you did want to put that around a bottle or a vase, then you can do, you know, you can go in there and add detail to furnishings, because this clay is nice and hard, it won't brush off like the normal paper air drying clay, so that is really good, also for jewellery and things like that. So put that aside, bring our piece that we're working on into play. So let's just show how this is actually built up. So these are all our leaves, and as you can see, they're all dried in different and various shapes, just to make it a little bit more interesting. Then once they are dry, then I've just used some white acrylic paint, and I just very, very lightly just dry brushed in the centre there, just to give it a little bit more detail, as I have with the peonies. Okay, now on the backs of these, I've actually cut them off so they're flat. As I explained this morning, when they're round like that, they're pretty tricky to actually line up, but when you actually cut the backs off them, you can place them and they're going to stay exactly where you've put them. So the brickwork, which is from one of the moulds or the impression mats, I've just popped that onto a piece of clay, and then I did the clay so it was yellow, and then just went over the top there with sort of like a stone colour. So I'm just going to stick that one into position. So again, we're just going to, oh, there we go, I've already got some foam pads. So let's just pop that one into position. And because we're in lockdown and no shops are open, I've made my own canvas here as well, and that was just from some 2mm board, so I can actually tidy that up when I get home. But it's like a box frame. So we've gone for some detail here, and these are from this particular mould. So you can see the two details there. And then we've also got the fleur-de-lis. This is from another mould, which is there. So it's great because all of the redesign moulds from Prima, you can mix and match, and they all work beautifully together. And again, I've just coloured those with some black acrylic paint, then gone back over the top just to add a little bit more detail with some gilding paints. So we're just going to place these peonies in position. Okay, probably about there. So when you're happy with the positioning, obviously, then cut the backs off, like I say, accordingly. So let's just pop one in there, one down here. So, you know, these sort of things can be used for your cards, your mixed media, your cake decorating. If you want to put them outside, you can do that by using the soft then strong clay. They can work in lots of different ways for your projects. The thing that I really love is the fact that because the clay comes to you white, you can be colouring it to coordinate it in with possibly your home furnishings and your home decor. So it makes the whole thing just really unique. And as you've seen, you know, as the name clearly says, these are the easiest peony and rose cutters as well. So if you want to go and have a look at the rose cutters in action, just go back on Rewind on the Hochanda website, and that was at 7 o'clock this morning. But then you'll get a real insight into how the roses are made as well. So let's just pop these ones down, so you can just play around with those and just position those how you like. What I really like about the Prima moulds that have been chosen for this show is the fact that it's sort of like the ironwork you'd expect like on an old stately home or something. So it really does tie in nicely with the sort of like the garden theme. Maybe it's the sort of like the ironwork that went around a country garden. So let's just lift that up, and because you're using the glue gel, then you can just keep on just pushing that in, and you've got the manoeuvrability. People often say, why don't you use a hot glue gun, Anthony? The reason being, I find that the hot glue gun, that completely and utterly dries out, and then everything falls off your project. So that's the reason I don't use that. So we're just going to pop this word dream. We're just going to pop that over there, like so. Just line that one up. And then we've got the beautiful finish here of this amazing mould from Prima. So just dot your glue just around there. And then we're just going to position that one down there so it almost looks as though it is behind like a wrought iron gate or fence, just to add that little bit more detail and depth to your project. And there we go, we're done.
Beautiful. Anthony, another absolutely staggering demonstration. Thank you so
you.
much. Anthony did mention, I thoroughly suggest, if you have just tuned in, it is worth recapping not only this hour, but the 7 o'clock hour as well, where we featured the rose. 2 very simple ways you can do that. You can go onto our website, hochanda.com, or you can use the Hochanda app. It's the way I rewatch us. So we've got a bank of 60 days worth of shows. You just pick the date, the time, and you'll be able to find it. Today, 7 and 11. Okay, now just going to give you an idea, because something that I've never seen before. We've got something that's soft and strong. Whoop, here, so getting 2 packs of the soft and strong. It is incredible stuff. We are approaching limited stock. This is an air dry polymer clay. But the fact then where this really sets itself apart, once it has dried and you've moulded, you can still manipulate, you can still bend and cajole it into shape. $10.98 your price there. We anticipate we're going to be going limited shortly, so do not miss out on your soft and strong. Also, another item that's been incredibly popular is the easiest rose ever. We've got the smallest, easiest rose ever and the easiest rose ever. You're getting both cutters. Now, to look at the cutters, especially if you're seeing them for the first time, you might be thinking, I wouldn't be able to make the rose. Trust me, you will. Say, watching the demonstration, exactly the same as the peony. You cut it, fold it in half, you've teased out the petals and rolled it up. That is as simple as it gets. So just showing you the roses that you've got here. If you did want to create that single, the stem rose, you can do that. $15.99 your price, 009682 your item number. Also have the peony as well. So peony for, I'd say, $11.99, incredible value for money there. 561413 your item number. And that's the thing, there's certain prices, and I'm conscious of the fact whether it's £1 or £100, everything, especially the current climate, is a considered purchase. But for $11.99, being able to make flowers of this caliber, I think is a tool, and it's a tool that will last you. So you will use this on your home decor. You can put these on your special cards. Just going to show you this as well, very, very quickly. I mean, it's a special flower for such a great price. $11.99 your price for the peony. You also get the leaf in the mix as well, so you will be getting that leaf there too. 561413 your item number. Can I just say a huge thank you to Anthony. Anthony, have you had fun today?
Absolutely, always do when I'm here at Hochanda.
Great. And if we did want, I know it's a private account, but you post such great stuff on social media. If we want to follow you, how do we do that?
Yeah, that was Anthony, A-N-T-O-N-Y, no H, James, Minnis, M-I-N-N-I-S. As I said earlier, there are 2 of us because my nephew's named after me. So look for me on the blue Hochanda throne, and that's the one, the account to follow. Definitely not my nephews.
I can imagine your nephew's account. I've got so many friends. Thank you so much, Anthony. And
Pleasure,
thank you for tuning in as well. I really hope you've enjoyed the show and enjoy making your flowers because they are spectacular. We're back with our one-day special. We are talking stackable solutions from Deflecto. After that, it is Mixed Media Friday with Clarity. Awesome show, don't miss that. And then be your creative best with Cricut.
Hi, my name is Maggie and I'm from Impressions Crafts. I've been running my business now for 15 years. It's a small family-run business in the south of Cheshire. We have a large craft shop. We sell all sorts of beading and jewellery supplies. I have a passion for making jewellery. I love working with the Lucite style flower beads, and we make thousands and thousands of angels and have been doing so for the last few years. We've been bringing to Hochanda lots of lovely beading kits, jewellery, for necklaces and bracelets and earrings. And we also bring a wide range of angels and accessories, beading accessories like bookmarks. And we also have our range of laser cut sun catchers and mobiles, all the lovely crafty beads. Hope you can tune into my shows and looking forward to seeing you on Hochanda.
I am Matthew Palmer, a professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. But with me, Hochanda and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I'm here on Hochanda because I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey. So join me, Matthew Palmer, for my shows on Hochanda.
Flexi order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping baskets, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Hi, I'm Jean, and together with my partner Malcolm, we run a small business in the northeast of England called Crafty Individuals. At Crafty Individuals, we're mostly involved in the design and manufacture of a very wide range of red rubber art stamps, but we also have a range of background papers and mini images that are also brilliant to create with. Personally, my background is in art and design and crafting, and most of the designs have been created by myself. We also have a great little team of other artist friends who've helped us along the way and have come up with other designs that completely work alongside our own. So do pull up a pew and join us on the Hochanda shows. We can't wait to see you there.
Hi, I'm Joe from the Mill Shop Online. Welcome to the Mill Shop Online. As you can see, we're a lot of fabric here. We're very passionate about our fabrics. We're one of the largest online sellers in the UK of fabrics for upholstery, soft furnishings, and now the lovely craft market. Whether you're starting out with fabric or you're an experienced sewer, we love to bring projects that every ability can really have a go at. So don't miss the Mill Shop Online shows on Hochanda.
Hello there and welcome back. Well, it's 12 o'clock, so pretty much at the halfway point with regards to the one-day special, and what an amazing deal we have got for you. You can see the details are on your screen. You are going to get 4 of the fabulous Deflecto Caddy units. These are brilliant. They've been so popular, and so many of us have already been introduced to the world of Deflecto. But if you've not come across the company before, let me enlighten you. It's a fabulous company that bring all sorts of fabulous storage elements to us here. In fact, we've got a whole section on the website dedicated to Deflecto, and you can find it in the brand section. But what they do is they bring us deals like our one-day special, which means you get an incredible saving. So on this particular saving, you are saving £12, and you are getting these wonderful caddy systems. Now the idea is they are interlocking, so you can go as tall as you like with regards to these. Obviously, do bear in mind how tall you are. I mean, I'm 5'4", so going 6'4" is not a good idea because I'm never going to reach that top one. But the idea is that they interlock, and they interlock with the ability for you to take the whole lot with you. Now do bear in mind, when you start popping all your crafty products in there, or whatever you're wanting to pop in there, you are going to have a certain amount of weight, but don't worry, we'll give you kind of the all the different nuts and bolts with regards to the weight that you're going to be able to create and put in these as the hour progresses. Now these have all got the cardboard wraps on those, so when you're looking at them, some of these might look a little bit kind of jittery within their holders, but let me show you. When you unhook them, you'll have these little levers on the side of each of those tiers that releases the tier, you lift it up, and then basically they will clip back in place out of way, and then you've got these little caddy systems. Now these are brilliant because what you've got here is a series of different pods. I'm just going to pop this down just to show you, because within here you have got 4 of these. Now each one is giving you 5 different pods. You're getting 4 singles, as you can see, and you are getting a double. Now the reason I'm calling them singles and doubles is you'll notice that they have got these little squares. The idea of this is that when they're sitting within the caddies, then they will all sit neatly, because you've got these little bases here which will interlock into the lids that you've got of the next level down. That's why everything stays so true and so kind of in place. There are additional caddies that you can get hold of. We've got some on the show. There's many more rolling out, because that's what Deflecto do. They bring us fabulous products each and every time. Each of those little pods has got a little clip lid. You literally lift it with your finger, open it up, and it gives you access to that area, and you've got loads of room within there. It might be that you like our Leonie, and what does she put in her little pods? Well, in her single pods she's been putting things like her distress oxides, and you can fit quite a few of those in there, as you can see. And the beauty is you've got a little kind of lip on the back there. It's like a little hanger, and that will sit on that little element there. It's like a little shelf that it will lock into, and again that means it will sit in there and it's not going to rattle around. Also gives you the ability to put them onto the wall mount bars, which we have got for you. I'll show you them a little bit later on, but they are at the bottom of your screen. You've also got your double caddy. Similar sort of idea. So again, you're going to clip that open, just like so. Lift that lid up with this one. Now, have we got any double caddies for Leonie's caddy? Oh, we have. What's she got in this one? We've got one at the back here. What's she got in this one? Oh, she's got some of her Amsterdam products in here. These are slightly larger, but of course you can see there, she's popped those big canisters in there, so they fit in there nice and neatly. I've actually got one of the pods which we've got on the show, which are actually kind of 3 units long, so it takes up the whole of that side. And I've got things like my dressmaking scissors and my rotary cutter, some of my quilting rulers fit in there as well. So nice little unit. But the key thing is they all lock together, and then you can take them on your travels together. Now, shall I show you Leonie's? Because Leonie's got hers full. Must remember not to pick that up because I haven't locked those layers in. Have a look at this. Well, Leonie has been very busy. And the beauty is, for Leonie's circumstances, regularly she can be doing a show and she doesn't want to be picking everything up, putting them onto trolleys. She needs to be able to see exactly what she's got. Now, the key thing is, when she's doing a show, she might have all of her fabulous pots here, but then she wants to get to her embossing powders or her glitter right at the bottom. So how does she get to them? Well, all she needs to do is come along and remove those clips. So the clips, again, as we mentioned, unclip like so. Pick up the whole element, and there you go. She can get right to those glitters that she's got at the bottom of it without any issue at all. And then what she could be doing is crafting, so she might want to pop that one on the top there, so she can open that up, pop that one in. Those little pods will lock in place with those little lids. Click those in place like so. And then, of course, off she can go again. So this is the beauty of this system. Now, you're getting 4 of these layers. As you can see here, you're not getting the contents that Leonie's got in here because I think she kind of needs them. But there's loads and loads that you can be doing with these. You can see one of those larger pods being used there for the pens. It's going the full width there. Again, we have got those on the show. We've got a fabulous deal for those, actually, getting a couple of those as well as an additional tier system. So, yeah, 903010. That is going to get you your 4 tiers, and rapidly approaching half the stock has gone. We had huge quantities of these, incidentally, because Deflecto is such a fabulous range. People getting involved with Deflecto all the time, and lots of you adding to your Deflecto systems, because it's one of those things. It's a modular system that's going to grow and grow and grow, and that is the key thing. If you're wanting yours, then the details are there on your screen. Now, what Deflecto also do is they listen very closely to their consumers and bring us additional things, some of which I'll explain to you in a few moments. But one of the latest things that they've brought to us is this set, which I think is brilliant. We are very busy for this one. Over 70% of the stock has gone. Now, our lovely Lou, when she comes, she's got a fabulous water pot that she uses, and it's divided, and I've not seen one before. And this one, I think, is a brilliant idea, because I'm sure Sam said that you can fit 3 litres worth of liquid in there, which would be water usually, and you probably have your clean water in both of these to start with, potentially in that one as well. It might be that you're going to, obviously, when you're using your paintbrushes, then as soon as you put them in there, that water starts turning dirty, but then you're going to need a cleaner one to rinse out the brushes as well, so you can put water in both of those. Third one, maybe you're going to use that for things like if you're using pastes, stencils, you're using things like your palette knives, you might want to put those straight into water. Well, you can do that with this, and of course you've got a dedicated area then for those where they're kind of soaking off things like the gel mediums, your pastes, all those kind of things. Little lip that you've got at the end here, very clever idea. It's got a little gap in it, as you can see. The idea being is you have got somewhere potentially to rest your brush. So when you're not using it, you can rest it like so. But then you have got grooves on your handle. And the idea is, once you have cleaned your brushes and you're wanting to dry them off, then you can literally lie them horizontally like so in those grooves, and they are going to dry to perfection for your next opportunity to craft with them. Love that, and it's a really good size. And of course, it's got the handle there, so it makes it incredibly portable as well. But you know what? You're not just getting that. I'd be happy for $13.98 for that on its own. You're getting this next item. This is brilliant. This is a paint tray. Now, this comes alongside it. So the two of these for less than £14, I think it's an amazing deal. It comes with a clip-on lid. I've already taken the lid off, but I'll show you how that attaches. Literally, they're just going to wrap around, just like any of those plastic containers you might have in your kitchen cupboard. They'll sit on and then clip in place. But you've got the most amazing palette. You've got loads and loads of little housing elements in here. So, of course, if you're using things like your watercolour paints, when these dry out, you just need to add a little bit of water and reactivate them. It's white, which I think is brilliant because you're going to get a true colour when you're blending. If you're mixing the colours, there's no guesswork. You haven't got a kind of creamy backdrop that's going to detract from that true colour. White backdrop means you're going to know exactly what that paint's going to look like when you start using it. I think it's brilliant as well. If you're wanting to do things like your jewellery making, you could potentially be using these. The little dividers, and I wouldn't like to say that if you tip it upside down, everything's going to stay in place, because those little dividers don't go right up to the very top there. But to be honest, if you're just shaking it from room to room, I don't think there's an issue. You've got 4 of your large areas in here as well. So you know when you start working with your primary colours, maybe your red, your yellow and your blue, then you've got your little mixing area here. So taking those primary colours, picking up a bit of that paint every single time, and then actually going into that larger area there and mixing and blending, I think is brilliant brilliant design with this one. It's been a very popular one as well. If you're wanting to get hold of yours, the details are on your screen. They're 128689, and as I say, those just wrap around, click in place like so. And of course, it's fabulous for snacks as well, like that. I always love a snack container. Now, something that we had in the previous hours, we were very busy for with these, and again, personal experience, I've got lots of Deflecto products, and personal experience, I've got both of these, and they're brilliant. So what we've got is 2 stands. Now you can see it's sold out on your screen. Don't worry, we have got more of the stock available, but it did sell out between the 2 shows. I think we've got a slightly extended delay on this one. Oh, 1st of June, so that's not too long to wait. It's only Monday, isn't it? Not too long. So the idea behind these is they're brilliant ideas. You know when you've got your tablet and you're trying to watch a tutorial or a film, and you're kind of like this, you're like, right, okay, I'm crafting here and I'm just going to balance that against there, and your tablet's there, and then it starts sliding because they've always kind of got that glossy finish on the edge. The idea behind this is you're not going to have any issue with your tablet slipping and sliding because you've got its own little stand. Comes in its own little box as well, so it's fabulous as a gift because you could post that quite easily. And then what you can do is place it down, take the little angle bracket that you've got here and put that at whichever height you want in. So you might be watching your tablet when you sat in bed, it might be on the bedside cabinet, you might need it more upright if you're following a recipe perhaps in the kitchen. And the beauty is you can use it in so many ways. It's designed to be working with your tablet, so the size of it is fabulous for your tablets. You've got the silicone mat here, so it's going to stop your tablet sliding and moving around. But you've also got this little foot at the bottom there. When you open that out, the tablet's going to sit on there neatly, and they've got this ingenious little groove here again, which if you are charging up your unit, you can do so while you're watching it. Also, portrait or landscape, doesn't matter, you can rotate your tablet round. And then you've got a little mini-me for your phone. And the beauty of this is it's so little. I mean, look at that. It's hardly any bigger than a credit card. That could go into the zip pocket of a bag. You could have that if you're travelling, maybe on the train, or maybe even if you're sat in the car. You know, as time goes on, we're going to be doing sports and all these different things. You're going to be sat in the car waiting for people. Then this is lovely. Keep it in your glove box, and then if you do want to watch something on your phone while you're waiting for that person to arrive, then you can have that there. Kids, oh my goodness, entertaining the children when you're going to restaurants and things when it all happens again. I know we all vow that we'll never do it, but we all do. We all do. And as a gift for somebody, brilliant. Again, the smaller one comes in its own unique little box, as does the larger one. And I'm thinking Father's Day coming up the middle of next month. That is a brilliant one. If you're looking at sending a Father's Day gift to somebody, I would certainly recommend this. As I say, both of these are used regularly. In fact, we used this last night. We were doing an online quiz. And this is true, yeah, we didn't do too bad. We came, I think, 308th out of 1,000 teams, so it wasn't too bad. It was only the two of us. And the idea is you have your tablet and you're watching the quiz on YouTube, but then you've got your phone and you're answering your questions on your phone. So we had this on the kitchen table. Everybody could see all the questions as they came up, and then obviously you interact in that way. So yeah, it regularly gets used. Cooking, watching a cooking show, getting a book on there, following instructions. If you've got instructions for crochet or something, knitting, you could have your book open on the page that you need, and both hands are then free for you to actually be following that technique. So can't emphasise more how fabulous these are, and they are very busy. Sorry, what was that update, Kim? Wow, 20% of the stock's gone already. Not surprised. Not surprised in the slightest. It's one of those ones that if you can go for multiples, do, because they are fabulous gifts to have for people. And I'd definitely think about doing that as well. So details are on your screen there, 309092. Just bear in mind that they have got extended delivery with those. Now, next item, you're getting two of these. So you've got your little storage box, and this is called Mini. Now, I don't know if I would call it mini, but you are actually going to get two of these. Can we just show you a quick image of that? Because I just need to have a quick swig of my juice. Got a tickle. I do apologise. Oh, dear me. Always comes at the moment when you want to tell you all those details. So, what you're getting is you're getting two of those mini storage boxes. So you can see with these, one item number, one post and packing. Let me show you these. These are brilliant. They are so sturdy to start with. That is the key thing. And then what you've got is you've got your clips on the side here, which are going to remove your lid. But before we look at that, sorry, look on the lid here. You've got your ruler, which is actually within the plastic on the lid. You open it up, and you've got like a mini storage container within there, and you've got the pens, and then you have got obviously the little elements that you've got within there. Solid handle, and I'm going to take you through the rest of this in a few moments, because we're going to have a very quick look at the one-day special, how you might use it while I sort my throat out. And we're continuing to be busy for the one-day special. Really good deal, and the details are on your screen. So apologies for that. Let me tell you about this little system that we've got here, though, because as you saw from the image that we showed you from the website, you're getting two of these. Let me just move that one out the back, just so you can concentrate on this one. So your little box, very sturdy, as I said before, highly portable. I mean, it's a good size, good, comfortable handle on there, and it's a solid handle. So when you've actually got all your goodies inside there, then you don't have to worry about the handle falling off. as I mentioned, that clip lid there, perfect if you're wanting to put some of your smaller craft items, or it could be a sewing kit and you're putting crochet hooks and things like that in there. It could be anything really. Then you have got the little handles. Now the handles you lift up at the side with that kind of little thumb notch or finger notch there, and then they basically open up like so, and you've got one on each side. So open those up, good solid handles. Then you're lifting the lid off. Now it's not hinged on this particular one, so you're lifting the lid off completely, and that's revealing a little tray that sits neatly inside. And again here, perfect for maybe you've got shorter knitting needles, crochet hooks again. I know earlier on today we had some of the 7-day saver yarns sitting in there, and you can fit all of them. There's 2 different options of those, and we fitted them all in there. So these, you're going to get 2 of them. You're only paying £16.98p. That's a really good price, isn't it? I like that idea. And again, you just clip those lids in place like so. £8.50 per box. You pay that just for a box without a lid, wouldn't you, to be honest? Let alone the handle and all the different kind of segments in there. So £16.98, 571 should I say, 422. Now if you like the style of that one, but you're thinking I'd like a larger one as well, well guess what, we can help you with this one. And I'm going to show you this one because you're getting both of these together. So larger version. Very similar design to what we saw before. Again, you're going to have those clips. Again, you've got things like the ruler on there. You've also got the 2 clips on the top, which are opening up a much larger area. So I'm thinking knitting needles, then you have got your longer knitting needles that could potentially sit in there, or maybe your scissors, things like that. Again, larger areas here. Perfect. Good solid handle again. So again, they need to be a sturdier handle because obviously you've got more weight in there, because you've got the depth with this one. That's the key thing. Clips on the handles again, exactly the same there. Open those up. This time the lid is going to come off again, completely like so. And this time you have got your storage divider in a similar sort of idea. Again, much larger than the one that we saw with the mini. And you've got the huge depth that you've got within here. Now this is brilliant. If you've got pieces of paper and card and things like that, you could quite easily put in there. Not quite A4, I don't think. I haven't got any A4 cardstock here to actually try it, but I don't think it's going to be deep enough for your A4 cardstock. We might try that. A5 definitely you could fit in there. 8x8s I don't think you'd have an issue with, but we are, our little Shana, bless her, she's gone finding cardstock for me, so I'm going to try that in there. We've got 12x12, but I haven't got A4. So yeah, like that. It's not the only one that you're going to get. Just move that to the side there, just while I show you the other container. And you're going to get with this one, it's like a little caddy again. This time you've got a hinge lid, so again you're going to open it up like so. And then again, you've got another one of those little units in there, but again, good size there. So pop that back in there. Let's try the A4 cardstock. Thank you very much, Shana. Sorry, I disappeared off then. I should have warned you I was walking off. Let me open this up and have a little look, because I don't know. With the tray in there, you wouldn't be able to, but if you did it, I wonder if you could just go in and put that on the top instead. Does that sit on there? Uh-oh, hello. Hello, A4 storage, look at that. Now I have needed to take the tray out, but to be honest I'd be quite happy with that on my countertop. But you could be putting, thank you Shana for finding that A4 cardstock, that fits in there perfectly. So, what a brilliant way for you to keep your papers. So they do fit in there, your A4, perfect. If you're wanting to do that, then just take that internal tray out. But of course you are getting both of those for that fabulous price on your screen there, just £30.98, all clips together. Very, very popular with our viewers. So yeah, if you fancy yours, at 741754. Brilliant, like those, like them a lot. So what else have we got for you? Well, looking at classy storage now. Oh, we're busy on the phone lines, folks. If you can place your order online or via the app, it might be a bit advantageous for you to do so, because we've got queues. And nobody likes sitting in the queue, do they? But apologies if you are, but you might want to add these in, to be honest. So what you've got here is you've got a set of 2 elements. So the first element being these top elements, so you're getting 3 of these. They're your 12x12 storage trays, and they stack beautifully. Thing is, you've got the support, the full length of the support with these, because they're 12-inch, obviously a little larger so as you can fit your papers in there, but you've got a ridge there, you can see you've got a lip, so when one is sitting in the other, you're not supporting that paper and that cardstock by just little kind of, sometimes they're like little metal rods, aren't they? They sit in the corners and they can be a bit rickety, and then of course you pick one of those up and all the little metal rods fall everywhere. With this you've got the stability, and what Deflecto have also done is they appreciate the fact that you might not necessarily want to stack them vertically, you might want to have them horizontally. So on each and every one of those you have got your little rubber feet there, so it's up to you whether you want to use them in a stacking system or by themselves. But you put your 12 by 12s in there. Now, something I found regularly with 12 by 12 cardstock when you're putting them into a rack is the centre there is going to bow. Now, of course, you're going to have a certain amount of bounce because of the nature of it. You haven't got a support in the middle. But have a look at this. I'm going to bring the paper from this set over here. Now, oh my goodness. Wow, there's a lot of paper, there's a lot of weight there. I'm going to pop that in place there. There's a lot of paper, a lot of cardstock there, but have a little look. You can see that it's not bowing. It's not causing any issue. There's no weak spot there. And you know the weight of card and paper out there. I know that you've got some gorgeous graphic 45s in here. You're not going to want to damage those, are you? You want to keep them safe and pristine. And that's why these trays are just such a brilliant way for you to actually work with them. You can see what you've got. You can see that you might have one shelf, you might have your graphics 45, another shelf, you might have your heartfelt creations in there. You can mix them up to whichever way you're wanting to work with those, to be fair. And the beauty is you can use it as a drying rack as well. So if you've got something that you need to dry off overnight and you want to make 2 or 3 of them, then of course you can stack them up. Doesn't just stop with your 12 by 12 stackable elements, you're going to get your little drawers as well. These are fabulous because you've got a really cute little kind of silver knob with regards to these. So these, you are going to get one of each of these. Now if you do want to get hold of the drawers by themselves, they are at the bottom of your screen, but you are going to get your storage tray and your drawers as one item using the details that are on your main screen there. £45.98, very affordable, and of course you can spread the cost over 2 payments. Add it in alongside your one-day special, why don't you? Very classy look, I think you'll agree, and look nice in any room at all, whether it's crafting or you're using it different ways. So now Paola has been busy. Oh my goodness, how neat and tidy does this look? Now she is a lady, she's the queen of organisation. She can lay her hand on anything in a heartbeat because she knows where it is. And that's the key thing. When you are actually working with obviously your one-day special and all the other elements that Deflecto bring to us, then it is a case that you save yourself money, because what you will find is that you're not buying twice because you don't know where something is. Yeah, I've done that. How many times have you done that? Thought to yourself, oh, I know I've got a white embossing powder somewhere, but it's going to take me that long to find it. I'll just order another one. And that's what happens. You end up spending when you don't need to. So yeah, thank you for sending that in, Paola. Paola's coming up a little bit later on. I think she's got a sewing show. Oh, she's going to be in her element. Now, what have I got to share with you this time? This time, we've got a nice little selection. Now, I touched on this a few moments ago with the one-day special. Of course, your tier system that you're getting with your one-day special, you're getting one of those within this item. You're also going to get some additional pods to go in here. So you're going to get your 3-section pod. As you can see, you've got your 3 squares. That will sit along the whole side. Don't forget, Leonie had got things like her pens featuring in hers. I've got things like my dressmaking scissors in there, my rotary cutters. And the idea being is you take these pods out and then you can pop that in place instead. Because, of course, it's got all those little hook systems that we've spoken of. It's going to sit neatly in there, as we spoke of before. And again, it has got those little elements at the bottom there, so it can form part of your one-day special as an additional tier. Within these little pods, you're going to get 2 of these, and when you actually open them out, let me move that one so you can see. Lift the lid in the same way as you would do normally, unclipping it, and then in here you've got a little kind of organiser tray. And the idea behind this is you've got all your different little elements in there for... Oh, I'm making this difficult for myself. Let me move that out of the way there. What you've got in here, you've got your little internal tray, which of course is made of the same style acrylic. And it just means that you've got all those little elements, and of course that does sit neatly within your main caddy as we saw. Like that idea. Getting 2 of these, so 2 of the 3-pod caddies, as I keep calling them. 2 of those. And then you are also going to get your additional tier that you can use with your one-day special. And again, the little clips, they clip in there. Just make sure that they go into that little unit at the back there. And of course you've got your dual and your singles. Here's one that Leonie's got. There you go, you can see, fit loads in there. got loads of paints in here, so you can see here she's got all the paints here, she's got all sorts here. But straight away you can see through the sides. You're not having to take lids off things or try and remember which of the boxes it's in. You can see straight away there. And thinking about drawers as well, you might have them in a drawer. First of all, you've got to remember which drawer you've put them in. But if you're anything like me, the weight of the contents of the drawer means that the base of the drawer starts bowing. And then sometimes what it can do is actually fall away from the little kind of ridges that you've got in the side holding it in place. So then you find that like one drawer won't open because the bottom's bowing, and this is just an easy way for you to keep anything in its place. So yeah, this one, very popular item yet again, and if you're wanting yours, then the details are on your screen there. £29.95, 203736. So again, really good idea if you're wanting those ones. Pop them in, they'll work with your one day special. Now, something I've got at home on my dressing table is a set of these. Now, not from a Crafty Goods. I've got it full of all sorts of things, well, that I use on a daily basis. I've got hair clips in there, I've got combs in there, I've got contact lenses, cotton wool balls, all sorts of different pieces. In fact, one of the drawers is just like a bits and bobs drawer. You know when you find a hair grip or a clip and you just kind of think, well, I need to put it somewhere. Well, I pop it in the little drawers. Originally designed to use with your washi tape, Deflecto had like a reference, not a reference, a request should I say, from consumers to actually create something like this. So you've got your 3 drawers, and your drawers, as I say, designed originally for washi tape, so perfect for your little rolls there. Of course, that doubles up. You can use ribbons, adhesive tapes, things like that in there. But you've got good sized little elements in there, so you can put your pots in there, nail polishes it might be, it could be whatever you want. Now, the different sections that you've got in there, just to let you know, they don't move, so don't try moving those and moving them around to arrange differently. They are set in place, but I like that because it keeps everything in its own little compartment there. And also it means that nothing can slide underneath, because sometimes with those little things that slide in, there's a gap at the bottom. They come out, they look absolutely beautiful alongside obviously the 12 by 12 drawers that we saw earlier, because you've got that silver little handle on there. And what you are getting is you're getting one of these units which has got your 3 shelves, but then you've got your 3 compartments in each one of those, so it's 9 in total. Yours will come neatly packaged with the wrap around there, giving you some ideas of how you might want to use yours. So £13.99. So yeah, it is only one. This one is, I don't know if it's Leonie's or Paola's, but it's somebody's, and they'll be wanting that one back, I expect. So 789099 if you're wanting your fabulous storage unit there for £13.99. Lovely. Now, sorry, what was the update? 60% of the stock's gone. Ooh. Not surprised, to be honest, though. They're very useful. And as I say, once you've bought one of them, I can see you coming back and getting multiples, because they are useful to have. Now, interlocking pods. Now, these pods are brilliant because they'll fit within your one day special. So that's the beauty of these. They're also perfect for you to use with your pens, your brushes, and they're just a really clever addition. You can get a pair of them. And they've got this kind of little groove system on the back there. So what you can do is you can put them together and interlock them like so. You can interlock them in a lengthwise, widthways, whichever you're wanting to do. And the beauty is you can put them together in whatever system you like. So you might have 3 across, you might go for another few sets and put them in a cube formation. Each one of these is going to hold 20 marker pens or pencils, and you've got that kind of silicone element in the middle there, which is going to keep things upright and also protect things as well. So if you've got your thicker marker pens, then you can move those around. There's plenty of give in there, but it also means that there's no kind of rattling around and they stay in place. They also are perfectly sized to go within your one day special as well. Now, obviously, if it's going in your one day special, you can't put your top layers on there, but it's a nice way of you having your pens and all your different elements, maybe paintbrushes in your top layer there with your caddy, and of course you can take that on your travels. I'm thinking things like pergamano, maybe having your tools in there. Might be an idea with those. It keeps them upright. It could be nail art tools, pencils. I use a lot of my kind of sewing paraphernalia, so I've got unpickers and screwdriver for changing needles and things like that. So it can be whatever fits in those little gaps, to be honest. £11.98, 867361, and half the stock has gone of those. So yeah, nice little addition, I think you'll agree. 867361. Now, talking about, oh, there's a Freedom, hang on a minute, I didn't realise there's a Freedom members price on that, £10.78. That's about a 10% saving, isn't it? I like that. Good saving. So, pens. Now, you might laugh and say, oh, well, hang on a minute. I've got way more than 40 pens. I'm going to need something bigger than that. Well, we can help you with that as well. With this, you have got 2 of these wonderful caddies coming to you. And in each one of these, you're going to be able to hold 80 pens. This is brilliant. 160 pens, all kept in one place. Now, you can see they're highly portable. They've got a good solid handle on there. These, you're just going to simply unclip, like so. Pull those side parts away, lift that off, and then you've got your accordion storage system. Now, it's called accordion because it's hinged. I can't get a tune out of it, although I could try. But it is hinged and it will open out. Now, the beauty of that means you can have it in whichever way you want. So you might have it on your windowsill. So you might have the full length of those 4 pods working across like so, which you can do, not a problem at all. Might be that you're wanting to go 2 across and 2 up. Well, you can do that as well. Or it might be that you need to take your pens on your travels. Well, you can do that, bring those sides in, and then again, pop that lid on, and away you go. And of course, the lovely lid there is keeping everything safe and pristine, and keeping those pens protected, or those paintbrushes, while you've got them in there. 2 of those, £31.98, 088 849. Our Paola's been busy again. Look at this, she's got them there. Now you can see all of her fabulous marker pens there on their sides, which of course they should be stored, many of them, and that means that you can do that with these. But what Paola knows is that if she does need to come in and do demonstrations, then she can just slide that off her shelf, put the lid in place, and away she goes. 088 849 if you're wanting those. So yeah, definitely popular as well. And also the beauty is, you might not be aware of this, but they also dance. Check this out. Do check out Deflecto as a company. They're bringing us lots of fabulous crafty products, but this is kind of how their company has evolved. They've been doing a lot recently with regards to protective equipment and different bits and pieces, office wear. They do all sorts of different things. So do take a little look. You'll be surprised at how much they do. What they also do is give us the opportunity to use our craft elements in a slightly different way. So you know how we were talking about the one-day special and taking the pods out and putting different things in place? Well, you might end up with a few extra pods. I've certainly got some at home, and it's really useful if you invest in the bar. Now the bar means that you can actually pop this on your wall. Comes with little screw fixings. All you need to do is make sure that these are the right fixings for the wall that you're using. So you might need to swap out those different raw plugs, different screws, because, well, I don't know much about walls, but apparently they vary, so you might need to change those. But what you've got is you've got your bar, and it's a really good length, 22 inches, and you've got on there, you can see there, you kind of got that little lip there. The idea being is when you attach this to your wall, so go onto the wall with your fixings like so, you've come along with your spare pods, and of course those little shoulders that we spoke of that go into the caddy system hook over onto your bar like so. There you go. It's a place, it's almost like a little house, little home for them to stay. So with here, you can see that those will sit on there quite easily, like so. Hold on. If I'm holding it right, there you go, that's better. And it will hold those just while you've got something else in your pods, in your caddy. Of course, I've just used up a couple of spaces there. You could probably add another couple of small pieces in there, actually, looking at the gap there. So you can fit a lot on there. You're getting 2 of these as well, so it is a really useful system to have. And of course, the beauty is that, say if this has got something in there that you'll need to take downstairs, you can take that pod off, pop it into your one-day special, and away you go. $9.99 is going to get you those 2 wall bars with the fixings, but as I say, just make sure that you've got the right fixings for the project where you're going to be placing it. 245-678. Now, storage on your countertop is something else that the Deflecto have developed. And what they found is these have been used in many, many different areas. Got 2 different styles for you. I'll tell you about the 6 pod in a moment, but this one is your 9. Now, you've got 9 tubs, 2 different styles. So you've got 3 of the large tubs, As I rotate that round, on that swivel base there, you've got 6 of the small. And it does exactly as you can see there. It rotates round from the base, which is brilliant because you can use it in lots of different ways. Might be that you're using it on your countertop and you're needing to rotate it to get to certain elements. I know lots of schools use these, whereby people have been able to kind of access those pods for different things that they're creating with. Kitchen cupboards, what you can do, especially if you've got something like a corner cupboard, where you may be only opening up part of the doors, so you only actually have that kind of opening that you've got there. You can rotate this round so you can actually see those pods to the area that the door opens, which I think is really useful. Now, while we're talking about kitchens, you can use them in the kitchen. They're not food safe, so you need to make sure that anything that you've got in here is either in a wrapper or in a skin. So that is the key thing, but you could use them, as I say, as long as they are protected, the items that are in there. Now, this one is $15.99, and as you see there, you've got your 9 tubs in there. Half the stock has gone of this one, and we've got another one for you, which is your 6 pod, which this particular one here, your 6 tub. Similar sort of idea. They are able to stack on top. You don't take the rotating unit and stack that on top. You just literally take these elements out. Now, because of the nature of them, when you come to rotating, especially if you've got them stacked up, don't go spinning it like a roulette wheel, because they will fly off. They will literally fly off. So just keep them and just rotate the base. Always remember to move the base, not the tubs, because if you start moving the tubs, then you'll find that they will dislodge within there. But you have got kind of segments within that base. That does mean that they are going to sit nice and neatly in there, and they're not going to move around. Shall we show you this one? I don't know whether this is Paola's or Leonie's. I've got a feeling it might be Paola's. But if I bring this in, it's looking very organised and very... Oopsie-daisy, there's me saying about move the base and I didn't do it. Very coordinated, so it's got to be Paola's, hasn't it? Look at this. I love these, the colours there going from your blues through to your greens there. Doesn't that look beautiful? But good sizes, so of course you've got plenty of room there for your different products. And of course the beauty is when you do need them, you can just literally take that canister off. So on this particular one, say if we needed access to this section here, take that off quite easily, and there you go, you've got all your goodies in there. And you can see it, that's the key thing, you can see where it is and know exactly where you need to go to each and every time. $14.99, of course you can see here the 6 tub and the 9 tub have been teamed up together, so you can put them together if you wanted to. But if you are wanting to go for your 6 tub, that's the one with the largest pods, then £13.49. Now of course we always invest in these fabulous storage things, usually because we've got so much crafty stuff, and crafty stuff comes to you fabulous prices here at Hochanda. But what we do on a Sunday is we bring you 7-day savers. Now our current 7-day savers, oh my goodness, you've only got a little over 1 day to take advantage of these. Some really nice ones in there, some brilliant grey board. That Debbie Bliss yarn is beautiful, absolutely gorgeously soft. Oh, we've got a happy hour tonight, is that with yarns? Oh, might look out for that one myself. Debbie Bliss wool. Oh, Debbie Bliss is a brilliant brand. Really is, can't emphasise that more, incredible quality. So yeah, do check that. That's 9 o'clock tonight. But yeah, those are all of your 7-day savers that are on there. So what will happen, I got distracted then by yarn. 8 o'clock on Sunday morning, they will change. Those ones will all go up in price, and it means it will bring in a new set. There's usually about 5 7-day savers, but of course taking advantage of the savings is what we need. We need to make those savings, but then we need to find houses for all, little homes should I say, for all those different things that we've got in our crafty room. That's why the 1 day special is such a useful thing. As I say, I've got these. I've got some of the storage wheels. Now, we haven't got the wheels available at the moment. We do struggle to keep those in stock, to be fair. But I know they're only about $9.99. So if you wanted to invest it in your 1 day special, then you know that in a future time you can get hold of those wheels. Also, I know lots of you have already got the caddy system with the wheels, but you haven't necessarily got it to the height that is comfortable for you to work with. Because this is the key thing. I started off, I'd got the wheels, and I think I'd bought, was it 2? I think I got 2 caddies or maybe 3. But what I was finding, it was a little bit small for me to kind of wheel along. So I've gone taller with this. So this is that's the demonstration of the century, that, isn't it? That's me wheeling my caddy along. Of course, you can go taller with these. So the beauty is you can put as many of those kinds of caddy systems on top of each other. They will hold the weight of, I think it's 40 pounds that we saw on a little bit of video earlier on. And it is just a really clever system. So if you've just joined me and you've never seen the Deflecto system, let me explain to you what you've got. You've got a wonderful system. It's a modular system, so you can add to this as time goes on. And that is the key thing. I think whenever we invest in something, we want to know that it's kind of future compatible, and that's what we've got with this. So you've got 4 of these little kind of carry cases, and these carry cases are going to hold your little storage caddies. So they're clicked together beautifully because you've got these little levers that lift up like so. And the idea is in the base of your shelving, or your different units, should I say, you've got these little bases, and these will sit neatly in the kind of recess that you've got on the top of your pods. Now, our pods here have all got the cardboard wrapping around, so we can't reveal some of those there. So it will sit relatively straight in there, but obviously once you take that wrapping off, then it's going to sit to perfection. The idea being is you click them in place. So literally you will click like so on one side, click like so on the other side, and that is locking all of those levels together. So that means I can pick it up and I can take it off on my travels or wheel it away if you've got the wheels. But of course, then the thing is, well, I can see what I've got in there. I've got all those fabulous clear elements, but what if I want to get something that is stored 2 or 3 tiers down? What about if it's something that's in the middle here? My cake decorating stuff, I don't tend to have towards the top because I don't use it all the time, but I want to be able to have easy access when I do need it. So all you need to do is unclip those clips. So just literally take that like so. And then you can see there, unclick it like so, and then you lift off those other units. There you go. Now sometimes, and I don't know how many times I do this, say if it was the one, you just have to remember it's the clips above the tier. So if it was this particular tier that you wanted access to, it's the clip above it. That's the thing that you're needing to remember. So there you go, you can get straight to that caddy that we've got there. And now it might be that I'm doing my cake decorating stuff and I can't be bothered to put it all the way back at the bottom there. Then, well, I can simply bring it up to the top there, click it in place, open that one up, and there you go. You can click back in place just as we said before. As I say, the cardboard wrapping does make it a little bit trickier because you can't sit it down and bed it down in place, but you've got so much storage in here. Now you've got 5 pods within here. So your 5 pods are your single pods, and they call them single because of the base. It's one single square, as you can see there. So these have got a clip lid. Literally pick up your finger under there and open that out. It gives you a huge amount of area in there. And as I was mentioning, with these, all rearranged Leonie's pods now, so we haven't got the oh no, they're there. I've seen them down at the bottom there. Her ink pads, because this is going to be familiar to many of you. Things like our distress ink pads, they sit in there fabulously like so. I mean, you could even have a label down the side so you know exactly which one you're going to. So it's kind of almost like a filing system for your crafting goodies. But these ones have been your distress inks in there, so those could go in there. It could be your glitters that are going in there. It could be your pens. It could be whatever you want it to be. And I know Paola was talking about sometimes that she'll have these open with pens and things in there, which of course you can do if you're wanting to, but do have a little look at the pen storage because that will sit in there as well. Your second size that you've got within these is your double one, your double pod or your double caddy. Again, you can see your 2 squares there, similar sort of idea, unclips like so. It just means that you've got a larger area. So within the system, you will get 4 of those because you've got 4 tier systems, and you'll get 16, won't you? Of these, you're getting 4 of these. 4, 8, yeah, 16. 16. My goodness. When you quantify it that way, you're getting a lot, aren't you? So yeah, you're getting 5 in each one of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 15, 20 storage containers. Hang on a minute now. Hang on. We are looking at the price on your screen, £49.96. You are getting 20 storage pods in total because you're getting 5 on each of these levels and you are getting 4 of these. So you're getting 20 storage pods, and we're looking at £2 each before you start thinking about the benefit of that stacking system on top. Amazing. Sorry, I've probably lost a lot of you in the process of doing the maths there, but it's just, you know, when you have a light bulb moment, and that was one of those. There you go. Click those in place there, 903010 if you're wanting those. Half the stock has gone of your one-day special, incidentally. And don't forget, we've only got one more live hour. I know we've had some problems with Skype, but we're hoping to have Sam back with us at 4 o'clock. So if you want to see Sam again and listen to him, then he will be back at 4. Now, your painted companion set. This has been very popular. And as I say, this is something I've got my eye on. It's 2 parts, so you're going to get your little paint bucket, which I think is a very clever design. Incidentally, 80% of the stock has gone of these. You've got, when I say 80, I mean 80, not 18. 80. A lot of these have sold. It's the first time that we've seen these as well. So you've got your different sections in there. So you've got your 2 sections there, which are perfect for your fresh water, because when you're doing your paintbrushes, of course, as soon as you start washing them, that water's going to get dirty. So you might rinse off the main part of the paint and then take it into the clear tub there just to rinse off. So you've got those 2 there. You've also got another pod here which you can fill with water again. Maybe that's where you're going to be putting things like your palette knives with your mixed media pastes and things like that that you don't necessarily want to contaminate the other areas. And then of course you can wash everything up in the sink nice and easily. Now you've got a little container at the end here. The idea behind this is it's somewhere where you can actually rest a paintbrush. So if you're mid-project and you haven't got anywhere to put your paintbrush down, then you can do that quite easy. Either way around it will work. But you've also got the ability to put your little paintbrushes on the little handle. I think this is such a clever idea. It's like every little kind of area of this has got a purpose. So you've got your grooves here, and this means that when your paintbrushes are drying, you can dry them horizontally very, very easily just by laying them across there. Very, very clever idea. So £13.98, but it doesn't stop there, because that's just 1/2 of what you're getting. You're also going to get this fabulous little tray. Now this is your paint tray, and you've got your clips on these. So literally you're just going to unclip those, as you can see there, quite easily. The lid comes off, and then inside you have got an incredible paint palette. I say paint palette, but it could be a little hobby tray. Lovely and white, bright white there, so when you're mixing those paints you don't have to worry, you're going to get the true colour of that blend that you're creating. Large open areas in the centre there, so as I was saying, your primaries could go in there, and then you've got obviously got the blend that you're making from your primaries. Could have some of your pre-constructed watercolour paints in the side there. Of course, as they dry out, then you can add a little bit of water and then start using them. Or maybe you're going to be using them for things like your jewellery findings. Maybe you could be having your quilt clips or your pins, different things like that in there. So I think that 128689, and of course the lid clips back in place, and away you go. It means that you can take it on your travels as well. So like those 2 together there. £13.98, 128689. Now we've been busy for these 2 items. They did sell out in the break between our 8 o'clock show and this particular show, but already 40% of the extended stock has gone. I can't reiterate how useful these are. Everybody in the house knows where they live. And they have to go back to where they live, so the next person knows exactly where they are. We use them all the time. As a reference, we used them last night. We were doing an online quiz. If you're doing things like, lots of people at the moment are doing courses, online courses, you might be Skyping, you might be doing your homeschooling. This is a key thing, and this is designed to basically hold a tablet, but hold it at the optimum angle so as you can watch it while your hands are free and you can continue to work. All folds flat, and it all comes in a fabulous little box, so if you are wanting to give it as a gift, really easy for you to post to somebody. And then obviously what you've got the different elements that will allow you to open that up and use it when you need to. So you've got your stand. Oops. Couldn't open it up for a moment then. You've got your angle here, so the angle depends on where you're wanting to put it on the little ridge system that you've got at the back there. More upright perhaps if you're following a recipe, maybe more laid back if you're watching a film, or it's entirely up to you. Then you've got the little foot here, and the foot is designed to stop your tablet slipping away, and the silicone pad that you've got there, again, many tablets have got a glossy back to them, so that's going to keep you nice and secure. Portrait or landscape, you can use your tablet with this, and the little foot at the bottom there with that indentation means that you can charge up your tablet at the same time. You have got a mini B version, so the smaller version is exactly the same as we mentioned before, but this time it's for your phone, mobile phone, and again portrait or landscape with your little kind of charging unit there. And again, I mean, it's no bigger almost than a credit card, is it? Sit in your purse quite easily, or a pocket of a bag, and again it's still got that silicone mat on there, so exactly the same as we've been speaking of, and a brilliant gift. As I say, just in case gifts, these are fabulous. You know, when sometimes you've got somebody's birthday and you haven't managed to get out, or you've ordered something online and it hasn't arrived in time, anybody would love these. So £12.98 for the 2 of them, 309092. Now something else Deflecto bring to us, which are on the website, are their magnetic sheets. Now, these are brilliant because within these you've got white on one side, so you could actually draw around your dies with a permanent marker pen and then actually use the magnetic side to keep your dies in place. That way you know that you're not missing any of your dies. So 866 553 if you're wanting those. You can get 6 of those A4 sheets. Something else that's been popular is your storage for your 12 by 12 papers. And storage for 12 by 12 paper is key because they're larger pieces of paper. They can take up more surface area and they weigh more. This is one of the things that needs considering. This system is brilliant. Now you're going to get 2 elements to the system. You're going to get the bottom tier, which you're looking at with the drawers, which I'll tell you about in a few moments, but then you're getting this stacking system for your 12 by 12s. Now the idea is you've got a ridge that runs along the whole of the edge there. You've not got pins that are going to go in the corner and just kind of hold it at key points and then have a lot of bounce in the centre there. That is supporting it the full length of that 12 by 12 paper. So that means that when you come in with your big stack of paper, you have to be careful, it's really heavy, this one. I haven't set it back in place properly there, but when you bring it in, and it is a weighty bundle that we've got here. I've got that random one at the bottom that it doesn't want to behave. There's a lot of weight in there. You know cardstock, how heavy that can be. That is going to sit in there beautifully. And what's going to happen is, obviously you've been a lot neater when you're putting these in place, but you can see that you've still got the stability in the middle there. Everything is supported. They're not bowing in the middle there. So you haven't got a weak point. The other thing that you can do with these as well, if you're wanting to, is actually use them as little drying trays as well. So if you're creating something, I'm just going to do that this time, I've thought about it. There you go, that was easier, wasn't it? You can use these as drying trays. So it might be have a project maybe that needs drying overnight, but you don't want to risk the cat or the dog or anything else being put on top of it, then you could just literally put that on there to secure it. Down at the bottom, so you can get 3 of those as one half of your deal. At the bottom, you're going to get your drawer unit, and the drawer unit, it looks beautiful because you've got your clear system, so you can see all those areas there. There's no segments within there, so the segments are completely open, so you're going to be able to put your 12 by 12s in there, and it just looks so nice. I love those little kind of silver knobs that you've got on the front there. Very stylish indeed. And incidentally as well, those little trays have got rubber feet on the bottom, so if you want to use them independently, you can do. Busy on those phone lines again towards the end of the hour. Many of you making your final decisions over your purchases. So yeah, saving £5 on these, £45.98. But of course, add them in with your one-day special, and you can spread the cost of those ones as well. 367901 if you are wanting those. Now, desk storage, we're running out of time, so don't forget, come back at 4 o'clock. You'll be able to see more, but we'll fit in as much as we possibly can. So these are brilliant. I've got a couple of these. Very, very useful. You've got these little caddies, and these little drawer units were designed originally for your washi tape, so they fit perfectly within the little recesses that you've got for these. But you could put anything in here. You can see we've got glitters, we've got paste, we've got some fabulous little reels of ribbon here. I've got one at home in my on my dressing table, and I've got things like combs, I've got contact lenses in there, cotton wool buds, all sorts of different things, and I just know where they are. Those little bits that kind of just gather dust and they're just irritating, aren't they, some of those little things that we have, but perfect. You've got 9 different segments within here. You're only going to get one of these. You've got one sat on top of another, so you can see you can stack these if you wanted to. But these segments have got dividers, and the dividers are stuck in place, so don't move those around because you will snap them out, but they are fixed within there, and at £13.99, a very affordable way to get hold of those. So if you fancy getting those, please do so. What I've got is, well, what should we do? Should we have a little look at the one-day special? Let's jump onto the website. We've just got a couple of moments left. So on the website, you'll find the one-day special. You find all the different things that we've been chatting about. Incredibly busy for that paint companion there, and the paint tray. You're getting the 2 of those for £13.99, so don't order them separately. And they are some of the newer items, including those mini storage boxes. But we started, and we're going to end with the one-day special. Details are at the bottom of your... Oh, no, they're not. They're going to pop up on your screen. Don't worry. You've got your 4 storage trays with your 20 caddies in there. Don't forget that. And you are going to get the smaller pods as well as the larger medium-sized pod within there. Do check out, because we have got those 3 pods as well that are available, which is a full width of there, and definitely consider adding those in alongside it. Just £24.98. It's a brilliant system. So many of our crafting guests come in with these pod systems. I've got them, Leonie's got them, Paola, Julia Watts has got them. Everybody's crafting with these. If you want yours, the details are there on your screen. I'll see you tomorrow. So Yanis is doing his crafty lunges. He's ready to see you in the next few minutes, so don't go anywhere. We've got Mixed Media Friday with Clarity. Then we've got Be Creative Best with Cricut. Oh, I can't wait for that. And Quilters Trading Post. Wow!
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. Back in the day there were very few quilt patterns in the marketplace, and so I started to bring patterns into the UK from America and Australia, and along the way I've been lucky enough to work with some fantastic British designers, and that is what really the essence of Daisy Chain Designs are. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Emma.
And I'm Pam.
And we're from Quilters Trading Post. We've been open since 2007, so we're coming up to 10 years now.
We started our business in Cambridge, really, with a long arm quilting machine. We decided we wanted to make a proper business of it, so we bought a shop in this area. We soon grew out of that because we became successful, and we bought a school, and now we're in the school.
We have 4 parts to our business. We have the quilting service, we run workshops, we sell patchwork and quilting threads, fabrics and notions, and we do patterns and books. That's our newest thing, and our favourite being our Crafters Carry-All.
We've really enjoyed being on Hochanda. It's made us famous, really. We've got lots of people who now come into the shop and tell us that they've seen us, and that they've enjoyed the demonstrations, and they've watched us over and over again.
Make sure you don't miss our shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specialising in traditional crafts for the modern maker. Most of our products involve textiles and age-old techniques, from button making, lace making, weaving, and other forms of passementerie. Mark and I work hard designing the kits and developing innovative tools to make all of these traditional crafts more accessible to the modern user. We're really pleased to be part of the Hochanda family, and I'm looking forward to being able to take time and demonstrate some of these techniques and share new ideas. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows here on Hochanda.
Did you know you can watch Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player or Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Hochanda channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select settings. Select your network and select Setup Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or the bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Hochanda app. Simply press the home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the channel store. At the top of the channel store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter Hochanda into the search bar and this will take you to the Hochanda app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the added channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Now scroll down to the Hochanda app and press the star button on your remote. You can then use the arrow buttons to move Hochanda to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it! You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Well, hello everybody. So we have a second opportunity today to spend some quality time with Clarity Fresh Cut Dies. We will be speaking to the lovely Paul Church in just a moment. I have to say these dies are exceptional. Now, not only do we have the dies, we also have the same designs in stamps and stencils as well. So this really does tick all the boxes if you want to create something that is a showstopper and have that continuity in design. I will be going through everything. I'm going to be speaking to Paul as well. Just want to draw your attention to the fact you can get the complete collection as part of 2 sets. So you can go for this set of 3 or this set of 3. But if you do go for the complete collection, earlier on it was a very popular option because, I'm just going to show you the details for the complete collection. Now, if you were to go for the sets individually, so set 1 or set 2, you would be saving £15 per set. That £30 saving has already been factored into the price you're seeing for the complete. And on top of that, you're saving a further £7, which is amazing. But I know you want more. Look at that price if you are a Freedom member. You are saving £30 on top of the $15.99. So that really is the cherry on the cake. So in fact, as a Freedom member, what you're saving is £45.99. I know, and you do get the folder as well. So you get all 6 dies and the folders. We're going to be speaking to Paul because Paul, got to tell you, that price is exceptional. Hello, Paul.
Sorry.
Oh, there you are. Oh, Paul, you've done it to me again. The price is incredible.
It is, and what we've done, we always like to offer a saving if we can. So you've got the option 1 and the option 2, the 2 different sets, but then we know from experience that a lot of people, once they see a collection, they want to have the whole thing. So what we do is we then bundle them together and we put an additional saving on there as well. So as you said, but for £80, that is the equivalent of 8 of those dies, 4 of those dies, because they're £20 each. I couldn't do my maths then.
Yeah.
So really...
So you're getting
4
2
of the dies and you're getting 2 free plus the folder to keep them all in as well.
Well, you know, you can't say fairer than that. But what is it, and I know you really do like this set, what is it about the mixed media dies that really caught your imagination?
For me, I mean, people will know, I'm not a mixed media person. I like to keep my hands nice and clean and tidy. So for me, to have the effect of the mixed media in die form is fantastic because I can create the illusion of mixed media with the designs and still have nice clean hands.
Oh, sorry, Paul. I don't really think I'm ignoring you. I was showing off the pieces and it's just a little bit quiet, so I was struggling to hear you a little bit. The viewers at home won't be at all, so I didn't want you to think that I was ignoring what you were saying.
I thought you'd fallen asleep, Janet.
Wait, no, actually you hadn't. That's better. I can hear you now, Paul. No, the dies are special, and I was showing the pieces, and I did find myself sort of drifting in the sense that I'm so impressed. I know you know how much I love the design team, but some of the pieces, I'm going to pick up this large mixed media piece. I think this is absolutely, there might be a bit of lag, Paul, so you might see it in a few moments, but the viewers at home will be seeing this now. And you also talk with the dies, having, I know they're aperture dies, but having that ability to snip into them, sort of deconstruct them to whatever purpose you need.
That's right. I mean, when I've obviously watched Barbara do mixed media and other people on the TV do mixed media, it's all about sort of the layers and building it up and taking bits out. So when you look at, I can just see the canvas board now.
Yeah.
It's taking, I'm guessing it's Dee done that one?
Yeah.
Yeah. And
yes, she has. Good memory.
It's great because you can take the elements of it, and just because that's what the design does doesn't mean that's how you use it. You break it up.
Yeah.
And also on the counter, I think it's the sample that's above the Harlequin in the first set.
Yeah.
If you're able to open that up, that's a fantastic piece from Dee. And it all opens up, and Dee's used
This is
all
incredible.
these. It's sort of like a mini scrapbook.
What? That? It's
so
like
clever,
a little.
isn't
It's
it?
like a little puzzle.
Yeah.
But that is really well done.
So it's sort of combining the 12 by 12 papers, it's using the dies, it's using the stencils, it's using the stamps. It's a real sort of collage of different things in there.
Do you know, one thing I'm noticing, Paul, is how incredibly well all the dies do play together. I'm just going to just show this. All the dies, if you do want to mix and match, they work beautifully together.
They do, because they've got that same sort of styling, and because they've been illustrated by both Barbara and by Mel, you know that they're going to complement one another.
Show that. Oh, there we go, that one as well. Paul, I know you've got some great demonstrations, both yourself and Barbara, so we want to make sure we get them all in. So I will let you go for now. I think you're an absolute legend. Just very quickly, how are you coping? Still staying safe on lockdown?
Yeah, we're all staying safe. There's only a few people in the office, so we're being kept very busy with all the orders and everything else. So, but yes, everything's fantastic. Thank you.
Please say, send our regards and say hello to Barbara from us.
I will do indeed.
Right. You take care, buddy. See you.
Take care. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, so we are just going to be really quickly. I'm going to establish just what you were getting. So as said, you can get a set of 3 if you would like. So if you just want to go for this set of 3, the Harlequin, so you're getting 3 dies in total. Now I just want to show you the dies, because something that Paul mentioned in our previous show, these are great size dies. You really are getting good value for money, exceptional quality dies, and you'll know that. When Clarity will never bring you a product, whether it's dies, stencils, stamps, brushes, anything, unless it's absolutely first rate. So you're getting all 3 of those. That's your Harlequin, and you have got access to flex payments. If you do want to go for the set of 3, you're saving £15. But wait, there is more. There's set number 2. And set number 2, its namesake's the Particles, which you can see here. Different item number. $44.97, saving £15, and you can split that price in half if you wish. Just going to drop this into shot and show you. I love this one, using the Particles, and that's another one from D. But just taking a few gems. Lovely. All right, so those are the 2 options. But as I say, you can go for the complete collection, and if you do go for the complete collection, you do still get the £15 saving in each set. So that's £30 in total. You save a further £7, which becomes $15.99 if you are a Freedom member. So that is a great price. That is a fantastic price, though, if you're a Freedom member. So as a Freedom member, you're saving £45.99. 827 734, your item number. As I did mention at the start of the show, we do have some stamps and stencils as well. Same designs. What you're getting here, and we have broken it into the same sets too, so just having a little look. So the same sets we just showed you with the fresh cuts. This is your Harlequin set. Now you're getting your stencils, you're getting your stamps, and it's so nice being able to work in different aspects. I've just noticed there's one. These samples are incredible. We'll have a look at all of these. Look at that one. That is very clever. That's by Jane. Jane, I mean, that is just ridiculously good. So using the stencil and then adding in the detail. Or how about this one? Mixed media piece, another one from Jane. And then we have this one from D. It's just upside down. There we go. Got that one from D. Ooh. So there we go. That's one set for you. $39.90 for your price. You're saving £5. That is your Harlequin. You're getting 3 stencils and 3 stamps. We have more though. We have the Particles. So you might want to go for the Particles. Different item number. We'll just pop that on your screen. So with the Particles, you're getting the 3 stencils. You're getting the stamps. Love the inspirations, and these are incredible. $39.94 your price there, saving £5. What I love about the stamps and stencils, actually the designs in general, whether it is the dies, the stamps, the stencils, because these are mixed media, A, they're never going to date. So we're just having a look here. That background will never date. You could use that in 50 years' time and it will still be just as current. But also, everything we're showing here will work with anything else in your stash. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to show you one set and how different. When I know I mentioned it in the previous hour, the importance of versatility. So think about what other elements you have in your stash. Maybe some feature stamps. Different characters. So same set, totally different feel. Same set, totally different. You kind of get where I'm going with this, so I won't keep repeating myself. Or how about this? So that's 4 unique inspirations using just one set. I'm going to carry on. I've got another one to show you. We have a look at that. Mixed media at its best. So apologies because I wasn't reading out names there. There was Sam. I'll pop these down. I'll be real quick. That was Debs. Great job there, Debs. I love that one, Debs. But you see how you can dip into your stash. You want to go a bit mixed media. There's Anne. Paper piecing in or colouring in. This one's by Carol. And then the first one was by Jane. There we go. Okay, so that gives you an idea of what you can achieve. But let's just say you wanted to go for all of them. You can. We have got that option. So you're getting all the stencils, all the stamps. You are getting the savings that you would have in each of the sets. That's £5 each, so £10 in total. So you're actually saving £20 because that £10 saving that you're seeing there is on top of the £10 that's already been factored into the price. And you have the 2 flexi payments of £34.99. 30% of the stock's gone here, and I tell you what, that stock, we did have a lot of stock. It's going to be, that call is going to be higher at the end of the video because we have got Barbara who's going to be, is it half the stock? I apologise. Half the stock has gone here, and I know a lot of you have got it in your basket, but wait till we see this next video, because the next time I give you an update, it's going to be a lot higher, because we've got the lovely Barbara, and her passion is infectious. When she starts going through and showing you how you're going to get the most out of this set, you're going to love it. Here's Barbara.
What I love about these particular designs, this mixed media set of ours, is that you can create really clean, precise artwork like Paul's done with the dies, and I did some earlier on with stamps, or you can mix it all up and get really grungy. You know, it's entirely up to you which way you go. And I wanted to show you a piece of artwork that I really like. And you can see here, this is a canvas, and this is a die, and this is a rainbow river, and it's just a mix. And when you look at the background, if we take just a look, I just wanted to sort of make the point of how you can get really clean like this, and you can get really down and dirty with glues and Mod Podge and stamps. And you see, when you stamp directly onto canvas, it gives you a completely different look. So I just wanted to show you the variation and the possibilities. I just think it's great, you know. So, and now what I wanted to do was take a look at this particular stencil. Again, just how you can create something like, you can drag texture paste through it, and it's really gritty and ready to have ink applied, and you can scratch into it and it's got beautiful texture. Check it out, just by literally running texture paste through the stencil. It looks great. And all these flecks, they're in the stencil. You don't have to create them. You don't have to try and deliberately get grungy. They already are. So for example, this is just great and ready to go. Or you can do something really arty. So for example, let's take a look here. This is for inky people rather than mixed media painty people. So you could take your stencil, and this is the one I'm going to show you now. Look, you can mount it on white, you can mount it on black, but how lovely is that? So I just wanted to show you how you can blend these colours and get also quite an arty look. Let's have a look close up, and you see all the flecks of water. This is using our Clarity stencil card to great effect. So let's do that together, because when you see how it's done, you'll realise it's actually really, really easy. So I need my stencil, and I need a piece of stencil card. See, one of the things about what I love about our system, if you like, and we developed this for the gel press, the 6x6 gel press, the 7x7 stencils are beautiful for them, because that way you get a really cool lip. You don't get your hands covered. Right, so what I'm doing is I'm just taking the 7x7 stencil card, and I'm attaching with a hinge at the top. I'm attaching it to the stencil, right? So that way I can monitor what I'm doing. See, I can just look like that. Then I've got my blending mat. Then I've got my inks. So I'm going to pick 3 colours. This is only 3 colours, but what you'll see is that when you pick your inks, these are great, these little artistry inks. I'm going to pick Golden Turmeric and Ocean Reef from that one. And I'm going to pick Fancy Fuchsia from that one. And those 3 colours, these are brilliant little sets because you get 12 colours in one little packet. So it's a real little taster. There are 4 different sets and we name them by looking at the yellow in the top left-hand corner. These are just 2 of the 4. This one's Lime Kiss collection. This one's Golden Turmeric collection. Very, very beautiful inks. Beautiful colours. I'll start with the yellow. I'll start with the lightest colour, basically. Okay. And what I'm going to do, because these are only little ink, look, little tiny, but great, right? I'm going to start with the yellow because that way I won't contaminate my brush. Enter my brushes. These are brilliant. If you haven't got Clarity stencil brushes, you don't know what you're missing. Right, so we're just going to use the blending mat to load our brushes. And I might just, because I can, I might just put a bit of copy paper underneath so I don't get it all over my black mat. Right, now, what we'll do is we'll start by adding yellow. And we're just going to spread the yellow through here like so. And you pick up from here and then you drop off there. And your brush creates a fantastic, it's like an airbrushed effect. And we're just going to go from that corner and you can add as much as you like. You can always go back with the yellow afterwards, can't you? But I'm just showing you the idea is that you put the ink on here because these are little ink pads. Otherwise, you're going to be doing that, which works as well if you haven't got a blending mat. But the blending mat's great because it really does. See, and that is great ink. If I were, say I were colouring something in, I could use the little blending tools, you know, our little blending nibs, and you could pick up the ink off there, and it's like a paint palette, really. It's great, great. Right, so we'll add a little bit of yellow through there. Sweep, 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 sweep. Right, and then when you lift this up, you'll see you've already got a really good blend. See how the brushes just give you that beautiful graduation. Right, that's the first one. Next one, let's go Fancy Fuchsia. So I put the Fancy Fuchsia in. Again, see, it's quite a bright colour. I'll pop that one in, and we'll use a different brush. So I've got 3 brushes. Each one, they come in a box of 4. 4 different sizes. Right. Do you need 4 brushes? You need 4 boxes of brushes, if you ask me. I've got so many, and I love them. And I've got one for pretty much every colour. But if you only are buying 1 set, then my suggestion would be that they are washable, you see. You can wash them. And if you are only going to go for 1 set, keep the yellow for the yellow. That's all I would say. The rest you can wash away and rinse, you know. But you could have a red family one, a blue family one. Do you know what I mean? But I would certainly suggest that when you go to wash them, keep the yellow yellow, because it doesn't matter. If you go in with a blue, you're going to get green. If you're going to get, you know, you'll never get yellow blends with so many different colours. And the other thing is you'll never get a true yellow again. Right, so let's have a look. What have we got in the blend now? Core. See? It's going to look good. The longer you go, the darker it gets. Now, transformational is when we add a blue. Because the blue, when you blend it, brush number 3, when you blend the blue with the pink, you're going to get beautiful purples. You're going to go down that family. Let's have a look. Right, so here we go. So we'll put the blue in that corner and we're sweeping from this corner out, 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 out. And as I sweep outwards, I'm blending across the pink and you'll see I'm blending across the yellow. As I blend across the yellow, greens will start to come out. And this will get darker and darker here because I keep going back to the same place. Also, with the brushes, I can splay them out like that if I want. And I can just, look, really, really cool. Watch when I take this away. Let me just move look at that. Isn't that glorious? So you can see, you can get fantastic, look at that. right? If you want to sharpen up, obviously you want it to go darker, you just take a little longer. And then what we're going to do is take our, I've only got a dirty one. Oh, that'll do, right? And what we're going to do now is just smear, because this way, what we're doing is we're cleaning the stencil and we're also sharpening up the edge. So you just go like that a little bit. Do the yellow first, because otherwise it'll all end up dark, right? So go like that, do the yellow first. See, as soon as you go in with a bit of blue, you're going to get a lovely green shade. You can see that, can't you? Now we'll go in that area a bit. And all I'm doing is sharpening up the line art, look. See, so when I do this, what I'll end up with is a really sharp edge. That's it. And then over here as well. So I don't want to spend too much time doing that. I think you get the picture, don't you? These spot-on sponges are superb for this because they don't crumble. You know, a lot of makeup sponges, they fall apart when you start grinding them into the stencil like this. You'll end up with all bits everywhere. These are very good, and that's why we sell them. So when I lift this off now, take that away, right? Got my lovely colour palette. I could use that. But now, let's just have a look at where we're at. Isn't that nice? Enter a little stamp. Let's enter a little stamp. I like this. And an archival black. And what we'll do is we'll use, just put a bit of white copy paper under there so I can check. And what I'm going to use is one of the little fellas, the little boy from he's the little boy from the Wee Folk. And I'm going to position him in such a way that it looks as if he's holding the whole structure up. Look, isn't that gorgeous? You see? And these little wee folk, when you look at them, they've got so much personality. There's so much movement in their so much character. And so what I want to do now, just to finish this off, I would trim this up. And then I'm going to look at my word stickers. And I'm going to figure out which one works. Which one works? What do I want to say? You know? There are so many different possibilities here. And you can just pick one out. There you go. That's perfect. I like that one. It won't be easy, but it'll be worth it. Cool. That sits like brilliantly right across that harlequin pattern there. Look, doesn't that look great? And it won't be easy, but it'll be worth it, you see? And this one, I did, don't worry, be happy. And this one, I did onwards and upwards with vigour. And this one, I did strong and beautiful. So you've got all these lovely options. And how do we get the flex? The flex. So let's just see, if I take that away, right? Probably want to do the flex before you add the stamp, but permanent ink pad shouldn't bleed. He should be all right. We should be able to do this. And then what I'm going to do, join me. See, I always stand. Do you stand to craft? I stand to do this stuff. See if it works, shall we? What I do is, rather than spritz like that, I put a little puddle in my hand, right? Put a little puddle in my hand, and then I use my fingers, just the tips of my fingers, and then I flick. I flick like that. And I flick at the artwork, like that. That's it. And as you're doing that, you're splatting the work. See? So when you look now, if I go to this camera, you should see the splats. Look. See them? Isn't that cool? And you let them just soak in a little bit, and then you take a piece of copy paper or a tissue, whichever you've got to hand. In this case, it's going to be a piece of copy paper. And you just blot it. Let's just have a look. Yeah, there you go, you see? And then when you turn it round, let me just show you, you can see it's all lovely and blotty. Isn't that nice? Blotchy. Mixed media, love it. Bit of water, adds that little bit of distress. Just perfect. And so that, my friends, is how you get a really nice background with a stencil. And it's these that give it the story. Thanks very much.
That was such a nice demonstration. Barbara, thank you so much. Such a nice demonstration and giving us that inspiration. Do you know what I love about Clarity as a brand is the fact that they encompass everything, because it is all about, I know they're passionate about sharing the inspiration, but if you think about the tools, because you have dies, you have stamps, you have papers, you have stencils, you have the stickers for the words, so everything you need to create the most beautiful inspirations, and it gives it context. We're going to have a look at the fresh cut dies. They are fantastic. And do you know what I love about the fresh cut dies is these are dies that will never date, and it was something I did mention a little earlier on. Because you've got beautiful shapes, they play nicely together as well. If I just show you here, this is from Maria. So we've got this wonderful background, we're building on it then. So you can dip into your stash, cut out other shapes, incorporate that design within the shapes as well. Think about your backgrounds, same design, totally different feel. So using the mirror mist, I think, behind there as well. Very nice. Or if you wanted to go a little bit more gritty, another one from Maria. The mirror mist, by the way, that was Wendy. Just, I'm sorry, I want to give you guys that name check. And there's another one from Maria. So that's just one of the designs that you're getting here. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll go through the different options. So you can get a set of 3. This is your harlequin, so the namesake being there. But you have got your twine, so your unraveled twine, and you've also got your rocky block coming through. I like the unraveled twine. So this is a good example how using the stickers, and you can find them on the words, I should say. You can find them on our website, but they do suddenly give it context. Surround yourself with colour, and all you need is love. Isn't that nice? Or how about that's, I mean, very elegant. So we can go grungy, we can go elegant if we want. You've also got the Rocky Block, which I just showed you those, and the Harlequin. Let me show you a few with the Harlequin as well. I mean, how good is that? But I've seen Paul work with the Harlequin, and we can snip into it, we can adjust it. So here, same, but now using a bit, this is clever, using the positive and the negative. So effectively the waste that we're cutting away. And another example of how we can deconstruct, we can snip in going through. So that's one set. If you do want to go for that set, $44.97, saving £15, and you have access to the flexi payments. Got another set of 3 for you, taking a look here. Now this is nice. I really like this one, actually. I love them all. If it was me, I just want to show you something. Because I like doing this, saying like same die, just showing you an inspiration. Because we can go from one look. That is a seriously cool card from D. Really like that. But then, totally different feel now. It's soft, it's graceful, elegant. Another one from D. Isn't that nice with the ribbon? Or what about this? A bit of a gatefold from Wendy. So same die, going through. Isn't that nice? I like that. That's just one of the designs that you're getting. You've also got your particles. Got to show this one again because I just really like the use of the gems from D. So just where the particle would be, just adding those gems. Or how about this one? Very nice. And then we have the circles in the mix as well. I'll just show you a couple of the circles. This is a great inspiration. So the paper piecing. Really nice. There's D's, and then we've got, this is Sheila. Beautiful. And I'll show you one more. Here you go. Right, so there we go. If you do happen to want to go for all 6, and you can see how well the collection, I think, it does complement each other. So this is a really nice way to add a lot of diversity into your stash. If you do go for the complete collection, there is a £7 saving on top of the £30 you would have saved if you bought both sets individually, because each one had a £15 saving. And then it gets even better if you are a Freedom member. Look at that saving. So in effect, on top of the £30 as Freedom member, you're saving $15.99, so that's $45.99 in total. 827-734, your item number there if you do want to go for the complete collection. And of course, you can take advantage, even if you're getting that fantastic Freedom price, of the flexi payments. So £40.47 today you are getting all 6 of these fantastic dies. Right, we're going to move on. We've just got to tell you about the stamps and stencils as well. So stamps and stencils, same designs, but you're getting the possibility to work in different angles, different ways and sizes. It's playing with your mediums. We did see Barbara just showcasing how to create the most beautiful backgrounds, and I loved how she dipped into her own stash. Those little silhouette stamps are fantastic. And do we have those? I think these are fantastic. We're just going to show you the details for the silhouette stamps. They're at the bottom of your screen, $19.99. Let me find a few, because here we go. Showing you how effective the little, I just really like these. So your little silhouettes, great size, work with your background. That is very clever from Deb. I really, really like that, because it looks like the golf balls are flying around. Or how about this one? Now that's nice. That one's by Sarah. And then we did, I'm going to reach across, but bear with me, because I want to show, I just think this is so poignant. Have a look at these. This is why I love these little stamps. Just looks so thoughtful. Lost nose in a book. Isn't that nice? Okay, so if you do want to go for those, they're at the bottom of your screen. If you want to go for the set of stamps and stencils, we've got them as a set. So just like with the dies, you can get the sets by themselves or the complete collection. So here's the Harlequin. We are getting the unraveled twine, and then you've got your Rocky Block. All the stencils, the stamps, 2 flexi payments, or you can pay the $39.94, saving £5. Your item number is 332971. Next, we have the particles for you. Just going to show you. So another set of 3, another fantastic saving on these. So you'll be saving £5. Going through stencils. When you think about how you can use your stencil, so we can create our backgrounds, we can use our structure pastes in there, we can emboss with this, we can use them on our gel press. The gel press was very popular with the Mega Mount, and it's something back in stock. You can find it on our website, but I know the previous hour it was very popular indeed. Now let me show you something, because this is what I love. When we talk about being able to think outside the box, get maximum use out of all your mediums. Isn't that nice background using the particle? I think that's very clever. And then, I think that is fantastic. Who did this one? This one's by Carol. Carol, beautiful. Or, what about something like this? There's Mrs. Pankey. Going to show you this one I love. Look at that. And again, using those lovely silhouette stamps. There we go. This one might not be in the set, but it gives you the idea of the effects you can achieve. So that's another individual option. You're getting all 3 of the stamps and stencils, but a lot of you are going for the complete collection, and I do not blame you. So if you want all 6 stencils, all 6 stamps, saving £10, but that £10 is not factoring in. We've already added the savings that you would have had if you got the sets individually, so that's £25, so £10 in total. So you're actually saving £20, and you're getting an awful lot for your money. 751286, your item number there. 60% of the stock has gone if you do want to go for that complete bundle. Now I'm going to hand over to the very talented Paul for your next demonstration.
Hi, for this demo I'm going to combine 2 of the actual designs, and these were created by Barbara. And they were designed to work either independent of one another or together, just like this card has been done here. So this is using the Rocky Block, which always reminds me of chocolate, and the unraveled twine. And the unraveled twine is the one that we see in the background. Okay, so what I've done, I've created a panel with this particular card. But all of our dies, they're called aperture dies, and what that means is that they stay within the card blank. So this is one of the other dies in the collection. This is the rings that I've done on another demo. And you can see this is cut out of a 6x6 card blank, and it just keeps it within the actual design. So you can use them exactly how they've been designed to work, as a quick and easy card. Or you can chop them up as well. And in the other demo, I show you how we take that one out of the frame and use it just more as a background. So where do we start on this one? Okay, so what I've done, I've taken, I'm going to do it in a different colourway. So I've taken one of our card blanks and I've just cut it down. And I'm going to go to my dies, which I've got stored in my folder. So I've got my unraveled twine. So you can see the design there. That's exactly how it's designed to work. Then we have the lovely rocky block. Again, really great. You can chop this up, you can cut bits out in the middle to create a bigger area and open space. We've also got the Harlequin. Love all the different elements that fall out of this one. Then we have the chain link. Again, another great one. You can chop this one up or just use it as a generic background. Rings I've used in another demo. And then finally, I love this one, the particles. Really sort of funky, sort of quite spatial. Is that the right word? Yeah, I think so. I think that's, yeah, it's really sort of nice. They're all funky. They're all 5x5. And they all have what I call the snippability, where we can chop them up and use different areas. So great for your mixed media, but also great for quick and easy cards as well. So I need, where was it going? That's it. I need the rocky block one because I've already cut out the unraveled twine one. So I've taken my card blank and just trimmed that down. We're going to pop that on there. So I'm going to get that roughly in the middle, and then we'll use some low tack tape just to hold it in place to stop it moving around. Okay, just put a couple of bits there, that'll be fine. Bring in my plates. So they'll work in all leading die cutting machines. Obviously the only restriction you have is the size of the opening of your machine. I say these are 5x5s, so we're just going to run that through. So we'll run that through and I'll bring this one back in so we can have a look at that again. I just love the funkiness of this, and then when you've got the background paper behind, it just really brings it to life. So we'll grab this one out of the machine and carefully remove your low tack tape. Now I'm not worried about all the bits and pieces that are going to fall out. Let's just take that off there. And let me just show you how, to me it reminds me a bit like a jigsaw puzzle. So that's the bit that we're going to work with, but look, if I take out all those bits, there's a technique called trap the scrap that Barbara does. And you could use, or I mean, look at these, these are quite funky. You could use these as little sort of panels and put a word on it, stamp onto it, but I'm not doing it for this demo. Okay, so let's pop that to one side. So that's given us the outer part. And then what I've done is I've already die cut the unraveled twine, and I've just cut it out on a bit that's smaller, because what I'm going to do is sit that on top. Now there is a right way of putting it on. You can see these blank areas here are not in the right place. So all you're going to do is turn it round until it lines up. That was lucky. Second time wasn't bad, was it? So you can see now exactly that all these little circles, I'm sure that's the right way, let's have a look. Yeah, that is the right way. But again, I love that you can use them independent and you use it how they were designed. And this follows through on both the stencils we've got on the show and the lovely stamps as well. It does exactly the same. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to pop some glue around the outer part of it. Now I'm using a wet glue. You can use double-sided tape, but the wet glue gives me that maneuverability so that when I place that down on top, I can slide it around so that I get it in perfect position. So just move that over there, bring that one in, and then I can press down. Okay, so that's now, whoops, caught my finger on that bit. So now I'll turn it over and I'll just press from the reverse as well. Now, again, it works exactly the same. Let me see if I can bring this up and show you. Let me just get something dark underneath. So I'm using it this way with the rocky block on top, but if I turn it over, you'll notice that it will also work perfectly with the unraveled twine on top as well. So depending on what look you want to get, you can decide exactly which way you want to position those. But I'm going to go with that one. So then what I've done, I've taken a piece of the Toscana papers. So let me just grab those for you and have a look. So we've got the Toscana 8x8. I've got mine in the storage folder. I've run out of that one. Must be my favourite one. But again, you've got the beautiful designs in here. I love the colours in this. I think Toscana is my new favourite out of all of the various designs. So we're just going to go through. This is the one that I'm going to go for. I love this. The real sort of scrunchiness down the bottom, real texture. And then the reverse, you've got that gorgeous colourway on the back. See the sun there? You've got the beautiful scene. Really, really good. And I love this green as well. Really spring-like. And then in the back, I've then got my petite toppers as well. So I'm going to go with this one. Now I've already cut this to size already, so you don't really want to see me do that. And if I just bring that in, so again, I've got options. I've got the darker side, or I've got the paler side. Now, because I've gone for white, the paler side doesn't really stand out that well. But on the darker side, you can see you've got real depth and you've got a light area. So all I'm going to do now is I'm just going to put some glue on the back of this just to hold it in place. So again, you can use a Zig glue pen, which I'm using, or you can use Quickie glue pen. You can even use PVA as well. You just want some glue that's just going to hold it down in various places. So I'm just going to put some glue, and I'm putting it up more on the rocky block part because that will keep the unraveled twine in place. I'm also putting some on there as well in key areas. And then all I'm going to do is just put some glue all the way around the outside edge so that it sticks onto my backing paper. Now the paper's cut slightly smaller as well, so that I haven't got to trim it off, he says. And then I can stick that down in place. I'm going to press it first. I'm going to do the outside edges so that I know it's stuck to the paper underneath. Keep catching that bit. And then I'm going to rub, should have cut it a little bit smaller, but you know what? I'm not worried about that. Now a good trick, or a good tip, what I find, is if you're doing several layers like this and you want to get a real bond to it, then you use your die cutting machine as a mangle. So what I do is I take my cutting plate and then I take a piece of copy paper, I put my design on, and then I pop another piece of copy paper on top, and then I've got my rest of my plates for my sandwich, and then we just run that through the machine. And what that does is it applies more pressure to your design and gives it more of a stronger bond. So where you can't really press down in all the different areas, the machine just acts as an angle. Okay, so now, hopefully it hasn't stuck to the paper. So there we go, so that's now stuck well and truly. Okay, so you can see we've got the beautiful design. I love this paper in the background, absolutely gorgeous. And if you've got bits that are still sticking up, then you could probably just get under there with a little bit of glue depends on the tip of your pen, and just press those down. Now, a little finishing trick that Barbara often does is using a permanent permanent pen to go along the edges. So all I'm going to do now is press down, take my permanent pen and just run into that edge. And what that does, it just gives you the illusion of matting and layering. And it depends, the angle in which you hold the pen can control the thickness of the black line. Okay, so I've done that on there, and then I've got another piece of the same paper. Okay, so this time I've used the reverse of the paper, and that's going to stick on there. And then I've got one of our larger card blanks. So you can see I've done the black on the outside edges as well. So we're just going to stick this down. It does seem a bit of a waste really to cover up this beautiful colourway. But that's the great thing with the designer papers, is that you've got that option of the double-sidedness of it. So we're just going to pop that on there. There we go. And then we'll do the same on the back of here. Just some tape, double-sided tape, wet glue, whichever you decide. And then we're going to position that in the middle. And if I want to, I could come off a bit, but I'm just going to keep it central. We're going to press that down on there. Okay, so that's now given me my card blank. And then what I'm going to do, I just want to finish it off with a little sentiment. Now you can use your stamps. On there we do some great mini word chain stamps that will work perfectly for these. Or if you want a big, bold statement, you can use one of the larger word chains. But for me, my go-tos at the moment are the sticker words. So we've got Barbara's, we've got the Clarity Christmas and Celebration, and then we've got the Leonie's. So let's have a look. Ooh, decisions. Let's go with the Clarity Christmas and Celebrations. So what should we go for? You've got all the different designs. You've got them in black and you've got them in white. So let's go with, I reckon, decisions. What about Sweet Birthday Wishes? I think that'd be a nice one. So we'll take that one off there. Okay. And then what I'm going to do, so that it doesn't get lost on there, I'm going to repeat the trick. So I've got a poly bag. I'm going to pop that onto there. And then I'm also going to take a piece of white paper underneath so I can sort of see a little bit better. And then I'm going to take my black permanent pen and just run down the edges on that. So by doing it on the cello bag, it's easier because now I can peel that off, pop that to one side, and then I'm going to pop that just down there, and it just makes it stand out a little bit more. I could have used the black one, but I just think that's worked really, really well. So you can see there how I've just finished that off. So there you go, there's another quick and easy one for you to have a go with. Here we've got it in the black, which was the first one, and then by changing the papers and the colour of the card gives it another look. So I hope you've enjoyed that, and I'll see you again soon.
Paul, that was ridiculously good. Do you know what I love about that? You've effectively put two of the dies together and then created a totally different design. So great inspiration. Thank you so much. And it really is a good showcase of how well all the designs do intermingle, and you get that, well, I think it's the word I'm looking for. I'm going to stick with intermingle. You can put them all together. So let's have a look. I just want to show you the size of the dies and the quality of the designs that you are getting there. There's a word I'm looking for, my brain. We were talking about the fact, Shana Floor Manager, And she's in her 20s, and she was saying that she's starting to forget stuff. I was saying, wait till you get to 40. I forget every day. I forget, why did I come into this room? So you are getting a set of 6 beautiful dies, and one thing I can tell you, the complete collection has been busy today. Got a show with the complete collection, and I'm sorry to sound like a broken record, but look at the saving. So your first flexi payment is £40 and 47 pence. That's obviously your first one, and then 4 weeks' time you pay your remaining flexi payment. The first flexi payment is actually cheaper than if you were to go for one, today that is, that if you were to go for one of the sets, which is obviously £44. But it gets even better because, have a look at the saving. Now that £15.99 is on top of the £30 you would have had, so it's already factored into the price if you bought the sets individually. Really good value for money, but let's forget the value for money for a moment and just enjoy the possibilities with these dies. Because this is where it starts to get interesting, how you're able to achieve such different looks. So mix and match. But the real salient point is the fact that these will never date. So you're having a look at these backgrounds. They'll work with whatever you have in your stash. Going through, you can achieve such lovely looks. Oh yeah. See, adding a bit of mirror card in the mix. Let me show you here. Get a bit arty. Or, how about this? See, now this is where it starts to get interesting, because mixing and matching, snipping into it, creating something that is truly unique. You do not have to just stick with the design coming through. So now we've just taken one little element here, we've deconstructed the Harlequin going on there. And do you know what, guys, I'm so sorry, because I haven't been reading out names. Maria, showing you that there. Actually, 2 from Maria. This one's from Wendy, lovely. And this one is from Sheila. Then we've got Dee, and we've got 2 more from Maria. So it is a lovely set, genuinely lovely set that will not date. What I want to do, this to me, and I can do this with, I'm not trying, I'm sorry. This is what I love, and I feel confident to do it with Clarity Fresh Cuts, and this is the biggest compliment you can give to a die. So I'm not going to show you techniques, I'm not going to show you inspirations, I'm literally going to show the die cut, monochromatic, black and white. Look at that. So all of these, I will be quick, but it's worth seeing. So all this, if you go for the complete collection, you're getting all of these. And if they look this good without doing anything to them, this is literally putting them through your die cutting machine, black and white paper. That is it. And they're already looking good. So that gives you an idea of where you can go and the potential that you can achieve with this set. And whether it is black and white or reversed, I really like that one. And there's our Harlequin. It's a lovely set, really, really nice set. Do take advantage of the Freedom price if you are a Freedom member. 827-734 your item number. Just going to show you very quickly the stamps and stencils as well. Just going to give you details for the full collection, because it seems to be where the majority of you have been going. So just to remind you, if you do want to go for the sets like the dies, if you want to go for the sets of 3, when I say sets 3 designs, so you get 3 stencils, 3 stamps, you can do. But we've got details for the complete collection. With the complete collection, you are saving a further £10 that has already been factored into your price, because like the other bundle, we've just taken the savings you would have had if you bought the sets individually. And we are at 3/4 of the stock for our stamps and stencils. And I'm not surprised when you can achieve inspirations like this. This one's from Sarah. Oh, come on. That is fantastic. Or how about very elegant, refined from Barbara? This is Barbara Lancaster. Like that. Or, I'm trying to show you ones we haven't seen yet. Oh, this is nice. Sorry. Do it one-handed. Look at that. So there's one from Elaine. Like that, Elaine. I'm starting to pick up styles of the design team. I picked this one up, and I thought this was by Andy, because I know how he likes to get a little bit grungy. So using those rings coming through, but also think what else you have in your stash. Unfortunately, time has beaten us. I'm a huge fan of Clarities, and I think you're going to love it. Whatever you have in your basket, whether it's the stamps, the stencils, or the dies, you really will love these. Could you do me a favour? if you make something you're proud of, please could you post it in 2 groups on Facebook. So it's Clarity Worldwide. We'd stick with Clarity here. I know there's another group, Groovy Worldwide, as well. But do post, or if you've got any questions, and tag Hochanda in as well, because we would love to see it. I can't wait to see what you do come up with these sets. I think they are a collection I feel confident enough to stand here in front of you and say that they're as relevant today as they will be in 10, 20 years' time. They won't date. Thank you for your company. Big thank you to Paul and Barbara for your demonstrations as well. So we've got a great show coming up with Cricut. Do not miss that. Be your creative best. After that, we've got Quilters Trading Post, and then we've got a Stackable Solutions, the one-day special. Lots to enjoy. Don't go anywhere. See you in a moment.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you. So please join Elizabeth Craft Designs here at Hochanda.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door. I'm lucky enough to have been a guest on Hochanda since day one. The John Next Door brand is designed to bring high quality, innovative products to the crafting market. The range includes stamps, dies and new products such as the media plates. I'm also looking to expand the brand and bring you lots of new techniques, new ideas and new products into the next few years. So don't forget to tune in and watch the John Next Door shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan and I bring Spellbinders products here to Hochanda. Spellbinders are an American-based company and they have been in the industry for well over 15 years. Spellbinders have always brought us dies with stunning detail, but today you will find tools, dies and stamps within the Spellbinder range. What I love about Spellbinders is their partnership with licensed designers. This always keeps my creativity flowing. I hope to inspire you with lots of hints and tips on how to use your Spellbinder products. So join us for the Spellbinder shows here on Hochanda.
Welcome to Club G45 from Graphic 45, the monthly tutorial kit that allows you to create some of the most beautiful projects by accessing a step-by-step video viewable online. This month's tutorial is the Club G45 Ocean Blue Collector's Box and Mini Album and Matchbook Box Kit. You will get almost everything you need to create both of these projects from scratch, including access to this month's step-by-step video tutorial and accompanying project sheet. Simply order yours by purchasing item number 467894 for £49.99, plus your postage from hochanda.com, or give us a call on 01733 60 2000 for instant access to this month's Club G45 from Graphic 45.
Hi, I'm Paul Church from Claritystamp. I've been fortunate enough to turn my hobby into a career and joined Claritystamp in January 2016. My background has always been in crafting and I enjoy making things and sharing things. That's what crafting's all about for me, making things and sharing with others, and also learning all the time. At Claritystamp we bring you a wide range of products, from stamps, stencils, groovy and pergamano. And the great thing about that is that it covers crafters from all different aspects. So whether you're into stamping, stenciling, parchment craft, we've got it covered at Claritystamp. So I hope you can tune in and join the Clarity team on Hochanda.
Good afternoon. We have got Cricut. Now, if you are new to crafting, let me say this is a perfect hour to tuning in, because the Maker and the Cricut it's just a fabulous company. Now, it's a company that I have known for years and years and years and years, and in fact I did I own a Cricut, and the thing is with Cricut is that the creative possibilities are truly endless. The more that you play with it, the more the possibilities are going to do. And what we have got in front is the Cricut Maker, which is the flagship machine. It's a digital cutting machine, but also you will be able to draw with it, you will be able to cut vinyl, iron on vinyl, you will be able to do so much with it that actually we need a really proper expert in the Cricut, and we have got one on the phone. Mike, hello.
Hey, hello.
Now, how are you doing?
I'm really good, thank you. How are you?
I'm very well, very well. I'm very excited because it's the first time that I'm doing a Cricut show here at Hochanda, but I have been a Cricut lover and user for many, many years.
Yeah, I see you on Instagram making loads of things with Cricut as well. So yeah, I'm surprised it's your first one actually. I couldn't remember if I'd seen you do a show before. I certainly haven't done one with you before. So yeah, exciting that it's your first show.
It is very exciting. Now, can you tell us a little bit on this this is of course the new configuration. Of course, we have got the Maker that has been before, but the bundle, we are getting all different bits and pieces to use with that are extraordinary. Can you tell us exactly what do we get with the machine as well as the accessories?
Yeah, absolutely. So as well as the machine itself, which is the ultimate flagship Cricut model, it's the best Cricut machine out there. You're getting all of the supplies and consumables that you will need really to get going right out of the box. So as soon as you get the bundle, you'll be able to start crafting, and the amount that you're getting in this bundle is going to keep you busy for a long time.
Indeed, absolutely, including, of course, iron-on glitter vinyl.
Yeah, this really kind of rich glitter iron-on. So this is the jewels sampler, so really rich, deep colours that you can use. And so you can cut out this iron-on and then apply it to any fabric, really. So it's great for customising your clothes, customising T-shirts and jumpers, as well as home furnishing, so cushions, blankets, gifts. There's so much you can do just with that iron-on. But of course, we get all the fabrics and the felts as well.
Yeah, you are getting felt, of course. So there we have got, it's beautiful colors, 12 by 12. Now, 10 different colors, but also the fact that they are 12 by 12. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mike. They will go straight onto the mats that are provided as well with the bundle, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, they're perfectly sized, the felt sheets and everything. All of these consumables are perfectly sized to fit onto the mat. So you don't need to cut them down. You can just apply them straight to this carrier mat and pass it through your machine. So you can really cut edge to edge and really maximize what you're going to get out of this. You're not going to struggle to fill this or have little awkward bits left over. So it's all been thought out to work really, really seamlessly together.
Now, I have to say that, of course, I have got one of the original 12-inch machines from Cricut, and at the time you couldn't cut felt, but with the Maker you can. And this sample that you have sent, it's just amazing. It showcases the precision, how well it cuts the felt.
Oh, I know. One of the demos as well that we've got coming up will show you exactly how to make this as well. And yeah, if you just look at that detail, those fine points just on the end of the leaves there. And of course, you can repeat this again and again. So the great thing about Cricut is not only is it fantastically accurate and precise, what you see on the screen is what you're going to get in real life. But it's also scalable, so you can really make tens, you can make hundreds of things again and again, and you're going to get that exact same reliable result.
Absolutely. And can I ask you, is that the ability to cut fabric and felt, is that due to the rotary blade?
Yes, it is, exactly, yep. So really what sets the Cricut Maker apart from all of the other Cricut machines and all of the other cutting machines out there on the market is the adaptive tool system, which is basically a fancy name for the tool port that we put the different types of blades into on the Cricut Maker. So it's called the adaptive tool system because it can adapt to different types of tools. Yeah. One of them, certainly my favourite, is the rotary blade. So it's just exactly the same as a rotary blade that you might be used to using at home in your craft room, but it's tiny, a little mini rotary blade, which might be one that we can show. And it's basically going to glide through all of your fabrics, including the felt, and cut it, but using that rotary blade instead of a drag blade. So there's no risk of it catching and tugging. So if you imagine a cotton or a woven fabric, if you run just a normal blade over that, it could catch the little threads and kind of tug and stretch it slightly. The rotary blade is going to glide right over that. So that's what means. That's kind of what enables us to cut fabric using this machine.
Now, that's amazing. But also, I see that A with the white, the white holder. Is that for the pens?
Yes, it is. Yeah. So there's port A and port B. So B is for blades. So that's where you put your cutting blades, including the rotary blades that I just mentioned. And then port A that you've mentioned is accessories.
Yeah.
So that's where we can put things like pens, like you say. So there will be a pen in this bundle. So you've got the washable fabric pen, which you can use to mark out your pattern pieces if you're cutting fabric, or you can draw even embroidery designs. You can draw them and then wash it off as well at the end.
That's a brilliant idea. I
It's
love
really
that.
Cool. Yeah, there's
Love
loads
that.
to do.
And then, of course, in this bundle, you are also getting fabric. You are getting fat quarters as well in here, which one of them features that metallic kind of gorgeous print in there.
Yeah, it's really nice. It's actually just a little bit different to a fat quarter.
Okay.
It's a slightly different dimension. It's not far off a fat quarter, so it's roughly the same amount of fabric, but it's a slightly different size just so that it fits the mat. So it's
All right. Yeah.
12 inches by 24 inches,
Which is-
but it's still a good amount of fabric on each one.
Now, also you are getting in this bundle, of course, a rotary cutter, the 45mm. I have to say, I'm a big fan of rotary cutters, and that one looks so stylish.
Yeah, and also it's really, really sharp, which is kind of the basic of what you need for a rotary cutter, but the amount of rotary cutters I've used in the past that when you open them up, they're not that sharp, but this one, trust me, is sharp. I've been using mine for probably 2 years now, and I've never needed to sharpen it or replace the blade. It's a really good rotary cutter.
Now, you also are getting the XL scraper here. Can you tell us how do you use it?
Yeah, sure. So there's a few different things you can use with the scraper actually, but the main use for this is, imagine you're cutting some card on your Cricut Maker, and then you peel it off and you've got all the little bits that you don't want on your design that are still stuck to the mat. So all the bits that you have cut around, and there's little bits that have left stuck onto your mat.
Yeah.
The scraper tool is a really great way to scrape them off without needing to use your fingers, because if you use your fingers, you can actually damage the adhesive on the carrier mat slightly. Whereas this scraper is perfectly designed just in one really easy swipe, just to take all those little bits away and leave the mat really, really intact.
Now, in this bundle, also you are getting a 24 inches long, that one mat?
Yes, the pink mat.
Yeah, the
12
pink
by 24. Yeah, so it's double the size of a normal one. So it's the same width, so it can go through the machine, but it's double the length. So 12 by 24 inches, which is the same as the fabric packs. So all of the fabric will fit perfectly onto that mat.
And then you are getting also this massive, enormous, double-sided cutting, self-healing cutting mat. It is one of the largest I have ever seen. So it's 36 inches by 24 inches. Probably it's taller than me. I mean, I'm only tiny. But now I know that, Mike, I have followed you and of course on Instagram, and you have been sewing some shirts and things like that. I think this mat is perfect to even dressmaking for all sorts of projects, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, it's great. So I use my mat all the time. I made a shirt actually last weekend, and I cut all of my pieces out with the rotary blade on the show as well on this mat, and it's the only cutting mat, and I've got a lot of cutting mats, it's the only cutting mat that is big enough to fit the pieces that I wanted to cut out. So it's a really, really handy mat to have just in your craft room for when you need it.
Yeah, and of course it's double-sided. I cannot reach it, but you have got the inches as well on the other side, but they are on white, so printed in grey and white. Now then, and finally, but you know, it's just like such a big bundle, you have got the basic tool set, which in my opinion, well, I still have got one of the original Cricut toolkits because they are extraordinary quality.
Oh gosh, they really are. And again, as I was saying with the rotary blade, how sharp it is, the same is true of these little scissors in that pack as well. They are so sharp. That's why they've got that little cover as well that covers the blade, because they're so sharp. You don't want them lying about uncovered. They're really, really handy for cutting, particularly your vinyl and iron-on that you get in some of the bundles today. They will cut through that really easily, and they're a nice small size as well, so you can be quite intricate with them.
Absolutely.
But there's also that small scraper tool as well, so very similar to the large scraper tool that I mentioned, but this is good just for if you need to just clear a little bit off your mat. And the other tools as well are great just for weeding, so that's the process of removing the negative designs from your cutout design. Little bits that you don't want, you can take them away with the tweezers, or that little kind of pick-shaped one. It looks like a dentist tool on the right. That's really, really handy. I use that probably the most out of all of these, except maybe the scissors. I use that a lot. And then that little spatula tool as well is great just for lifting things off your design, particularly delicate things like lighter fabrics and lighter papers. It's really, really handy there.
Right, so this a massive bundle. It's so incredible. 506099 is your item number. £487 89 pence is your price, but you have got the flexi buy option of 3 interest-free payments of £162 and 63 pence. You're saving £64. Now I need to tell you that these amazing savings, and it has happened to me in the past. I have seen them as like, well, I'll buy them tomorrow. Well, actually, Cricut is not always on the website, so you have got less than 24 hours to make that decision. That's why we recommend to make your decision as soon as you can and check out those baskets to make sure that you get your amazing deals. Now I need to tell you that the Cricut has gotten slightly the standard delivery. It will be dispatched from the 8th of June. Right, we have got another one of the products that I have been eyeing for a long time, because Mike, I remember watching one of your shows and you explain it so well. The Easy Press mat, what makes it so special?
Yeah, the Easy Press. So I like to describe the Easy Press as kind of a really fancy craft version of a normal domestic iron. I think that's the best way that people can understand it. So it's a heated metal plate, but unlike a normal domestic iron, it's going to give you absolute precision and control over the temperature that you are applying to your design. So I should say the reason that you need this is to apply heat transfer vinyl, iron-on vinyls to your projects. But that precision is absolutely essential to get the best quality of your projects. So with a normal domestic iron that everybody's got at home, you will get hot and cold spots. So actually when you heat it to a certain temperature, only a very small amount of that plate is going to be at that temperature that you need. The rest is going to be either too cold or too hot. So it could even melt your project, or it's too cold and it won't stick your project down properly. You might get away with it for 1 or 2 wears of a t-shirt, say, but once it's been in the wash a few times, it will start to peel and the poor quality will come through. Yeah. You will never, ever get that with the Easy Press. This is designed to perfectly work with the heat transfer vinyl that we've got. So you can set the temperature with a digital screen. So it's not any sort of guesswork. You can just find the exact temperature you need, set that temperature, and set the time that you need to apply it for, and the machine will do the rest of the work. It will do it with absolute precision to bond that heat transfer vinyl completely and perfectly. So it will last again and again through multiple wears, multiple washes. It will last as long as the fabric will last.
That's amazing. And of course you are getting in this bundle also the vinyl that you can see on the screen, the foil iron-on, the premium vinyl, and the Sportflex iron-on. Is it the Sportflex more flexible then?
Yes, it is, yeah. And there's actually a demo as well that I've done using the Sportflex where I talk in a little bit more detail. But in essence, it's got a little bit of a stretch in it. So it's really great for sportswear. So if you imagine like yoga pants or cycle shorts, things that are going to stick quite closely to the body with an element of stretch. Normal iron-on will potentially crack as you stretch it, which is absolutely fine for a normal t-shirt because that's not going to stretch very much. But when it's really stretchy things, you need to use Sportflex vinyl because that will stretch with the fabric without any loss of quality. It definitely won't crack. It definitely won't come away from the fabric.
Now, also I see this, the mat in here. Now, can you tell us what it makes it so special, this mat?
Yeah, the mat. So this isn't just a normal mat that we're using just to protect our work surface or just to have a nice padded thing to iron onto. This is actually 5 layers of patented technology. So everything that Cricut does is incredibly, not only fantastic from a user point of view, but it's incredibly scientific, and it's real cutting edge technology that goes into it, even something as humble looking as this mat. So 5 layers of patented technology that all work together to reflect all of the heat from your EasyPress back up into the project. So not only is that going to protect your work surface, so I've done iron on wooden tables and things like that, even the floor, carpets, and
That's
no heat is going to
amazing.
go through. But it also means that all of that heat is going to be focused into the adhesive on the iron-on. So you're not going to lose any heat into the mat or any heat into the air or anything. So you know, again, it's just going to help you give that real accuracy and make sure that your project sticks as you want it to.
Fabulous. And then, of course, you have got that very stylish tote bag in here. So is this, now, does it fit both the press and the mat?
Yes, it does, yep. So there's a little pocket at the back where you can put the mat.
Oh,
that fits
perfect.
in nicely, and you can put the EasyPress and the cradle as well for the EasyPress into the main compartments of the bag, and it's all heat-proof as well. So if you say you go to a friend's house when the world goes back to normal, if you're having a craft meetup, and then you use your EasyPress, then you don't need to wait for it to cool down, which can take 20 minutes maybe for it to cool down. You can just put it straight into the bag, and it will be nice and heat-proof.
That's amazing.
Go on the go. Yeah, it's really handy.
Yeah, no, because that's one of the, I always freak out that things are gonna, like, if you have got something like hard, you don't want to put it into a bag, because especially if it's such a nice bag. But the fact that it's made, like you say, everything Cricut does is made to work together, but also to a high standards of quality.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
And then here we could put maybe the tools that are included as well in this toolkit.
Sorry, what was that?
Of course, in the front of the pocket of the bag, we could put the toolkit, the
Yes.
wooden toolkit that it comes in this bundle.
Exactly, yeah. And you can put your projects in there that you've been making. It's really handy. So there's lots of little extra features, even down to the shoulder strap as well as the carry handle. There's just a surprising amount of features in this whole bag. It's not just a storage bag.
Now, if I was going for the maker, it comes with a basic toolkit, but this is a different one, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yep. So this one is specifically designed for weeding iron-on. So weeding, again, is that process where you remove the negatives from your design that you don't want.
Yeah, of course.
So say you cut out a shape, you need to remove all of the excess around that shape because you don't want to iron that on. So there's 5 or 6 different tools? 5 tools that you can use to do various different levels of intricacy. So some of them are really good for picking out tiny little bits. Some of them are a little bit better for taking larger bits away. A really, really handy toolkit. All of these will come in handy for quite specific uses. So it's quite handy to have all of them ready to go.
Fabulous. Now, this is an amazing bundle for you at home. This is exactly what you are going to get. It is absolutely fabulous. And the quality throughout. 207695 is your item number. £287.93 is your price. Of course, there is a there's 3 flexi options at £95.97. Now, remember that you are saving £28 whatever way you are buying it, whether you are one of payment or spreading the cost into the interest-free payments. Now, finally, we are going to have a look at the mini EasyPress. It's the cutest little thing, Mike, but I think it's very powerful as well, isn't it?
It is, yep. So all of that technology that we've just been talking about in the EasyPress 9x9 inch has basically been condensed down into this tiny little EasyPress Mini. So it can get up to the exact same temperatures, it heats up in the same way, it can do everything that the other one can do, but it's just tiny. It's really, really handy for smaller projects. You might think, okay, why do I need a tiny one? It's really, really handy for applying iron-on to things like a cap or a baby clothes where you might have a pocket or a seam that gets in the way, or even canvas shoes or...
Absolutely, that's such a good idea. Yeah,
there's so many things you can do, and not only does it look cute, it is actually surprisingly useful. This is easily one of the most used gadgets in my craft room.
Yeah.
Not just for iron-on as well. I use it a lot for sewing. So
I can imagine.
yeah, pressing open all of my seams and all that kind of thing with my sewing. It's so handy to have it just next to my sewing machine plugged in. I don't need to constantly go up and down to the kitchen to use the iron and iron things open. It's a lifesaver. It speeds things up a lot.
Now, it's quite simple to operate, isn't it? With the it has got 3 settings of temperature.
Yes, yeah, really, really simple. So it's got a simplified user interface compared to the larger EasyPress, just because it's a smaller size, but the basic technology is the same. So yeah, there's 3 different settings. There's low, medium, and high, and all you do is just press that one button on the front to cycle through the temperature that you need, and you can find out the temperature that you will need if you're doing an iron-on by using an interactive guide on the Cricut's website. So if you search for Cricut Interactive Heat Guide or something like that, then you will find it, and all you need to do is just tell the interactive guide which iron-on you're using and what fabric you're applying it to, and it will say, okay, cool, you need to set your EasyPress Mini to the low temperature and apply it for 30 seconds. So
Now,
it's really, really easy to use.
Yeah, I'm very tempted for the quilting as well, because that, of course, that, like you were saying, pressing seams, this will be amazing. You are also getting, of course, a mat. It's an 8x10 mat. You are getting the weeding tools as well, because you are also getting 4 packs of the 3 rolls of the everyday iron-on. So that is a perfect, combination for it. Now, if you want to go for this, you have got also a FlexiBuy option of 3 interest-free payments of £36.98, or if you are like me, sometimes you prefer it to one-off payment, £110.93. But look at the saving of £23 as well. 079015. Now, of course, Mike, we are going to be seeing you doing some demos, but thank you so much for an amazing explanation of how everything works. Thank you so much, and stay safe.
Oh, thank you so much. Yes, you too. Good to speak.
Yeah, take care. All right. That's so lovely to speak to Mike. But even more lovely is the fact that we have got demonstrations by him that he has sent it earlier. Now now we are going to start talking about. Mike is going to show us about a design space, and this is very important because it works amazingly with the Maker.
Hey, it's Mike again. Now, if you've never used a Cricut Maker or any of the other Cricut machines before, then you might be wondering how it actually works. How do you control it? How do you choose your designs? How do you input them into the machine, etc.? So I wanted to spend a little bit of time in this demo just showing you through the software itself and talking you through that step-by-step process of how to find a design all the way through to how to cutting it out. Now, before I jump onto the computer and show you, I'll just explain about the software itself. So the software that's used to control all Cricut machines is called Cricut Design Space. This is a completely free app that you can download onto your computer, onto a laptop or a desktop, onto a Mac or a Windows device, onto a PC or onto a tablet or a smartphone. Basically anything that can connect to the internet that you're used to downloading apps onto, you will be able to find Cricut Design Space there. And you don't even need to have a Cricut machine to do so. So whilst you're watching at home now, if you're a little bit interested, you can download Cricut Design Space and follow along with the project that I'm just about to show you. So I'm going to jump onto the screen now and take you step by step through that process.
Okay, so when you first log into Design Space, then you'll want to make your way to this screen, which is the canvas screen. So this is just the blank canvas onto which you can add all of your images and your project and create your designs before cutting them out. And the first thing that you want to do is just choose your machine up here in the top right hand corner. So you can choose the Cricut Maker, which is what I'm using today, or the Explore, or the brand new Cricut Joy. And when you choose one of these, it will automatically filter all of the materials and the projects and the images that you can choose from, so that you can only choose things that are compatible with your device. So you're not going to get all the way through to cut it and then realize that you actually can't make it on your particular machine. Now over here on the left, you can choose various things to create your design. So if you want to just make a pre-designed project, you can click the Project tab and search through all of the tens of thousands of different projects here. So let's say we want to make a bag. I can search for bag, and a lot of the ones that are coming up are, you can see all of these iron-on designs, so using heat transfer vinyl, cutting them out, applying them to pre-made bags, tote bags, that kind of thing. So lots of really cool pre-made designs ready to make. But say I wanted to sew a bag from scratch, I can then also filter as well. So you can see all of these categories. So things like cards, there's events like Christmas, there's things like iron-on if you did just want to do an iron-on design. But let's say I want to sew a bag from scratch. I can click sewing and search for bag, and you can see all of these bags, pre-designed projects that I can just click on and cut out, and it will show me how to make it. So let's say I want to make this hip bag here, which is actually one that I've already made in the past. I've made this a couple of times. It's a really good project. I've just clicked into this and you can see some photos of the finished project so you get an idea of what it is. It tells you that it's an advanced project and it'll take about 3 hours. A little description, all the things that you need to make it. And then, importantly, it has detailed instructions on actually how to make it. So it's quite easy to follow through and just cut out all of the pieces, but then it's got the assembly and the actual sewing tutorial as well. And if I hover over these images, they go even bigger. So you can really clearly follow them and make this project from start to finish. And some of the other sewing projects even have this as a downloadable PDF, which you can then print out if you prefer to work from paper rather than referring back to the screen. So these are all of the pre-designed projects, and like I say, there's tens of thousands of them. There's also the image library. So these are just flat images that you can use in your own way. So if you want to make a project from scratch, but you don't want to design the image, you can just take an image and edit it as you want within the software, and then make a project like that. So let's say we want to search for ice cream. It's been quite warm lately, so let's go for ice cream. I've definitely got ice cream on the brain. So here we go. I've searched for ice cream, and you can see there's 610 results just for ice cream. There are a ridiculous amount of images within this library. You're not going to struggle to find something for whatever it is you want to make. So really good for special occasions if you want to do something a little bit different. So let's say I like the look of this sundae here, this ice cream sundae. I'm going to click on that and it inserts the image. So that adds it to my blank canvas here. And from here I can then drag this around wherever I want to. I can make it bigger, I can make it smaller, I can rotate it, I can flip it if I want it to be the other way. So just a mirror image. I can control the size very accurately up here as well. So if I want it to be exactly, let's say, 7 centimeters wide, I can change that there. I can also stretch and distort it, so by unlocking the dimensions I can make it skinnier, obviously not quite as relevant for this project, but there's loads you can do to this. Now you'll notice that all of these pieces have come up in different colours. These correspond to different layers of the design. So over here you can see we've got ice cream sundae in the layers panel, and underneath all of the 4 layers that come together to make this design. I'm going to ungroup these, which basically means we can then edit them individually, because let's say I wanted to see how it would look. Instead of this brown layer, instead of a chocolate ice cream sundae, let's say I wanted, I don't know, a strawberry. I can change it to pink. There we go. So you can just instantly get an idea of how this will look. You can match this up to the card or the vinyl that you're using to cut this out of to get an idea of how it will look. We can also add text as well. Let's say I wanted to just write ice cream. We can add text in loads of different fonts, and all of the fonts that you have already on your computer will automatically be loaded into Design Space when you use it, as well as loads of pre-loaded Cricut fonts in there. There's also basic shapes if we want to just add basic shapes and lines, and there's just so many ways that we can customize the project. So for now I'm just going to get rid of the text that I just added, so I can delete that up here. And then if I just regroup this back to how it was, I can then go through to the make screen. So clicking make it up here in the top right hand corner. So this takes me through to the layers screen, the matte screen. So you see all of those different coloured layers have now split out into different mats. So you see this picture here, if I zoom out, this mimics the Cricut cutting mat. You can even see the little cutout here where it hangs up in shops. So this is designed to mimic it, so that in real life, just in front of your project, you can stick down your card, let's say we're making this out of card, into the correct place on the mat. I can also move this around. If I had an awkward offcut of card, I can use it as a grid just to line up, so I'm really quite efficient with how I'm cutting out my pieces. The actual colours here are completely arbitrary. They're just used to separate the layers in a visual way. So you don't need a blue mat to cut out this blue layer. You don't need a yellow mat to cut out this yellow layer. There isn't even such thing as a yellow Cricut mat. These are just here to visually show that these are different materials to help you cut out your project when you come to it. Then when you're happy, you click continue. And this is where you choose your Cricut machine. So there's a drop down here. I'm going to choose this maker. You can see I've got quite a few on there that I've used over the months. And I'm collecting through Bluetooth here, but you can also connect through the cable as well. If you don't want to use Bluetooth, you can also plug it directly in. And then you need to choose your material. So if I go over to popular, then these are the most common ones at the moment. So popular materials that have been cut. But you can browse all materials, and this is where you get an idea of just how many there are. There are loads. So these are all the fabrics. I mean, there's stuff on here I've not even heard of. Every time I look through this, I always find something new. I'm going to scroll a little bit quicker because we'll be here all day. But you can see, I mean, I'm going really fast. I know you can't read all of this, but there's loads on here. All the leathers, all the papers, the vinyls, wood even, and then all of the miscellaneous ones. Now luckily you don't need to scroll through it and find exactly what you need. You can just search for it. So let's say I wanted to search for card. Oops. So I'm going to search card. Oh dear, my computer's jumped. There we go, and you can see all of the cards that match that search term. And I'm going to choose, let's say, medium cardstock. I can even add it to my favorites by clicking the star. I'm going to click that one and click done. Then it's set the material to that medium cardstock. It tells you which tools you need to apply now, which you need to add to the machine. So it's saying use the fine point blade in clamp B. That's perfect for cutting out this material. Once you've done that, it's then simply a case of pressing the flashing buttons on the machine, which you've seen me do in previous demos, and then it will cut it for you. And then once it's done, it will then move down to the next one and the next one, and you just work through the layers like that until you've cut out your design.
Now that is an amazing overview of the design space. The Cricut Maker is the machine that is the flagship machine by Cricut. It's a machine that, well, I'm going to tell a story, well, a true story. Everybody here lusts after one of them. Really, like in our conversation, our director, our producer, myself, we want the Maker. Why we want it is because we know it's easy to use, because it delivers that cut, it delivers that versatility, it delivers exactly that professional finish that you cannot achieve time and time again. That creative possibilities, that kind of suddenly you can cut your own envelopes, you can cut your fabric, your felt. You know, when you see a pattern, applique pattern, you think, oh, that will look amazing. Now you have got the rotary blade in here, which will cut beautifully. Of course, the felt, which there is a pack of felt as well, 12 by 12. So you will be able to cut felt, to cut fabric, to make sure that you have got the most accurate results every single time. Now, of course, you have got the ability as well to design with your tablet, and that has got a little, you know, kind of a ridge in here, so you can put your tablet and kind of design directly from here, which I think is absolutely phenomenal. Now, I love that in this bundle, remember, this bundle, as the configuration you see here now, is new today. You are getting, of course, the light grip mat that comes with the fabric mat as well, that comes with the Maker, but you also are getting the vinyl, the glitter on vinyl, so you can straight off the machine, you open it up and you can you know, have some really sparkly t-shirts, should you wish to do that. Now then you have got, of course, the mini or the basic, I think, more than mini, it's basic toolkit here, which does very sharp scissors, and trust me, Cricut tools are some of the best that I have ever used. I have got ones that are about over 10 years old, and they are as sharp and as used as the first day. It's absolutely phenomenal. Then you are getting 2 fabric bundles as well. So again, straight out of you getting this machine, and you don't have to rummage around your stash for anything, because you have got here the contents to play and cut and create. And then of course you have got those, I think they are genius, the washable pens here, washable ink pens. Now if you have looked, you are getting 5 of them. They are phenomenal because You can draw embroidery patterns, for instance, red work if you wanted to have it, or if you like sashiko, for instance, and you wanted to have that design already printed without having to draw it. Because in this machine you have got, of course, the holder for the pens as well, and you don't have to. You can cut and draw at this, well, you know, at the same time that you are putting through the mat. You don't have to take it one or out. You have got that massive self-healing cutting mat. It's double-sided. If I look, I don't know if. Oh, if I go, you can see the other side. Yeah, so it's also in inches, but look at that. It's white on, and then it has got great printing. You have got a rotary cutter as well as the XL scraper there. You have got so much to play around, and of course things like this will be easy to make. Create your own unique iron-on transfer, your own t-shirts. You create something, maybe you want something a little bit more modern. Make to sell, definitely. The ability to do something like this, I think now we are all kind of keen to have our own masks, and now you can create your own, and there are free templates on the Cricut website. Now, if you want to go for the Cricut Maker, remember that the prices and the deals are only on the website for less than 24 hours. So I would urge you, if you have considered the Cricut Maker, today is the day to make that purchase. Put it on your shopping bag, add it to, and check out those baskets if you want to make the most of this amazing savings. £64, and you have got, of course, the flexi buy option to spread the cost into 3 easy payments. £162.63 plus BMP on the first time, then in the month, and so on for 3 months. 506099. It is an amazing machine. Everybody who has got one uses it. Our Lottie uses it production. Our Holly in director as well. Our Molly, floor manager Molly, has got the joy as well. They love their machines because there is so much that you can do. And even if you're thinking, well, I'm not that creative, the Cricut Maker helps you to be creative. If you are a very creative person, you can even explore all your ideas that you have in your head and make them into reality by this amazing technology and quality. And again, I will say it, I got my Cricut Expressions about, 10 years ago when it first came out, and it still works. The quality and the technology that Cricut puts in their tools, in their machines, is extraordinary. It's an investment, but it's an investment in your own creativity and in your own fun. And this is why I'm very passionate about what Cricut brings here at Hochanda. And somebody who is equally as passionate and wants to show you more demos is Mike. And here it is, showing you how to make a mask.
Back when lockdown restrictions were first being implemented across the world, then Cricut were really on it, and they released a series of completely free, absolutely no cost face masks through Cricut Design Space that you can make and cut out at home using your Cricut machines in order to make your own face masks to help protect yourself and your friends and your family. And since then, they've released a whole series of these face masks. They've made slightly more complex ones with pockets inside to put filters in, as well as simplified versions and even no-sew versions if you aren't much of a sewer. So it's really trying to make it as accessible as possible for everybody to make their own face masks. And since then, the Cricut community has been absolutely phenomenal. They've made more than 1.3 million of these masks through their Cricut machines. That's at the point of filming, so I'm sure by the time this goes live as well, that number will just continue to creep higher. I myself, I've made about 15 to 20 of them for friends and family and giving them away over the past few weeks, and they're really simple and easy to make. So I thought it would be a good idea for this demo to show you exactly how I made them. So I've got a couple here that I've got left over that I'd show you that I've already made in advance. So this is one of the more fitted versions, so one of the slightly more complex face mask shapes. So you can see there's 2 front panels in this pale fabric, and then 2 back panels in the contrast fabric, and there is also a little pocket inside where you can slip say a coffee filter or some kitchen roll or some additional fabric, just as an extra level of protection within there. And then this can stretch over your face and it fits, hold on, see? It fits nicely over your nose, hooks over with the elastic. You can also put a little bit of metal in there as well to really shape it over your nose. So a really well fitted mask to the face, but all completely cut using the free Cricut Design Space pattern and cut using the machine. So it really takes all the guesswork out of it. All you need to do is just follow the on-screen instructions to stitch it together at the end. So to make them, I'm actually going to make a slightly simpler one this time, or cut it out, but it's a very, very similar pattern and shape. So first up, I'm just going to take away that protective plastic layer from my pink mat. Now you'll notice this is bigger than some of the other Cricut mats that you might have seen. This is a 12 by 24 inch, so double length mat. And it's pink because it's the pink fabric grip mat. So the colour signifies the materials that you cut using this mat. So if you're going to be cutting fabric, which we are now, you have to use the pink mat, either the single length or the double length. So I've got some fabric here. A really good fabric for this project is just a tightly woven cotton or a similar fabric like that. So I've actually got some Cricut fabrics here. These are from one of the Cricut designer fabric packs. We've got a few other packs in the show bundles today, and they all come in these long 12 by 24 inch sheets. So they're pre-cut to size to be exactly the same size as your mat. So if you want to, you can put the entire thing on and you can get the maximum efficiency from your fabric. You don't need to cut it down to size. So that's the full size one. For this project though, I am going to use one that I've already used before, so you can see, just for illustration purposes, I've already cut a little bit out. You don't need to use the full piece. If you do have just little odds and ends, little scraps of fabric in your craft room, which, let's face it, we all do. We've all got too many of those bits that we've been hoarding for years. If you've got them, then you can use them just as well. You don't need to completely fill the mat. And this is still quite a large piece. I could use a tiny little square if I want. As long as it's bigger than the piece I'm going to cut out, obviously, then it will work. So what I've done is I've draped my fabric onto my fabric grip mat, and I'm now using my brayer tool, my roller tool, just to really make sure that's pressed in nicely and get rid of any wrinkles, any bubbles. If there are a couple of wrinkles, you might be able to see it on the screen. There's a few there, don't worry, it's not going to impact the cut too much, but the goal is to make it as smooth as possible and really well stuck down. So on the screen, on my laptop screen, I've already lined up the project, and like I say, this is a completely free face mask project. So to find it, you can just create a completely free Design Space account. If you just search for Design Space online, you'll find it, and then if you search for mask or face mask within the project library, you'll find a whole range of these to make for adults, for children, simple ones, complex ones. So that's all loaded. I'm just double checking. Yep, that's all loaded and ready to go. So the button here is flashing, so I'm going to press the flashing button, just make sure that's in okay. And that has locked the mat in place. And then when this one flashes, this is the Cricut logo button, which is Cricut for Go. So press that. That's going to have a little think. It's going to make sure that we've got the correct blade in there. And while we're talking about blades, it's worth pointing out that I'm using the rotary blade here. So this is, as the name suggests, it's a tiny little mini rotary blade, which you might be used to using for cutting fabrics at home anyway, a handheld rotary blade. This is just a mini version that's designed to fit the adaptive tool system of the Cricut Maker. So it only works with the Cricut Maker, not with earlier Cricut machines. You can cut fabric on an earlier machine, the Cricut Explore Air 2, but you need to bond it first. So you need to apply a fusible webbing or fusible interfacing, and then cut it using a knife blade, so it's a little bit stronger. The great thing about the Maker is that you can cut completely unbonded fabric. So you saw that went on just as the plain cotton itself, just like this. So you can see, oh gosh, that's cut already. I thought it only cut the first panel, but it's cut 2 panels already. It's really quick. So I'm going to just eject that. And the way that it works, the rotary blade, is it just glides over and cuts through. It's like a hot knife through butter. It will just cut right the way through that fabric. I told it that I was cutting cotton as well, so it knows exactly how much pressure and how deep to cut. Obviously, if it was cutting a denim or something a little bit heavier, it would press a little bit harder. So I'm now going to peel it off. I'm being very careful not to touch this with my hands as well. It'll just help extend the mat's life if you don't. So here we go. You can see I'm peeling this away. I'm just using these little tweezer tools here, which are available in the basic tool set, the Cricut basic tool set. They're really handy. And there we go. So can you see these two? In fact, I think there's a little bit more to come off. Yep. There we go. So do you see those two shapes? They are the same as that front panel. So see, I can put that in front. So we've got the two decorative front panels there. All that we need to do now is cut the two back panels and then stitch them together using the instructions that come with the project. So you will get either a downloadable PDF that you can print out or on-screen instructions. And most of the sewing projects in Design Space also have photos of every single step. So you can look through them and they're really, really easy to follow. On slightly more complex projects as well, you can even use the washable marker pen, which will go into your Cricut machine in the other port, the opposite port to the blade, and it will even write the numbers of the pattern pieces or the letters of the pattern pieces on your project. So if you're doing a complex project, like a bag or something that's got a lot of different pieces, you won't have any confusion knowing which piece you need to sew next. The instructions will line up perfectly with the labels that you've drawn on. And it is worth pointing out as well that, yeah, I know this is a really, really simple project. It might look like quite a simple shape. You could cut this by hand. Absolutely, of course you can. This is just for illustrations purposes. The amount of things that you can cut on this machine is phenomenal. There are tens of thousands, if not over 100,000 different types of projects that you can do on this machine now. Loads of which are free, some of which have a small charge for, but it ranges, even just in soft crafts, from things like bags, clothing, accessories, home furnishings, gifts, decorations, party decor. If you name it, then you can probably find it in Design Space there for you. And it's definitely worth having a look now. It's completely free software to download and you can browse through the library. But there we have it. We've already cut out two pieces in a matter of seconds. Then I just need to do the exact same thing again for the back and stitch them together for a face mask. Just take these off. So yeah, just to reiterate, you can see just how that shape works with the mask there. Nice and easy.
And this is the mask that, of course, Mike was finishing there in the video. Now, one of the things I love about the Maker, of course, is the ability to cut fabric, to cut felt, to cut even the thin balsa wood and all the materials that are there. Leathers as well, you know, those thin leathers, they're there. But the fact that, like Mike was saying in the demonstration, that you can put cotton, that by the way is included in this bundle, directly onto your fabric and mats without having to put any interfacing or a stabilizer. That means that you are saving money in your projects. That means that all, you know when you're cutting fabric and you don't want to waste any, but you make a mistake and you throw it away. The accuracy and the professional results that the Maker gives you means that you're not going to waste as much material as you used to. You are going to have those results every single time perfect. You are getting in this bundle, of course, the Maker, the flagship machine from Cricut, the one that cuts so many different materials, the one that has got the rotary blade in there, the one that has got the holder for pens. But also in this bundle, you have got this washable ink pens in there included, 5 of them. So it means that you are going to be able to maybe draw sewing lines as well. Like, you know when you are doing a maybe project for sewing and then you need to have those lines, but you don't want it to make them permanent. You have got the pens that the machine can draw for you. You have got the scraper, you have got the rotary tool, you have got the fabric, and you are getting felt and iron on vinyl as well, glittery one. You are getting a 12 by 24 fabric mat. Now think about it. There is nothing like, okay, I started dressmaking, I started sewing. What about designing your own patterns, back making, maybe even a little top, and you want to know how to make it? Think about that, because you could do it. And this is what I love the Cricut Maker. It's not only what you can do today, it's what you will be able to do tomorrow and the day after and the day after. The fact that you have got a machine that will cut fabric. So if you're a soft crafter, brilliant. If you are a paper crafter, brilliant, because it will cut paper and card, acetate as well. Create your own stencils. And the fact that you have got Design Space, that means that you have got a library of designs, many of them which are free, and the fact that you can design them to any size you wanted. It is an absolutely phenomenal bundle, phenomenal machine. £487.89 is the price for this enormous bundle. But of course, remember that the saving of £64 is there whether you are paying it one-off payment or the FlexiBuy option. Of course, it is a considered purchase. Why not spread the cost into 3 interest-free payments of £162.63? That saving of £64 is there, and remember that, of course, that saving of £64 is here in the website for just under 24 hours. So please do remember to check out those baskets. Another item that has got a fabulous saving as well today is the Easy Press. Sorry, it's just that I'm so short, I kind of lean towards it. Now here we have got the Easy Press. This one is the 9 by 9 inches. Like Mike was saying, it has got the hard surface that is all over there. Now, one of the reasons why I'm really being drawn to this machine is the fact that it has got a accurate temperature control. So you have got the temperature, you have got the timing as well. So you can check however long a vinyl needs to be ironed for it. You also are getting the mat, which remember is the technology where it reflects the heat. So as much heat as you put it in, as much heat comes from the back. So therefore you have a perfect iron-on press there for your vinyls. But also, if you're a quilter, you want to make sure that your blocks are completely flat. Why not use that? Because you can use it for other aspects as well. It comes in with a fabulous tote bag. Now, this tote bag, as Mike was explaining, is heat resistant for the press. It means that you can put your mat under the side pocket with that magnet. You can see the attention of detail. It looks cool as well. You have got inside as well, inside it, around it, the ability to put in here, and you can see that heat-proof material, both the press as well as the little platform that has got there, so it doesn't burn anything around it. You have got, of course, the mini, or I always call it mini. It's not mini. It's a really good, nice size. Within tool set in there with the 5 tools that are not the ones that you are getting in the maker. So if you go for both of them, you won't have it's not the same set as well, so you'll have 2 completely different sets. You are also getting the vinyl and that foil. Can you imagine cutting with your Cricut that foil and then having the premium vinyl and the Sport Flex iron on? Remember, the Flex one is more flexible, so if you are doing a yoga pants or you're doing a t-shirt for a sport, you want something that it has got a little bit more give, and of course the maker will be able to cut it, and the press will be perfect to transfer on and make sure that it's completely attached to your project. You also have got a FlexiBuy option, so to spread the cost into 3 interest-free payments of £95.98, and that saving of £28, remember, is only available for less than 24 hours. Your item number for the press is 207695, and if you wanted something similar but in a smaller scale, you have got the mini show press, the mini press in there. Now, it is an amazing machine. Don't be fooled by the size. It is powerful and it gives you this strong results. It comes with its own mini Easy Press mat, which is 8 by 10. So again, for quilting will be absolutely phenomenal. Also, what I love is because it has got more that teardrop shape, it has got more that point, so you can use it as a mini iron, like the ones that you would use maybe for your quilting. You also have got a FlexiBuy option there as well, 3 payments as well, details on the screen. But the star, of course, the flagship from Cricut is the maker. Look at that. Now, we are very busy for this in this hour. Look at how good it looks as well. It's closes, it's just, look how even the curves, it's a thing of beauty. It's a thing of beauty because us crafters, we want to look at something that looks nice, and then we want to open it up and look at that easy, soft, smooth action, how it opens. And that attention to detail, that precision that is on the outside is also on the inside of how everything works. I love to invest in tools that I know that I can use straight out of the box. This bundle makes it so amazing because you have got the felt, you have got the fabric, you have got the iron-on, you have got the tools, you have got the 12 by 24 mat as well there for the fabric. You have got that massive, I think it's 36 by 24 inches cutting mat. You have got the rotary cutter. You have got the, of course, the invisible inks and pens that you straight away you can put the washable ink pen. And you can put it straight away in your maker. Imagine the possibilities. What you need to do is put it under your basket and check out to make sure that you have got that amazing saving of £64. Remember, these bundles and these savings are only on the website for less than 24 hours. So now is the time maybe to invest in some time for you to grow as a crafter, or to try those projects that you always wanted. Maybe you wanted to do a little bit of 3D with balsa wood, maybe for the kids, maybe for the grandkids, or something, a project that you can send so they can assemble it. Think about creating decorations accurately and precisely. Think about creating things, and I think the mask shows it as well, how of the moment, how reactive to the times Cricut is. And that means that you invest today and you can continue using them year after year, enjoying the accuracy and, of course, the amazing results. Now, I need to tell you, Cricut is back at 5 o'clock with Alex. Do tune in and do check out your baskets to not miss out on these amazing deals and amazing machines. After the break, Alex is ready for the Quilters Trading Post. Then final call for the Flecto Stackable Solutions one-day special. And then, of course, Cricut at 5.
Hello, I'm Barbara.
And I'm Julie.
And together we're Scarlet Rose Crafts. We're a family-run business, been in business for 2 years, and our aim is to bring new and innovative new products to the crafting industry.
We've both been involved in crafting industry for many years, and we're continuing to move forward with our new company now.
The Easy Mat Plate is our flagship product, followed by our innovative Easy Shim product.
Our range includes diamond trail plates, ultra-sized dies, cards and sticky sheets.
We're constantly developing new and unusual products, so watch this space.
On our shows, we hope to inspire you with our products so that you can carry on crafting, because our motto is, because we can.
So don't miss the Scarlet Rose Craft shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Jean, and together with my partner Malcolm, we run a small business in the northeast of England called Crafty Individuals. At Crafty Individuals, we're mostly involved in the design and manufacture of a very wide range of red rubber art stamps, but we also have a range of background papers and mini images that are also brilliant to create with. Personally, my background is in art and design and crafting, and most of the designs have been created by myself. We also have a great little team of other artist friends who've helped us along the way and have come up with other designs that completely work alongside our own. So do pull up a pew and join us on the Hochanda shows. We can't wait to see you there.
Hi there, I'm Nick from Craftscape. I've been crafting for as long as I can remember. It started off making things just for myself, but then friends and family asked if they could use them too. It was really important to me to bring something unique to the crafting arena, something that was different and something that people would enjoy using just as much as I do. I really hope you'll come and join me on Hochanda for my shows with Craftscape.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. We have a wonderful in-house designer called Sue, who hand draws all the images, which we then transfer into rubber stamps. We have very, very elaborate designs. We have everything from steampunk right through to beautiful florals And then we have scenic and we have words. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Whether it's stamping, mixed media, or art journaling, join us at Hochanda for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specialising in traditional crafts for the modern maker. Most of our products involve textiles and age-old techniques, from button making, lace making, weaving, and other forms of passementerie. Mark and I work hard designing the kits and developing innovative tools to make all of these traditional crafts more accessible to the modern user. We're really pleased to be part of the Hochanda family, and I'm looking forward to being able to take time and demonstrate some of these techniques and share new ideas. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows here on Hochanda.
Hello, good afternoon on this rather sunny Friday. It's lovely out there for most of us, I think. I'd like to be a weather girl, actually. Anyway, we have got for you some beautiful patterns and beautiful kits on the show. We'll get to speak to Emma in a short while, but first off, have a look at this gorgeous Jacobean Revival applique quilt kit. It is stunning. Look at these gorgeous, gorgeous fabrics. And of course, the design that you can make is amazing. It's absolutely huge. It's going to be 62 inches square. Is that right? 62 inches square? Excellent. So, shall we have a little flick through our glorious pattern, and then I can show you some of the beautiful fabrics in more detail. And we've even got a finished sample in the studio as well. So you've got your Revival quilt kit. Look at all of those wonderful colours and those beautiful blocks. Now, as always, you've got your full instructions. I have to say, Pam and Emma are brilliant because they give us literally like such step-by-step instructions. I think even a beginner could do this. So you can see here all of those directions. It's really comprehensive. Literally, they'll hold your hand for you. Look at that. That is awesome. Now, you're also using basic patchwork and applique. You've also got your templates, of course, for your blocks. They're all in there. Let's just open. Well, she says, if I can I? You've got all of your fabulous. Come on, Al. Lots like this, basically. Easy for me to fiddle about with. Anywho, I believe we do have Emma on the phone. Emma, are you there?
I am. Hello, Alex.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm good, thanks. How about yourself?
Yeah, I'm good. We're missing everybody. We're missing you being here.
I know, I miss being there too. It's really strange.
Whereabouts are you? I forget.
We're in South Cheshire.
Oh, is it nice today down there?
It is beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. I'm inside working, but when I go outside, I go, oh, it's lovely.
Oh, that's nice. Now, we've got your gorgeous Jacobean Revival applique quilt kit. Can you tell us a little bit about your quilting service?
Yeah, we offer a long arm quilting service. So basically, once you've got your quilt top done, you get your wadding and your backing and you send it all to us, although we have wadding and backing.
Yeah.
And then we sandwich it all together and put the beautiful pattern on it, and it goes through all layers and holds it all together.
Because you've got the big machine to do it, haven't you?
We do, a big Gamma long arm professional machine, and it is fantastic. It's all automated, run by computers, so it comes out with the perfect pattern.
And am I right in saying, Emma, that you also get a 10% off voucher?
Yeah, absolutely you do. Yeah, what we're doing, we're trying to include those in all of our kits that we're bringing to you now.
Yeah.
So you get your quilt done, you send it in to us with the voucher, and we will knock 10% off that quilting price. And we're a pretty good price as well. We're not overly expensive for it. It's not as much as some people might think.
Excellent. And you know, with our gorgeous fabrics, like, how do you go about choosing them?
I was really lucky. We don't have a fabric shop anymore, so we just have a few bolts. And I had that beautiful range of swirly fabrics, the ones on the right.
Yeah.
And I loved them. And those are the ones I went for. I thought, I've got a whole colour range of those. I'll pick out those. I love them. And then the other fabrics just were what matched with those that I had. So, yeah, it's a stunning range by Henry Glass.
Yeah, I'm just having a little flick through at the moment because I think you might possibly be a few seconds behind while we're phoning. But yeah, so we've also got these wonderful fabrics that, like you say, they tone fantastically with the swirly ones.
Yeah, they really do. I love colour, I love fabric, so it's a joy to make these quilts up and make the kits up to go with them.
Excellent, and we're just having a look right now at the beautiful finished sample. It's absolutely stunning. So tell us a little bit about sort of what made you go for a Jacobean inspired theme?
If you look at our patterns, you'll see we do quite a few Jacobean. Mum's a big fan, and what Mum likes, she kind of rubs off on me. And these are taken from some images I found on my searches through the internet for ideas a long, long time ago. And it's something that I popped aside, and I thought one day I'll do something with that.
Yeah.
And then as I sat down, I thought, what am I going to do? I need to do something. That popped into my head. I looked at them, and then kind of it got me going, got me thinking all about it. And it is very Jacobean in the style with this very floral flowing pattern. I love it. I really do.
It is absolutely stunning. We're just having a little look again at it now. It's and it's a really nice large quilt, isn't it, Emma?
Yeah, we've done a lot of small ones in the past. We thought we'd bring you some big ones, so I like it. It's something that will fit on the top of a bed and look beautiful on the back of a sofa or on the wall. I had it on the wall in my dining room for the demonstrations, and I loved it. I was like, oh, I don't want to take it down now.
Wonderful. So what I'm going to do is just give you the details at home. It's £147.99. Of course, you can spread the cost as well. 3 payments instead of 2 of £49.33. 784843. Next up then, we've got the applique block. Again, this is one of the blocks that's in the big quilt, isn't it, Emma?
Yes, it is. Yeah, both of the big patterns. Well, I say this, the one that's in the quilt is in the applique blocks pattern set.
Right.
So you're also getting a second big block in the pattern set. Which is basically just the other block, the Elizabeth block, into that 4 medallion.
Lovely. And if you want to go for the pattern at home, it's £11.99, 832648. And then before you go, we must talk about our Rag Dolly Jan and the fact that this time you've added in Nurse Jan, which I think is just, it's so appropriate, it's so adorable.
Isn't it cute? Yeah. Well, everybody was making face masks, and while I didn't really want to make big ones, because, you know, I like to do something different, I went, my dolly needs one.
Aww.
Yeah, and then the scrubs came after that, but yeah, it was all about the face mask.
So what do we get here? So we've got the pattern to make the doll, and we've got the clothes, but you've also added in like the pattern for the nurse's outfit as well. Is that right?
That's right. So everything in the normal pattern is the same as usual. So yeah, lots of clothes and the doll. The nurse's pattern comes with the face mask, the scrubs top and trousers, and the little slipper shoes that she's got as well. So you've got everything in there that you're seeing really, and you can see there's a lot of clothes with this set.
Yes, absolutely. So if you want to go for these patterns, it's £14.99, 828145. Did we say we had a question in my ear? Oh, okay. Should we ask? One second. Right, so we've asked, we've had a question from Joan. It's great you're on the line, actually. I can ask you straight. Is tips on how to do the doll's hair?
Okay, it's all really easy. It is step by step in there. What we do is use the double knit wool, and you're actually using a piece of paper to sew down the middle parting, sew the wool onto the middle parting, and then when you peel the paper off, it's all sewn together for you.
Oh, that's a lovely tip. Thank you very much, Emma.
Yeah, it's really easy.
Excellent, and thank you for your question, Joan. You can, of course, keep them coming in because are we going to speak to you a bit later at 7 o'clock as well, Emma?
Yeah, I'll be around.
Wonderful. So if you do have any more questions, just send your questions to studio@hochanda.com or pop them on Facebook. Well, thank you very much, Emma. Enjoy your afternoon.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Lovely. So there we go. $14.99 for the patterns, and your item number is 828145. Look, we've got some clothes here. Look. So she's got a little dress. Obviously, you'll choose whichever nice fabrics you've got at home. Here's her little dress. Look, I love the fabrics here she's chosen. Isn't that sweet? I love the sleeves, little cap sleeves. It's a lovely summer dress, isn't it? And then look, she's got the little top and little trousers, elasticated trousers. Really good to have elasticated trousers in lockdown, let me tell you. And then she's also got, look, some like little bloomers. That's so sweet. And a little petticoat and her little shoes. So you can make all of these lovely, lovely clothes for her. Beautiful. Right, next up then, we've got another pattern. This one is the Burton Manor applique block. It's the pattern, and again we can see, I'll just lift this up actually, look. So you've got the block itself. Oh well, I mean, this is what you'll be able to make. This is what it looks like, which is marvellous. It's very pretty, isn't it? It's cool. With a nice flower in the centre, well, lots of flowers. And then also, there we you'll be able to make these lovely blocks. Got some smaller ones, nice flowers. Lovely. And then that flower there, is it like a tulip, I think? Oh no, maybe that's a rosebud. Oh, I can't quite hear you, Kim, just to let you know. Oh, right. She's saying this is really suitable for beginners as well. Look, there you go. Got that nice flower there. So this pattern is just $11.99. Item number is 075074. Then we have another one. So this is a quilt pattern. It's still in keeping. It's the Burton Manor applique quilt pattern. As always, it's got full, wonderful, comprehensive instructions, but check this out. Oh, this is going to be one of them that I can't hold up by myself, can it? Here we go. This is, oh my gosh, it's huge. What the heck? Wow, this is amazing. I'm lost in a quilt. It's huge. It's 80 inches square. Anyway, you can just get about get the idea. My gosh, this is bigger than me. Oh, no, is he saying how long can you hold it for? No, because this is hurting my arms. That's hilarious. Right, I promise I'll fold that up nicely while we're watching the videos. Oh, there we go. That actually timed me out, that did. Right, so if you'd like to go for the pattern, it's $16.99, 059279. Lovely. Then moving on. Right, so this one is your Baltimore applique patterns and project book here. Shall I have a little flick through? Okay, let's have a look. Beautiful blue. Look how they produce everything. Everything is quality. It's really clear, but look at all of those different blocks. This is fabulous. Oh, table runner you can make. A Baltimore book bag. Fabulous. Look at that. There's so much in here. And the colour photos are fantastic. Obviously, you use what fabrics you want, but it's just, I think it's nice because it gives you lots of inspiration. You get hints and tips. Obviously, you've got your actual templates there. But this is a fabulous book. Look at this. Right, you've got 12 applique templates in there. And then I'll pick this up next time, all right? But I'll show you this. Got a little bag with the blocks. Isn't that clever? That's really nice bag. So that's using the blocks. So you don't have to just make a quilt. Be nice on a cushion as well. Right, $19.99 for that book. That's a really lovely price, isn't it? I mean, you've got so much inspiration. 116330 is the item number. Then we've got our beautiful peacock. I love this. When I used to work at Warwick Castle, the peacocks would bust out of the grounds. I hope they're all right, you know. Anyway, so you've got the peacock pattern. And cherry blossom, peacock and cherry blossom, and then this is what you can make, and that is gorgeous. I would be hanging this on my wall, I really would. I would even frame it, I think. It's so beautiful. So if you want this pattern, $14.99, 460415, and then the final thing to show you, this is the Harvest Moon quilt, and you can see it to the side actually. And this is all of the top materials. Again, you'll get that 10% off quilting service voucher should you wish to then send it back to Pam and Emma, and they will do the wadding and the backing and everything for you. Well, if you send in your own materials, although as Emma said, they can provide it should you wish. But there's beautiful colourways in here, and the sample is just stunning. So you do need a basic understanding of how you make quilts, but look at this. The colours are absolutely divine. They're nice and rich and autumnal, aren't they? Oh, I love the acorns. Oh, it just reminds you of autumn, although I'm very happy we're coming into summer now, I have to say. But they're beautiful, beautiful fabrics. Right, for this kit, it's £84.99. Again, you can spread the cost on FlexiBuy, or you should be able to. 736246 is the item number. There it is, 2 payments of £42.50. Righty-ho, next up then, I think it's Emma we're going to see now, and she's done a lovely little video for us. Here we go, Jacobean Revival.
Hi, I'm Emma from Quilters Trading Post, and I'm joined here by Pam Doll instead of Mum. Mum's at home, still self-isolating, but she's okay. Today I'm going to be showing you how to make one of the blocks from the Jacobean Revival applique block set. Okay, the first block I'm going to show you, or the block I'm going to show you, is the Jacob block. There it is, but also included in that pattern and in the medallion quilt pattern as well is the Elizabeth block. And then behind me you can see the quilt finished. In the middle is the Jacobean medallion block. Now that's included in the quilt and the applique blocks pattern. I've also included in just the applique blocks pattern the layout for the medallion 2 block, which is, as you can see, very similar to the first one but made with the Elizabeth block instead. Now, using a little bit of fiddling about, you could make it with the quilt pattern as well if you want, just by placing the Elizabeth heads and flowers on the Jacob block instead. So there's a lot you can do with both patterns. You can also piece the blocks together. So if you make 2 Elizabeths and 2 Jacobs, you could piece them together into a 4 and have them sort of alternating. So there's a lot you could do. Okay, but as I said, we're going to work on the Jacob block. So first thing you're going to do is open up your pattern, and as usual we've given you everything in full size, so I'm going to dip straight into the pattern pieces rather than the instructions, because I'm going to talk you through the instructions. So first off, we've got the broken down pattern piece. Okay, you're going to trace all of these shapes, however many it tells you, onto your sticky stuff. Depends which one you prefer. Make sure you do it, trace it on the paper side, and then cut all the shapes out, not on the lines, just outside of the lines. You're then going to be ironing those pieces paper side up so you can see the marks. Remember to, I should just say, remember to trace your numbers and your letters as well. They're very important for getting it all in the right place. And this is one of those patterns that actually this is going to be key to getting them in the right place. I know this because I put them on there for myself. I had trouble as well without them. So, yeah. So you've traced them all, you've stuck them onto the back of your applique pieces. So stick your sticky stuff, glue down, which is the rougher, shiny side, onto the back of your applique fabric. And then you can cut them out onto the lines, and you end up with pieces like this. So there's the right side of my fabric, there's the paper side of my sticky stuff, and there's my letters. That one's B1. You can see I've got them all in there. Now, if you can see them, I've placed all mine in numerical and number order ready to get going because I'm just that sad. But no, it makes it easier. It's just very organised. Okay, so next you're going to get your piece of background fabric. I've cut this up to the size it says in the pattern. It could be bigger, it's not a problem. You don't actually have to have it perfectly cut out at this stage because you're going to trim it later. But anyway, just for ease of use, I like them as small as I can get them to sew on to. Right? Okay, I should show you. And then you have your applique placement sheet. Now this is reversed from the first place so that all your pieces will fit properly onto this outline. Okay, you notice you've got all the numbers there as well and letters. So I'm going to pop that down. I'm going to take my background fabric, right side up. If it's a self colour fabric like this one, a tone on tone, just do check you've got it the right way up. However, if you do get it the wrong way up, you wouldn't be any different to Mum. She does that all the time and it's not the end of the world. Okay, I'm going to pin it in place because I just find that easier to stop it from moving while I'm trying to stick the pieces down. And I like to pin it just in the top 2 corners a long way away from the applique, right on the edge, straight through the paper. It doesn't upset your pattern, and it's paper, it'll cope. Okay, but it just means if I don't pin the bottom 2 corners, it means I can flip it up when I need to, just to check those numbers and letters, and just to make sure I've got everything in place. Now you should just be able to see that you can see the lines through this, because this is a nice light coloured background fabric. Okay, if you have got a darker fabric, you might want to use a light box. If you go for a completely coloured fabric that you can't see through, you can do this by eye. Just take a little bit of time, get them all positioned before you iron them down, and then you should be okay. But it's really up to you how you want to do it. The easiest way is to use a more see-through fabric. Okay, so I'm just going to stick these down. Oh, I need my ironing pad. So this can be done on the ironing board, but I've got my ironing mat there. Okay, I like to iron them as I go, so I don't like to move this when they're not stuck down, so I do this on the ironing board rather than on the table and then move it, because there's always a gust of breeze when you're doing it. Okay, so A1, flick the side, pull the paper off, and I know that A1 goes down here. I'm going to do A2 as well, but I now can't see, this goes on top of A1, now can't see where those lines are, so I'm going to, I know, if I flick through, I know that that circle goes on the bottom of the first circle. And I'm just going to give those a quick press, and it is a quick press. You don't want to be pressing this for too long, else the glue tends to seep inside of the fabric, into the fabric, and then it's not sticky anymore. But that is a considerable amount of ironing. Don't be too scared to iron at all. You do need to get them stuck down. Okay, A3 pieces. Now I've done this in a particular order as well, so that you're going to be building up from the bottom upwards, which is always how you want to be sticking down your pieces, but also in an order that I found easier, and I'll show you why in a minute. Okay, so that's those pieces. Now these are pieces that are separate from all the rest, so I'm actually going to go in now with my fabric marking pencil and marking all the lines that aren't applique pieces. I like to get those little circles in first, because they can kind of give me a basis, but it doesn't matter when you put these lines in, you could put them in at the end. I like to do it now so I can kind of build my other pieces up to it. Okay, now from the bottom circle up. I don't go through to the veins on the leaves, because you're not going to see them when you stuck your leaves down, obviously. Don't worry if your lines are not absolutely perfect to the ones underneath, as long as they're in the kind of right places, because you're going to be attaching your leaves and your flowers to the heads of them. But once you've taken the paper pattern piece off, you can't see if they're not absolutely perfect to the drawing underneath. I say this because my head, the top of my line there doesn't match what's underneath, but it's okay because it's meeting that flower point. Okay, next piece is the nice big bit. Again, you're flicking that paper from the back. It's quite easy to get hold of. If you do find that you haven't ironed it enough and you're going to flick the paper off the back of your applique piece and the glue's coming off the fabric, just give it another touch with your iron and it'll stick straight up. So I do like to come in with the iron after each piece, unless I'm doing something like that. I just wanted to see where I was going. Just find that easier. Now, this piece, I can't see, again, I can't see through this dark fabric to position this piece. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to pop it off for a minute. I'm going to flick this pattern up and just get an eyeball as to how it fits onto that piece underneath. And I know that this is kind of centralised inside of each of these petals. Okay, so that's what I'm going to do with this piece. Again, once this pattern's taken away, nobody's ever going to know what it should have looked like. As long as it looks nice, that's really what you're aiming for. Okay, I'm happy with that. But just to make myself doubly happy, I'm also going to take off the back of B3, which is the third piece of this flower. I can see the tops here on here, although the bottom's going on top of those other pieces. So I'm going to position that in the right place, make sure it fits to all my lines that I've drawn, pop it over the top, and then I can see, I can see whether I've got that pink piece on the top fitted with the purple piece properly, or rather whether I've got that purple piece in the right place. I can, if I want to, give it a quick little bit of a nudge and a move around if I want to, but I'm quite happy with that. I think that looks pretty. Okay, I'm going to iron both of those pieces together at once. Yeah, there we go. Pretty. So now we're coming to the little flowers, the little blue flowers. Now I've just taken C off. This is really important that you get the right pieces. These ones are obviously obvious where they go, but these two flowers are slightly different and you do need to get the right pieces. So I've just taken C1 off and I'm going to check. This is the C flower up the top here. This is my C flower, so that's the one I know I've got to start with. So I can now see where those pieces go. And if they don't fit exactly, because I know that my cutting's not perfect, my tracing's not absolutely perfect, as long as they kind of fit and they meet that stem, then the job's good. So we've got that in there. C2 is the top, the yellow tip of the flower. And I'm going to slot that in there. That's going to go over a little bit over the blue one, and I'm actually going to pop in with C3 here. Now you could stick this one down, that's absolutely fine. I don't need to do these two at once, but I'm going to, just because I want this blue one to fit over the top of the yellow and to touch the top of the light blue as well. Now that looks to me just in the right place. Ooh, yeah. I am happy with that. So you can see I've got my yellow in there, the dark blue's gone on the top. That tip of that dark blue there and there is meeting up with the edge of this flower. Now I like that, it pleases me. However, if it's not fitting for you, it doesn't matter. As I said, nobody's going to know that it should have been like that. So let's try with the second flower, see if I can do it as well with the second flower. This is where your tracing and your cutting is going to be key if you want it perfect. Okay, I'm going to twist this a little bit so I can get closer to it. Okay, so the light blue goes on, it's meeting up with the top of my stem nicely, and it's fitting pretty well with the piece underneath. Put my sleeve. Thank you. D2 matches the piece underneath. D3. Ooh. This one actually fits a bit easier, so that's going right on the top of there. I'm going to pop this out a little bit because it can go out a little bit further. There we are. Lovely. And there we go. There's my two blue flowers on. Okay. Last but not least, the leaves. Now I've given you number orders for these. It doesn't really matter. You can kind of see where these go because they are all 4 different sizes. So I'm going to pop them all on together. She says. How does that go? Oh, yeah, there you go. I had it the wrong way around and in the wrong place. Thought I'd done it all wrong then, and I hadn't. Now, these leaves, I'm making sure that the tips of them are meeting that vine, that stem line that I've done. That is, again, more important than getting them exactly in the same place as the pattern placement sheet underneath. All being well, it should meet. There we go. But if it doesn't, it's more important that it sits properly on the pattern piece. Or on your background fabric, rather. So those are my leaves, they're all in place. There we go. It is as easy as that. I actually find this is probably one of the funnest parts for me. Now, so we've almost finished getting this ready for sewing. So we've got all the applique pieces on, we've got those vines. We haven't got the stems going through, or the vines going through the leaves, and we haven't got the markings on the top of the flower. Now there's no point doing that with the paper behind it because you can't see where they've got to go. You need your paper pattern. So I'm going to unpin that, pull this aside. I'll take my ironing pad out of the way because I'm finished ironing now. And I'm just going to mark them up with a pencil. I'm going to use a white pencil actually. You don't have to, you could use a colour, but I think a white might go quite well when I'm trying to do this. So first off, I'm going to do this flower. It's got these pieces in the middle there. And I'm going to do this just by eye. I'm just going to make sure I've got a nice curved line in there, draw it straight through. Now this is going to be, I'm going to be satin stitching this myself, so I can do a nice wide line. I don't need to worry about having a marker pen that is erasable. If you're going to do something that you might be able to see your pen or pencil lines, you might want to choose something that's going to be erasable. If you're going to use an air erasable pen, you've got to leave all your markings to the last minute because you don't want it disappearing when you come around to doing the sewing. You want to be marking it up just before you sew. However, there's water erasable are very good, and also this is a marking pencil that's ceramic, that's the word, and it has an eraser on the end. You don't want to be marking too heavily with a ceramic pen because you want to be able to lift it off. Chalk markers work well, so there's all sorts of options. I like, as I say, I like these ceramic ones because they glide on, but it's not essential. Now I'm going to use a darker pen for the leaves because I think I'll be able to see that easier. And I'm just going to put in vines that I like the shape of. Again, it's curved lines, don't do straight lines. It looks a little bit, well, it's just not good with a straight line. It's wrong. It's wrong. I've said it before, I'll say it again, nature doesn't come with a ruler. Most of the lines you'll ever see in nature are curved in some way. Okay, so I'll just put my lines in there. There's only 2 leaves to mark up. You might just be able to see those. So now I have my marks on my flower head and on my leaves. And that's ready for sewing.
Gorgeous. And did you notice that I think there was a little Pam doll sat next to Emma? Look, that's just too cute. That's just too adorable. She's there in doll form. Oh, I love it. That's so cute. I love it. Now, right. If you are sat on the fence, you need to get off the fence and put this into your basket because 60% of the stock has gone, and once it's gone, that's it, no more. Can't get any more of these fabrics, can't make a phone call, it's gone. So please make sure you're checking out. Right, so let's have a little look here at our gorgeous quilt pattern. So you get everything, it's such good, I mean, even down to the quality of the actual paper they use. You get all your full instructions, and then look at that, it's showing you how you're going to, like a machine embroidery tips, they're there for you. It's all about the pinwheel blocks and all of those different blocks. Look at these, they're stunning, aren't they? And then, of course, we go to the templates. I'm just going to put this down. Put this down because you get all of your templates like so for you, all to size, which is great. So just to say, in this kit the backing and the wadding is not included, but you are getting the glorious top materials. Let me just put this back like it was, that's it. Right, so let's go through these. They are stunning, aren't they? Beautiful greens, they've all got those nice swirls on. And then we go into our beautiful blues, light blues, they go together so well. Then we go really nice and rich, that's kind of a rich rusty colour, nice ochre, and then back to our lovely greens and blues, absolutely stunning, and then through to that lovely yellow. Let's pop that back. And then of course you get other materials that go with it really well. So we've got some of these like little ditzy florals. You get your white on white. There is actually a pattern in there. Sometimes it's quite hard to see on screen, but it has actually got a pattern and it's white on white. I think you just see that. And then we've got this beautiful blue, and then also we've got the beautiful floral there. Now what you'll get with this is a 10% off the quilting service. So if you want, once you finish the top of it, you can send your beautiful quilt top back to Pam and Emma. You do need to provide the backing and the wadding. However, Emma did say they do have some if you're going to buy it off them. But you send off your backing and your wadding, and they've got that long arm quilting machine, and they can make it look like this for you and finish it off. So yes, you can send it back. You'll get that 10% discount voucher in with your bundle, and then you can use that to redeem on their quilting service. But that is an absolutely stunning quilt, isn't it? So it's £147.99, but you can spread the cost not just 2 ways, but 3 ways at £49.33. 784843 is the item number. Next then, we've got the pattern for the applique blocks. And again, you'll get those templates, full instructions. It's wonderful. So you've got your, it shows you on the front, and I've also got some finished samples, which is brilliant. They always send in samples, which I love, because you get to see what you're going to make, really. And then again, your full instructions. I love they've got hint, hint, hint loads of hints. Now you get full-size templates. I'm not going to open it out again, but you get the idea for you. And then let's pick these up. So you've got these 3 lovely blocks. Stunning, aren't they? So you get the Jacob block, the Elizabeth block, and the medallion block. It's there for you. And it's actually, in fact, is it this one? Yes. This one is actually in the centre of that gorgeous quilt. Yeah, that we saw. There it is, as if by magic. Very nice. If you would like to go for this pattern, it is just $11.99, 832648. Then we go on to our Dolly Jan, who has got an additional part to the pattern because we've got our Nurse Jan, which is so sweet. Love it. So here's Nurse Jan that she's been made up. She's got a mask, she's got her scrubs on, she's got her hair tied back, she's got her little proper shoes. She's so sweet, isn't she? And then have I got the, let's have a look here. So this is an addition. So you don't often, normally you'll get the clothes for this one and how to make the doll, but this time you'll get this lovely addition. The clothes pattern supplement is in there for you. It's to the side, sorry, scrubs and trousers. And again, look, you've got the templates in there. That's fabulous. Let's look at our lovely doll here. Should we have a look at some of the gorgeous clothes? In fact, look, you've got the dress, the jeans, the coat, that's it. You can make the shoes. So she's got several outfits here, and of course how you make the actual doll. Let's have a look at the clothes. So she's got a little summer top here. Look, even down to at the back, just so you can pop it over her head, and then there's a little ribbon. You've got the nice little elasticated trousers. Stunning. Kim was saying she'd love this as a gift. There's so many people who would love it as a gift. And then you've got nice little dress. And then over here you've got the little, what do you call them again? Thank you, bloomers. Little bloomers. Nice little petticoat. And you can make her shoes. She's got felt shoes, these. Lovely little felt shoes. And what she's wearing, she might be a bit hot today because she's got this coat on. There you are. So here's our lovely doll. Oh, look. She's got jeans. Nice little coat. What's on her top? Oh, little top there. That's cool. And then there's the nice little, look at that, how you do her hair. I'll just pick up one more time our lovely little Nurse Jan. Here she is. Yep, she's ready to go to work. There she is. There you go, and it's $14.99 for the pattern. Item number is 828145. You can give us a call, 01733 60 2000, or you can check out on the website at hochanda.com. If you have got any questions, remember we're going to still speak to Emma at 7 o'clock because we've got another show then. If you've got any questions to ask, you can send them to studio@hochanda.com or via Facebook. And here is now part...
Hi again. So, we've got our applique all stuck down onto our background block. We're ready to do the sewing. First thing you need to really think about, is pop your stitch and tear on the back. It's a good stabiliser. It can be torn away afterwards, but it just gives that firmness to your fabric so that it doesn't rumple while you're sewing. So 4 pins, 1 in each corner, as far away from the applique as you can get, and you just need enough stitch and tear that, I don't know if you can see through it, that it covers the applique pieces on the other side. Okay, pop that aside. Now what you need to do is think about your thread colour. This is a fun bit. Mum really enjoys this, choosing your threads to go with your blocks. Now in the past I've done a lot of blanket stitch, and you can do that in one colour. So black is a really good edging, but it's more of a country feel. This is a little bit more floral and pretty, so I like to choose colours that go with my fabrics. It also means that when you make little mistakes, it doesn't show up as much if your thread colour matches your fabric. So you can see I've gone through my threads and I've picked out all the colours I think will go really well with this block, all the closest I could get. Occasionally, even if it's off only a little bit, it's not noticeable. I was asked recently which threads we use for these appliques. Now, my personal preference and Mum's personal preference is a polyester embroidery thread, machine embroidery thread. So that's what these are. These have a little bit of a sheen to them, so they're a pretty thread. The polyester means that they're very durable, and when they're going through that needle a lot to do this satin stitch in particular, then they're going to get very worn. So polyester is a really good strong thread for that. However, you don't have to use polyester embroidery thread. You can use whatever you like, really, whatever you can get on with, whatever your machine will take, without having to fiddle about too much. I don't like messing about with my settings on my machine too much. That's a personal thing to me. So I like these threads because my machine will happily sew with them the same as cotton. They're a similar thickness and weight. So you can see here, cotton I have used. If I can't find the right colours in my polyester, I have been known to pop in a cotton, and they don't really look a lot different. There's just not got quite the sheen on them, but usually that's not a big problem. So you can see I've picked out some colours there. There's all different brands. It just depends what you like and what you prefer, really. Okay, now for the bobbin, there's two different schools of thought with Mum and I. My mum uses bobbin fill, which is a fine, it is quite a fine, I believe it's nylon, it could be polyester, I'm not sure. It's not a man-made thread, but it is a nice strong thread again, but it's very fine. You can see, or you probably can't even see that. It is a white thread, so that is good for all light colours. It will work for dark colours. However, if you're using predominantly dark colours in your thread, then you can get black ones or smoky coloured ones. That's what Mum likes. Me, myself, I prefer to use the same colour on my bobbin as I'm using on my top, so that if my tension's not quite right, then it doesn't really show, because this might come up to the top a tiny little bit and it doesn't show then. Again, I will use either the same thread as I've got in the top or a cotton, and I do tend to use a cotton because I've got a lot more of that and it's a little bit cheaper, so I do tend to use a cotton in my bobbin. However, if I can't find the cotton in the right colour, I will use the same as I've got on the top. This one's, I believe, is the same as I've got on the top. I've gone out and I've picked all the same colours, but this one here is a cotton. You can't really tell the difference, but it won't show up. I actually found that I didn't have the right colours, but I did have a darker red. So rather than run off any of that, I will use a slightly darker one. It won't show. So that's how I choose my threads and what I will be using when I start sewing.
Lovely. Now, we have had a couple of questions about, do you get enough of the blender fabric for the quilt? And we've just made a quick phone call to Emma during that video, and yes, you absolutely do. So you've got enough of that wonderful blender fabric for the quilt. Again, if you want to go for this, because 60% of the stock has gone, and once it's gone, it's gone. 3 payments of £49.33. You'll also get that 10% off voucher if you want to take advantage of Pam and Emma's quilting service. 784843 is the item number. So thank you for those questions. You do get enough blender fabric. And now we're going to see part 3. Here we go.
Hello again. Okay, I've got my sewing machine bed there. You can just see it all ready to go. I've got my thread in, so my bobbin thread's in, my top thread's threaded, and you can see I've got 2 feet on there. You're probably wondering why I've done that. Aren't they parched nice and straightly? The one on the left, this one here with the red marks on it, that's my open toe embroidery foot, and that is my preference, and Mum's a special preference when doing any kind of decorative stitching that needs a nice open foot. So we've got no bar across there. The one on the right, this one, has got a clear bar across the front. Now, you can use this if you can't get hold of the open toe, but you will find that you can't see as well with that bar, whether it's clear or not. So if you can get one of these, you will be doing yourself a good job. There we go. So we're going to pop that on. It just clips on and we're ready to go. I thought we'd show you a couple of different styles of stitching, decorative stitching or top stitching for your applique. If you're not quite ready for satin stitch, and you might think that if you look closely at mine, it's not great, you can do other stitches. So the first one, and I'm not going to show you how to do it because it is just a straight stitch, but I just wanted to show you what it looks like. You can only just see it there, but I've got a nice shiny thread, so it's It's shining a little bit. You just top stitch round the edge, as close to the edge as you can. That comes with practice, so after a couple of pieces you'll be really good at that. You're going to be using the same techniques as I'm going to show you when you're holding onto your fabric and pivoting it round, but it's much quicker and much easier, and it does give a nice effect. You'll also find it won't roll up. You might think it will. It won't fray or come apart, or if it does, I'd be absolutely amazed, because I've had quilts with my applique done this way and they look fine. They really do last and look pretty. So that's an option. It's not as pretty, as decorative as a satin stitch, which you can see there. That's the good bit. The rest of it I'll cover up because that didn't go very well. Okay. But the other stitch I've used a lot when I'm doing applique personally is a blanket stitch. So I'm just going to get my thread in the right position. In fact, I'm not going to do this one. I'm going to do the circle. Always start with a piece on the bottom. So as I said, I've done my straight stitch on the purple at the bottom of that flower. I'm just sliding it round. Woohoo, we'll get there in a minute. I'm coming to this circle at the bottom. I've got my pink thread in, you see. And I'm going to choose a blanket stitch on my sewing machine. Now, different sewing machines have different styles of blanket stitch. I'm going to go with one that I like, and it is a blanket stitch that goes forward 2, across once. But really, it's a case of practicing, so get your practice piece going. And what I would suggest is getting a piece of fabric with something stuck on the top. A heart is really good for practicing. And then you stitch and tear on the back, and then you kind of got your conditions the same as you would when you're sewing your applique piece. And then you can test your widths, your lengths, and get a handle on your stitch and what you want to do. So, okay, I haven't got a practice piece, so I'm going to start straight in there. My needle's on the right hand side, and that's my starting position, and that'll be, for my machine, that'll be where it goes straight, and it will go to the left when it's doing its blanket stitch. Okay, so I'm going to pop my needle down there, right on the edge. Now I'm going to go over this red bit, so I'm not going to worry too much, and it's not going to show very much, but I've got my pink thread in. I've got a fixed stitch on, which if you've got that option is really good when you're doing blanket stitch. And we're going forward 2, across once. Forward 2, across once. There we go. So we're coming up to the turn where it starts to curve around the circle. Always pivot when you're doing a forward stitch. So I know that it's going sideways, forward, forward, sideways, back again, then I can pivot. I can pivot here as well if I want to, but never pivot on the side, else you'll get a V. Unless you want a V, but if you're going to do that, you might as well do a zigzag. That's another option. Zigzags are a really good option for this as well if you're still not up to satin stitch. It gives a similar effect. It's a little bit more of a closer stitch than a blanket stitch. And you can do a good zigzag in an invisible thread if you're really worried about your stitching but still want to do it. And then if you make a mistake, it doesn't even show. So that's another option. But for today, we're showing you a blanket stitch right now. It's a bit quicker than a satin stitch because it's shifting forward a lot quicker, a lot further. So I really like this. You can also do this in a different colour, and it doesn't, you know, a wobble or a mistake doesn't show, or you don't make them as easy with a blanket stitch as you would a satin stitch. I'm going to stop there because I don't want to go all the way around the bottom, because I'm going to do that in the darker thread. So I'm going to put my fixed stitch on. I know it's going to do one more stitch to do my fixed stitch. I'd forgotten about that. Again, something to practice your machines. I'm going to take my pin out of the way and lift that up. Okay, pull that out, and I'm just going to snip that off, and then we can have a closer look at that. I really like a blanket stitch. It's really pretty. I used to do it a lot on my more country style appliques, and then I would do it in black, so I didn't have to fiddle about finding threads. I could just do the whole thing in one go really quickly. And with the blanket stitch, oh, I'll pop it down there. It's just a nice finishing stitch. You've got a stitch around the edge to give it a bit of definition, and you've got that just that decorative stitch going into the middle. So it's a little bit more fancy than just a straight stitch. Okay, so you can see it in the light. There we go, that's a bit better. So that's an option if you're still not up to this satin stitch, but let's do a bit of satin stitch, hey? It wouldn't be Quilters Trading Post demonstration without a bit of satin stitch. So make sure you've changed your machine settings. I know I've got to change a couple of things on my machine to get there. Now I want my stitch length at 0.8 for this machine and 2.5 on the width. Again, this is my machine. You can always try that out on your machine, see how you like it, and then alter it as need be again on your practice sheet. Now my needle's on the left hand side of that central mark now. You can see I've got a little red mark on my foot, and I know that if my needle's on the left hand side of that, then it's going to come down inside the fabric on this applique. My fixed stitch is on, and I've got a setting on my needle to keep my needle down. I find that a lot easier whenever you're stopping, if you make sure your needle is down, because then when you pivot it doesn't move. So there we go, I'm happy with that position. I'm starting at the bottom edge near one of those white pencil marks. We'll have a look why in a minute. So off we go. That little loop that came up from the bobbin thread, I'm going to cover that over when I get back, so I'm not going to worry about that too much. And here we go. Once I get used to it, I pick up the speed a little bit, and then it's a lot easier when you're steering if you're going a little bit faster. I'm coming up, this is a really shallow point, so I'm actually going to bring that width down, so 2, 1.5, 1.5. I find 0.5 is a really good width to sort of stop at. A 0 is kind of pointless. 0.5 is not a lot different. So I'm just going to go up again. There we go, and up till I get to 2.5, which is there. So take your time on those points, there's no hurry there. Now, I'm going to go over that line later, but that's a top, that goes on top, so I'm going to do that penciled marking later. However, I am going to do the top of this point because it doesn't matter. Now, I've stopped with my needle on the wrong side, so I am going to lift my presser foot up a little bit. Pop it back down so that my needle's in the right position, because I know it's going to go to the right and I want it to go to the edge. There we go. So that messy join there is going to be covered up when I top stitch the markings on top of the flower. There we go. We're coming up. This is quite a less tight angle, so I know that I can come straight up to the edge of that, pop my needle on the outside of the curve. Now, as Mum says, I remember to do this. Go halfway, twist it halfway and do at least one stitch, a bit more, another stitch, and I know then when I come back round to this angle that my stitch is not going to go off the top edge. You'll see what I mean when you try that, but that's just a little thing that Mum taught me that works really well. Now I'm going to pivot here. I've got my needle on the outside as I pivot there, so I know that I'm going to be in the right place when I come over. There we go, and we're off again. And we're doing this curve again. We'll come to this point, so we're going to show you how to do that again. So I'm on 2.5 width. I'm going down to 2 here and all the way down quite quickly on this one, so 0.5. And I'm coming back again because 0.5 is not very wide. I know that I don't have to worry too much, but now I'm going to start going back up quite quickly. And there we are. Now, I've got my hands in the wrong place. It's a habit with me. Mum's much better at it, and it comes with practice again, keeping your hands on the edge of the fabric. Now, I've come to a really thick piece. I've got 3 layers of fabric now, so I do find that my machine's having a little bit of trouble pulling that fabric through, so I am going to give it a little bit of a nudge. I'm not pulling it and yanking it, but I'm giving a little bit of pressure when I'm pushing it. And I am actually pushing it rather than just twisting it. Now, my poor machine's getting a bit old now as well. It probably needs a service. So your machine might not have as much trouble going through that many thicknesses, but if you are having that and you're finding it's bunching, you've got 2 options when it bunches. Either make your stitch length a bit longer, so I'm on 0.8 now, I could go up to 1.0, but I find that a little bit gappier. Or, as I say, you can give it a little bit of a nudge, but really don't yank it and don't push it too hard, because then you end up with gaps and wobbles and all sorts. It's a little bit of practice again. There we go. Now, I've gone all the way around. You can just see that little, or you might be able to see, if I do that little bit in front of the needle is just a little loop of bobbin thread that came up when I started. I'm just going to cover that over because I've pivoted enough that I can go straight over that marked pencil line, and that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to go straight over there. Covering that pencil line up as best I can so that I don't have to erase any of it out. If you do, you do. But there we go. Now I'm going to put a fixing stitch on there. I don't need to. With satin stitch, you don't really need to because it's not going to unravel enough as long as you've gone over the start of your stitching a little bit. But I have done that. I'm just going to snip that away. But you'll know that I haven't done the other side of that central piece of the flower. So I'm just going to come back and I'm going to get my needle back over, and I've started further up, not at the end of the stitching, but further up in the stitching that I did earlier. I've got a fixed stitch set on there. I'm going to snip that loop that came off afterwards, and I'm just going to join those two ends from the previous stitching up and then come down that line again, and I can go quite quickly because this is quite a straight line, so you don't have to worry too much about doing a lot of pivoting. And I am just going to edge that round so that all the stitching that's on the top is going in the same direction. I like to do that. And big stitch on, just because I like doing it. There we are. Needle up, foot up. I think that looks, ooh, I'm quite impressed with myself. That looks quite good actually. Ooh. I'm not perfect. I'm not as good as Mum. So you're getting a more amateurish demonstration than Mum would do. Hopefully she'll be back next month. Even if I have to stand about 10 feet away from her. We'll try and have a go. Okay, so there we are. That's my satin stitch. You can see I've done those points there on the top. They're all done nicely, and we've got that. There's a little bit of a rumple bit there. It's a flower. They have chinky bits out of it. We've popped in the pattern about that actually. A true Jacobean embroidery. They had all sorts of wobbles and bumps and lumps, and also we're in nature here, and insects and all sorts chomp on flowers and things and put little bumps and hollers. So I think this is very natural. Okay, very true to the style. Right, I hope you've enjoyed these demonstrations today and it's inspired you to get on and have a go. Thanks very much then. Bye.
Lovely. Some fantastic demonstrations, haven't there? Right then, so your Jacobean quilt, a quick reminder again, once it's gone, it's gone. As I said earlier, we did have a few questions as to whether you do get enough of the blender fabric. Yes, you do. And don't forget, you can take advantage of the 10% off Emma and Pam's quilting service once you have finished it. So you can send it off to them with your wadding and your backing, and they'll use their long arm machine to do it for you. You can spread the cost, 3 payments of, it'll swizzle round, 784843 is the item number. There you go, 3 payments of £49 and 33 pence. And then a quick notice of our lovely nurse Jan. There you go, I'm just tying her hair back, there we go, 14.99, 828 145. Thank you very much for keeping me company, and now I'm going to hand the mantle over to our lovely Paola. Now, this is your final time that you're going to see the one-day special of stackable storage. After that, it's Be Your Creative Best with Cricut, and then we've got John Lockwood in the building for the one-day special launch.
Hi, I'm Katrina from Rowan Dean. We're a small family business that design embroidery kits. Embroidery has always been my passion, and I'd love to show you how to do some of the stitches and some of the kits. We're based in Derbyshire, and I'm really inspired by the landscape and flora of Derbyshire, and I think other people will be too. Our kits are really easy, and I hope they inspire you to have a go at stitching. Since we've been on Hochanda, we've had a great time. Everybody's been really friendly and really good. We've met loads of people all around the country who watch Hochanda and find it really inspiring. Don't forget to join me on my Rowan Dean shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Sarah. And I'm Vicky. We are the Stamping Sisters from Stamp Addicts. We started our family-run business in 1992 when we were importing rubber stamps from the USA.
But now we design and manufacture them all here in-house in our shop in Bedfordshire.
We make grey rubber stamps and we make them as deeply etched as we possibly can so that you can use them in many different ways.
On our shows on Hochanda, we like to give you lots of different techniques to use with the stamps, different ways that they can be used and ideas.
We hope that we can inspire you to get out your stamps and have a play. Look at all the different designs we've got. We've got Christmas, we've got scenic, we've got cute and furry. There's something for everyone.
Make sure you don't miss the Stamp Addict shows
on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Julie.
And I'm Paula.
And together we are Julie Hickey Designs. We formed our partnership after many years of friendship, after both of us being in the craft industry.
Hi, I'm Emma.
And I'm Pam.
And we're from Quilters Trading Post. We've been open since 2007, so we're coming up to 10 years now.
We started our business in Cambridge, really, with a long arm quilting machine. We decided we wanted to make a proper business of it, so we bought a shop in this area. We soon grew out of that because we became successful and we bought a school, and now we're in the school.
We have 4 parts to our business. We have the quilting service, we run workshops, we sell patchwork and quilting threads, fabrics and notions, and we do patterns and books. That's our newest thing, and our favourite being our crafters carry-on.
We've really enjoyed being on Hochanda. It's made us famous, really. We've got lots of people who now come into the shop and tell us that they've seen us and that they've enjoyed the demonstrations and they've watched us over and over again.
Make sure you don't miss our shows here on Hochanda.
Well, hello, and now this is the final call for the one-day special, and what a one-day special it is. It is one that whatever type of crafting you are into, whatever type of organization you need to sort out, the one-day special will sort so many of your issues. It is from Deflect, of course, and it is a sort on caddy, a storage caddies. Now, when you can see, it's a beautiful tower with transparent canisters, so you can see exactly what it contains. But the beauty, the genius of this is the fact that these caddies come apart, so you can take one if you wanted to. If you want to take 2 of them in one, you can build them as it's up to you how you organize them. One of the reasons I like is that even they have thought about how those handles, those kind of levers also kind of close up like this, and then it's ergonomic, easy, and so easily stored as well away. The other thing I love about these ones is that those canisters in each of the trays, you are getting 4 single canisters, and then you are getting a double one. That means that because you are getting 4 of these ones, you are getting 4 of the double, and you are getting 16 of the single canisters. That means that you can personalize it. For instance, I have got here, I'm going to undo it, Leona's own, our Leona Pujols. Now, she's got more than one, but what you can see is that she has put 2 of the double ones and then 2 of the single ones, because this system allows you to mix and match, and automatically you can see exactly what she has stored. Pencils, pens, inks, wax, then you have got more markers, tools in there. What about, let me show you another one, because look at that. Let me put that one in. Distress inks as well. You know those distress inks, they fit beautifully in each of the canisters. So this is just some ideas of what you can do with your deflector for sorter and storage caddies. But we have got Sam on the Skype, Sam works for Deflector. Hi, Sam.
Hi, how are you?
Very well. How is everything going?
Yeah, good. It's a busy day.
Yeah, it is busy.
Yeah.
Right. So, Sam, can you tell us a little bit about Deflector as a company?
Yes. If it's the first time that you've seen Deflector products, we have been working with Hochanda for close to 2 years now, bringing a range of storage products. Deflector as a company have been manufacturing products for over 50 years, so we're very experienced in what we do. So you have some peace of mind that the quality of our products are there. What we've done before is, if you just go and have a look at the reviews and the products that we've sold on Hochanda, like there's always just 5-star reviews on the products, especially the caddy. If we actually run through the caddy itself, which I'm sure we've touched on a few times, but you are getting 4 of the sort and storage caddies. Now, they can be used individually, as you've just shown with Leonie's there. One of the best things about the product are the grey levers that you can see are being unclipped. And when you actually clip all of those together on each unit, it makes 4 units into one. So it just enables you to take a stack of 4, link them all together, and then you've just got one complete set of storage.
Okay, so you know what? Of course, you have got the cardboard here, so it makes it a little bit hard, but you can see it there that it will kind of completely go the 4 of them. And now, Sam, also there is other things, and we have got all the items in the show that you can put and mix and match with the one-day special, but it works as a standalone as well.
Yeah, so the caddy itself, you can use, as you mentioned, as a single item. We're also going to show you some other products that will fit within the one-day special. We have a product that allows you to mount the canisters on the wall. We have products that you can put inside of the caddy and use it as a marker holder or pen holder. There's larger canisters, so for your larger items, we have one canister that's the complete length of the unit, so the same size as the single and the double. And there's a project storage tray as well that you can that you can use within the large canister we're going to show you. Now, the product itself, the reason all the canisters are clear is a very simple reason. It's just so you can find everything in there. We spent a lot of time when we were designing this product, and the feedback that we had was that most storage on the market is just one fixed unit, so you can't break it down layer by layer, whereas with this you can. The fact you can remove one canister and just take it to your workstation, you can do that, whereas there's a lot of storage, you can't do that. And the fact that you can mix and match the canisters around, so you can have a level for, say, your mixed media, and a level for kind of cake decorating, or a layer for jewellery making. I think that's what makes the caddy such a good product, is there's lots of different usage, different storage usages for that product.
Indeed. Now, also the other thing that I love is that the fact that it's so versatile. It also, because I know the experience from Leone, from myself, from producer Lotte, that is something that you can grow with it. You can go adding more. How many can you add to one tower, basically?
I think we would just say work at a safe height, I guess. So if you were storing around about 6 of them, that would be a really comfortable height for a worktop. We haven't got it on this show, but we also do a wheelbase with the product as well. So once you've got a stack of 6, you can then clip on a wheelbase accessory that means you can really move the product around nice and easy. We will have the wheelbase on, hopefully when we're next with Hochanda. But I think the caddy, if you kind of sat on the fence with it, it's not just for arts and crafts. You could use it for child toy storage. I use it in my house for modelling clays and cutting devices and all sorts of things like that. It's also good for home DIY. So I have 2 in the garage where I'm putting screws, raw plugs, drill bits, just smaller items and that you wouldn't put in a large toolbox. They fit really well in the caddy.
Absolutely. Now, Sam, thank you for joining us for this introduction to the one-day special, and of course, and final call. We are going to let you go, and let you sound so serious, but so you can enjoy this lovely sunshine outside. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
Stay safe as well. Right, so it is of course Sam from Deflector explaining the history behind it, the quality of Deflector products. Now, if you want to go for the one-day special, 903010 is your item number. You have got a flexi buy as well, so you can spread the cost into interest-free payments. Now, something that is brand new here from Deflector is, you know what, this is one of the products that kind of, wow, my mind went yesterday, is like, wow, it's amazing. You have got here a painter's companion bucket, as well as you have got the paint tray. So let's go and show you the bucket first. Because when you look at it, you're thinking, well, it's a bucket for paint. It is the features, the attention to detail from Deflector. Now, we are extremely busy. We are approaching limited stock, so that is a reason to check out those baskets if you have considered it. Also, at £13.98, it's super affordable if it's your first time to be intended by Deflector. What it is that I love is that it's a deep bucket, so therefore you can have different wells, and you have got 3 different wells in here. So you can have a clean water, a dirty water, and maybe something here, a brush cleaner, for instance. You have got even a smaller shallow pool in here with that little rip in here. That means that it can never overflow. So it's nice to, when you want to make sure that your brushes are nice and neatly, you can see there, to reshape them as well. So you can make sure that the water kind of comes out absolutely from the brushes. The other thing that you have got in the bottom, can you see those ridges? Now, those ones for me are very important because, as you can see, I kind of tend to have dirty brushes, and pigments, especially mica, gets stuck in there. So you want those ridges to rub them against. There it is. So then you can get removed of all that pigment and build up in there. But the genius thing of this, of course, then you have got the cleaner water to remove it, is those in the handle. Can you see there? So you can leave your brush like that to dry. Now, if it's very wet, what you can do is leave it like that, so it drips to the bottom, and then you can, when you want to completely dry it off, you can leave it like so. And these ones are short brushes as well, so you can see that even short brushes will work in this one. Now, the paint tray. Now, this is amazing. Now, it comes with a lid, but also it's a lid with a clip on 4 size locks, and then you have got, of course, that tray that you can use it as a palette, but then you have got here those different walls in here. So I think it's 15 around it, and then the 4 major ones in here. Imagine maybe if you are a watercolor artist and you have got invested maybe in the SAA tubes of paint, or maybe you are an acrylic paint, put some of these in these wells and then mix them up in the bigger ones or in the mix here. Now, also, Hayley suggested jewelry making, so having all those beads. Now, I also wanted to show you that I love applying acrylic paint with a brayer. Now, these are phenomenal because I can use them for a brayer. Now, this is the first palette that I have seen that I can use a brayer in here, and this one you could see that you could use even a bigger one. To have that with the lid, so I am one of those ones that starts painting maybe at night, and then in the next morning you want to pick it up. This, to having that palette, is phenomenal. If you are somebody who wants to go on a walk and then be inspired by the landscape, this is phenomenal because you can take it in here, and then straight away you can paint. You don't have to take so many little tubes. If you want to go for it, it's amazing, amazing, affordable at £13.98. 128689 is your item number. Look at that. I absolutely love it, and I think it's such an affordable price as well. Now, something that I think many of you at home will need in their lives, and so many did go for it that it sold out early on. So what we have got in here is back on extended delivery. It will be dispatched from the 1st of June, and you know what 1st of June is? Monday, so not far at all to wait. Right, yeah, my director is saying, has the year gone? And Yeah, I agree. Now, what you have got is a tablet and a phone stand. What I love is that they are super slim. I mean, this takes the space of a thin book or a tablet itself. It doesn't take a lot of space. It's lightweight, but yet it feels robust. It has got that rubber on here, so it's anti-sliding. It has got the perfect lever here, and that has been designed perfectly. So if you wanted to watch while it's charging, you have got the cable can come in here. So it's a perfect positioning. Then, can you see you have got different ridges in here, so different ways where you can make your stand go. So you have got all the features you want from a tablet stand, including the fact that it's lightweight and you can fold it. And also you are getting the same principles, the same fold away easily for your phone. All this is rubber, so it stands nice and proud. It doesn't slide off. And then you have got that even mechanism that locks it in and then you have got that element in there. So if you are somebody who likes to cook or bake, like our Pepper in a Pinning, who's producing this hour, and you're getting a new recipe book, or maybe just recipes from a book, or maybe on your tablet, this would be perfect to have your tablet standing while you are cooking. Maybe it would be great as a little gift for somebody in your life that you want to maybe to have those technological calls, Skype calls and so much, and you want something that you can put your tablet. They are fabulous. 309092 is your item number. £12.98. Having a saving of £10, which is an amazing saving, is another reason to grab it. Now this one, I need to tell you that you are getting two of them, not just one but two of them. Now this one is the mini storage boxes, and it was launched last night. What you have got in here is the perfect storage for so many different items. In here, what you are going to get is the ability to store all sorts of, maybe if you are into maybe mixed media and you want to have all your mediums in the bottom, and then you want to have brushes in here, that is fabulous. And then you're going to have one for mixed media, maybe one for glitters, or if you work with air drying clay, polymer clay, something like that, that would be absolutely perfect. But the other thing that I love about it is the fact that in the top of the lid, if you see it there, can you see that hidden in plain sight tray? So if I open it, there it is. It has got an additional storage in there. Now it has got, of course, the different compartments. So maybe you can have in here different like glues. You can have like, the glues that always get blocked, and you have to always have that, that needle that goes in to pierce through their nozzle. That would be perfect in here. So it's always ready to be used and fine. And also the other thing that is in here, you can see it, is of course it has got that ruler, so in imperial measurements, and therefore you can measure anything to make sure that maybe you need a length of ribbon or something like that. You can make sure you can measure it perfectly. £16.98. Remember, you are getting two of those ones. 571422 is your item number. Why did I say number 3 times? I don't know. It's just it went into like, when your brain goes into like a record, and it goes in like that. Yeah, that's my brain. Right. If you want to go for the large storage box as well as the smaller one, which is, I think, is a perfect painter's tray, but also a toolbox is the perfect one. For those people that you don't know what to get them, a storage is always a good idea, because you have got plenty. It's more like a fishing, kind of sorting box as well, the size of it, but it has got that kind of clear finish to it, so you can see exactly what's inside it. Also, what I love about the larger one, let's put it side by side. This one is the previous item. This one is the one in here. You can see that it's much larger in size, but it has got the same features in a way that it makes it so nice to use. So, like for instance, sometimes the top one is great for those delicate like brushes, things like that. And then you open it up, and you have got the lid. And then you have got a liftable tray, and you can have the deep box in here. If you didn't want to use a tray, I often dismantle things and then use this for something and then use this for another thing. So what I would do probably with this one, with the deeper one like that, is to have my spray paints inside of there. And that could be my spray paint carry-on thing. I'm not a graffiti artist, don't be worried. You know. But anyway, you can keep them there. Maybe the Pinty Plus, you know, if you want to have, it makes sense to have them there. £30.98, 741754. Now, I'm going to go now into one of my all-time favorite ways of storing papers, projects, so many things. I am the proud owner of 2 of these ones. So here in this bundle, you are getting 3 of the trays and 1 of the storage, you know, you can see 12 by 12 drawers in there. They are completely individual in sense that this is 1 unit, and then you have got the 3 trays as they are like this. So you can use them all in combination or on their own. The reason why I love them is because they have been designed for 12 by 12 papers. So if you are a crafter, you know, you are bound to have some 12 by 12 papers. But you also can use 4 by A4s as well. Then you have got extra space for something else, for offcuts. In fact, in my one, I think I sent some pictures, you know, of the, and of course we have done. What I've done is, you know, something like foam tapes, foam sheets. So we kind of put them some in here, and then any offcuts, I put them as well here. So it's easy to find them. The other reason I love them is because if you are like me and you have got furniture that is from a flat pack, you know, Nordic store, and it has got those cubes. They come in all sorts of configurations. I have probably all the configurations. And by the way, Ben, who is flooring, he has helped me to assemble a few of them. These will fit perfectly on there. It will fit perfectly on those cubes. And yeah. By the way, that was before lockdown. That was way before that. The reason is that they will fit those, and that means that it will look very good. I have got, as I said, 2 sets, so both like this will fit in a perfect cube. The other reason I love about these drawers is the fact that it have got, even look at that, it has got that hole in here. That means that when you have got paper, you push it through, and then you can lift all the paper and flick through it without damaging. The reason why I think storing in a investing into storage is so important is that we have to spend money onto crafting. If we cannot find them, we cannot use them, and if we cannot use them, what's the point? Storing makes it everything to keep it safe and to actually also makes sense that you can use them. If you want to go for this one, 367901 is your item number, £45.98. To me, investing in storage is actually saving me money because I can find them and I can use them. If you want to, you can of course flexify, spread the cost in 2 payments of £22.99. Then we go into this one, which is another of my favorites. You are going to get one of these ones. It's a 3-drawer desk storage unit, £13.99. This one is one of those ones that I remember when I got mine, I said, well, you know, I felt very indulgent, but then I thought, you know what, I like the look of it, and I'm sure that I will find a place to put it in. And oh, this is one of those ones that it's magical. I have my embossing powders now. I've got my blending makeup brushes, ribbon. Of course, it's designed for washi tapes, and they can put of a standard width washi tape about 150 rolls of washi tape. So I'm going to turn it over so you can see it. Wow, how it would look like. But it could be small reels of ribbon, as I had in the other one. It could be tools in there as well. I have got wide washi tape as well, and it fits beautifully inside it. If you are a sewist, why about having maybe your, maybe your threads and your findings, your things like that? Look at that. Maybe have it as a jewelry box. Maybe have it as something that you can see the dividers as well. So I also thought it would be really good to have your cables. You know how you usually have the drawer where you chuck everything in, and then it's like, oh, I need that, that cable that is, I don't know, I think it's USB to lightning, or I don't know what it was, and you cannot find them, and it's like this box of everything. What about having them there neatly, so you can have them, all the different cables stored nicely here? Now, they are very busy for this, and I'm not surprised. 80% of the stock has already gone. Remember, you have got a saving of £3, £13.99. And also, one other thing that I love it is because it is narrower. It's not that deep. It means that it will fit anywhere. Well, not anywhere, obviously, but you know, in most places will, especially if you have got a table that you craft on and you want something to be there, reachable, this works phenomenally. 789099 is your item number. Then we have got, you know, the one-day special. We mentioned the one-day special, but we have got here one Hochanda, but it comes in, and some did mention it, you have got the long, I think they call it project container or project trays in here. So you have got one caddy, 4 individual containers or canisters, and then one double plus 2 of the triple ones with that project tray. Now you can see it here. I'm going to just put away those 2 that they mix and match perfectly. So you can carry one long one and 3 small ones, or one small one and one double. There are so many ways, and of course then you can take that and lock it with the one-day special. The other thing that we have got in here, of course, if I open it, you can see the project tray. Now, I love the way that is designed, because it sits really nicely and securely, and if I put this in here, you can see it. You don't need to take it out of the caddy in order to open it. You can see that. But you have got here the tray. So imagine your beading projects. So you can have them here. If you are home like you sew, you could have maybe different types of needles in here. Imagine if you sew with a sewing machine, you have maybe quilting needles, you have got jean needles, you have got so many different ways of using. And then also you have got the ability to have that kind of bevel edge in there. Also, for those ones who are watching and thinking maybe beads, can you see those edges in there? There. That means that when I close it like that, there you can see there. When you close it, that means, can you see there? Here, there now. So it means that it's completely, that a line goes up to the top. So it means that you will not, the things won't contaminate. 203736 is your item number. £29.95 is your price, saving £20 in there. Oh, I do love this one, don't I? This one is one of those ones that you can make it in many different ways. It's one of those ones that I have got at home and I love it. You can use it vertically or horizontally, so you can have it like this, sitting nicely in your desk, or you can have it vertically. It has got that silicone divider in here, so it means that you can have maybe a few pencils in one of them, but then just the single one for the chunkier markers. The other thing I should mention is that you can actually, should you go for the one-day special or in its own, they will fit perfectly onto one of the caddies as well. So it's one of those products, as you can see, that the Flacto makes it so you can mix and match, and it does have a freedom price. If you are a freedom member, you have got a further saving. If you're not a freedom member, £11.98 is your price. 867361. Accordion markets, again, it's one of those ones that I absolutely adore. Now it comes, you are getting 2 of them, and it comes in with a lid, with of course that handle, so you can carry it on as well. Now I know a lot of crafters don't have a designated area, like some of us, we do have a little area, some of us don't have it, therefore you need to store everything away. So having a handle and a lid is phenomenal. But look at that. Now you can see here, this is one of the, I have got 2, very lucky at home, and I use it for my alcohol markers. One of the reasons is because you can, again, store it horizontally or you can store it vertically. It's up to you how you do it. They will perfectly sit in there. The other thing I love about it is that, again, that mention of growing with this storage is the fact that you can maybe put it like this, display like that. Then maybe you wanted to have it, you have got a very thin table and you want all your markers just sitting on the edge or you know, maybe, and you have got all the markers there. Maybe you wanted to then go away and you kind of carry them off and then you close them up as well. The other thing I love, the growing with a product. Now, when I started, I had a few alcohol markers. Now I have got many. Now, in each of those ones, it stores 80. But also, so you can store 161 in total. But you can take that off and you can store even more. Or you could store even papers as well. There is many more cool features about this one, but I'll give you the details. £31.98 is your price saving. £8 and 088849 is your item number. 2/3 of the stock has already gone. Grab yours by checking out those baskets in case you do not want to miss out. Now, you know that we mentioned, I think Sam mentioned it, about that the one-day special, those candidates, will be able to be mounted onto the wall. So now this is the item you need for that. You are getting 2 of these mounting bars and they are 22 inches in length. So it comes even with the screws to attach them and instructions as well as in the guidance. But look at that. See, the canisters from the one-day special have got that little lip in there. And then they sit here perfectly. Can you see, imagine having this at home? So then you can have all the canisters there, and then you just lift the ones that you need. Use the carrying tray if you need it, but everything is nice and easily reachable. Now, you're getting 2 of them for $9.99, and your item number is 245678. We have got, this one, the rotating trays. Now, we have got different options as well. Now, the 9 tab is in front of me, so that's one. I'll move it in so you can see it. So 9 tab, you are getting 3 of the deep ones. You can see them there, so 3 of them. And then you have got 6 of the shallow ones. Now you can see that whichever way you are using them, they stack nicely in there. You can see exactly what the contents are. Our tech office uses them for cables, batteries, different bits and bobs, those kind of things that I don't know the name of. But also this is perfect for your craft storage. This is perfect as well if you have got, those odd covers that you cannot really kind of reach to the end because it's kind of narrow. This is perfect because then you can make sure that every inch of your the area is easily accessible. You can have maybe your liquid pearls in there. You can have your, of course, your glitters. You can see everything perfectly. £15 and 99 pence is your item, your price, saving £4 to 072606. And quite quickly, I'm going to mention the six-pack is the one that has got the 6 of the, of course, the deep ones. Of course, it comes with that rotating lazy Susan mechanism at the base. £14 and 99 pence is your item, your price. 128125 is your item number. You have got a Freedom price. £13 and 49 pence is all you're paying if you are a Freedom member. Why not jump ahead to the website to see exactly everything that we have got, and maybe some items that we will have maybe on single, in single bundles. And now, if you wanted to go for the paint tray, for instance, on its own, you can see it there as well. And of course, the multi-compartment storage caddy as well. Now, we have got, of course, the trays in there as well, and then of course we have got the 12 by 12 drawers on their own should you wish to go for those ones. There is other items as well, for instance, the storage containers. There they are really fun, and you can make projects in there, or you can make it as a file, kind of like store your photos as well. There's so many things that I'd like to do, and everything makes sense. Is the quality, and it looks good. I don't know about you, but I like my storage to look good, because if it looks good, then it's a nice room to craft in. It's not, it kind of blends in, and I can find everything. Right, so we have got in here the one-day special. What do you get in the one-day special? I'm going to put this aside. We have got in here 4 of the sort and storage caddies. Each of the caddies comes with 4 single canisters plus a double one. In here, you have got the quality, the versatility of a storage. Yes, it is something that is designed to be on the move, but on the move can be going from upstairs to downstairs. It can be going to the garden. But ultimately, this is used for people like our Leonie, you know, like myself, to store everything. I think Hayley West also has got the ones. Yes, she does. I have got confirmation. It's one of those things that no matter what sort of crafter you are, you need to be able to store your items. Think about, so you are into sewing, so you can have your threads in here. You can have maybe your scissors, your pinking shears and things like that in the double one. Maybe you want to have in here your zippers, you know, ready to be used. Maybe you have got buttons, so you have got a canister full of buttons. Then you're thinking, well, actually, that's very good, but what I'm going to do with the other three? What about, you know, if you have a partner, is he into, like Sam was saying, DIY, having maybe in one of these, maybe a screwdriver, maybe having those tools in here, maybe having the extra bits and bobs, the screws, the washers, things like that in here. If you have got kids and you are always making sure that you want them to tidy, this can be fun, because this is quite a fun experience of locking those elements into it. And then maybe you can have, maybe, you know, one of your kids can have one of this. Maybe that one can be for the other one. What about also, it could be for cleaning products. So for instance, you could have maybe the gloves in here, maybe you can have in here maybe the scrubber, things like that you can carry it around as well. There are other things like if you have got makeup. So for instance, you know, makeup is something that, you know, you may have got maybe a few lipsticks, maybe a few mascaras, maybe, you know, and you spend a lot of money, don't you? And there is one thing that sometimes you need to have them, you need to find them. You know, are you one of these people that gets those things and then can never find them, therefore never use them? This is one of those ways that you want to have storing your items. It could be one makeup, maybe one is for hair products, and all kind of sit neatly on in the bathroom, in one corner, in a little corner, everything like a tower. But you know exactly which tray is which. Maybe you have got into a nail art and you want to have one with maybe nail polishes and another one had cotton buds and things like that to make sure that everything works. It's phenomenal. This is why one of the reasons why I love Deflector is the fact that you are investing in a brand that knows how to store not just crafting products. Once that you kind of invest in them, even if you say, well, I'm not that big of a crafter, but use it for household items. It works. It really does work. And I love the handles as well. Now, you have got there, of course, a saving of £12. It's, of course, courtesy of the one-day special. 903010 is your item number, and you have got that Flexi-Buy option, of course. But let's have a look at how other ways you can be using it. that it's modular and there is accessories that you can build up and customize it. And of course, we will have the wheelbase soon. So it means that invest now, knowing that you have got the amazing, of course, the amazing deflector caddies, but then you can invest in more as your collection of crafting builds. Now, do you remember, this is the final call. This is the final live hour to see the one-day special. So why not checking out those baskets to make sure that you grab yours? And by the way, it's not limited to one per customer. So if you wanted to be like Leonie or Lotte, that, you know, they kind of have like 12 or 15 or 18, I don't know. It's an undisclosed number, let's just say that you can do that. Of course you can. Right, we need to tell you that the paint bucket and the paint tray, now they are limited stock. Now, I think they are fabulous, genius products, as of course Deflector always is. They have got the ability, like the fact that you have got this handle, of course it's very useful to have a candle, but the fact that it's perfect to dry those brushes. Now this, now you can see there, look, it looks like a horse actually. I kind of suddenly kind of thought it was like a horse. Yeah, that's like kind of, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, the head and then it's a conceptual. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, it's just like it's a random thing. But of course, it has got the holders to dry the brushes. It has got 3 proper deep wells in there, but also it has got that one too. That is quite really lovely in there, and you can see that to remove any extra paint in there. And of course, if you get a little bit of, maybe you have got in here the you know, kind of brush cleaner or something like that, you can then remove it and make sure that you kind of have the best cleaning brush, best cleaned brushes ever. Now it's really also very handy to have for your mixed media projects. The other thing I love about it is that it has got a nice solid base, so it's not something, sometimes you have got a little pot of water and it's so easily knocked. With this, if you have it there, it's not going to be knocked, is it? Right, the other thing that you are getting, I mean, for £13.98, you're also getting this paint tray. Now, it's a paint tray that has got 15 individual wells in there and then 4 big ones on the center. It's fabulous, you say, but even more fabulous is the fact that you have got a lock-in tray in here. And you can see that. Now that means that you can be portable, you can keep the paints nice and you know, well, juicy in there if you want it. Juicy paints and ready to be used anytime you want. Now I love the fact that it's lightweight. I love that if you wanted to go on a painting journey, even if it's just walking through the countryside, then you have got a, now this, you could take it, and it's very lightweight, the same as the bucket. Now you can take that and put it in your backpack and then ready to go. And that's important because sometimes even if you are putting the paint you're having separately, on the way back it's going to be dirty, isn't it? If there's going to be leftovers, you want to have one with a lid so you can put it back after you have used it and then you can go on to your journey. 128689 is your item number, £13.98, and we know that those journeys are coming back. We are enjoying going out, and I think it's extraordinary the fact that we will be able to enjoy being outside again and do traveling and everything else. Anyway. Or you could put your snack. Oh, that could be a snack bucket. Oh, that would be such a cool one, wouldn't it? I love that. You could have your, yeah. No, of course, it would be with, of course, your snacks. It would be on the wrap, on their own wrapper, because I don't think they are food safe, but they would be fine if you have got the wrapper. Anyway, let's move on to the stands. Now here you're getting 2, and they did sell out early, so they are back now on extended delivery. But it's not long at all to wait at all. Only dispatch from Monday, so it's 1st of June. So that is how little you will have to wait. But the best thing about these things is that it's very useful. It's something that most of us do have on a tablet or a smartphone, or even we follow recipe books. And what you have got in here, it's that it folds away very neatly. You have got different positions of the tablet, so you have got more vertical, more horizontally as you want. You have got the rubber area in here. So for instance, if you are looking at a recipe and you have got one of those magazines, the magazine won't slide as much. If you are having a tablet without the case, that that again helps it. The other thing that you have got in here is that, can you see that ondulation in that stopper? But it has got the perfect position to have the charger at the same time. You have got the same thing onto the phone stand in here, so it folds away nicely and neatly. And then you have got the rubber there as well, and you have got the little levers in there as well, so it makes a lot of sense. Also, if you are one of these people like me that I always struggle for presents to, you know, my dad, my friend, my male friends, Father's Day, when is it, Father? 21st of June, so this would be really, it's one of those items that is really useful in a household. Maybe you have got children and they are doing their homework nowadays, or they're receiving the classes through maybe their tablets or your tablets to, you know, remotely. This would be perfect for them, so they can do their homework in front of that. £12.98 is the price for both of them. You are saving £10. Again, not limited to one per customer until stocks last, so please do check out your baskets. 309092. Right, we have got then the, of course, the storage, the mini storage box in here. Be quick on this because otherwise you will miss out. You are getting 2 of them. 571422 is your item number. £16.98 is your price. Now you can see them here. You have got the handle and then you have got the tray in there. Right, then this is the mini one. Then we are going to go super size. This is the size. This is how big it is. It's almost like an ice, you know, that ice carrier or something like that. That's sort of the size. A cool box. That's exactly it. So that's the sort of size that you are getting here. And you, of course, you have got the locks in there. You have got the lid that comes off with the handle. The brush does not come with it, but you know, I just put it down for demonstrations purposes. And you have got also the tray in there. Then you have got the medium size or the smaller one of these ones. And this is perfect if you are maybe into knitting, maybe you are into, maybe it's putting here some brushes, paint brushes, maybe the longer ones, the bigger ones. I think 7-day savers fist cards will fit in there because 24 centimeters. And then we are going to put them in here. We're going to close it. And of course, the larger one has got that lid that opens up and it has got those kind of little compartments in there as well. Oh, we have got the 7-day savers from fist cards. Let me grab it. And I have to say, I do own this pair. In orange, in a different color, but it's from fist cards, and there's the quality of them. I have had them for years, and it's for fabrics. They are extraordinary. They are very sharp. Anyway, so you can store them here very nicely in there. So you can have it in the tray in here, or you can have them on there as well. You can see it. So that would be very good. If you are somebody who is into sewing, this could be your sewing box. You could have your, you know, your sewing scissors, so that way you know not to mix them, and with your paper scissors, so you are not cutting anything that is not, you will unsharpen them. Anyway, if you want the scissors, $11.99 is your price. Of course, it is a 7-day savers. Now, if you want the boxes, your items are coming up on the left-hand side of the screen. Your item number 741754 is your item number, £30.98, making a saving of £10. Then we have got, oh, again, I love it. I love this product. I really, really do. It is such a good quality. I love that the fact that it fits, it looks good. It has got little details like kind of, it's got this kind of feet in there, so you can use them on their own as well. They do a slide as well, so you can slide them out if you wanted to from the unit that you have got them where you store them. They are standalone, so they can sit on any shelf or on your table there. They are over 12 by 12 in sizes, so your 12 by 12 will fit perfectly in there. Paper, cardstock. You know how it is. You are working on a project, and you were kind of maybe you are pulling up your 12 by 12 cardstock and the matching papers that you want for a project. Maybe you have got specialized stickers in there. Why not do like what I do? I use one of these drawers as a project one. So basically, I will put there all the papers, all the cards, all the pictures, maybe photos I'm working on. Like Leone has got in here, you can see there is some photos in there. So I will have my project one. So when I get to work on it, I just pull the drawer, take it to my table, and mix and match and start creating. The ability to be your own kind of organizer, making sure that you organize it as it suits you. Maybe you want all the graphic 45 here. Maybe you want maybe you have got your pink frog and 12 by 12 cards. Like I do, I have got bits of A4 as well. You can do that. £45 and 98 pence for a set of 3 drawers, and of course the 3 trays as well. 367901. And remember, they will fit on those cubes from a flat pack furniture store from up north. Anyway, you can see it. Well, that's very important. I know many of you crafters have got those cubes, and I have got several ones, and you know, it's good to have somewhere to, you know, store them. Anyway, moving on from that disclosure. Now this one is one of the, I think it's a small but mighty. It was designed originally for washi tapes, and you can see them here. So it holds approximately up to 150 standards with washi tapes. Of course, there are some washi tapes, especially Memory Box or Pink Fresh, that are much wider, and therefore it won't get a view of 150 ones of them. However, imagine if you are a jewelry maker, if you are an embroiderer, if you are somebody who has got all those findings, this is a perfect storage in here. I'm going to show you one that I put some items inside it. I love my wow embossing powders. Look at that. They fit beautifully in here. Now also it has got those dividers that they are there permanently. So it means that, for instance, you could have here, maybe I will have here my pink embossing powders. Maybe I will have here my green ones. Maybe I will have here my, you know, metallic ones, transparent, you know, ultra fines. That way would be perfect. What about having your paints, your different sorts of paints? Now this one is very busy, approaching limited stock. Please do check out your baskets if you do not want to miss out. I have got here some ribbon, fits beautifully as well. It's one of those ones that when I got it, I thought, you know, I have got I thought it was like, it's gonna, my washi collection and washi tape is gonna fill it all up. Well, actually it's deceiving me, because all my washi tapes fit in one drawer. Then I found, oh, it fits perfectly. My, you know, this is our makeup brushes for my blending with distress inks, fit perfectly. Then I found my distress embossing powders. It fits also the 1-inch cube of distress ink pads. There are so many things. £13 and 99 pence is your price. 789099 is your item number. Now, we have got, we get a caddy. Shall I go and grab it? Let's go and grab it. Yeah, I'm gonna grab it, the caddy. Yeah, let me do. There it is. I'm back. All right, so you're getting a caddy with 4 single ones and 1 double canister. So that is phenomenal. We have gone through how you can use it. Of course, you can attach it to the 1-day special if you have gone with that one. But also what you are getting is 2 of the extra long, or the 3, you know, 3 pots, I would say, canister. Now this one inside it has a project tray that you can use it. You can put it inside it, or you can leave it outside. It's up to you. Leonie uses hers without it, so she has got like longer brushes in here, longer tools that you can have. Again, because they stand up on their own, you can have them on your, you know, shelf or something like that. Then you have got a project tray. Now it can be a divider for beads. It can be also a palette. So for instance, you can use it as a paint, you know, maybe something like, you know, your brushes in here. Also what you can have it is as maybe you can have different, maybe you have got there like threads and needles and things like that. You can have maybe embellishments as well. There's so many ways of using it. And of course, it nice and neatly sits inside it. If you want that, your item number is 203736 is your item number. £29 and 95 pence is your price, making a saving of £20. We're saving £20. It's really good saving. Now we also have got the marker pots. Now these ones have got that silicone divider at the very top. So if, for instance, you wanted to have them horizontally, you can also hold them there. But you can see that they have got these recesses in here. Well, recess, let's show you it properly. Recess in one side, and then it has got this poking out a bit in there. Now that means that you can, I'm not going to do it but you can see how you can slide them in and out, and you can do that both side by side or top and bottom. Also, it means that you can put them, they are perfect size to fit into one of the caddies. So if you are maybe colorist and you have got a lot of pens that need sorting out, why not get that one? £10.78 is for both of them. 867361 is your item number. Now, I love this one. It's one of those ones that I really adore. Now, each of these ones, we are getting 2 of them, is designed to hold 80 markers. And that means that it has got, each of them has got a, you can see the dividers with 80 holes. However, if you are like me and you have got more than 160 markers, you can take those ones out and you can store even more in here. But also it means that, so for instance, you have got different pieces of paper. Maybe you color with alcohol markers and you have got a specialized paper. So you have got maybe 8 by 8 pieces of card. You can keep them in here. And then you can have them, keep them in here nice and neatly, and you have got both the papers and the cards and the markers that you use. The other thing that you have got, of course, the phenomenal is that you can use them like this, flat like that. Let's put it back. Or you can then open them up like this. And you can use them horizontally or vertically. This is such a well-designed product. I love it. I absolutely love it. If you want yours, your item number is 088849, and your price is £31.98. Now, then we have got the mounting bars, and then the mounting bars are 22 inches long, and you are getting 2 of them. Now, of course, it comes with the screws in there as well, and what it allows you to do is just putting them onto your wall, and then you can then put your canisters. Can you see there that lever in there? Not the lever, that little lip in there, and then you can see how they perfectly go inside. There it is, perfect. So that means that you have got all the ability to put all your canisters there nicely and neatly displayed. And for £9.99, why not multi-buy it? And you can have all those rails there or bars, so you can have all your canisters in your display. 245678. Now, the carousels, we have got 2 options. So the first option is for 9 of them. So it has got a Lazy Susan in the bottom, and then you can see how you can mix and match. It's completely clear, so you know exactly the contents. If you want yours, £15.99 is your price, saving £4, and your item number is 207206. And then maybe you want a bigger tubs. You wanted 6 of the deep tubs. So here we have got the option. It comes, of course, the Lazy Susan at the bottom. Now, if you are somebody who is thinking about food, these are not food safe, but of course you could have them on their original packaging, and then that's fine, but do not decant your products bare into those containers. Now, this one has got the option of the 6 canisters tubs. It has got a special price of £13.49 for Freedom member. If you are not, you're still getting a £5 saving, but of course you pay £14.99 plus P&P. 128125. Now, the one-day special. The one-day special, please do check it out. You are getting 4 of the caddies. Let's have a look on the website and you can see it. Or actually, just an image in there. So here you have 4 trays. You are getting 4 of the double canisters, and of course 16 of the single ones. £49.96 is your price. 2 interest-free payments of £24.98 is your price. 903010 is your item number. Now, it is an amazing one-day special. Do check it out. You have got the ability to check it out until 6 p.m. but do not miss it out and do it now, because wait. Ooh, phenomenal hour ahead with Alex and the Be Your Creative Best with Cricut. Then Crafts 2 one-day special. John Lowood is in the building. We cannot wait for that one.
Welcome to Club G45 from Graphic 45, the monthly tutorial kit that allows you to create some of the most beautiful projects by accessing a step-by-step video viewable online. This month's tutorial is the Club G45 Ocean Blue Collector's Box and Mini Album and Matchbook Box Kit. You will get almost everything you need to create both of these projects from scratch, including access to this month's step-by-step video tutorial and accompanying project sheet. Simply order yours by purchasing item number 467894 for £49.99, plus your postage from Hochanda.com, or give us a call on 01733 60 2000 for instant access to this month's Club G45 from Graphic 45.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Claritystamp Limited. We're well known in the industry for designing and manufacturing top quality, award-winning craft products. As with all craft projects, you need a good starting place, a great stamp, a top quality stencil, and in recent times we've developed the groovy parchment art system so that your line art is perfect on parchment. Another exciting development to come from the marriage between parchment and our stamp company is the fabulous designer papers and now the designer parchment. There is nothing like it. Each groovy plate is precision etched, and by simply getting in the groove with a stylus, you can easily transfer great designs onto parchment. Groovy is a modular system. The plates complement each other and work beautifully together. They are packed with elements and allow you to build your own original artwork. Whether you're a novice or a traditional parcher, you will love these plates. And for me personally, having beautiful line art is what motivated me to want to learn traditional parchment skills. So why not get in the groove with us here on Hochanda?
Hi, my name is Maggie and I'm from Impressions Crafts. I've been running my business now for 15 years. It's a small family-run business in the south of Cheshire. We have a large craft shop. We sell all sorts of beading and jewellery supplies. I have a passion for making jewellery. I love working with the Lucite style flower beads, and we make thousands and thousands of angels and have been doing so for the last few years. We've been bringing to Hochanda lots of lovely beading kits, jewellery for necklaces and bracelets and earrings, and we also bring a wide range of angels and accessories, beading accessories like bookmarks. And we also have our range of laser cut sun catchers and mobiles, all the lovely crafty beads. Hope you can tune into my shows, and looking forward to seeing you on Hochanda.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies.
I'm Kathy.
And I'm Mel. We've been with Hochanda right from the start, and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. Kathy and I get together at Pink Ink Towers, and we can't wait to share our ideas. We choose all our subject matter together, and then Kathy goes away and hand illustrates all our fantastic finished designs, and we pride ourselves on the quality of our range. On our shows on Hochanda, we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
Please tune in to the Pink Ink shows, get inspired on Hochanda.
Hello, good afternoon. Now, we have got the Cricut Maker. If you have seen this wonderful machine before, I need to and you've been thinking about it, I need to tell you that the price, you've got less than 24 hours to get this saving of £64. So please make sure you are now checking out your baskets. If you're new to the Cricut Maker, we're going to chat to Mike in a short while, but basically it's all about personalising things. So whether you want to make personalised maybe your t-shirts, our lovely Holly who's in my ear today, she's got this particular machine. And she's been making cake toppers, she's been making aprons, boxes, all sorts of things. Look at this. We've got this t-shirt. There's way more than t-shirts, though, can I just tell you. You can be making, I'm just trying to think, like baby grows and personalising those. You can personalise bags. All sorts of things. Look at that, a little mask there. What have we got here? Yes, of course, you can cut a number of different items, actually. Now, without further ado, we've got Mike on the phone. How are you, Mike?
Hello, I'm really good, thank you. How are you?
I am good. Whereabouts in the world are you?
I'm in Nottingham.
Nottingham. Oh, not too far.
Yeah. No, not too far from you guys.
Lovely. Well, I tell you what, I would love for you, because obviously you're the expert, to talk us through what we get in the kit and what it can do.
Yeah, so the Cricut Maker is the ultimate cutting machine. It's the flagship Cricut model because it can cut the most vast range of materials than any other Cricut machine out there. So that's everything from lightweight paper and silks and crepe papers, really lightweight things, all the way through to quite heavy materials like heavy-duty denim, chipboard, even balsa wood, grey board. So really kind of both ends of the spectrum, really lightweight through to really heavy. But all of that can be cut with incredible intricacy and accuracy. So really kind of beautifully intricate designs that you can cut out time and time again. So really it's just going to free up your crafting time, taking that time away from the sometimes quite monotonous task of cutting things out to the actual making. It's really going to allow you to do so much more with your crafting time and get to the fun bit of actually making things.
Cool. Now, can I just say, this is a whopper of a mat, this grey mat.
Isn't it just? It's absolutely massive. It's the biggest cutting mat I've ever seen, but it's so handy.
Yeah.
Really good if you're doing bigger projects, especially things like dressmaking projects. Really, really handy for that.
And what's the pink mat, Mike?
The pink mat. So the pink mat is slightly different to the mat underneath. So the mat underneath is a normal cutting mat. The pink mat is to pass your materials through the machine. So you will actually put your consumables, so whether it's your fabric or your card or your paper, onto that pink mat, which is slightly sticky, and then pass it through. Actually, I should say that the pink mat is just for fabric, not for paper and card.
Right.
So you put your fabric onto it, it'll pass it through the machine and then cut it out in the same way that the blue and the pink mat just behind the Maker on screen with you guys do the same thing. But yeah, it's a really great size, this larger pink mat. It's 12 by 24 inches, so double the standard length, so you can cut even bigger panels for your projects.
Excellent. And then I also see we've got some felt. You've popped some felt in for this particular deal.
Yeah, definitely. Yes, this felt is actually probably one of my favourite things to cut on the Cricut Maker. It cuts really beautifully, and obviously felt doesn't fray, so you can get really, really intricate designs cut out with the felt. And all of these felt pieces are 12 by 12 inches, so perfectly sized for those two mats, the pink and the blue mats at the back. So designed to work perfectly in tandem with all of this.
Excellent. And then I can see we've also got some tools that you've put in for us.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. So the tools are, they're not essential, so you can buy just the Maker without the tools, but they are going to make your crafting with Cricut a lot easier and just a little bit more user-friendly. So the tools are designed to help you do things like clear your mat once you've finished. So if you've got any little bits of paper and cards stuck on it, they can help you just clear that away.
Yeah.
They can also help you to weed your designs, so that's taking away the negative. So once you've cut it out, if you've got those negative bits that you've cut out that you don't want in your design, there's some little tweezers and pick tools in there. So a really, really handy tool that will just make your life a lot easier.
Excellent. And moving along, we've got some nice fabrics.
Yeah, again, so these are 100% cotton fabrics, and they've all been designed by chosen designers for Cricut, and all of these packs are perfectly sized, similar to the felt, perfectly sized to work with the Cricut mat. They're double the length of the felt, though, so they fit the 12 by 24 mat, which is that longer pink one at the front.
Yeah.
And again, it's perfectly sized, so you can really maximise what you're cutting out. And the great thing as well about these fabric packs is that all of the different fabrics within one pack have been designed to work together, so all of the colours are quite consistent amongst them all, so you don't need to have that kind of head-scratching moment where you think, oh, I need to find some fabrics that look nice together, and before you know it, you spent half an hour looking through them. We've done that hard work for you, so they kind of pick out the same colours and tones, so they work really nicely together.
That's nice. And then we've also got these pens, our lovely pens here.
Yes, yeah. So not only can you cut with the Cricut Maker, you can also draw. So the Cricut Maker, even outside of this bundle, as standard, comes with a black fine point pen, which is just for writing on card and paper. But these pens are a little bit special. So these are actually washable fabric pens.
Oh.
So if you're making fabric projects, particularly more complex projects, like if you want to make a bag or kids' clothes or something like that that requires quite a lot of pattern pieces, then a lot of the projects will actually draw the pattern numbers onto the pieces for you with the washable pen. And then once you've finished sewing it together, you just give it a wash and it will all the ink will run away. So it just helps you keep track of all these different pieces you've got. But they're also great as well for embroidery designs. So you can even draw quite detailed embroidery designs onto calico or whatever you want, and then you can embroider over those designs, and then again just wash all that ink out at the end.
Excellent. There's so much you can do. We've got a rotary cutter you've popped in for us.
Yes, yeah. So the rotary cutter is everybody I'm sure knows exactly what a rotary cutter does, but this is a really well made one. It's my go-to rotary cutter. It's super sharp. I've had mine, I was saying in the show earlier, I've had mine for a couple of years now and I use it a lot, and I've never needed to sharpen it or replacing the blade. It's still really sharp, really comfy to hold, good handle, and a perfect companion to the fabrics that we're getting here as well.
And then what's this next to it?
Yeah, so this is the extra large scraper tool. So a little bit of a strange one if you don't know what it does. It's actually designed to help clean your mat. So if you imagine you cut some, let's say some card on your mat, and then you peel it off with your beautifully intricate cut design on there, all the little bits that you cut out might still be stuck to the mat because it's got a slight level of adhesion on there. So to clear them off, instead of picking them with your fingers, which actually can damage the mat slightly, then this tool is designed to just scrape them all away in one clean go. So you can keep your mat nice and clean without needing to touch it. So it's the best way to maintain your mat.
Lovely. And last but not least, I see we've got some lovely iron-on glitter.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So this is the Jewel sampler, so really kind of deep, rich colours, and this is a really nice non-shed iron as well. So sometimes you can get glittery things that are going to leave a trail of glitter wherever you go, which some people might like that, but we don't want that in our craft room. Glitter everywhere.
There we go. Now, so again, for you at home, you've only got less than 24 hours to get this huge £64 saving. We totally, of course, understand that it's a considered purchase, but the fact you're saving £64, I mean, that is really good value. And to make it even more affordable for you, we've spread the cost not twice, but 3 ways at £162.63. Maybe club together with family members and you could buy it for someone. 506099. Next up, Mike, we're coming along to our fabulous Easy Press. What do we need this for?
Yeah, so the Easy Press is designed to help you apply iron-on vinyl, so iron-on heat transfer vinyl, just like the glitter in the previous bundle that we just showed. And the real great thing about the Easy Press versus just a normal domestic iron, which will work as well, just not as well, is that the Easy Press gets completely even heat temperature on the metal plate underneath. So you know with 100% certainty that whatever temperature you set it using the digital interface, it's going to reach that temperature really quickly, and it's going to stay that temperature throughout applying your iron on. So you're not going to get hot and cold spots, which basically means you're going to get the maximum adhesion possible. So it's not going to peel away. It's going to last through loads and loads of wears, lots and lots of washing in the machine. It's going to be permanent. It will last as long as the fabric lasts, which you just cannot achieve with a normal iron.
Nice. And then, of course, we've got the mat, so that's heat-proof, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's heat-proof, so it will completely protect your surface. You don't need to put anything else down other than that mat. You'll barely even feel any warmth on the other side of that mat. And it's also designed to really push all of the heat back up into your project. So again, working with the Easy Press itself to really make sure that you get that maximum adhesion on your project.
And you get some tools, don't you? But these are slightly smaller than the one with the Cricut Maker, aren't they?
The tools?
Oh, slightly bigger. Apologies, slightly bigger than the other ones.
The tools you're talking about, sorry?
Oh, sorry, yes.
Yeah, the tools, yep. So these are, slightly different. These are mostly designed to help with weeding your designs, like I mentioned earlier, so taking away all of the negatives but these are particularly designed to take away the negatives of iron-on.
Right.
So if you're peeling away all the little bits that you don't want around your design because you don't want to iron on all of the bits that you've cut out and you want to take away. So 5 different tools there, all designed for a slightly different type of design and type of use. They look quite strange, but once you actually get to use them, you'll realise just how handy they are. You'll be reaching to them again and again.
Excellent, and that leads us very nicely actually, because we've got the foil iron-on, plus we've got the premium vinyl, and what I really like is the Sport Flex iron-on.
Yes. So the Sport Flex is great for sportswear, as the name indicates. So if you've got something stretchy, like say like running leggings or sports cycle shorts, anything like that that has a bit of lycra in it or something that has stretch in, and you want to customize that, then that is totally possible with Sport Flex vinyl because it does stretch with the material, unlike normal iron-on, which doesn't, which will potentially, if you stretch it too much, it can crack a little bit, which is absolutely fine for a normal t-shirt or jumper because you're not going to stretch that very much. It has a tiny bit of stretch.
Yeah.
But if you are going to put it under quite a lot of stress and stretch and strain, then use the Sport Flex.
Excellent. And then last but not least, of course, we have got the bag, which is heat resistant as well. So for the whole collection then, £287 and some change. But more importantly, you can spread the cost, 3 payments of £95.98, and you've got a £28 saving. 207695 is the item number. And then last but not least, we've got a mini easy press kit, and I hadn't seen this. So just very briefly then, do you want to talk us around this one, Mike, this kit?
Yeah, definitely. So this is my favourite gadget of all time. It's basically the same as the EasyPress 9x9 that we just saw, but condensed into a tiny little mini version. And the great thing about that is, of course, you can do your bigger iron-on designs. You just need to do it in patches by passing the heat press across it. But it's great for tiny projects like baby grows or kids' clothes or caps or canvas shoes or little accessories that you just can't quite get into the little nooks and crannies with the bigger Easy Press. So particularly around things like buttons or zips where you don't want to get heat on those, this is great for just getting into those awkward areas and applying iron-on designs.
Excellent. And as we can see as well, we'll get our lovely tools. You've got the mini mat, and then you've got everyday iron-ons, lots of little mini ones. I love these little mini rolls. So if you want this, it's £110.93. You've got a £23 saving. Again, you can spread the cost 3 ways at £36.98. That's good value, isn't it? 079015. Mike, thank you so much for talking through all those products.
Oh, thank you.
And we're going to have a look at some of your lovely videos that you've sent in now. So you take care. Have a nice rest of the day. Enjoy the sun.
Brilliant. Thank you. Yeah, you too. I hope you get out to enjoy it this weekend.
Thank you. Cheers. Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
Lovely stuff. So if you would like to give us a call, 01733602000, or you can check out on the website at hochanda.com. One more reminder that you've got less than 24 hours to get your Cricut Maker machine with that £64 saving. So please check out your baskets before that goes up. And now, without further ado, we're going to go to Mike's house.
Hey, it's Mike, and in this demo I really wanted to show you just how quick and easy it is to customise your own clothes using the Cricut Maker and iron-on vinyl. So in this demo I'm going to show you how to customise a kids t-shirt. So I've got just a plain grey kids t-shirt here, and I'm going to be using these little mini rolls of everyday iron-on in these really bright colours, which are great for kids. I mean, I say great for kids, I love these as well. I've made loads of clothes using this group too. But I think the size of these and the bold colours just works really, really perfectly with kids' clothes. So if you are homeschooling or if you've got some kids to entertain, I know it's a little bit difficult these days where they can't go out quite as easily. This is a really great project to get the kids involved. They can even have a part in designing it themselves as well. So it's a really great creative activity and something a little bit different to do with them. So I've already cut out some of this red vinyl, this red iron-on, and got it onto the mat, so the adhesive mat, which is going to carry it through. This is all ready to go. I'm just going to press go on the machine. Now there is a few steps before this. I didn't want to spend too long in this demo going through them, but I will in a separate demo, so make sure, it's a little bit loud, sorry. Make sure you watch all of the demos that I'm doing today on both shows, and you will see how the software behind this machine works and how you get it up to the stage of cutting. So you can see this is already cutting away using the fine point blade. It's cutting through that vinyl, that iron-on, ready to iron on. Now I'm going to show you the t-shirt. So I have actually already added a few bits of design here, so you can see that blue and yellow is the blue and yellow from the pack here. So I'm making this spaceship design. So I've already added 2 layers. So the blue is that back layer. I then added the yellow as a second layer, and this red is going to form the third and final layer, which is going to complete our little spaceship t-shirt. So I'm going to put that to one side for now. So this is already cut out. That was a lot quicker than I was expecting. It always surprises me. And then I'm going to just peel this away very carefully. So take this iron-on away from that sticky mat, and then we can put that sticky mat to one side. And it's good to keep that top plastic layer that it comes with just to protect it from dust. So I will definitely be doing that once the demo has finished. I'm going to make sure this is looking good. So you won't be able to see anything on that, certainly not on the camera, but I'm going to use a bright pad. So this is a light box, but this is the Cricut's own bright pad. And it's completely scratch proof, so it's great for this process of weeding, which is basically taking away all of the negatives of the design that we don't want. So all of the iron-on around the vinyl that we want. Now I'd already cut my plastic, my iron-on, down to size. I knew roughly the size that I wanted. But you can use small offcuts if you've got any, or you can use the full sheet. So you can open up the whole roll and put that onto the mat if you want. You don't need to pre-cut it. If you haven't pre-cut it, now is the stage to do it, just before you do your weeding, cut it down to size. But it is good if you keep all of your offcuts as well, because you can use them in future projects. So you can really be quite savvy with your materials and not waste anything. Now I'm using quite a big piece here, and it'll become apparent why. I normally wouldn't have this much white space around my design. I'd normally be a little bit more sparing so that I can get more use out of it, but it will become apparent why I've done that for this project. So if you see there, I started off using this little weeding tool, which is in the basic tool set, just to hook away the design, and then I just use my fingers to peel away all of that excess. So we don't need that, so I'll put that to one side. And you can see now we've got that final bit of detail for our rocket ship. So I'm going to put my bright pad just to one side, and then I'm going to bring in the Cricut mats. This is the heat-proof mat. And I talk about that in another one of the demos in a little bit more detail, but essentially it's going to protect our work surface whilst also making sure that our project comes out as good as possible. Now I'm going to place my design on very carefully on top of my 2 layers that are already there. Bear with me, I want to make sure this is nice and neat. There you go, that's looking good. Now the reason that, just before I do, actually I'm going to turn this on, I'll talk about the EasyPress Mini in a second. Now the reason that I cut this plastic a lot bigger than it looks like I needed is because I want that plastic to cover all of the previous layers. You don't want any of the blue or the yellow peeping out from underneath this protective plastic, because it's going to melt. If you get the heat directly onto the iron-on, it will melt it and damage it. But with this plastic over, it's all good. So we've got the little EasyPress Mini here now. I'm just going to get my computer out of the way. This is like a little mini version of the normal EasyPress, which I used in another demo. So I'll talk about it in a little bit more detail there, the technology behind the EasyPress. But the great thing about the EasyPress Mini is it's just perfect for getting into little awkward bits on your projects. If you've got seams or zips or buttons in the way, which is very common with kids' clothes, or if you're making accessories like caps or even shoes, canvas shoes, if you want to add iron-on designs to them, it's very, very difficult with a larger standard size EasyPress. So the little EasyPress Mini is great for getting into those projects. I also use my EasyPress Mini in sewing as well. I find it really helpful to press open my seams and just press small projects. I have it right next to my sewing machine, plugged in, so I don't need to be going up and down to the kitchen and ironing things, which, let's face it, that's a bit of a faff, so you're going to skip it, but when you're sewing, you really do need to be pressing things quite regularly. So this little EasyPress Mini is probably my most used gadget in the craft room. I really love it, and if you've already got one of these, then you will know why I love it so much. If not, then as soon as you get one, you will probably be questioning how you managed without one for so long. So you can see I'm giving this a little bit of movement. That's how we use the EasyPress Mini rather than the larger EasyPresses, which you just hold static. I'm giving it a little bit of pressure as well. And you can see it's got 3 heat settings, so there's low, medium and high. This is to be used, so the everyday iron-on, which is this, is designed to work on the medium temperature setting. And I know that because I looked at the interactive Cricut guide. So if you search online for Cricut interactive guide, you will find a really easy intuitive guide, and it will tell you exactly the temperature settings that you need and the time to press this for. So that's quite warm. I'm just going to flip that over and give a quick press on the other side. Just helps the adhesion here. Now you'll notice there's no timer on the EasyPress Mini, just purely due to the size and keeping the technology as small as possible. It just can't all fit in, unfortunately. But it does give you a rough time on that interactive guide, and this one's about 20 to 30 seconds of pressing. So I think I might have gone a little bit over there. A bit tricky to count while I'm talking as well. So this should be ready. I'm now going to just peel this gently back. Yeah, that looks great. That red layer stuck on really, really well. And this iron-on set, sorry, is really, really great for layering like this. You can layer up to sort of 3 to 5 layers, I recommend. If you're getting above 5 layers of iron-on, then it's risking it coming out not quite as good as possible. And one thing to keep in mind is if you're using something like a glitter iron-on, that's always got to be the very, very top layer. You can't stick things on top of glitter just due to the surface of it. It's not going to stick very well. So make sure you only layer up just the standard everyday iron-on or even a Sport Flex, anything like that, but glitter needs to go on top. But for things like this, you can go in any order. And there we go, that's looking great. So can you see that? 3 layers there, all layered on top of each other in these really bright everyday iron-on colours to make this top. And although I've only just put 1 layer on there, I mean, I did that in 5 minutes, and that was including cutting it out as well. So from start to finish to do the 3 layers, you could easily do this in 15 minutes maybe, but it's great to get the kids involved with as well because they can choose their own colours, they can choose their design. There's a huge library of designs and images on the Cricut Design Space software which powers the machine. They will have a blast looking through and trying to find the design that they want to make their t-shirt with. There we go.
Cool, and I think I've actually got that t-shirt here. I think this is the one. Yes, it is. How good is this? So there you go. It's in the building, but you can see how much fun you can have personalising all of your lovely things. And you know what? You might even decide you're going to start your own business and start selling your personalised items online as well. That is just food for thought. Now, I said earlier about you've got less than 24 hours to get the £64 saving on this. I hadn't realised that actually those savings on all of the other show offers, they also go back up in less than 24 hours time. So please check out your baskets. Right. So you've got your fabulous Cricut Maker machine itself. It's a spaceship, isn't it? It's amazing. And the amount of things that you could do with this machine and personalise all of those items are fantastic. Then you've got your absolutely huge cutting mat down here. I mean, it's so massive. Do we have those dimensions at all? It is 24 by 36 inches. And then you've also got your longer mat here, the fabric mat. That's slightly longer, 12 by 24. But then up here, you've got your 12 by 12s of your fabric mat. And then this mat is for your other items and whatnot. Papercraft, that's the word, I couldn't think of it. Then you've also got some 12 by 12s of the felt for you. That's, 10 of those just to get you started, And then also over here, of course, we've got our fabulous tools, basic tools for your weeding and scraping, and also you've got some scissors in there. They've even put in some fabrics to get you started, and they really colour coordinate very nicely. Then, of course, we've got our pens, washable pens. So this machine is not just for cutting. You've got a fabulous rotary cutter, you've got that bigger scraper, and then I love the glittery iron-on. It's so cool, lovely, rich colours. So this is a wonderful bundle for you. Again, please do remember that £64 saving is going to go up tomorrow. It's 3 payments of £162.63, so we've tried to make it as affordable as possible by spreading the cost 3 ways. Maybe club together, because if you know someone who wants one, believe me, they will thank you for it once you've bought it for them. 506 099. Now you can get the maker on its own. Here it is. So you'll get the actual maker plus you'll get your mats, because some of you are going for that. You just want that. This is $379.99. I'm sure we can also spread the cost. There you go. 3 payments of $126.66. Item number here is 091641. You can give us a call 01733602000, or you can check out on the website at hochanda.com. And now we're going to head back over to Mike for another demo.
Hey, it's Mike. So in today's show bundle, we have got this pack of felt, craft felt included, amongst lots of other goodies in there. So I thought it would be really good to focus this demo on cutting the felt using the Cricut Maker, just so that you can see just how beautifully well this cuts using the machine. It's one of my favourite things to cut felt. I think it cuts really cleanly and you can get some really fantastically intricate shapes and make some quite unusual things that you might not have thought of before. So I've actually already made a project using this exact pack of felt, so you can see all the different colours. So you get the purple, red, yellow, blue, pink, a few different greens, browns, grey. There's loads in there that you can do. And if you see this project just on the front, an example project, the succulents, I've actually taken that project and adapted it slightly to make this little felt banner, which I thought is quite cool. It's quite nice for the sort of spring, late spring that we're coming into now. So you can see I've used the green felt on a grey felt backdrop. So all of this was cut out and designed using the Cricut Maker and the Design Space software. All of it was existing projects and shapes within Design Space already. So I didn't need to create anything from scratch. It was all there ready to go. I just adjusted the sizes to what I want. And it was really, really easy to make. So I'm going to show you how it works. Out of the way. So I've already taken the green felt that I'm going to use, this kind of moss green felt, and I've applied it to the pink fabric mat. Now it's important that you do use the pink mat because I'm going to be using the rotary blade to cut the felt out, and that only works, or it works best with the fabric grip mat. So make sure you add your felt to the fabric grip pink mat. So I've added that on. I'm going to use my brayer tool just to be extra safe and make sure it's stuck down nicely. It's really important that you do get a good stick. If not, it can wobble a little bit as you cut it, and you don't want that to happen. But if you give it a good press, there's no reason that's going to go anywhere. Right, I'm now going to put this into the Maker, and I've already queued up my design in the software just before I started filming, so my laptop's just over here out of shot. It's all ready. I'll show you exactly how to get to this stage in a different demo, but for now just know that it was all done on Design Space and this is ready to cut. So just going to make sure that's in, and then press the flashing arrow button, and that locks it in place. So that's now locked in, that's not going anywhere. And now, in a moment, this button is going to flash, there we go, and we can press green for go. So, yeah, there we go, that's detected the tool. So we've got the rotary blade loaded in there. First of all, it passes through, make sure it's got enough space on the back to clear through. It does a little check just to make sure that we've got the correct blade loaded in there. So if you do load the wrong blade, or if you forget to put your blade in, it's not going to go anywhere, don't worry. You're not going to waste your material by cutting it incorrectly. So now you can see that's starting to cut out already. So we've just cut out a leaf shape. We're now cutting out one of the succulent shapes. And this is quite an intricate shape, as you can see. These kind of star shapes, but they've got these little teardrop ends and also these leaves as well. So you can get really surprisingly intricate shapes using this machine. Now, of course, it cuts a lot more than just felt. So with the Cricut Maker, it is the ultimate smart cutting machine. It's the best cutting machine on the market. It will cut out a massive, unbelievable variety of materials. That's everything from fabrics, so felt like this, but more standard fabrics like cotton, tweed, hessian, heavy denim, sort of jean weight denim, through to chambray and lightweight denim. silk, just so many different types of fabrics, and that's just the fabrics. It can also, of course, cut out things like paper, cardstock, so if you're a paper crafter, if you make greetings cards, if you're a scrapbooker, it's brilliant for that. It uses a slightly different blade. It uses the fine point blade to cut out non-fabric things rather than the braided blade, which is what we're using now. But that will come with the machine in the bundle, so you can pretty much make anything you want. Of course, there's also all of the iron-on and heat transfer vinyl as well that you can cut out as well, which I'll show in some of the other demos today. So it really is the ultimate smart cutting machine. It can cut, there's thousands of materials it can cut, and as you scroll through Design Space, the software that powers it, you will see a full list of all the materials it can cut, and there's things on there that I've never heard of before. There's so much that it can cut out, so I do recommend that you go and have a look on the Design Space software and just see what it can do. Right, so that's already cut out for us, nice and quick, so I'm going to press the flashing button again. It makes it very easy to know what to do because it flashes with the button that you need to press next. Now you probably can't see on screen that that's cut because it is quite fine, but it has cut out. I'm going to now use just my little tweezer tools here. So these are flat edge tweezers that are available in the basic tool set, and just gently peel this out, and this is where you can see just how intricate that has cut. So can you see that? So all we need to do now is just add a little bit of glue to this tab, like a hot glue or a fabric glue, and then stick it together, and you get that, move my fingers that way, you get that lovely succulent flower shape. So that's one. And then I've done a slightly smaller one here, which goes into the middle just to give it that layered effect. So you can see just for comparison, got the two shapes there, so they go into each other like that. And then I've also cut a leaf shape. So a much simpler shape here, just a flat leaf shape as well. And you can see how I've incorporated all of those in this banner here. Nice and easy to put together. And the great thing as well about this felt is that not only is it obviously perfectly designed to cut with the Cricut Maker, it's a Cricut fabric, so you will find this exact material listed in that drop-down list that I mentioned of all the materials, so you know that the settings are already loaded into the software and into the machine, so it will cut perfectly. As I've shown, it will cut perfectly on the first time. But the great thing about it is that it's perfectly cut as well, perfectly sized to the fabric mat, so you can be really quite efficient with the space. You can use it edge to edge. You don't need to trim it down before you work with it. And you can really maximise the shapes that you're cutting out because it does fill that gap. It's got a good blend between being quite sturdy, quite strong. It's really going to stand up to some projects. You can make small kind of accessories and bags and little like badges or little pins or anything like that, as well as scrapbooking and paper crafts. You can add it to that. But it's also quite soft as well. It's not kind of sort of flimsy and kind of weak craft felt. It's actually got a quite nice softness to it, but a good sturdiness. So it's a really nice blend that's been perfectly designed to work with the Cricut Maker. But just remember, this is not all that it can do. There is so much more that it can cut.
And here we have the finished sample. We've got it here in the studio. It's cool, isn't it? So it's using the felt that you do get in your Cricut Maker bundle. I'm liking that. Now, another addition which a lot of people get because it goes hand in hand with the Cricut Maker machine is, of course, the Easy Press. Now, the Easy Press is not just any old iron. The Easy Press, you heat it up. Also, there are instructions on, depending on whether you're using an iron-on or a vinyl, etc. It'll tell you how what the temperature is to heat up. Am I saying this right, Holly? Because she's, yeah, good. To heat up, and then how long it will be, and then this lovely space here, the whole thing heats up. In fact, I'm just going to lift it. Oh, careful. From edge to edge. So, you know, with normal irons, you don't get edge to edge. This is full coverage that it heats up. That's why it's so important. And it beeps as well when it's done, like a microwave. And then you can see it's also got this little pan, if you will, that it sits in, so everything stays nice and safe. And obviously this is heat resistant, so it's absolutely fine. Plus you're getting the mat. Again, that is heat resistant. So that's when you're going to put like your whatever it is, let's say your t-shirt down, and then you put the easy press onto that. So this is nice and safe for you as well because it's heat resistant. The bag itself is brilliant. The bag is stylish. I would just have this as a bag. I would literally leave this out like so, because remember it's got its protective bottom, and I would use this as a brilliant, you know, bag to carry around. But anyway, also so you know, because the bag itself is also heat resistant, so even if this is still warm, you can pop it back in. It's a bit like, you know, your straighteners cases, do you know what I mean? But an easy press case. And then we've also got some tools, weeding tools, which are very handy. I know they look like dentist tools, but they're not. So they're your weeding tools and all sorts that you saw Mike using there, you know, how he was taking the felt away and all of that. And then you get some fabulous things to play with. So you've got some foil iron-on, and that's really nice because it's your lovely gold. It's almost, we just say, it's, oh, in fact, you've got lots of different colours in there. Hang on, if I bring it forward. That's just, you see the stripes there. So in here you have got, looks like your gold, like an antique gold, almost like a red. There's a rose gold, and then you've got a normal gold there. So this particular one is called Ladylike. Ooh, right up my street. And then you've also got, Marcus is laughing at me. And then you've also got the vinyl. This is called Tropical, where you can see why. Look, you've got, I'm just looking, oh, I'm knocking the set over, standard. You've got some reds, some yellows, some greens, lovely blues, and then that gorgeous turquoise. Righty-ho. So that is your premium vinyl. And then the sports, it's the Sports Flex iron-on, and in a short while we're going to see Mike doing a demo on this. So this is really good if you've got stretchy material like your lycras. In fact, hang on, it's probably this I imagine he's going to make. Yeah. So have a look here. So you can see this is a bit stretchy, and what it means is that lovely Sport Flex, it won't crack. So that is really good. You don't want that when you spent time personalising a t-shirt or whatnot. So if you want to go for this, again, that saving is only until tomorrow. You can spread the cost, 3 payments instead of 2, which is good, so it makes it more affordable. 3 payments, oh, it's gone. 3 payments of £95.98. Item number here is 207695, and you do have that £28 saving not to be sniffed at. I thought I would knock the pack shot over. Yes. Then, this is cute. I had not seen this. There's a little mini version of your Easy Press. How cute. So then that's nice and portable, isn't it? So what we've got here, oh, and I haven't said yet, if you want to know about, was it the Design Space? Lovely. The Design Space, you know, that software and everything. That is basically Mike demonstrated that at 2 p.m. I believe it was this afternoon. So because we haven't got time, obviously we want to show different demos that he sent in. So I do want you to have a look at the 2 p.m. show with Paola this morning on Rewind. Well, it was this afternoon, wasn't it? On Rewind, it'll tell you all about the Design Space, and also he talks through the products absolutely fantastically, as he did earlier. Here we go. We've also got the mini one. This is cute. So again, you can see it's like a mini iron, but not your normal iron, because again, the whole base heats up from edge to edge. That is why it's important. You've got the little base, again, heat resistant that it sits into. It's very cute. It looks like a little alien. Anyway, then you've got your little mini mat for you to iron your Easy Press and whatever you've made. Then you've also got the weeding tools. They're fabulous. So you've got your weeder, your hook weeder, your piercing tool, your hook tweezers, and your fine tweezers. Lovely. So that's what's in there. And then we come along to the different iron-ons, lots of different colours. I'm trying to see, what have we got? We've got, oh, nice, blues, yellows, reds, all the colours under the sun, really. Well, not all of them, but pinks. That teal is lovely, grey. And then down here we've got our lovely purples and pinks. And then we've also got more neutrals here. And now with this one, you can spread the cost again 3 ways. You can either go for it outright at £110.93, or you can spread the cost 3 times, £36.98, and this has a £23 saving. Again, that saving is going to go back up tomorrow. 079015 is the item number. The number to call, of course, is 01733 602000, or have a look on our website at hochanda.com. Make sure you get those discounts on all of these lovely bundles. And now we're going to head back to Mike for the final demo.
Right, I don't know about you guys, but during lockdown I have really been relishing my daily exercise. I've been exercising quite a lot more than normal, whether it's going for a run or a bike ride or just a long walk. I've been really getting into it and really making the most of that time outside of the house and away from lockdown. So with that in mind, I thought it would be quite cool today to customise a sports top and show you exactly how I'm going to do it. So I've got just a plain sports top, so this is polyester with quite a bit of stretch in there, pretty standard sports top, pretty plain right now, but I'm going to add a customised design to it and show you how I'm going to do it. Now, to make the sports top, I'm going to be using Sport Flex vinyl, which comes in a range of different colours. There's a few here, and then there's some other colours available on the show today as well. And the difference between Sport Flex vinyl and normal iron-on vinyl that you might have seen before, you might have even used it before, is that Sport Flex vinyl actually has a degree of stretch in it. So once you've applied it to a stretch fabric, when you stretch that fabric over where you've applied the design, it's not going to crack and peel away or anything like that. It's actually going to stretch with the fabric. So I have added a small little sample just before this demo, just so that I can show you. So see here, I've added this little gear design. You can see as I stretch that, the Sport Flex vinyl is stretching and giving with it. So this is great for sports clothes, yoga clothes, cycling clothes, anything like that, leggings, all that kind of stuff. Now, to apply my design, I've already cut out a design from Sport Flex vinyl. So can you see this? I don't know if you can quite see that on the camera. This little heartbeat design with a bike in the middle, which is quite cool. I do quite a lot of cycling. So I cut this out using my Cricut Maker. I am going to show how to cut out vinyl in a different demo today, so make sure you watch both of the shows from start to finish and you can see that. But just to save time, I've already cut this out before and weeded it, so that means I've taken away all that negative design. So I've got the design ready to go and ready to be applied. So all I need to do is take my t-shirt and just lay this flat onto my iron-on heat-proof mat. So this is perfectly designed to work with the Easy Press, which I'll talk about in a second, and iron-on vinyl, including Sport Flex vinyl, to really get the best results for your project. Now, to apply the design, I'm going to be using the Easy Press 2, and this is the 9x9 size. So I'll just turn it on so it can start to get to temperature. Now, what this is essentially a heat press, or if you imagine a domestic iron. So it's got a metal plate at the bottom that's going to heat up, and we can use that heat as a press to fuse the iron-on vinyl, the Sport Flex vinyl, to your fabric. But this is going to work so much better than a normal domestic iron. One of the main reasons that it can is that it gets completely even heat temperature on that bottom plate. So that metal plate that I mentioned, from edge to edge, is going to get to the exact temperature that we set. Unlike a normal iron, oh, it's just beeped, so that means it's got its temperature already. Unlike a normal iron, which is going to have hot spots and cold spots, and you're just not going to be confident that it's the right temperature that you need, which will be apparent in the finished products because it can start to peel away or just not fuse. Certainly not through a couple of times in the washing machine. Unlike using the Easy Press, if you use it correctly, it will last you time and time again. So, just make sure this design is aligned. So what I'm doing is just lining up my design, I hope you can see that on the camera, onto my t-shirt. I'm just going to eyeball it, make sure it's straight, that looks good to me. So this carrier plastic is heat proof and it's got a slight level of stick to it, so that's stuck down temporarily. I've set the temperature and I've set the time using this little keypad and this little screen here. So you can see I can press the temperature and I can change this up and down, and the same with the time. I can change that to an accuracy of seconds. Now, the reason that I know this needs to be set at this time and temperature is because on the Cricut website there is an interactive guide So if you search for Cricut interactive guide, then you'll find it. All you need to do is input the type of iron-on and the type of fabric that you're fusing to, and it will tell you the exact settings. Right, enough talk, let's make this t-shirt. So I'm going to place this on, press the green button, and that's going to start the timer counting down. Now I'm adding a slight bit of pressure to this. It's not essential, but it does help it. So just a little bit of pressure. I'm talking about just a finger's worth of pressure. So if you've got dexterity issues, don't worry too much about that. You can just leave it like this, but it's good just to be safe, just to give it a little bit of pressure. So this is counting down. We've got 5 seconds to go. When that's done, it will make a beep, so I know it's finished. There we go. Now you'll notice there is a little bit sticking out the end, so I just wanted to do this to show you that it doesn't matter if your design is a bit bigger than the plate. All you can do is just move that over and do it again just to get that last bit over there. So I'm doing the exact same process just in 2 batches. And that's really good to know. This is the 9x9 size, 9 inches square. But don't think that you have to have a 9x9 inch design. You can have a tiny design if you want, or you can have a massive design if you're making a big wall hanging or a tablecloth or something. You can just work in patches over it. So it's a really versatile size, this. So a couple of seconds left on this side. There we go. Then, before we take that off, I'm just going to flip it over so you can see already that's starting to look good. Flip that over onto the mat and just give it a little bit of a press on the other side as well. Just a few seconds, and this just helps it bond. Now it is good to pre-wash your fabrics and your clothes or whatever you're applying to, and make sure they're completely dry beforehand. So I'd already done that before the show. Again, that's just going to help them last a lot longer. And now I'm just going to let this cool down. This is what's called a warm peel, so you need to peel it while it's warm. Now this is very, very hot to the touch, so I don't want to peel that just yet because I don't want to burn my fingers, so do be careful if you're doing this. While that's cooling down, I'll just quickly talk about this mat here. I mentioned it briefly at the start. Now this has got 5 patented layers of technology, so like everything Cricut does, it's not just as it meets the eye, it's a lot more underneath this. This is designed to pass all of that heat back up into the adhesive to make sure it sticks properly. And underneath this, I mean, that is completely cool to the touch. Yeah, I can't feel any temperature difference, which is amazing because it's not particularly thick. So this is going to really protect your table as well as improve the quality of the finished piece. Right, that's feeling good. This should be ready to go. If you do have a few issues when you're peeling this off and it's not quite stuck, it's rare, but all you need to do is just put this carrier plastic back on and give it a little heat press again. But as you can see, absolutely no issues here. It's very, very rare that it doesn't work the first time if you've got the settings right, and the Cricut website, as I mentioned, that interactive guide will help you find those settings. So I'm just going to peel this off. Now you can see I'm peeling this away, completely away from itself. I'm not tugging it upwards, I'm slowly walking it away in the opposite direction. That's a good technique. There we go, so we can get rid of that carrier heat-proof plastic now, and that's our finished t-shirt with this little bike design. Now I'll give that a little stretch, and if you can see, that's stretching really nicely with the fabric here. So perfect for exercise clothes. It's great particularly with things like yoga or cycle shorts or sports leggings that are going to come under quite a lot of stress and stretch. If we use normal iron-on here, there's a risk it might crack because it's not designed to stretch. It's great for t-shirts like this where there's no stretch or movement, but here you really want to use the Sport Flex vinyl. So there we go, ready for me to wear on more of my lockdown exercises.
Yay! And then here it is. This is the t-shirt in question. And again, I'm going to give this a good stretch. Look at this. So it doesn't crack at all. It's brilliant. There's nothing worse than that. Sometimes you buy t-shirts and they're not very good quality and they've got what looks like this sort of thing on, and then you wash it a few times and it cracks. No, this is the good stuff, and it comes with your easy press and the mini easy press if you want to. So look, this is all about personalising, as you can see. You could even start making your own business if you wanted to. I know a lot of people do that and sell them on certain sites and things. So you can personalise, you know, t-shirts, you can do home decor, you could do, you know, invites. Now, obviously, not many weddings are happening at the moment, but when we do get going again, and of course, wedding invites for next year, once more you could start up your own little business, or just make your own, because it saves a fortune. Because when you buy wedding invitations and get them made, gosh, sometimes they're really, really pricey, aren't they? What about party invites? Well, I know we can't have a party at the moment. Well, I don't know, 6 people or something at 2 meters distance, whatever the latest is. But, you know, you could make, oh, this is a nice idea from Charlotte. She said you could make personalised hampers. You could indeed. The possibilities are absolutely endless with this fabulous machine. So have a little think about it. Remember that £64 saving will be going back, basically you'll lose that by tomorrow. I don't want you to pay that extra £64. Right then, let's go through our fabulous spaceship of a machine. And it all closes really nicely as well. But you have to do them both together, do you? Like so. I'm trying to be delicate, and then, here we go. Ooh, I could just sit and play with it like that, couldn't I? But yeah, you've got the machine itself. When you get the instructions, and there's a lot of online support as well, which is brilliant, it literally talks you through step by step. And once you get the hang of it, Holly in my ear, would you say it's nice and easy? Yes, she said, and that was a definite yes. A strong yes from Holly. So you've got the machine. Also, should we take a little look? You get this booklet here, the Cricut Maker, ready to get started. Yes, please. And then it'll go through. So let's have a look what's in the instructions. So it's got the what's included in the box, everything you need to get started. Making, design space. Remember, you can go on rewind, and Mike's got a little video of that at 2 o'clock. Then there's the library, which is full of images, fonts and projects themselves. Let's have a little flick through. So it tells you about the making, as I said, design space. What else have we got? Yeah, the library. There's so many images on there for you, which is fantastic. A little cacti. Oh, look, you can make finger puppets. Now that's cute, isn't it? Look at that. Look, as you said, look, you can make your own tags, cards. What else have we got? Oh, nice. You can use materials, of course. Then it talks you through the different blades. So you've got the rotary blade and the knife blade, because, of course, you can cut through balsa wood, all sorts. Then, of course, not just do your cutting, but you can also draw designs with your machine. That talks you through all the mats. So in this one, with this doodah offer, you've got the light grip mat, and then you've also got your fabric grip mat, plus you've got the slightly longer fabric grip mat as well. It talks you through your tools and a quick reference guide. But as I said, there's always some online support for you too. So yeah, I mentioned the machine, and then you've got the huge cutting mat here. It is massive. It even hangs over this side as well. This is the slightly longer fabric mat. This is 12 by 24, I believe, inches. And then up here, we have got our other mats. So we've got the fabric mat and then the light mat. There. They are 12 by 12s. And then coming along, you've got your felt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Have we got 10, have we? Yes, excellent. 10 sheets of the felt. Again, just to get you started so that you've got some materials to pop into your machine. The tools. Now, these tools, you've got the spatula, the weeder, you've got the scraper, the scissors, and you've got the tweezers. They're in there, and they are very handy to have, let me tell you. So I'm glad that they're in this particular bundle. Moving along then, you've also got the fabrics. They have been toned for you, so you don't even have to think about it. I like these. Look, and actually on the back, you can see there's some suggestions of other things that you might want to make. Look, that's adorable, with your fabrics. Okay, so you're getting 2 of those bundles. Then coming down here, those are your pens. They are washable pens, and you're getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those. Following on, you've got the rotary cutter, which of course has the safety catch thing. And then you've got the bigger scraper. And then last but not least, you have got the gorgeous glitter iron-on. Look, feel like I'm going to a disco. I really like that. So let's talk about the numbers. Yeah, let's talk business, as Charlotte said. That £64 saving, you're going to lose that unless you check out because it's going to go back up in less than 24 hours. Now, what we've done in order to make it nice and affordable for you is we spread the cost not twice but 3 ways. Again, that makes it less expensive in terms of the chunks of payments that you have to make. £162.63 in 3 instalments. Item number is 506099. If you know someone in your life that really wants this, it would be well worth clubbing together maybe some other family members and purchasing this for them, because anybody I know that's got it, there's 2 people who work here that have, say they absolutely love it and it's a dream and they use it all the time. See you after the break. Well, next up, you're going to love this. We have got John Lockwood in the building for the Crfts 2 one-day special. Following that, we've got Quilters Trading Post. And after that, it's again me with John for the one-day special.
Hi, my name is Catherine Sturrock and I work in collaboration with FMM. FMM creates some wonderful cake decorating cutters. We've brought them to Hochanda and used them with air dry clay to create some beautiful flowers, leaves and other florals. We use them then to decorate various products such as laser cut designs, mixed media, card making and many other items. So join me on Hochanda and let me guide you through the process of putting together various flowers such as roses, peonies and lots more besides.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. At Stamps Away we create a lot of MDF products because we have laser cutters and router cutters. We also create our own stencils and masks. We try and make everything we can in-house so that you've got all the materials you need to create your projects. If you're watching a show with me on Hochanda, you'll expect to see lots of different techniques, lots of ways of using the products that we produce, and it's all very much mixed media, so pretty much anything goes. So I hope you won't miss the shows on Hochanda with Stamps Away.
Hi, I'm Anna and I'm a founder of Craftbox UK. Craftbox is a box full of craft supplies that we send to our customers monthly. All products are placed in a beautiful, sturdy box, which is ribbon tied, and we hope that by receiving this box you will feel like it's Christmas every month. Make sure you don't miss the Craftbox shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan and I bring Spellbinders products here to Hochanda. Spellbinders are an American-based company and they have been in the industry for well over 15 years. Spellbinders have always brought us dies with stunning detail, but today you will find tools, dies and stamps within the Spellbinder range. What I love about Spellbinders is their partnership with licensed designers. This always keeps my creativity flowing. I hope to inspire you with lots of hints and tips on how to use your Spellbinder products. So join us for the Spellbinder shows here on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Barbara.
And I'm Julie.
And together we're Scarlet Rose Crafts. We're a family-run business, been in business for 2 years, and our aim is to bring new and innovative new products to the crafting industry.
We've both been involved in crafting industry for many years, and we're continuing to move forward with our new company now.
The Easy Mat Plate is our flagship product, followed by our innovative Easy Shim product.
Our range includes diamond trail plates, ultra-sized dies, cards and sticky sheets.
We're constantly developing new and unusual products, so watch this space.
On our shows, we hope to inspire you with our products so that you can carry on crafting, because our motto is, because we can.
So don't miss the Scarlet Rose Craft shows on Hochanda.
Well, hello! We have got a brand new one-day special at What a One-Day Special it is. Shall we say hello to John Lockwood, who is ready to do some demonstrations in the other side of the studio. Hello, John.
Hello, Auntie Paola. Hola, chica.
Hola, chico. And now, muy bien, eh? Now, of course, we are going to do the show in English, don't you worry. And but what we have got here is two options for the one-day special. We have got the first option is the squares ones, and then the second option is the circles. But let's have a look at what you are getting, whichever one-day special you are getting. You are getting 3 amazing dies. Now, if you are one of those ones that likes to invest in dies that have multiple of uses, this is the one-day special for you. Now, I'm going to just show you quickly the circles here. I think the heat has got to them. There you can see how gorgeous they are. Now, think about, we have got so many samples to show you, but you can see the die cut, how the 3 dies will cut individually, but then how you can layer them together. Remember, this is the circles, and then the second option is, or the first option, depending how you look at it, is the squares. Now, what they mean is that you can layer them together. You can use them individually. You can layer them in different ways. Look at the paper piercing in here as well. So imagine to draw through them. But look at what you can create. I think this is very reminiscent of very posh, high-end, brand. And this is what you can create with dies. I love the way that you can create quickly and easily backgrounds in there. Look at that. Also, I'm thinking masculine cards. They are already, this is phenomenal in here. And look at that. Now this, I love that, because it shows you that, of course, you have got all these squares, but you can hide away some, of course, the toppers. Now, remember that you have got 3 dies in the square option and 3 dies on the circle option. Now, whichever option you go for, £34.97 is your price, making a saving of £7. 851468, and then it's your choice circles or squares. However, if you want, like I do, everything, you want a complete collection, we have got that option as well for you. And it's even better because you have got an additional saving of £10. You're going to get the 3 of the squares and the 3 of the layering, multi-layering circles there. Now that means that it's the price of £59.99, I think it is. But if you are a Freedom member, you have got a further saving. Remember that those individual savings are carried forward. So that saving of £15.99 is actually it doesn't account for the one-day special saving. £53.95 is all you're paying if you are a Freedom member. Now, if you want to spread the cost, you have got that option as well. 2 interest-free payments of £26.98. That's all you're paying today, and then you pay the next month £26.98. Remember that saving of £15.99 plus the additional savings from the individual ODSs are included in that price. 241664 is the item number. Now, John, can you tell us a little bit more about the concept behind this one-day special?
Yeah, certainly can do. We launched multi-layer dies with press cut about, I think it was nearly a year ago now, and there were some designs, some proprietary designs that we'd got from the manufacturers. and I said I thought to me there were gaps missing, and I wanted some basics. So what we did is I actually drew these. So I've actually drawn these specifically to sort of go into there. So what you've got is, if we go through the squares here, what you're actually seeing is you've got layer A. It's a simple die that cuts you out these row of the squares. Then you've got layer B. So you've got layer B, and what that's got is a smaller square in it, but I've also added all this stitch detail in here, so that you've got a stitch detail so you can use it on its own. But if I stitch it round, you've got layer C, which gives you a smaller square again going in, but again gives you a double layer of the stitch detail through. And actually gives you more stitch lines. So if I actually show you this way, there is layer C. So you've got there all the squares with the stitch detail. The idea is then you can layer B over the top and get it in the right order.
Wow.
Then you can layer A over the top again, and I'll be showing you in different colours. But it gives you a completely different look with the 3 layered, as opposed to that. I mean, I think you've got the coloured samples, haven't you, Paola?
I do.
So you can show the colours a little bit better than I can.
I can show you exactly how it looks in here. Now you can see how you will be using, and something like that, gorgeous with the squares, of course, in there as well. And then another sample, just to show you the versatility of these dies. Now the versatility of mixing and matching them. Now, if you want to go for the one-day special, of course you can, but I would recommend to go for the complete collection, because that way you have got all 6 sides that coordinate perfectly as well. Now, also, if you flexify it, now the complete collection, one payment is cheaper than that if you were going for the one-day special on its own. Now, there you have it. The flexi freedom of the complete collection is basically 2 payments of £26.98. So you pay £26.98 and you get them, all 6 of them. And you can mix them and matching them. They are absolutely phenomenal. And I love how you can also use of course, the leftovers of the circles. Right, so we are going to be showing as well what else is, by the way, we have to mention, it is brand new today as well.
It is, yeah. These are brand new. This is the launch. We've not launched these anywhere else. This is the first time that anyone's actually seen these dies. And it's the first time that we actually launched them anywhere, and I just can't wait to play with them.
It is. I have to say, I'm jealous of you, because it's one of those collections that you want to play with. If you want to play with them at home, the number you need is 241664 is your item number. Over 10% of the complete collection has already gone. Why not check out your baskets for yours? Now, we have got inks as well from Ice Inks. Now, these are, I know John is a massive advocate of them, but not only John, but also our Leone. She has been using as well some of those ones. And John, can you tell us what it makes them so special?
What's so special and different to me on these, and I've always said this before, I'm not an ink spray person, or I wasn't before I got these, because they drip, they're messy, they clog, they take hours to dry, the colours are insipid. With these, I'm going to bring mine in, so just excuse me from leeching off. The difference with the Ice Ink sprays is these are in non-clog bottles, which means that if you continue to spray and you continue to spray, they will continue going. Yeah. Absolutely. If you sit them and leave them for a year and come back to them, they will spray. They will work. And I was saying to Paola and Kim, the producer, earlier, when I was, when I had to use sprays or use them in the past, I would never have brought to the show my collection that I've had for nearly 18 months. I'm not going to pretend. Yeah. You would bring new bottles because you know the chances are half of them wouldn't spray. Yeah. We've all had that. Whereas with these, I know that I can just literally grab one of these that I haven't used. These have been sat in my car for 2 days just to make sure they're all, completely safe and everything. Yeah. That shouldn't happen. But the other thing is, if you look at that, you can see the intensity of colour just from 3 little sprays. Yeah. But this is onto watercolour card.
Which is very absorbent.
Extremely, but these are fast drying.
Okay.
So this is dry.
Wow.
That's dry. Sorry, guys, yeah. Yeah, that's completely dry, 100%. And if you look at the back...
It's not buckled.
It's not buckled, and it's completely white. Because what happens, because they've got something in them, and Ice Ink will not tell us what it is, instead of them drying into the card, things dry, as you know, Paola, by soaking in, certainly to watercolour card, and this is 300 GSM good stuff. They don't. They dry out on the surface, so they evaporate. So they don't warp your card at all, and of course they build up. And like, if I go with, I'm going to go with one of my favourites.
And by the way, of course, there is now in the screen the pick and mix option. So you choose whichever 5 colors are your favorite. And of course, it's your collection of colors. And they are beautiful. £19.95 is your price.
So what we've done is, this is the mica one. So this is one of the gold finishing sprays you're going to move on to.
which we have got also in the show.
You see people going like this and rolling them. Yeah. And oh, I'm sorry, life's too short. Because it's non-clog, give it a shake. But if you look...
Oh, they are beautiful.
But I don't even... those bits there are almost dry. But I've got all that sheen and shine sitting over the top. I just absolutely love them. I mean, if you're actually on my Crafting with John Next Door and Crafts 2 group, you'd have seen I did a video on Wednesday night where I actually poured ink out of these and painted with them. Yeah. The colour is that intense.
And of course, if you want to go for the icing, the finishing set of sprays, we will look at them in a second. But at the minute, you have got the pick and mix, which are the vibrant colors, the beautiful dye base. Of course, that dye being intense in color and delivering that non-clogging technology that they have got. So you don't never have to kind of go in and worry about it. £19.95 is the price for your choice of 5 out of 15 colors. You curate your own collection. 786-369. Now, John was using, of course, the gold of the finishing sprays. Again, non-clogging, and it has got that metallic nature into here. It's just, they are absolutely stunning colors. And so there, you are going to get all 3 of them, but you have got the most amazing, gorgeous, can you see it here in this sample? Now this one, it just shows how beautiful those gold metal effects are going to be. Imagine mixing them up with the gold and the silver pearl also included in this bundle. £14.99 is the price for them, and of course 438858 are your item numbers. Different ways. Let's have a couple of looks and the metallic. I love it. And then I'm going to put that. I'm not sure if that one is the one that has got the silver pearl in there. And then, so this you use a texture paste and then a spray over the top.
That was actually, I used icing ice over that. And then I sprayed over the top to give me, so I used the white icing ice to give me the neutral look. Then spray over the top while the stencil's still in place. And it even sticks to the ice.
Yeah.
So it sticks to that, because it sticks to near most surfaces. Yeah. And of course that way I can get a raised look without having to start to buy really expensive texture paste.
That makes, that's fabulous. That's genius as well. 438858 is your item number. And remember that everything icing kind of works together as well. But shall we have a look at the one-day special, at demonstration by John?
Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually start with the circles. I was going to do the squares, but I'm going to do the circles to start with. But this is really, really simple. Now, what we've done in these, if anyone had the previous set of multi-layers that we did, these have been sized exactly to match. So this time, so that we get them to everyone at the best price, we haven't done a separate outside line. Because if you bought the last sets, you'll have got 6 or 9 of those outside lines. Plus, these were sized exactly to match with the press cut multi-layered nesting dies that we did a few weeks ago, which should have been on this show with them. Unfortunately, we sold out about 2 years worth of stock. They absolutely flew, so all the plans had to change. But what I've done to make this easy is, and this is the way I tend to do this, I've cut these to 5 3/4.
Okay.
And one of the reasons I've used 5 3/4 is because you can get 2 5 3/4 squares from an A4 piece.
Oh, smart.
So you're not wasting. Yeah. And all I do is literally tape down the die. Really, really simple. So we'll just put that down. And what I've done is I've chosen 4 colours of the linen card, and I'm going to go down in shade. So I've gone down, I've gone from ultramarine to mid-blue to soft blue to mouse grey. So what I'm going to do is I take, first of all, layer A, and make sure then you get layer B. You can, if you want to, mark them, but it's got the next size down. But it's easy way to remember. The B layer has 1 layer of stitching, A layer has none, and C layer has 2. So it's an easy way to remember it. And all I'm going to do is just pop that down and tape it down. So really simple. And all I'm going to do then again is take the next layer, which is the C layer, and has 2 layers of stitching. And the stitching is there so that if you use that on its own, you've got a beautiful background piece. To me, it's no good having a die and thinking, I've got to use that with all of the layers. And, you know, the background one almost being ugly. And it takes ink extremely well. So what I'm going to do, just going to run through, and I'm going to cut 2 together. Yep.
Now, the question I have is what sort of machine, the width of the machine we need for this
They
size?
will all fit within your standard machines A5 and above.
Yep.
So they'll go in your Cuttlebug, they'll go in
Perfect.
your Big Shot, they will go in any of your standard A5 machines. So you don't have to have the big machines for these, which I think's really good, because to me these are a basic die.
Yeah.
These are ones I'm going to use constantly.
Yeah, right. I think that everybody can see the amazing versatility of these dies. The amazing, you know, it's one of those, like John was saying, it's one of those ones we are missing in our stash. Now, if you want yours, be quick to check out those baskets, because we are already 20% of the full collection already has gone. And remember, the one-day special should last 24 hours, but many times that sell out before the end of those 24 hours. So grab yours now by checking those baskets. You know that you have got that amazing saving as well there, and it can be yours. I love them. Absolutely love them.
I adore these, I really, really do. One of the reasons I wanted to cut them was I wanted to show you, first of all, yes, we get the beautiful aperture, and again, I'd use that on its own.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get, but if you see with the next layer down, we've got that beautiful, really clear stitch line.
Yeah.
Rather than it being a deboss line, I put into this to be a cut line. So it goes all the way through.
Yep.
So that way you get a really crisp look.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because it goes all the way through. But the reason I wanted to cut it is don't forget the circles.
Yeah.
Because these are perfect circles.
Yeah.
So these are, you don't bin these, you save them. And again, they've all been done because you know me and my maths, Paola.
Yes, I do.
I've never been
know.
strong at it, but I've got a real thing about making sure things are mathematically correct.
Yeah.
Each circle down, the next size down, is 5 mil smaller than the one that precedes it.
Wow.
So that, if we say that is 15, that's 10, that's 5. And the idea is that you can get all of these just from 2 layers, and you can make lots of little spots and targets. And of course,
gorgeous. I love it.
they're like little planets. I mean, I've got a demo later. I'm just going to,
And
if
I
I remember
just
where I
love
put
the
it.
bubbles, kind of as well. If you are into mermaids or seas as well under the sea, then you can have them like bubbles coming out.
You can
as well.
stick those on like that. So you can, if you can see this on the overhead, if I just throw a few more on randomly.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you can actually put that over the top.
Oh yeah.
You can foam mount that over the
Yeah.
top. You can, of course, use all of those as a shaker card
Yeah.
in the larger one. And again, it just, I just think there's so much versatility
It is.
in what you think is just a die of circles.
But it's so much more. And actually, can I ask you, what card are you using?
This is all using the Crfts 2 linen card that you've got on the pick and mix.
Oh, I was
And
hoping you would say that.
what I've done is I've put that on specifically. I actually had to beg Crfts 2 and our suppliers to put this on because people have been asking me all the time, can we have those beautiful pinks you use, John? Can we have those lovely blues? So we've given people an option of all of the 12 of my most popular colours and that work in this. So I think we've done it, is it 4 packs?
It is 4 packs, so at home they can choose any 4 and you're getting 10 sheets of each. Or it could be, if you wanted 4 of the same ones, if you wanted 4 of pink ones, you can do
But
that.
the idea is that what I did was I put them in so that in that set there are 4 4s that work perfectly with the multi-layers.
So you could go a monochromatic and you could go maybe for the 2 pinks and 2 purples, or you could go for the grey and the blues, or you could do the grey, the purples maybe, and a white. There is so many options, the warmer tones, the kind of zesty yellows and warm passionate red. It's absolutely...
Yeah, but it is. That orange, that ochre colour runs perfectly into that red.
Yeah.
That light yellow runs perfectly into it. And bizarrely as it sounds, The white is beautiful with those yellows and into the red.
You know, you are absolutely right.
I mean, my favourite, I'm going to, on here, my favourite on all of those, to be honest, is the mouse grey. We were talking about this because if we put it between the blues and the purples,
you can see.
because if you put it with lilac, it looks lilac. If you put it with blue, it looks grey.
So
it's like magic card.
If I put it like this, you can see how across it, it's just it's beautiful. Even with the red, looks amazing. Even with the yellow, it's one of those ones that choose your three colours and then add the grey.
Yeah, it is basically. Choose your three and add the grey, without a doubt. So what I've got here is, I've got the mouse grey card to start with. Then I've gone with the soft blue, and this is layer C. Now, what you need to watch is, I'm going to just put this layer on because it doesn't matter with the first layer, but what you've got is you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 this way, and you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 this way. But if you look, this side you have got large, large, large.
Yeah.
So this side I call the 5 side because you go large, medium, small, medium, large. Yeah?
Of course, yeah.
That's what we're matching up, but the stitch circles will help you.
Okay.
So I'm just going to take, I'll only put 2 pieces of tape on this. So this is layer B.
Yeah, can I say also something that I just spotted now? I love that the spacing between them is nice and big enough for a foam tape.
Yes.
It's just because otherwise it's just like kind of, if it was too close together.
You can tell when I've designed something because I've designed it with the lazy me in mind.
Yeah.
And I don't want, cutting down foam tape is just, I'm sorry, life is far too short. So what I'm going to do here is, I want to match 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, small to large, against that one. But if you see there, it's perfect.
I just love it.
If I rotate it that way, it won't fit, but it will give you a different look. So if you see, if I rotate it that way, there'll still be a circle in the middle, but it won't be the same size. Yeah?
Yeah.
And the same that way, it will give you a different look. Because they're hand-drawn, there's one way it works, and you can see that. So I hover over and put that down. So I'm already getting that depth. I then go on with the darkest colour, which is the ultramarine. And again, I made sure there was just enough room if you cut these to 5 3/4, so that the foam tape fits.
Yeah.
I mean, if I've cut it in the wrong place, sometimes it overlaps a little bit, but you can always push it in. But the idea was that it didn't. Because I don't want to waste an A4 sheet just to make one of these. I want to make 2 out of an A4 sheet.
I think that is that precision, that accuracy that you kind of, and versatility that you always deliver. And can I say that you never bring something that is redundant. You always bring something that adds something to your collection.
Thank you. I always try, because I think I'm a crafter.
Yeah.
The same as you are.
Yeah.
And it is our hobby. It started out as our hobby. And so we know that things cost. And we know that things, to me, any die I get, any stamp, any card, anything, has to earn its place in my stash.
Yeah.
It has to prove to me, I have a simple rule. Can I do 3 things with it?
Yeah.
If I can do 3 things with it, then it's earned its place.
Yeah.
If it's just going to give me one basic thing, it's got to either be, the basic thing has to be beautiful, or it has to be cheap. To be quite honest. Yeah. So we just pop that on a simple 6.5-inch card blank, and that's it. Done.
I love that. And you could do that the same with the square one as well. So, but I love that. A sentiment, that's all it needs.
Yeah, that's literally a sentiment on there, and it's sorted. And it's just something that you can make, and we've made this. I mean, we're sort of 20 minutes into the show.
Yeah.
So apart from the card blank being cut, and having the squares cut, which, let's face it, would take us 2 minutes, this card's been made in 20 minutes. While talking.
And also, I'm thinking, am I right to think that those smaller dots would be perfect for, you know, pearls or crystals to position as well?
They are sized, the smallest ones are all sized to match with standard crystal and pearl sizes that we do. So they always come in 2, 3, 5, I think it is, something like that. But they all work perfectly.
I love, and I also love, we have got some samples here that you can see how white on white is elegant as well. Smaller in size, trim them a little bit smaller should you wish to do that. Also, maybe you like super sizes, you like to make them a little bit bigger. Why not bring your pattern papers and see those placements perfectly in there? Now, there is other ways that you can use. Of course, if you go for the complete collection, remember that you are getting the squares as well. A little bit something retro, something a little bit different, but it's not just squares within squares. You can expand it. I think this is a 7x9 card. You can see the size of it. It is a substantial size card, and look how it has been expanded, creating that check background on there. Father's Day is coming. And what, you know, and it's one of those ones that I always think squares and circles and anything geometric is a good investment, because it's an investment into making sure that you have got the grid. So you stamp and then die cut, and then you use it as a positioning as well. You can use it. Ooh.
That's all the 3 cards you've just shown.
Yeah.
Are all cards from the VTs tomorrow.
So, you know what you need to do. Remember, tomorrow the one-day special is at 8 a.m., 12 p.m., and of course 4 p.m. So do please check them out to make sure that you do not miss out on any demos. And if you cannot watch directly on time, you can always watch back on Rewind on the website. But remember, the one-day special, you have got 2 options. The first option is the squares, brand new dies that they are multi-layer, 3 dies that perfectly match each other, that you can use on their own. Look at the positioning of those beautiful flowers, monochromatic, fabulous. That stage detail there in the 2 outer layers, or inner the layers rather. Then you have got the circle option. Again, the same principle of cutting apertures, and then of course you have got those 2 dies with the stage detail, and of course you have got the one without it with this the broader one. Look at that, you know, that retro funky look, but then at the same time you can do super classy cards as well. Now, if you want to go for just the circles, for instance, you have got that option, £34.97, having a £7 saving. If you wanted to go for the squares, of course you can. It's exactly the same item number, 851468. Now, if you wanted to go for both of them, now remember, there is a £7 saving, isn't it, in each of the one-day special. Remember those £7, so it's £14, and then you have got an additional £10 saving. Now, then it means that you have got that amazing price. But if you're a Freedom member, it has got an additional saving, £15.99 plus those £14 that we mentioned before it. So that means it £30. I think it is in savings. And now, don't put me on savings, I'm really bad. But there it is, confirmation. Now, and then of course you can spread the cost in 2 payments of £26.98. Yes, it is exactly £30. Now, I'm sorry, I'm just I'm doubting my producer. I should. Oh, that's a surprise.
That's actually made by June Smith, and she's made the phone box with them. And she's made the box for it. Yeah, isn't that amazing?
This is the dice. Now, imagine this. Oh, okay. So we need to see that again, right? Because my producer was saying, our producer Kim was like, oh, I love that box. I love the, you know, and our director said, oh, this looks like a cabin for, you know, the TARDIS. But in gold, of course. Other spaceships are available. Right, but then you open it up and it's a proper surprise. Look at that. It's absolutely fabulous. It is amazing. And this is what these dies do. It's always dies that are not just what you see, but what you can do with them. And if you want to have a little bit of that magic dies, then why not check out the baskets for the complete collection. A quarter of the stock of that should last 24 hours has already gone. Check out your baskets for that. Remember, £59.94 is what you are paying for all 6 dies, and you have got that amazing saving carrying forward those individual savings from the one-day special. £53.95 is all you are paying if you are a Freedom member. Right, I know what you want to see is the man The man, John Lovewood. There, the man, the legend, John Lovewood.
I'm not sure about legend.
Oh,
Talking of
definitely.
legends, I have to say thank you to June Smith for the box. When we get the samples back in from the angels, because as I say, the girls that help me, I call them my angels, because they save my life time and time again with the beautiful samples they make. So I have to say thank you to June, Maxine, Roshan, Emma, Julie, Sheila, and Babs. There's so many people who help me, but every time as the delivery comes in, Sam will go, is June's box in there? Because she does a different type of twist on a box every time. So you've created a legend for yourself now, June.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see what you come up with Christmas. So, what we're going to do, I'm going to use the level A and I'm going to show you how we extend them, because both of these sets were designed so that you could extend them. And again, in one of the videos that we've got, which will all be loaded on YouTube by 6 o'clock tomorrow night, so you can watch them at any time. There's 5 videos been filmed, but they're all designed so that you can actually repeat them. And in one of them I do this and I repeat this die all over an A4 sheet and have an entire A4 of this, because it's the same way. So all we do to start with is, I want to make a long panel, so I'm going to actually put the die right at the top of the card. And again, I've cut this is the Crfts 2 linen card, this is the white, and I've cut it down into an A5 piece again, so that I get 2 from each thing. You could do it across a piece of card, but to be honest, why do that when you can cut it in half and get 2 cards out of it? So we just run that through as normal, so we let that run, and I've already repeated this layer C. So I'm just going to stick layer C down while we're waiting for that to cut. So you already see there, I mean, that would work as a background as it stands. You've got that beautiful stitch detail all the way around, which you can pick out again. And the stitch detail is a cut, so it will show, it's not just a deboss line. But to repeat it, all we do, take out your piece, see how well each cuts, save your squares, you will use them. You will genuinely use them for things. And it's don't waste the card. And all we do is take the die, take the tape off, and we slide it until it fits in. And it will fit in, and it gets locked. So don't try and turn the die over and start trying to put it in. Always when you're repeating a die, put the card down, take your die to it and push it until it's sealed. And then what you need to do is make sure that you tape it at the top corners where it's linked in and at the bottom. You will thank yourself. I know you'll feel like you're wasting tape, but this is reusable. But you'll thank yourself, because if you don't tape it in the 4 places, it can move and slide on your plate. And all we do then is just put it on a plate and run that back through. And again, you can do that top to bottom, or you can do it side to side. So you could do an entire A4 sheet, or if you're lucky enough to have one of the very rare 12 by 12 machines, you could do it on a 12 by 12 sheet. But I've done it again here with the second layer. But if you see through this, hopefully you can see to line the squares up, because I thought people might struggle a little bit. The second layer of stitching is where this one goes. So you can marry it to the stitching, so you don't have to trust your eyes, and you'll still see one stitch through. But that makes it really, really easy. And again, if you think about it, for the top layer, so I'll peel this off. So if I peel this one off, you can see it's not recut any of those squares that were cut. There's no frayed lines or edges.
Because you usually get a hairline.
You get a hairline. If you click it in, and it's a good die, you click it in and tape it well, you won't even get any of those hairlines in it, because it's worked exactly. So all I need to do now is just add a little bit of tape down each side on this one, because this is a larger one. But again, if you notice, even on an A5 piece of card, which is 5 3/4, there's enough to take normal standard 10mm tape. I'm just lazy.
But you know how crafters are. Like, personally, I'm like you. I don't want to trim my phone tape.
No.
I don't. It's just
life's too short.
Life's too short. And of course, then it gunks up the scissors as well, and you don't want that.
No. It makes a mess of your scissors. It makes a mess of your desk. With me, I put the spare on my top. it leaves a line on there and then it gets washed, and I've got a glue line on it all the time.
No.
I'm forever being told off for finding foam tape in the washing machine at home.
Oh.
But if you see here, to lay this one on, because
Yeah.
it's fine, it goes between the 2 layers of stitching.
Yeah.
So it fits exactly, so you can see exactly where to put it. You don't have to have good eyesight.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're not having to marry it all up. So there I've gone white into light yellow into ochre back to white.
Yeah.
And using the, again, 'cause these were going to be here, this is using the rectangle press cut stitch dot and plain dies that we had on, I think, last month.
Yeah.
We can then choose a position we want. Do we want full squares showing? But if you see, they virtually show all the squares. So we just pop our frame on and trim off our excess.
Yeah. I'm thinking that
And
would
that
work,
is done.
would work as well as a photo collage.
You could, you could. You could put you could actually run the die through with your photos and then put your photos together as a collage piece.
And you could then make like into like a little heart. So you just put in the photos, creating like a heart. In the
Could. Oh, I love doing shows with you, Paula, because you're a crafter. Yeah, we need to. I've got a spare in the car, but I don't have spares of the dies, I'm afraid. If you want to have a go, but again, all I'm doing, just to simply finish this off, this is a standard 7.5, 5.5 inch card blank in white, stuck on, and we're done.
But I think this is what I think these dies are extraordinary because the geometric nature means that they are versatile. The fact that they work together means that they are unique. The fact that it has got that stitch detail and it's all very tactile, it means that they are designed by a crafter for crafters to solve issues like lining them up, to create backgrounds easily. I love a couple of samples as well sent in by Ange, I think, by the angel Mrs. Duck. It says Mrs. Duck.
Mrs. Duck, who's Ange, sorry.
Ange, sorry.
Mrs. Duck thinks out of the box. The angels are amazing. They're friends and people I've collected over the years, like Leslie, Mrs. Duck or Ange, Barbara or Babs as we call her, Julie or Jules as she's, we all have our nicknames at home for them. But they've all got different styles and different ways of looking at things. That is a definite Mrs. Duck, I can tell that without looking on the back. Whereas the one you had before was an Emma Blake, I think. Going on the colours.
Sheila.
Oh, it's Sheila.
Sheila, yeah.
Yes. But it shows that you can do so much different with them and it will match everyone's style of crafting rather than just the sort of classic pretty that I tend to do.
And it's one of those ones that I kind of keep going back to the dad one because I think this is the kind of dies that you need in your stash for those occasions whether you want something a little bit more geometric but also creating a lot of different styles. Now, of course, look at that. Look at that, gorgeous, isn't it? Right, so we have got here, you can see the one day special. Now, you have got the complete collection details on the screen there. You are getting the circles and the squares, so both options of the one day special. If you go for one of the one day specials, you have got a £7 saving. If you go that is for the square ones, for instance, then you can see them there. Now that is a really decent saving, and it's of course a very affordable price at £34.97. Then you have got the circles, again the same price, the same saving of £7. But if you are like me and you like both the squares and circles, if you are like John, a true crafter that wants to have the complete collection, to have all those layers to work with, because remember they are standalone as well as with each other, then you want a complete collection. You want a complete collection because that's what it gives you the most ability to play with. This is what also we have got for the saving of £10, so that would be a £24 saving should you go for the complete collection. However, if you are a Freedom member, you have got a £15.99 saving, which means that with those £14 saving that you have got, it's a £30 saving in total. It is an amazing, or £29.99 to be exact. Now, if you want to spread the cost, you can do interest-free payments of £26.98. Now, that means that you will have the perfect placing. You will have the ability to create something like, shall we open the box? Shall we open the box? Shall we open the box? Isn't it amazing? Isn't it? And that side has been cut with a square. Now, of course, and this one, what has done here is, you can see June has put inside a picture of the contents of a phone with. Now, of course, having the squares gives you the first step. There is so much more you can use them as, and you know, as stencils as well. This is what you can do straight out of the box of the envelopes, and the envelope of that they're posted in. But you can see in here, look at the stitch detail. I just love it even on its own. I love how it layers all together. I love how you can imagine doing a lot of faux stitching around with a black marker pen. There is incredibly amount of things you can do with them. And the circles as well. I do love the circles. Now I need to tell you that we are over a third of the stock of the complete collection is already gone. If you want yours, if you want dies that allow you to spritz through it, now you have got, of course, the ability to do that with the one-day special or the complete collection. 241664 is your item number for the full collection. Now, if you wanted to use some beautiful spritz inks through those dies, is of course the ice inks. Now the ice inks, what they are non-clogging, they are pure dye, well, they are dye inside it, and what they do is they keep the consistency, the vibrancy of a dye, and of course it means, and like John was showing us earlier, they dry super fast, and that means that you will be able to create even more and quickly, so you can spritz your colors and then use it straight away. Now this is a pick and mix option. Whatever your favorite 5 colors, you can have them. Now there is 15 different colors, so you can curate your own collection. £19.95 is your price, making a saving of £5. 786369. Now we have got also the finishing sprays in here, which are the glorious metallic sprays. You are getting, this is not a pick and mix, you are getting all 3 of them. The gold, the silver, and the pearl. Now they are non-clogging as well. They have got a beautiful finish in here, and you can see there. And like John was saying, you can shake them perfectly in here, and you have got that beautiful finish that you will get for them. 438858 is your item number. £14.99. Now let's have a look at that! Isn't that gorgeous? I love that one because it showcases the beautiful sparkle from it. Right, if you want some storage from your dies, we do have got those ones as well from Crfts too. Really elegant with that beautiful damask printed onto black. It's a zip-along case as well. It has got a ring binder inside it with magnetic sheets as well with those pockets. So I have seen it in real life. I know John carries his all the time, and is super strong and durable. And of course, it keeps all your dies easily found in that case. £17.99 is your freedom price. If you're not a freedom price, £19.99. But really, really, really busy for the card, and I'm not surprised. Card is what we need as paper crafters, but we need a good card. We need good card in beautiful colors. Whether you are more of a vibrant person or maybe you like more the muted colors, this will work perfectly. Now you are getting, you can choose any 4 colors that you like, and you're gonna get 10 of each, 40 sheets in total. Now this card, if I show you, you can see here the texture of it. It's a fine linen texture in there. Now it has got the core is also the same color, so you will have it cut. When you die cut it, you won't see a white edge inside it. Also, the main is, and also another thing that I need to mention is that of course it will make, if you go for, say for instance, 3 colors like this, with the one-day special or the complete collection will work beautifully, that monochrome. So you can curate your own collection by choosing whichever colors you want to go for. Now you have got there the details. 964983 is your item number, and 40 sheets at £11.99 makes it a really good value for money, and you can create maybe cards like this using the one-day special. I love that. I love that because it kind of showcases, because you can use the weights from the one-day special with the blues in there as well. Maybe a little bit of a cheeky black in there as well to throw for good measure. Right, shall we go and see John after this? Let's have a look at what he's doing.
I love that, cheeky black, because you need a little bit of cheeky black in the kit.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those things we've all got. So what I thought I would do is, I know we're always with dies, we're always die cutting them, always layering them up, we're always doing that. But I think sometimes if we've got the right products and the right tools, there is more that they can do. So what I've actually done is I've cut all 3 layers in the squares set, and these are just into 300 GSM standard stamping card. So a nice smooth stamping card, Now normally, you know, we couldn't use these multiple times as stencils. We always talk about, on shows people always talk about, oh, use the dies as a stencil. And we know that when we spray through them, so when we actually spray through a die, it soaks into the card, soaks into that. That's why I'm using the Eyes Ink sprays, because these are fast drying and they don't soak into the card. So on there with the circles, I think you've got some samples of what I've made with the stencils I've sprayed about 5 or 10 times. So they really, really work. So all I'm going to do is, I've got a piece of watercolour card here. I've just put it on a plastic tray, and I've got my stencil that I've made myself, and I'm just going to lightly spray through.
Wow.
Take it off, but that is 90% dry already.
Wow.
So I can go straight on with the next one and line it up, and I'm going to go through with red.
I love that.
And come off and go on with the smallest one, and I'm going to go on with Paola's favourite colour, which is the petrol.
Oh, it's a
because I know you love tealy, bluey colours. They're so
love that. Yeah. Oh.
But there we go. We've got all 3 colours showing.
Yeah.
Straight through. That first one is dry. That red is almost dry, and that teal will take a couple of minutes.
Oh, look at that.
Now, if I want that to shine,
yes,
I will go over, and again, I don't have to wait for these to, you know, 100% dry. I can go over just with the finishing spray.
Wow.
And that will give them a sheen.
Yeah. It's just kind of make them a little, you know, well, I guess more vibrant is the word, but look at...
But I don't know how many times you can spray through a piece of card. So I'm going to show you the first one. That's now dry.
Wow.
But that, look, not warped, not moved. Those little fine lines. You know, I mean, you and I will know exactly what would happen. Right, sometimes I see people go, oh, and they'll make great stencils, and I giggle because I think that's really hard with paper because it just doesn't work. But again, what we then do with these, you can keep spraying and spraying, or you simply then mount these up.
Okay.
So this green one's dry again already. I then put the red one over the top. I then put the blue over the top.
Oh,
and I
love
get
that.
a massive, if you look at that,
I've
got a real good twofer.
Yep. A twofer.
So I've got a 2 for 1.
That, I love that, and also because you will have, so you have got the negative and the positive there.
So I've got the positive sprayed one, which I think that just looks as if I've been really arty. I'd have spent hours being clever with blenders, and I haven't. But then I've got that, and I've just turned my ear, and I think it's Malcolm said, it's like pointillism, which is one of my favourite drawing styles ever. It's that Monet look.
Yes, all right. Yeah, kind of. Oh, it's gorgeous. I love that. And I'm a massive fan of sprays of colours because it kind of adds you that colour, that background. Now think about your other dyes that you have got. Think about your scene settings. Think about when you want to mask a little bit of them, and that is just amazing in here. Think about with your one day special here like that. Remember, you choose whichever 5 ones. So I would recommend to go whichever colors are your favorite, just go for them. Just go, say, for instance, you like pinks and purples and blues. So then go for, you know, see the pinks, get the purples, and get the blues. Because that will mean, I mean, look at that. You can spread through stencils. You can spread something that maybe has been stenciled, so it acts as a relief for the background. There is so many different techniques of being using with them. And what I love about the Eyes Inks, and this is everybody who has used them will know it, is the vibrancy of those dyes. Now, not all spritzers are made the same way, and the reason is because some of them have been done with other types of products. The quality of the dye inside it means that the vibrancy of those colors, look how beautiful they dry. This is one of my favorite colors, that verde, and look at that mustardy color. It's every single color in here is ideal. Now, if you wanted to have the complete collection, well, there are 15 colors, so you just have to enter the details 3 times, and then that would work at 60 pounds. Yeah, so you can see them here. Look at that. Now, if you want more distressed colors, you can do, and of course, you have got, this is the pearl one. There we go. So, if you want your icings for the first time, then go and for them and choose whichever 5 your colors. I always recommend to go for the yellow as well, because that will bring some warmth to it, and sometimes it's the one that we don't ever think about it, but I always would go for it because it's absolutely amazing. You have got there, of course, you have got the regalies, which is licorice, that black one. Then you have got the cerise, the pinks in there, the rosé, the framboise, raspberry. Then we have got the incre as well, the purple. There's so many beautiful colors. I love, can I show you a couple more samples? Now, I have to tell you that there have been some sellouts. Okay, so this one that I was telling you about is gone. I'm actually happy that the yellow has been one of the quick ones. The Incre, the purple one, now that's limited stock, so if you want the purple, do go for it. As is the murder suit, which is, I think, is that one.
South Seas in English.
Oh, yeah. Murder suit. Yeah.
Murder suit, yeah. We see.
Yep, and then that's limited. So if you wanted that one or that one, be sure to check out your baskets right now, because that's the only way that you are going to get them. Once they're gone, there is no more extra stock of them. So please do check out your baskets. Right, shall we have a look at what John A has to show us next?
Right, so this is a really simple one.
Okay.
But this is using your spare. So this is actually made using the spare pieces from the circles. And what I've actually, it looks like a collection of clouds or a sky. I mean, it's just really arty, but it's really easy to do. It is, isn't it? I did this and I thought, I love that. But this is probably one of the easiest, quickest cards I've done. So I saved a load of pieces from when I cut. So this is only from cutting in white each of the layers. So there's not like me 10 lots of different samples in here. So I'm just going to pile all of them together.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And all I'm simply going to do is spritz them with the icing.
Oh!
Yeah. I'm going to give them a shake.
Wow.
Spray them with a bit of green. Give them a little bit of a shake.
Yeah.
And I'm going to spray them with the finishing spray in the silver, or the nacre, which is actually mother of pearl.
Wow.
So give them a spritz with that. Now, they're nearly dry. Move them to one side for a second. All I've done here is take a piece of normal card, and I've just sprayed it with one of the blues, either Mer de Sud or Outremer, and then a little bit of that nacre, that mother of pearl finish on it. Yeah?
Yeah.
Take your foam tape and run a strip across the middle.
Yeah.
Run a strip across the bottom, a little bit smaller. Run a strip across the top, a little bit smaller.
Yeah.
Take off the middle strip and put another piece on the middle there, not all the way, yeah?
Yep.
And simply then remove your adhesive, your container sheet, carrier. I never know what to call this.
Yeah, carrier sheet, film, you know.
And then I bring in my pieces that I've done. These are 90% dry, and all I do is start gluing them down. But because we did them in different areas, because we shook them each time, they've got different colours on them and different sizes and little areas, and some are very dark and some are really light, and there's some tiny, you know, tiny little ones, and you're just literally building these up. So tucking behind, bringing one in.
I love that.
And one of my favourite things to do, I mean, you can spend hours on this, you can spend minutes on this,
Exactly.
but because they've all been touching each other,
Yeah.
Every one is a different colour, everyone is a different shade. Some areas are missing, some areas have got a lot of colour, some have got absolutely none, or just little bits.
Yeah.
But just match them round,
Yeah.
and you've got all the different sizes. But it looks like when you've built it up, you've been the cleverest person going.
Yeah.
And of course you haven't. So I'm just going to very, very quickly try and fill this gap in. There we go.
Yeah.
Which I'm not going to be able to do, but I will try my real hardest in the time we've got left. There we go. So you would add a few more on, but again I'll just put that onto and hold it on. But there you go.
Wow.
Really quickly and really simply, a little bit of the ultramarine card.
Yeah.
But there's your clouds.
That is fabulous. That's
And
amazing.
what I would do with the pieces left, I would shake those onto a piece of double-sided adhesive and spray them out to make another background.
Wow, it's amazing. I love that technique. I'm like so wowed with that one. I'm gonna steal that technique.
You can have it
But
with pleasure, Paola.
I will always credit you, but then I need to show you this one as well, because look at that. This is an amazing card. It's just and of course, now look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? Look, it's glass painting, isn't it?
No, it's icing ice. I cut the die 5 times, spray glued 4 of them together to create me troughs, put acetate on the back, just squeezed in different blobs of colour of zinc ice, scraped over the top and put a clean one on the top. And put lights behind it.
That is amazing. And then the same dies, the leftovers, you can create a geometric background. Do please go for the complete collection. If you can afford it, then it's an amazing thing that gonna have so much to play with. Now, I need to tell you that 40% of the complete collection has already gone. Please do check out your of course, and just check out your baskets, because then it's gonna be absolutely phenomenal. Now, of course, John is gonna be back later at 8, and do join him for the one day special with Alex. I don't know where the words are going. After the break, Quilters Trading Post, and of course then at 8, Crafts 2 one day special with John and Alex. At 9, wonderful wool happy hour. Now we have got, to let you know, if you're watching from the USA, that due to COVID-19, we have had to put our standard delivery to $12.95. However, why not join Freedom? Now, if you are based in the United States, you will pay only $19.99 per month. Now, that will allow you to make as many purchases during the month, and you will not pay any P&P other than that. Now, of course, that means that you will get also exclusive discounts and monthly newsletter and members badge. But you can cancel at any time should you wish to do that. It's a monthly thing, so you can cancel anytime you want. But of course, it makes the sense to become a member, because then you are saving a lot of money into in your delivery costs. Now, of course, if you want to just go to hochanda.com, the website, for more information about Freedom membership.
Hello, I'm Barbara.
And I'm Julie.
And together we're Scarlet Rose Crafts. We're a family-run business, been in business for 2 years, and our aim is to bring new and innovative new products to the crafting industry.
We've both been involved in crafting industry for many years, and we're continuing to move forward with our new company now.
The Easy Mat Plate is our flagship product, followed by our innovative Easy Shim product.
Our range includes diamond trail plates, ultra-sized dies, cards and sticky sheets.
We're constantly developing new and unusual products, so watch this space.
On our shows, we hope to inspire you with our products so that you can carry on crafting, because our motto is, because we can.
So don't miss the Scarlet Rose Craft shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Hayley. Join me for some amazing Fabric Freedom shows. Fabric Freedom design all their fabrics here in the UK, and they design them with quilters in mind, so they're really good at picking out those unidirectional prints, really nice and small prints so you can work on smaller patchwork projects, and paste prints as well, which is one of their signature fabrics. They do lots more fabrics besides quilting cottons, so tune in to the Fabric Freedom shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Jean, and together with my partner Malcolm, we run a small business in the northeast of England called Crafty Individuals. At Crafty Individuals, we're mostly involved in the design and manufacture of a very wide range of red rubber art stamps, but we also have a range of background papers and mini images that are also brilliant to create with. Personally, my background is in art and design and crafting, and most of the designs have been created by myself. We also have a great little team of other artist friends who've helped us along the way and have come up with other designs that completely work alongside our own. So do pull up a pew and join us on the Hochanda shows. We can't wait to see you there.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specializing in traditional crafts for the modern maker. Most of our products involve textiles and age-old techniques, from button making, lace making, weaving, and other forms of passementerie. Mark and I work hard designing the kits and developing innovative tools to make all of these traditional crafts more accessible to the modern user. We're really pleased to be part of the Hochanda family, and I'm looking forward to being able to take time and demonstrate some of these techniques and share new ideas. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows here on Hochanda.
Good evening. If you're just joining us here at Hochanda, we have got a quilters trading post hour. Now we have got a beautiful Jacobean revival applique quilt kit here to begin with. Now what you are going to be able to create if you go for this kit is that amazing quilt. Now it features these Jacobean sort of a style pattern. Look how beautiful it is. Look at the gorgeous fabrics in there. That is the quality that quilters trading posts are renowned for. The ability in here you're going to get is the quilt instructions, the applique patterns. They are going to be true to size as well. Now you are going to get all the fabric that you need to create the top of your quilt. You are going to get, of course, the instructions, and I love that they are full color, so you know exactly what you are working towards it. And I love the patterns as well, how unique they are, and you can see the patchworks are incorporating on those blocks of the quilt, and then you have got more traditional patchwork and piecing in there as well. Isn't it amazing? Now, of course, in here you are getting, of course, the applique quilt, the instructions, what you need. Of course, you are going to have the instructions in there. And if I turn this page, you can see here as well, even more, even the instructions on how to cut it. Of course, that fabulous pinwheel blocks, how to make them. And this is one of the things that I love about having, you know, the blocks in there. That is not just for this quilt, is learning how to cut the fabric as well, how to create them in here. And then I'm gonna show you as well the templates as well like this, so they are true to size as well. Right, we have got Emma on the phone. Hello, Emma.
Hiya, Paula.
How are you doing?
I'm good, thanks. Doing really well. How about yourself?
I'm very well. How is your mom?
She's fine, yeah. She's been working at home, doing all sorts of things.
Oh, I'm sure she has. Well, and now was really excited to see these beautiful Jacobean revival applique quilt ideas. Can I ask you, how did you come out with this idea?
Okay, well, we looked at what we did with the Burton Manor quilt patterns, and we were so pleased with that kind of idea that we thought we can do this again. And this is my design, actually, rather than Mum's. Wow. This is something I've been looking at for a while, and I've had on the back burner these this sort of idea, and I've had time to work on it.
And it's fabulous. I love the colors you have chosen. Is there any particular reason why you have chosen these colors?
Yeah, because of the range of fabric that I had.
Yeah.
All of these different colours in them that complemented the block really well. So it really was just what I had in stock at the time.
Yeah.
And what worked with the applique block. And then once the applique block was made, the rest of the quilt kind of put itself together.
And I love how they are kind of a muted rainbow, but still you can see the rainbow effect in them. So, and I think anybody right now kind of feels uplifted by the image of a rainbow. Then you also getting, of course, the fabric in here. Is this for the sashing around the? Well, I don't know if that's the correct word, but there for those areas.
Which one? Sorry.
The stripy
the
fabric.
stripy, yes, that's for the inner borders.
Yeah, inner border. So
Yeah,
those
there's two inner borders. You could call it sashing, that would be appropriate as well. So yeah.
Yes, I'm excited. Now, can I say also, I kind of really like the idea that you are offering a 10% off your quilting service as well. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, of course. We do run a quilting service. In fact, this is really where our business sort of started from. Basically, you get your quilt top made up, and you pop it into us, and either we can provide the backing and wadding, or you can send it, and then we will quilt it. And it's a case of sandwiching together the backing with the wadding in the middle and the quilt on the top, and then we put a pattern all over it. And when you see our quilts close up, you can see that that's what we've got. It's got a beautiful pattern. It goes all the way through, and our machines are computer guided, so it's a perfect pattern.
So that is fabulous, and I know like many people out there, what they enjoy is putting the top together, the piecing together, and it's the quilting that scares them. So to know that they can go to you to have that amazing quilting finishing off is amazing. If you just going to give the details at home. If you want to go for this amazing quilt kit, is your item number 784843 is your item number. You have got an option to spread the cost into 3 easy and of course payments, of course interest free, £49 and £33. If you prefer one-off payment, £147 and 99. Over 60% of the stock of this one has already gone, and you know what? Once it's gone, it's gone. So if you do not want to miss out, do check out your baskets. I also love this one. Well, there is something really special about this Jacobean Revival applique. And here you have got the blocks pattern. Is this the smaller version then? Of course, you're getting just the pattern in here.
This is just for the blocks. So you've got the same applique patterns. The additional thing you've got in there is that there's 2 small blocks, and one of them is obviously used to make the big block. Well, I've put both of the big blocks in there.
Yeah,
Makes sense. So you've got 2 big blocks, 2 small blocks in that pattern.
That's fabulous, and it's just gorgeous. Now, of course, they can use them for other projects, not just quilts. You could use them as pillow, cushion covers as well.
Yeah, you really can use them in all sorts of things. And the nice thing about these blocks is they can be put on points, or they can be square, so you can use them both ways.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, one of my producer, I think it was, that she was like, that would be really nice as the handbags as well.
Yeah, really would. I love applique. It's just so versatile, and you can make it to your specific ideas and do what you want with them.
Indeed, and of course this one is the pattern, so it means that everybody at home will have, like, and they can use a smaller amounts of fabrics, I imagine, from our stash.
Yeah, it'd be really good for stashes. Applique uses usually pretty small pieces. You can see from the patterns that we've shown you today that they're not huge pieces of fabric, so stash fabric and scraps that you've had left over from other projects works really well.
Indeed, it does. Now, if you want to go for it, is the patterns in brilliant price. Oh, couldn't pronounce that. £11 and 99 is your price. 832648 is your item number. Now we have got. Ooh, I love this. This is cool and different. I had never seen something like this from you guys.